Last September, when teacher Xu Bo helped to apply for a second-class scholarship, he had promised Li Yuan that as long as he ranked within the top 10 in the grade, he would be awarded a first-class scholarship of 100,000 Blue Star coins. If he ranked within the top 5, he would be awarded a special scholarship of 500,000 Blue Star coins. Just one spot short. Li Yuan sighed quietly to himself. He did not feel particularly disappointed in his heart. Having given his all, there wasn't a need to dwell on it further. It's not reasonable to expect others to underperform. It's enough. At least, I can get 100,000 Blue Star coins. Li Yuan thought. Moreover, a few days ago when I encountered the Left Hall Master at the Martial Hall, the Left Hall Master said that the achievements and rewards from the Martial Arts Hall and the Martial Hall were about to be distributed, which probably meant a substantial amount of money. Li Yuan's bank account currently still had a considerable number of Blue Star coins and Martial Hall points. But his martial arts cultivation was like a gold-consuming cave, consuming them just as fast. Naturally, he had to think of a solution. Li Yuan, keep up the good work. Teacher Chen on the platform glanced at Li Yuan before continuing. I hope the other students will learn more from Li Yuan. Now I will read the martial arts scores of the others. Listen carefully. Li Tianyu, 685 points, Teacher Chen said. Li Tianyu followed closely behind Li Yuan, ranking second in the class for martial arts achievement. However, though he ranked second, his score gap with Li Yuan was astonishing. 685 points? Li Tianyu's face relaxed slightly, but he still didn't look too pleased. With 685 points, plus his academic converted score of 59 points, his total martial arts score was only 744, making the prospect of getting into a martial arts university quite slim. Am I still not working hard enough? Li Tianyu clenched his fists silently, somewhat unreconciled. If I had more resources for cultivation, more guidance from teachers, my score could definitely have been much higher. Li Tianyu was not foolish. He practiced his cultivation madly, to the point that even his body was starting to fail to keep up. He was aware of the occasional well-meaning advice from other students. But what can be done when there's not much money at home? Jiyu Yaoyao, 664 points. Teacher Chen continued reading the scores. Most of the students' martial arts scores were quite ordinary, with no significant fluctuations. Martial arts cultivation requires talent, and even more so, resources. If one says that for academic exams, there are occasional flashes of brilliance, extraordinary performances. Then, in martial arts assessments, there are only two possibilities: normal performance or poor performance. Extraordinary performance does not exist. Strong is strong, weak is weak. After finishing announcing scores, it was time to distribute test papers and discuss the questions. Li Yuan listened attentively. I already spend less time on academic subjects. I must pay attention in class, Li Yuan thought clearly. To get into one of the top 5 prestigious schools, I need to strive for every single point. If I can score a few more on the academics, the hope will be greater. 1 point difference could determine the fate of thousands. It was no mere saying. Like Li Yuan this time. The 10 points added to his cultural subjects, which allowed his martial arts total score to exceed 900, played a critical role. Before you knew it, it was 10 o'clock, and there was a 15-minute break between classes. Teacher Chen first posted 3 score sheets next to the blackboard on the score column, then turned around and said, Li Yuan, Li Tianyu, Wang Zihan, the 3 of you come with me to the office. The rest of you, class dismissed. Immediately, the students in the class swarmed to the score column like a tide, starting to check their own rankings. Teacher Chen had only announced the scores just now, without revealing the complete rankings. The scores posted would indicate one's ranking in the grade, district, and city. Locked in. Top 10,000 in the city. Damn, 1 point off and more than 100 ranks difference in the city? That many contenders? Sigh, going to get a lecture from my parents again. Didn't perform well this time, only ranked 13th in the grade, didn't even break into the top 10. The students discussed among themselves, some jubilant and some in sorrow, but most of them were unsatisfied, calculating things like, if I could gain 5 more points in this subject, 10 more in another, my ranking would definitely. Li Yuan and Li Tianyu had followed teacher Chen to her office by now. Li Yuan was calm and collected, while the other two were on edge. "You two wait outside," teacher Chen instructed. "Li Yuan, come in with me." Entering the office, teacher Chen sat down to organize the papers, greeting the nearby teachers as if she had forgotten Li Yuan's presence for a moment. This was a common tactic used by experienced teachers to discipline students. First they leave the student hanging for a while, occasionally throw a cold glance, continue to ignore them, letting the student become more and more anxious. Eventually, without even needing the teacher to speak, students confess their wrongdoing in a burst. However, being called separately to the office after a major exam mostly happens for two reasons, either marked improvement or significant regression. Li Yuan believed he represented the former. Cough, cough, Li Yuan coughed, reaching for the water cup. "Teacher, the water's cold, let me add some hot water for you." Without waiting for teacher Chen's response, Li Yuan had already picked up the cup and went to the water dispenser. Li Yuan first poured out the cold water, then refilled it with both cold and hot water, gauging the appropriate temperature by feel. After adjusting the water, he twisted the cup lid loosely. Then, taking a paper towel, he wiped off the water droplets from the outside of the cup and returned to the desk, placing the cup gently on teacher Chen's left side. People typically hold the cup with their left hand and twist the cap with their right. "The water temperature's just right," Li Yuan smiled. "Why not have a drink first?" "You." Teacher Chen watched the whole process, shaking her head with a chuckle, but it was clear she was in a good mood. Teachers, in fact, all like students who are good at handling things and have a sweet mouth. "I called you here because there's something I need to discuss," teacher Chen said as he picked up a water cup, sipping on it while speaking. "You did well in the recent exam, ranking 6th in the grade, especially with your martial arts skills score. In previous years, this score alone could have competed for the city's top score in the individual subject." Li Yuan listened intently. "Unfortunately, this year a prodigy emerged from the Teachers College High School," said teacher Chen with a hint of regret. "That student achieved a perfect score in martial arts skills." "A perfect score in skills?" Li Yuan was somewhat surprised. The physical quality score is 500 points, with a full score requirement being a level 10.0 physical quality. For martial arts skills, worth 400 points, Li Yuan was not sure about the requirements, but he guessed they would involve 4th level skills. "What's the name?" Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. "Wu Dongdong," teacher Chen said. He also ranked first in the overall martial arts score of the city during this January's assessment, with a martial arts score of 900 points and an overall score of 1077 points. "Full scores in 2 categories? That's really impressive," Li Yuan exclaimed sincerely. Such a score was incredibly exaggerated, far more so than Lin Lanyu's scores. A martial arts score of 900 points suggests that the person has at least a 10.0 physical level and that their academic performance is also good. The Teachers College High School has always been the best high school in Zhong City, known nationwide. It's not surprising that they would produce such a martial arts prodigy. Actually, Li Yuan wasn't at all surprised that someone could far surpass him. After all, the highest pre-signing with the Martial Hall is an S-level contract, which indicates that there have definitely been people who've signed it before. Even after awakening his martial spirit, Li Yuan only qualified for an A-level contract. This world never lacks geniuses, which is something Li Yuan has understood since he was young. Forget about others. "You, in fact, have already done quite well," teacher Chen said. "After the January assessment, in early March, Zhongbei Martial Arts University has an observation invitation event. Our school has 10 slots. The top 10 students from the January assessment in terms of martial arts overall score can go. Are you willing to go?" Teacher Chen looked at Li Yuan. "An invitation from Zhongbei Martial Arts University?" Li Yuan was taken aback for a moment. "Yes, they invite the elite martial artist students from the whole city and even the province, nearly 1,000 in total, for a 5-day period," teacher Chen explained with a smile. "If a professor from the university takes interest in you and thinks you're suitable for cultivation, after the college entrance examination is over, they'll immediately invite you to the martial arts university, and you'll start special training over the summer. Martial arts cultivation is different from academic courses. At your age, 3 months is crucial. Utilized properly, it's enough to significantly improve your martial arts strength. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, starting from the age of 16 and accompanied by physical development and vigorous vitality, martial arts cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Teacher, my college entrance examination goal is Kunlun Martial Arts University, Li Yuan stated. The 5 renowned martial arts colleges in Sha country are named after Shaking, South Sea, Kunlun, East Sea, and Polestar. Kunlun Martial Arts University has the most enrollment allocations in Zhongbei Province every year and is the first choice for martial arts elites in Zhongbei Province. I know. If you can get into Kunlun Martial Arts University, it would certainly be the best choice for you. You have the potential to do it. But without an awakened spiritual nature, are you 100% sure? Teacher Chen questioned Li Yuan. Li Yuan fell silent. Your goal is to aim for Kunlun Martial Arts University, but Zhongbei Martial Arts University is your safety net. Going to visit and get a feel for it, and meeting the university's professors is not a bad thing for you. Teacher Chen put down his water cup, right? Li Yuan nodded, finding reason in Teacher Chen's words. Okay, then. I'll send you the application form and the detailed itinerary on WeChat. Fill it out and send me an electronic signature when you're done, Teacher Chen said. By the way, after this afternoon's school-wide mobilization meeting, the scholarship for ranking in the top 10 of your grade will be deposited into your account. Don't forget to check it. Yes, thank you, teacher, Li Yuan nodded. For a large-scale exam like this, being in the top 10 for total martial arts scores in the grade comes with a reward of 5,000 Blue Star coins and several bottles of blood chi potions as scholarship bonuses. Moreover, one would also obtain a private martial arts room, but Li Yuan already had one. Among the 3, the last one to enter the office was Li Tianyu, who was much more nervous than Li Yuan. Teacher, Li Tianyu approached the desk. Don't worry. I called you here not to criticize you but to tell you that you did well on the exam, Teacher Chen said with a smile. Do you remember what I told you last time, about applying for the 3rd-class scholarship? Li Tianyu's eyes lit up. With your scores from this exam, combined with your family's financial situation, you've been successful in your application, Teacher Chen said with a smile. I know you work very hard, but make sure to balance work and rest. Don't push yourself too much. The 20,000 coin scholarship will be transferred to your account today. Thank you, teacher, Tianyu said, quite moved, his eyes reddening slightly. All right, off you go. Keep this matter to yourself. You don't need to tell anyone else. Teacher Chen stood up, patted Li Tianyu's shoulder, and saw him out. Teacher Chen sat back down in his chair. His smile faded as he turned on his smart bracelet and stared absent-mindedly at the document labeled 3rd-class scholarship application review comments. Rejected. Sigh. Teacher Chen let out a soft sigh. After a moment of thought, he forwarded the document to Xu Bo. This scholarship application was something she and Xu Bo had worked on together for Li Tianyu. After lunch, Li Yuan returned to the 4011 martial arts room and entered the virtual network pod directly. Connection established. Personal space. Li Yuan stood in his vast personal space, checking the invitation from Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Dear Li Yuan. It's all nonsense, Li Yuan frowned, quickly skimming the first few pages. Suddenly, Li Yuan stopped sharply, fixed on the itinerary details. Day 4 itinerary. Combat assessment. Hunt Star Realm creatures. After pondering for a while, Li Yuan quickly filled in his information. Electronic signature. Click, accept invitation. I hope it doesn't disappoint me, Li Yuan murmured to himself, disengaging his consciousness from the virtual network. He exited the virtual reality pod. Li Yuan began today's martial path training, starting with the basic cultivation method and then practicing his spear technique. This had become Li Yuan's routine. It wasn't until 3:30 in the afternoon, after taking a hot shower in the restroom, that Li Yuan left the martial arts room. As Mr. Chen mentioned this morning, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be a school assembly for all teachers and students. Everyone was required to gather at the sports field on time, with no exceptions for tardiness. just as he closed the door of the martial arts room. Li Yuan. A rather happy voice came from not too far away. You're still in the martial arts room? Hurry up, I thought I was the only one left. Ji Yu Chang, you haven't left yet? Li Yuan said with a smile, spotting the handsome young man at the end of the hallway. Whether it's mealtime, bathroom breaks, heading to the sports field, or after school, students always liked to pair up. Boys were no exception. Approaching the end of the term, Li Yuan and Gu Chang'an had run into each other quite often. They had become quite familiar with each other, through frequent interactions. Li Yuan had long noticed that despite Gu Chang'an's seemingly impulsive nature, he was actually quite straightforward with no ill intentions. His face always gave away his thoughts. He made for a pretty good choice as a friend. It's Ji Yu Chang. Ji Yu Chang. Gu Chang'an hopped, protesting. That's what my sister calls me. If your sister can call you that, why can't I? Li Yuan walked closer with a smile. Come on, let's go downstairs. Of course my sister can call me that. Ji Yu Chang led the way down the stairs, glancing back at Li Yuan. You're not my brother-in-law, why should you call me Lil Chang? So what if I call you that? Li Yuan chuckled. You can't beat me anyway. This exam, in terms of bare martial path scores, I seem to remember you weren't as high as me. Gu Chang'an suddenly felt stuck. Indeed, he had seen the score report and knew about Li Yuan's terrifying score in the January assessment. Second in the grade, and far exceeding the third place. From a practical standpoint, whoever has a higher bare martial path score often has a greater advantage and a higher probability of winning in actual combat. TCH. Gu Chang'an suddenly raised his middle finger. So what if your bare score is higher than mine? I have extra points for spiritual nature, and my overall score is second in the grade while you're only. Seeing that Li Yuan didn't respond. Forget it. Gu Chang'an suddenly realized it was inappropriate to continue and waved his hand magnanimously. I forgive you for tricking me during the exam. From now on, remember to call me Ji Yu Chang. Little Chang is not for you to use. Got it, Ji Yu Chang'an. Li Yuan purposely elongated the sound. Oh my, you won't have any friends if you keep this up, Gu Chang'an glared. Li Yuan and Gu Chang'an, exchanging friendly greetings, all the way, walked into the sports field together. At that moment, there were only 2 minutes left until 4 o'clock. The majority of the classes from the whole school had already assembled in an orderly fashion. The lineups for Class 3 Year 1 and Class 3 Year 2 were right next to each other. Lanyue, the slightly plump girl Peng Qiqi nudged the hand of the girl next to her, Lin Lanyue. Look, why is your brother so close with Li Yuan? They're coming over so late together. Could it be that Li Yuan is trying to take a shortcut? Peng Qiqi winked. First he gets on good terms with your brother, then chases after you. Qiqi. Have you been reading too many romance novels? Lin Lanyue extended her hand, pinching her best friend's neck, causing Peng Qiqi to giggle. Many boys around couldn't help but glance over. In the martial arts class, there were quite a few who had a crush on Lin Lanyue. However, no one dared to confess. He. Peng Qiqi tried to block Lin Lanyue's hand while muttering softly. Then you tell me, why is he so close with Ji Yu Chang? Don't you know what kind of person Ji Yu Chang is? Lin Lanyue shook her head gently. If you could pin him down and beat him up repeatedly, he'd also be willing to be friends with you. Ji Yu Chang and Li Yuan had a sparring match? Peng Qiqi asked in surprise. Yeah, they both have individual martial arts rooms next to each other, Lin Lanyue nodded. They fought several times in virtual battles, and Ji Yu Chang lost every time. Peng Qiqi mused. Right, Li Yuan's bare martial path score this time was second, exceeding 900 points, not much lower than yours. He's 28 points lower, Lin Lanyue emphasized. She was actually very concerned about Li Yuan's score. In the morning, the homeroom teacher from her culture class informed her of the scores and rankings right away, and also told her about Li Yuan being the first in skill score in the Guan Mountain District and second in the entire city. At that time, Lin Lanyue was shocked by Li Yuan's incredible rate of progress. However, she naturally didn't want to admit it in front of her best friend. You remember his score quite well, huh? Peng Chichi giggled. By the way, you said before that only someone on the podium would be worthy of your affection. I think next time, Li Yuan's bear score might surpass yours. Lin Lanyue blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering. Let's wait until he surpasses me, then we'll talk. Even if his bear score surpasses mine, his total score is still lower. The ones who get on the podium are the ones with the highest total score, not the highest bear score, Lin Lanyue said indifferently. In her subconscious, she felt that Li Yuan had a chance of surpassing her bear score. You're just a sore loser, Peng Chichi laughed, suddenly sticking out her tongue. Here comes Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw was the homeroom teacher for Class 3 Year 1. Today, we are honored with the presence of the following leaders at our school. They're the director of the Guan Mountain District Martial Arts Bureau, Director Zhang, representatives from the Guan Mountain District Education Bureau. The Deputy Hall Master of the Starfire Martial Hall's Guan Mountain Branch, Hall Master Song of the Starry Sky Martial Hall's Guan Mountain Branch. The host teacher introduced the guests seated at the podium. There were more than a dozen in total. The Hall Master Zuo is here? Standing among the ranks, Li Yuan looked up at the woman on stage with her brown curly hair and face full of valor, slightly surprised. Logically, how could so many leaders be present at an internal school assembly for teachers and students? The representatives from both major martial halls had arrived. Brother Yuan, haven't you noticed? There seem to be quite a few reporters here today, Yan Zhou whispered, pointing to the long spears and short cannons on either side of the podium. Oh, Li Yuan nodded. He had arrived at the playground rather late and hadn't noticed until now. Respected leaders and teachers. Principal Tan Zhenlong had started his spirited speech. As Principal Tan read from the papers, his eyes swept over the thousands of students below, as if seeing a scene brimming with vitality and flourishing life. Time passed. As one leader after another spoke, the students below had started to yawn. Finally, the most important part of today's agenda began, the commendation ceremony. In this citywide January examination, our senior year students fought valiantly, achieving outstanding results again. Wan Qingling and 10 other students ranked in the top 10 for total academic scores. Lin Lanyue, Jiyu Chang'an, Li Yuan, and 10 other students ranked in the top 10 for total martial path scores. Please join me, all teachers and students, in congratulating them and hope everyone will learn from them, the presenting teacher said with passion. Scattered applause broke out from below. Most of the students had lost all interest and just wished to leave the assembly and return to their classrooms swiftly. This was especially true for the first and second year students, who mostly felt like they were merely cheap, NPC audiences, sending their friendly regards to the leaders in private. Down below. Lanyue, it's about time for you to go on stage, Peng Chichi whispered softly, good luck. The first in both academic and martial path scores, as per tradition, are to go on stage for special recognition and a photo with the school leaders. Lin Lanyue was quite indifferent. Events like this she had experienced many times over her high school years and was very familiar with the process. However, the teacher hosting on stage did not introduce the 2 top-ranked students of the year as Lin Lanyue and most senior students had expected. Instead, he handed the microphone back to Principal Tan Zhenlong, who had stepped forward. Today's assembly, Principal Tan Zhenlong said solemnly, apart from summarizing the January exams for the senior year and commending excellent students, there is also a very special commendation. A special commendation? These words immediately piqued the interest of many students. All students should be aware. Just a week ago, our Guan Mountain District had just suffered a serious attack by Star Realm creatures. Principal Tan's voice was low and somber. At this moment, the somewhat stale atmosphere was revitalized, and many students couldn't help but look up at Principal Tan, all curious. A special commendation connected to a Star Realm creature's attack? Even Lin Lanyue and Jiyu Chang'an were quite curious. However, when an entry-rank Star Realm creature charged towards the crowd. At such a critical moment, at such a crucial time, a 17-year-old high school student who happened to pass by, disregarding his own safety, picked up the crude weapon nearby and stood bravely between the Star Realm creature and the innocent crowd. Principal Tan recounted the fierce battle. that took place not so long ago with deep emotion and vivid detail. The thousands of students below were also quite engrossed in listening. It was much more interesting than the previous leaders' speeches. Wow! Fighting with an entry-rank Star Realm creature? Who is it? Peng Chichi was surprised and whispered, Lanyue, was it you? In reality, not only Peng Chichi but also many students from the elite class and other classes in the senior year looked towards Lin Lanyue. All the students realized, if Principal Tan was delivering this speech in such a manner, the student who battled the Star Realm creature must certainly belong to their school. In their eyes, perhaps only Lin Lanyue had a chance of barely contending with an entry-rank Star Realm creature. Besides Lin Lanyue, who else could it be? It wasn't me. Lin Lanyue shook her head, a trace of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Who then? Indeed, she had fought against Star Realm creatures before, but it had always been on controlled grounds against unranked Star Realm creatures. Initiating a battle with an entry-rank Star Realm creature? Lin Lanyue admitted to herself that she did not yet possess that courage or strength. In the end, after a strenuous and arduous battle, Principal Tan continued to speak. This 17-year-old student managed to kill the Star Realm creature, saving the lives of many innocent people. To commend this student for his bravery and outstanding contribution during the Star Realm creature attack. Zhong City's Martial Arts Hall, the Education Bureau, Starfire Martial Hall of Zhong City, Starry Sky Martial Hall of Zhong City, have jointly decided to award him the Young Hero Role Model title, declared Principal Tan, his passion burning and eyes shining bright. Now, let's invite Li Yuan, a student from the senior year, Class 3-2, to come up on stage and receive the honor of the role model title. Wow! Applause. Instantly, the entire playground erupted with a wave-like surge of clapping. First and second year students stretched their necks, full of anticipation, looking towards the direction of the podium, eager to see which senior was so impressive. Several classes close to the senior year, Class 3-2, were already staring wide-eyed at the young figure slowly stepping out from the class lineup. Dressed in white martial arts attire, the boy with a well-proportioned body and noble bearing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the young man walked calmly to the podium with a slight smile on his face, composed and collected. Lanyue. Li Yuan. He's actually gone up to the podium. Peng Chichi stared wide-eyed at the white-clad figure, somewhat mesmerized, then suddenly whispered, Do you really think Li Yuan isn't good? If you don't want him, don't fight with me for him, okay? We'll talk about that later. Lin Lanyue's gaze was fixed on the podium, unflinching. On the stage, a group of leaders took turns stepping forward to take photos with Li Yuan, shake hands, and offer a few words of encouragement in hushed tones. Most of it was just formalities. Li Yuan, you did well on the test, and killing that Star Realm creature really made our martial hall proud. When it was the turn of the left hall master, her face beamed like a flower as she looked at Li Yuan with eyes full of affection, as if she were looking at her own nephew. In interpersonal relationships, first impressions are extremely important. The left hall master had an excellent first impression of Li Yuan. Moreover, after reviewing Li Yuan's many records upon returning last time, she was convinced that his character and temperament were top-notch. In her heart, Li Yuan was a junior worthy of careful cultivation. Thank you, Hallmaster. Li Yuan also wore a full smile. Li Yuan was well aware that his being able to create such a stir and receive the Young Hero honor was firstly because he killed a Star Realm creature. However, it undoubtedly involved the behind-the-scenes operations of the Starfire Martial Hall. Otherwise, would everyone who made a contribution certainly receive a reward? Li Yuan, this is Song Yi, the Hall Master of the Starry Sky Martial Hall, said the left Hall Master with a beaming introduction. Technically speaking, she's your benefactor. Song Yi's expression changed slightly at those words, somewhat unpleasant, yet she couldn't show it. Greetings, Hall Master Song. Li Yuan pretended to be unaware of anything and replied earnestly. Of course, Li Yuan knew who she was. He had heard Teacher Shu mention her when he agreed to sign with the Starfire Martial Hall. She was Zhang Cheng's direct superior and most likely the decision-maker for his D-level contract. Yes, the young man is quite good, keep up the hard work, Hall Master Song managed to force a smile. When she learned that Li Yuan was the recipient of the Young Hero title, she didn't want to attend the event. Nevertheless, she had to represent the Starry Sky Martial Hall because Lu Wei requested her presence. Beneath the stage, a group of journalists took photographs. Killing an entry-rank Star Realm creature was actually a minor affair, but it was done by an underage high school student. This was a rare highlight in the Star Realm creature attack incident. It held significant propaganda value. Meanwhile, on the field, students, whether they were from the senior or freshman year, were mostly whispering to each other. Much of it was praise like, "So impressive, awesome, as this senior named Li Yuan," and "so handsome." If Li Yuan were only good at academics, he might not win the favor of most students. In fact, it could even breed envy. But to fight a life-and-death battle with a Star Realm creature? You see, in this era, the entire society highly revered martial artists who fought with Star Realm creatures, and students were no different. In the eyes of most students, Li Yuan's actions were more than 10 times more impressive than those who ranked first in exams. The passion for heroism is an aspiration of youth since ancient times. Lanyue, are you still looking at Li Yuan? Peng Qiqi waved her hand in front of Lin Lanyue and couldn't help but laugh. You're gazing so intently, could it be that you've really fallen for Li Yuan? It's not that I like him. Lin Lanyue's gaze shifted to her best friend, and she smiled wryly. I'm just reminded of some things and I'm feeling somewhat emotional. What things? Peng Qiqi was puzzled. Li Yuan's family is not well off, Lin Lanyue said. He hasn't experienced a spiritual awakening of the martial spirit, and even though his skill talent is extremely high, achieving his current success must have required a lot of effort. Peng Qiqi was stunned. She had completely forgotten about that aspect. Like you said, he looks handsome standing on the stage, Lin Lanyue continued, but when he took the initiative to fight the Star Realm creature, he must have only wanted to save people, not thinking about any rewards. Before that, he had probably never fought a Star Realm creature. To willingly confront one, Lin Lanyue seemed to recall something and murmured thoughtfully, requires a lot of courage. Lanyue, what are you trying to say? Do you like him or not? Peng Qiqi grew more confused as she listened. It has nothing to do with liking him or not, Lin Lanyue pinched her friend's round face, smiling, I admire him a lot. After the school assembly for all students and teachers concluded, the leaders departed, and the students from each class orderly returned to their martial arts classrooms. To resume classes. Li Yuan, on the other hand, followed Principal Tan Zhenlong to the principal's office. Upon entering, Teacher Shu, Director Li Yuan noticed 2 people already waiting there and greeted them. Director Li was the representative from the Education Bureau. Li Yuan, take a seat. Principal Tan greeted Director Li and the others first, then told Li Yuan to sit down. Li Yuan obediently sat on an armchair and looked toward the group. Being called over especially for this, the matter must be far from simple. Director Li, why don't you speak? Suggested Principal Tan with a smile. Well, all right, Director Li, dressed in a black work uniform with a square face, looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, the Education Bureau and the Martial Path Bureau have communicated about your case. We called you here to inform you of a few matters. First, Principal Tan and Teacher Shu, who specially applied for the special scholarship on your behalf, have gotten it approved. By tonight, before 6 o'clock, you will receive a reward of 500,000 Blue Star coins in your account. Director Li smiled. It is a national reward, and it will not be taxed. Special scholarship? Li Yuan was slightly surprised, a wave of excitement rising in his heart. 500,000 Blue Star coins. Immediately, Li Yuan subconsciously looked over at Teacher Shu Bo beside him. Li Yuan remembered, Teacher Shu had said that he had to reach the top 5 in his grade. Shu Bo nodded slightly, gesturing for Li Yuan to remain calm. Second, you've earned the title of Young Hero, which is a martial path title. According to the rules, you qualify for extra points and will receive a 20-point boost for the martial arts special portion during the college entrance exam. Director Li continued, but you cannot stack bonuses. If you awaken your martial spirit before the college entrance exam, you will have to choose one or the other. I understand, Li Yuan said, even more delighted. In the college entrance exams, there are many bonus items, such as spiritual awakening, hero titles, children of heroes and martyrs, and so on, but you cannot stack multiple bonuses. And Li Yuan was clear on that. Spiritual awakening? From the Divine Palace panel, it seemed difficult to resonate with the 7 high-rank cultivation methods, and Li Yuan hardly dared to hope. Therefore, that 20-point bonus became incredibly important. Third, in this month's Elemental Moon test, your score in martial arts skills was first in the district and second in the city. Considering your situation, the district has decided to grant you an additional reward of 100,000 Blue Star coins to support your martial path cultivation, Director Li said with a smile. Hope you won't find it too little. It's a lot, Li Yuan quickly responded. Thank you, Director. No need to thank me, Director Li replied with a smile. You should thank the nation. For a true martial arts genius, even without a martial spirit awakening, the country offers significant support and cultivation. Li Yuan nodded lightly. The more he practiced, the more he felt the advantages of high-rank cultivation methods, and if he could only continue practicing basic cultivation methods, becoming a level 19 martial artist would be exceedingly difficult. It required the consumption of vast resources. Hence, the country wasn't easy with its support. It always chose the best among the best. After sending off Director Li, Principal Tan and Teacher Shu returned to the office. Li Yuan, are you satisfied now? Shu Bo asked with a smile. I was already quite satisfied before, but now I owe Teacher Shu and the principal even more thanks, Li Yuan said gratefully. Suddenly, Li Yuan couldn't help but turn to Tan Zhenlong. Principal, didn't you say last time that I had to reach the top 5 in the martial path total score of my grade to have a chance to apply for the special scholarship? Top 5? Did I say that? Principal Tan was stunned. When did I set the bar so high? Didn't I say it was the top 10 that could strive for it? Now, it was Li Yuan's turn to be stunned. The principal only required the top 10? Li Yuan, the principal's memory isn't what it used to be. It's normal that he can't remember after so long, Shu Bo said repeatedly. After that, he grabbed Li Yuan's shoulder as if a large pincer had clamped down on him. It's late. The principal needs to rest, so let's not disturb him anymore. Whoosh! Shu Bo, with Li Yuan, flashed out several dozen meters in an instant without even closing the door. Top 10? Top 5? This Shu Bo, Tan Zhenlong had come to his senses. Shaking his head with a chuckle, set a high standard to achieve a middle outcome. But even then, it must be moderate. Isn't he afraid that setting the standard too high will make Li Yuan give up? The principal mused with a hint of emotion. Nevertheless, Li Yuan really is excellent. With the ability to add 20 points during the college entrance exam. Looks like, even without a martial spirit awakening, Li Yuan should be able to get into one of the top 5 prestigious schools, Principal Tan said, smiling. Credit for political achievements? At his age, he had no hopes of promotion. He simply wanted, in his last term, to cultivate more outstanding students. In the office building, within Shu Bo's martial arts room, there's going to be another reward from Starfire Martial Hall? Li Yuan looked at Teacher Shu with a hint of surprise. Yes. Shu Bo, robust as Tai Ta, smiled. With such an excellent performance this time, it's only natural that Starfire Martial Hall will give you some extra rewards. Signing a contract with the Martial Hall. The rewards stipulated there are set by the highest echelon of the Martial Hall, and no one can change that. If you perform mediocrely after signing, you just go through your contract normally. However, if you exceed expectations during that process, even if your contract level can't be elevated, the subordinate Martial Hall you belong to will also give additional rewards, Shu Bo explained to Li Yuan. If the performance is outstanding enough, the Martial Hall might even upgrade the contract level, Shu Bo continued. Li Yuan suddenly understood, knowing only about upgrading contracts, but was not very clear on the rest. Li Yuan tactfully didn't ask further about the top 5 or top 10 matters. He immediately understood that Teacher Shu wasn't trying to deceive him, but merely wanted to better motivate him. Oh, by the way. About the invitation from Zhongbei Martial Arts University, have you seen it? Shu Bo inquired. Teacher Chen mentioned it, and I agreed, Li Yuan said. You should definitely go, Shu Bo smiled. Teacher Chen isn't the head of the martial arts class and might not be aware, but I can tell you that this invitation isn't just organized by Zhongbei Martial Arts University alone. Oh, Li Yuan was puzzled. While it's at Zhongbei Martial Arts University, representatives from all 5 prestigious schools will be there to observe, Xu Bo said with a smile. People from the 5 prestigious schools are observing? Li Yuan was somewhat curious. Is Zhongbei Martial Arts University willing? Haha. Naturally they're not too keen on the idea, but they can't stop it. Xu Bo revealed a smile. After all, those 5 schools are much more powerful than it. Moreover, even if they could stop it, what would it matter? Do you think the top 500 martial artist students from the provincial exams would actively choose to enroll at Zhongbei Martial Arts University? Xu Bo asked. Li Yuan nodded slightly. That's right. To become a student in the martial arts class at Zhongbei Martial Arts University, the resources and cultivation efforts received could be comparable to those of ordinary students at the top 5 prestigious schools. But of the millions of students taking the exam province-wide, how many would believe they would be the bottom at one of those top 5 schools? Like Li Yuan himself, he also believed that despite not having a suitable high-rank cultivation method in the short term, as long as he could get into one of the top schools, he could rise step by step. Teacher, what primarily do the top 5 schools observe? Li Yuan asked curiously. Normally, isn't it based on the score? Not the same. Have you seen the specific itinerary? Xu Bo asked. Inside, there's a combat assessment. I've seen it, Li Yuan said. There are specialized skill exchanges, combat assessments, and other special tests, Xu Bo said. Do you understand the purpose of the country and even the entire 7-Star Alliance in training martial artists? To kill the enemy, to protect the nation, Li Yuan instinctively said. Right. Xu Bo nodded firmly. The purpose of training martial artists is practical combat, to nurture powerful warriors who can fight for human civilization. Thus, many things cannot be discerned by scores alone. They must be teased out through various events and actions. Take the simplest example. Some people have high talent and strong physical quality, but their mentality is flawed. They falter in life and death struggles, unable to display even a tenth of their strength during critical moments. Could they be a focus for key cultivation? Xu Bo said with a smile. High scores below ability? Li Yuan immediately understood. Then there are some who seem to have extreme talent, but are very selfish, considering only themselves in everything, Xu Bo said somberly. As if recalling something, if cultivated, they could potentially threaten human civilization for their own gain. For their own benefit, to the threat of human civilization? Li Yuan held his breath. Don't be shocked. Xu Bo shook his head. Looking back in history, were such things rare? Everyone has their own selfish desires, but there's a limit which must not be exceeded. Those who are extremely selfish, if detected by those above, will be approached with great caution regarding their cultivation. Li Yuan nodded gently. He very much agreed with this point of view. As for these tests and observations, I'm not worried about you. Xu Bo looked at Li Yuan. I consider myself quite accurate in judging people. Over time, Xu Bo's recognition and fondness for Li Yuan only grew stronger. Teacher, Li Yuan couldn't help but touch his head, a bit embarrassed. According to the information I've received, just from Zhong City alone, more than 300 people will attend. For the entire province, I estimate it will be over 1,000 people, Xu Bo continued. That many? Li Yuan was somewhat surprised. It was much larger in scale than what Teacher Chen had mentioned. Organizing an event for over 1,000 people, selecting individuals from all over the province, involves a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. The attention given by those above to this invitation event became apparent. The tentative time is in March, which is before your April adjustment exam, Xu Bo said. You have 3 months, enough time to further enhance your strength. Li Yuan listened attentively. What you need to do is focus on cultivating and strive to perform well during the event, aiming to secure an invitation to the special training offered by the top 5 schools, Xu Bo said earnestly. Special training invitation. Li Yuan recalled what Teacher Chen had mentioned. Martial artist students are different from academic students. Academic students go to university in September and are then slowly cultivated, Xu Bo said. But for martial artist students, from the moment they fill out their preferences, As soon as the universities send out their acceptance notices around late June, the state will start distributing various resources to aid in cultivation. Li Yuan nodded slightly. This was common knowledge. Why does Shah country only recruit a little over 200,000 martial artist students each year? Doesn't the nation want to train more? The reality is that the resource subsidies for each martial arts university student are an exorbitant figure. For academic university students, the state subsidizes tens of thousands of Blue Star coins per year. But for martial arts university students, it starts at 10 times that amount. Not just in Shah country, but across all 7 great planets, a vast majority of resources from human civilization are poured into the martial arts universities. Students at the top 5 schools start their schooling in early July, Xu Bo said, but normal initiation into cultivation and special training are different. The special training is for those recognized as elites and will receive many resources exclusive to the university, Xu Bo said. If you can be selected for special training from the beginning, your chances of becoming a second-rank prime warrior will greatly increase. Li Yuan held his breath and listened. Many things are subject to information asymmetry. This knowledge wouldn't be a secret for families of martial artists who graduated from the top 5 schools. Li Yuan? He certainly wasn't clear on this. After all, his uncle, Li Chongzhou, had only been an ordinary student at Zhongbei Martial Arts University. In the invitation event, those who perform excellently will be invited, Li Yuan pondered. Correct. Xu Bo said earnestly, in a sense, this is also your biggest opportunity. Biggest opportunity? Li Yuan was taken aback. The normal list for special training still considers scores, Xu Bo explained. For example, the top 50 in the provincial exams are a must for the special training list without exceptions. This is mandated by the national policy to prevent any personal manipulation. Li Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing that using scores as a criterion is the right approach. Not letting the decision be solely at the discretion of the schools. Only a well-established system can ensure long-term stability and peace. If you don't awaken your martial spirit, even with a bonus of 20 points, are you confident about breaking into the top 50 in the province? Xu Bo looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. No confidence. Indeed, no confidence. According to the experience of previous years, the overall scores of the top 50 in the province usually exceed 1,000 points. The number of independent places offered by the prestigious schools isn't that many, Xu Bo said. Therefore, you must cherish this opportunity and show off your strengths. For example, spiritual power, martial arts skills, actual combat. Strive to sign a special training contract in advance. Your newly acquired Young Hero title is also a boost. It will add quite a bit of luster to your profile, Xu Bo said with a smile. This morning, when Xu Bo learned that Li Yuan had received this honor, he was very surprised and delighted. It was also a fluke, Li Yuan said, touching his head again. A fluke? But you still need strength, Xu Bo shook his head. When the opportunity comes, only those who are well prepared can seize it. If it were other students, would they be able to seize it? Surviving without being killed by Star Realm creatures is already quite good, Xu Bo remarked with emotion. Li Yuan nodded slightly. After the invitation event ends, sign up with whichever school is willing to give you a special training spot. Don't just fixate on Kunlun Martial Arts University, Xu Bo said. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. He had long heard that many students who performed exceptionally well in the January and April assessments were fought over by the top 5 prestigious schools to sign a targeted contract for college entrance preferences. Thank you for the guidance, teacher, Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. If Xu Bo hadn't mentioned it, Li Yuan might not have paid much attention to this event, and he could have missed the opportunity. No need to thank me. Only those who break into the top 10 of their grade are eligible for this event, Xu Bo said with a smile. The opportunity was fought for by yourself. If you're going to thank anyone, thank the hardworking you of the past. I am merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a teacher. All right. It's past 5, go eat first to avoid having to queue up later, Xu Bo waved his hand. At night, in the Wanhua Platinum Mansion where his family lives. Mom, look quick. Brother is on TV. Li Qianqing tugged at Chen Hui's hand. eagerly pointing to the distant projection screen. I'm watching, Chen Wei said. Brother looks so cool. Li Mahua's eyes widened at the projection, which showed the day's award ceremony as reported by the Zhong City television station. The segment wasn't long, just over 20 seconds, but it was enough to explain the entire event. Brother, I want to be a young hero too someday. Brother, you're really cool. Li Muha looked up at Li Yuan with admiration. Li Yuan was about to speak. Smack, a slap landed on Li Mahua's buttocks. You want to be what kind of hero? Do you have the strength your brother has? Chen Wei scolded with a frown. Just take care of yourself, understand? If you want to be a hero, talk about it after you become a martial artist. Smack, another slap landed on Li Muhua's buttocks. Mom, that's enough, I got it. Take care of myself, immediately distance myself and report to authorities in case of danger. Don't join in on the chaos, don't go to crowded places, stay away from the riverbank and the lake. Li Muha chuckled as he jumped up, reciting the Li family maxims. Li Yuan and Li Qianqin couldn't help but laugh as well. And you? Xiao Yuan, such a big event, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Wei looked at Li Yuan with full concern. If your teacher hadn't sent me a message, I would have had no idea. Auntie, didn't I come out all right? Li Yuan said repeatedly. I thought there was no need to worry you if I was fine, so I didn't mention it. I'll definitely be more careful next time. You're thinking there will be a next time? How would I explain it to your uncle if something happened to you? Chen Wei unleashed her words like a machine gun. You were lucky this time. The Star Realm creature you encountered wasn't strong. Can you guarantee next time that? Li Yuan smiled and comforted his aunt. He knew his aunt meant well, worried for his safety. Late at night, the house was quiet, and Li Yuan had entered the virtual network. Inside the Starfire space, Li Yuan glanced at the two screens before him, one for his bank account, the other for points. Bank balance. 1,885,340 Blue Star Coins Marshall Hall points. 1,714,280. Marshall Hall Cultivation points. 700,000. The Marshall Hall actually rewarded me with 200,000 Blue Star Coins this time. Li Yuan looked at his bank account balance. He had received 3 transfers that day. He then checked the message from the left hall master. This solves the pressing needs, Li Yuan thought to himself. The next few months are for vigorous cultivation. Before the invitation event, increase my strength as much as possible. At the school commendation assembly, Li Yuan received the title of Teenage Hero. Not only did he become a sensation throughout the school, completely overshadowing Lin Lanyue in terms of popularity, but many younger students began to see him as their idol. His newfound fame even spread online, thanks to various news media reports. Of course, it was limited to the range of Zhong City. January 8th, a little past 10 in the morning. It was break time in the senior year, 2, class cultural classroom. Brother Yuan, you've really become famous this time, Zhou Qi said excitedly as he flipped through, shouting, look, your social media account has been dug up, and the number of fans has increased by more than 1,000. This prompted many students to curiously look towards Zhou Qi's light screen. Most of those following are just watching the excitement, mainly from our school. With so many news stories these days, the hype will die down in 2 days. Li Yuan shook his head and chuckled, are you taking this seriously? When I leave the school, even the owner of the noodle shop at the gate probably won't recognize me, Li Yuan said with a laugh. That's true, Zhou Qi said with a laugh, scratching his head and shutting off his smart ring watch. Brother Yuan, did you see the reports on the Rob C? Yan Zhou asked from the back row. I remember you mentioned your uncle went there for work. I saw it. Li Yuan's smile faded considerably. The fight was very fierce this time, and it seems it still hasn't been completely quelled up till now. 10 days ago. That was 2 days after Zhong City was attacked by Star Realm creatures, before the January exams, and the Rob C. in the second-level Star Realm had erupted into an unprecedentedly fierce battle. It has been a headline in Sha country and even throughout Blue Star ever since. Li Yuan had been paying close attention, almost sending messages daily to his uncle, Li Chongzhou. Li Chongzhou would occasionally reply with a message telling him not to worry, I saw in the news yesterday that from September until now, nearly 10,000 people have died in this war, Li Tianyu said, shaking his head with a sigh. The casualties are truly terrible. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the classroom became somewhat oppressive. In this age of advanced networks, as seniors about to face college entrance exams, they would follow various national news stories and reflect on their future choices. Moreover, students of this era are well aware that their own fates are closely linked to the fate of the entire nation and human civilization. Don't worry about it, Li Yuan suddenly said with a smile. There have been so many wars before, and we always held our ground. It will definitely be the same this time. The class is starting. The class is starting. The class bell rang, and many students returned to their seats, ceasing their discussions. Rob C. Li Yuan sat at his desk, his gaze drifting out the window, his mind wandering. Northern Border Province, almost 10,000 kilometers away from Zhongbei Province. All is peaceful in Zhong City, while on the front lines of the Rob C, war rages on. Life for Li Yuan settled back into its usual rhythm, following the same routine every day. School, home, the Guan Mountain branch of the Starfire Martial Hall. Apart from morning academic studies, he meticulously practiced basic cultivation methods and spear technique. Depending on his physical condition, he continued to purchase and consume basic qi and blood potions and origin power essence pills. Day after day was a repetitive grind, exceedingly mundane. The money in his bank account and the points in his martial hall account were rapidly depleting like rushing water. Li Yuan's strength was steadily improving step by step. Such is the nature of martial arts cultivation, or rather, the nature of reaching the pinnacle in any field. The moment of glory in front of others may require a decade of hard work and sweat in accumulation. There are no shortcuts. Before you knew it, it was February 10, 2043. This was Xia country's most important traditional festival, Spring Festival, celebrated grandly not just throughout the country but across the globe. Even as seniors, the school had a 10-day holiday. At home in Wanhua Platinum Mansion. Come, let's toast to the new year, Aunt Shen Wei said as she sat at the head of the table, with a seat next to her empty, but with the light screen projection from the smart ring watch on the table. Shen Wei looked towards the projection of the man. Changzhou, Happy New Year. Wife, Happy New Year, Li Changzhou said, smiling as he raised his water cup in the video. His face had darkened a lot. Xiao Yuan, Qianqin, Muha, Happy New Year to all. Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year, Li Yuan also said with a smile as he raised his glass. Dad, Mom, Brother, Happy New Year. Even though Li Changzhou was thousands of miles away, he still joined his family for the Spring Festival through video projection. The family was full of joy and laughter. After dinner, Li Qianqin and Li Muha were cleaning up. Li Yuan went to his room. There was still some time before the Spring Festival gala, and he wanted to seize the moment for more cultivation. On the couch, Shen Wei sat there. Changzhou. Shen Wei held her smart ring watch, looking at her husband in the light screen projection, slightly worried. How long before you can come back? Didn't you say you would come back in January? It will probably take another 2 months, Li Changzhou said. You know, the last 2 months have been very tense. The teams prepared to replace us are now at the Rob C. They are working alongside us day and night. Seems we'll have to wait for the next batch of people to come for the replacement, Li Changzhou said. All right then, Shen Wei nodded reluctantly. Take care of your safety. Don't worry. Since the big battle half a month ago, the military and the martial hall martial artists have been counter-attacking into the Star Realm. After such a prolonged tug of war, we should be close to victory, Li Changzhou said with a smile. Last month was indeed dangerous, but we've been advancing this month. Where I'm working now is on the edge of the Star Realm, but it's actually part of a large fortress behind the lines, so it's not very dangerous. Yeah, Shen Wei nodded. If it weren't for the knowledge that her husband was relatively safer compared to last month, her worries would only be greater. Try not to give them too many details, Li Changzhou whispered. Especially little Yuan. The college entrance examination is getting closer. I understand, Shen Wei nodded. Regarding Uncle Li Changzhou's situation, Li Yuan indeed didn't know much. It wasn't that he didn't care, but Li Changzhou rarely spoke of the true situation. Li Yuan had always mistakenly believed that his uncle's workplace was some distance away from the Star Realm. After the Spring Festival, life for a senior in high school became even more tense. In every class, whether it was the culture classroom or the martial arts classroom, 100-day countdown signs were hung up. The college entrance examination was increasingly near. Yet Li Yuan's heart became more tranquil. He had always been fully dedicated to his cultivation, whether it was physical cultivation or spear technique, or even his academic studies. He never slacked off. The college entrance exam is just one result. Whether the result is good or bad does not depend on whether the test is taken seriously during those 3 days, Li Yuan thought to himself, but on whether every day and night of the past 3 years, 6 years, or even 12 years has been filled with sufficient effort. With enough accumulation, success will naturally follow. If there's not enough accumulation and the scores aren't high enough, anxious, worry is futile. Li Yuan's heart instead became purer. Brother Yuan, my physical quality has reached 4.8 levels, Zhou Qi said excitedly after yet another class test. High-rank cultivation methods are really insane. Impressive. But you can't slack off. You didn't have high physical quality before, and now that you've awakened a high-rank cultivation method, you need to strive to catch up. Li Yuan smiled. Try to improve more before the college exams. My goal is to reach 5.2 levels before the exams, to meet our class average, Zhou Qi stated confidently. This is the terrifying aspect of high-rank cultivation methods. Absorbing origin power from the universe is like eating various supplements every day. Zhou Qi's physical quality, which was initially at the bottom of the class, had improved to nearly middle rank within just over 2 months. Given another year to Zhou Qi, his physical quality level could entirely rise to the top 10 of the class. March 8, 2043, inside School 4011's martial arts room. Li Yuan. After half a year of cultivation, your spear technique, movement technique, and fist technique have all reached the 3rd stage perfection, without substantial defects anymore, Xu Bo, who resembled an iron tower, said. Starting next week, you don't need to come to me for guidance anymore. Don't need to come anymore? Li Yuan was slightly stunned. I've told you everything I need to. Xu Bo looked toward Li Yuan, smiling. From now on, how to break through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, you'll have to find the way yourself. I have but one last piece of advice for you. First the body, then the heart. Reach mastery through the object. Only by integrating inward and outward can there be unity, Xu Bo said earnestly. First the body, then the heart. Reach mastery through the object? I have taken note. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance during this time. Li Yuan took note and respectfully performed a deep bow. If the relationship between Li Yuan and Xu Bo was just that of a common teacher-student relationship back in October of last year, then, after such a long period of time, with Xu Bo's repeated earnest guidance and generous sharing, their affection had surpassed the ordinary scope of a school teacher-student relationship, starting to approach that of a master and a closed-door disciple in ancient martial arts. The master is both teacher and father, although not quite there yet. Similar emotions had arisen. Haha, it's already very late, you should head home early, Xu Bo said with a laugh as he helped Li Yuan up. Having spent a long time together, he had grown increasingly fond of Li Yuan. In the few years at Guan Mountain District's No. 1 high school, he had taught nearly 1,000 students. But the ones who could reach the level of emotional connection he had with Li Yuan were few and far between. Late at night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Li Yuan, who endured 2 hours of inhuman torture, woke up from within the mind-spirit divine palace. Your spiritual power has increased from 14.9 to 15.0 levels. Li Yuan glanced at a reminder from the divine palace panel a few minutes ago. Day after day of arduous cultivation, enduring the torment of the blazing great sun. My spiritual power has finally broken through to the 15.0 levels. Li Yuan took a deep breath, feeling quite joyful in his heart. For a martial artist level, 10 and 15 are thresholds. In Li Yuan's subconscious, spiritual power at 15 levels must also be a threshold. Only a week left before the invitation from Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Li Yuan's gaze subconsciously swept over his divine palace panel. Life level. 8.8, Entry Rank, Physical Quality Index. 91, a comprehensive measurement of explosive power, endurance, speed, physique, spiritual power, and many other aspects. Fist strength. 988 kg speed, 19.6 meters per second spiritual power, 15.0 levels. Spiritual awakening level. 0.6%, current ceiling of 20%. Physical body cultivation method, solid rock cultivation method, spiritual cultivation method, observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Skill realm. Spear technique, 3rd stage 99%, movement technique, 3rd stage 99%, fist technique, 3rd stage 99%. Note: when the spiritual awakening level reaches 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%, and 125%, gradual spiritual guidance will be received. Let's try again today, to see if I can pass the promotion match for the Fallen Star rank, Li Yuan thought to himself, as he got up and entered the virtual network pod. Consciousness connected. Upon entering the virtual network, Li Yuan chose to go straight to his personal space in the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Master, you have finally descended. Exclusive assistant Xiao Yu, at your service, the girl in white cheerfully said. Li Yuan smiled and went straight to the point. Display individual combat records for the ranking matches. Swoosh, a holographic screen formed. Ranking matches, Gold Stage. Points. 990, 1000 points needed to participate in the promotion matches. Win rate in the stage matches, 88%, 990 points. I hope I don't face anyone from the Fallen Star stage. It would be best to get 10 points in one go, Li Yuan thought to himself. Otherwise, I'll have to waste a bit more time. 2 months ago, Li Yuan's spear technique had improved to 99% of the 3rd stage. A week ago, his movement technique also smoothly advanced to 99% of the 3rd stage. Ever since his spear technique reached 99% at the 3rd stage, Li Yuan had already been among the elite in the gold stage rankings on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. He often went 10 ranking matches without a single loss, which sent his win rate soaring from just over 50%. A week ago, his movement technique reached 99% of the 3rd stage. On the day of the ranking matches, Li Yuan achieved a horrifying streak of 56 consecutive wins, which pretty much affirmed his status as undefeated in the gold stage. Then, Li Yuan was sanctioned by the matchmaking system. 3 matches in a row, in each one, Li Yuan was paired with a master from the Fallen Star stage. Except for one match where he barely managed to fend off more than a dozen moves, the remaining 2 were straight losses, not even close to the same level. Let's start. Li Yuan's hand reached out to click, setting up his weaponry configuration. Beep. Match successful. You are about to enter the ranking match. Your opponent is at the gold stage, 996 points. Please prepare for combat, the system warned. Entering the combat space in 10, 9. 996 points? Could this also be a master? Is my luck really that bad? Li Yuan muttered to himself. A flash of light. Li Yuan appeared out of thin air in the center of a huge arena, with not a single spectator around. On the distant stage, a middle-aged man also appeared, holding a spear in his right hand and a shield in his left. Spear shield? Li Yuan gripped his long spear tightly. There were many martial artists who used a weapon combination like the knife shield or spear shield. The spear, also a long weapon, tended to be shorter than a spear used alone, since it was meant to be wielded with one hand, and thus, wasn't as agile. With a shield, survivability greatly increased, as did the margin for error in life-threatening fights. However, those with shield weapon combinations invariably had one weakness: they weren't agile enough. Li Yuan didn't fancy using a shield. With his long spear, he believed he could lay waste to everything in his path. Boy, once I kill you, I can participate in the promotion match, the middle-aged man declared with a laugh. I've already had 10 consecutive victories today. 10 consecutive victories? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded, saying with confidence, you won't be a match for me. You might as well just surrender now to avoid being killed and taking a mental blow. In the stage matches, it was permitted to surrender proactively, The advantage was that one's mind wouldn't take damage, but the downside was that the point deduction would be more severe. Uncle, I know why you matched with me. Li Yuan suddenly cracked a smile. Why? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Because the system sent me to sanction you. Li Yuan laughed loudly. His figure suddenly moved, shooting out like a swimming dragon. Strength, speed, both fully unleashed. This fast? Does he have a physical quality of 8.0? The middle-aged man was instantly shocked, realizing that this seemingly young opponent was not to be trifled with. In the virtual network, one could freely alter their face and outfit. However, to prevent fraudulent activities, each person's identity information was bound, and they were not allowed to change their gender, and changes to their appearance could not exceed a 5-year age difference. Boom! The middle-aged man moved as well, instantly springing into action. Having made it to over 900 points in the gold stage, his skills were not inferior. Huff! The middle-aged man used his shield to block, changing his steps and angling his body, trying to deflect Li Yuan's thrusting spear to the side. Bang! The spear made contact with the shield. Blocked it. The middle-aged man had just revealed a brief smile when a look of shock appeared on his face. Rip! The big spear that should have made a powerful impact against the shield seemed to carry little force and stuck to it instead. Then, the spear tip retracted, scraping along the shield, and let out a piercing noise. The next instant. Boom! The long spear that had retracted half a meter in a flash, lunged forward again like lightning, aiming a straight thrust. It already bypassed the middle-aged man's shield. Such a lightning-fast spear technique was too quick for the middle-aged man, who felt a sense of dread. At that moment between life and death, "I'll stab too." The middle-aged man's long spear suddenly left his hand, propelling directly toward his target. With this strike, if Li Yuan were to thrust straight at the middle-aged man, he would certainly be pierced through the chest and killed, resulting in a likely tie. Clang! Li Yuan, without any hesitation, retracted his spear and stepped back, channeling his vigor throughout his body, unleashing a terrifying force that knocked the flying spear away. Buzz! As the spear flew off, it heavily struck into the ground outside the arena. And on the stage. Bang! After deflecting the spear, Li Yuan spun his long spear and executed, steady as Mount Tai, bringing it down fiercely on the middle-aged man. Boom! The middle-aged man defended with his shield, feeling a terrifying force bearing down on him, involuntarily stepping backward. Go! Li Yuan retracted his spear, stepped back to unload the force, then changed his footing and launched a central-level thrust at his opponent, the spear striking like lightning. Clang! Bang! Boom! The sounds of consecutive impacts echoed. The middle-aged man, holding the shield with one hand, became even more agile, successively blocking Li Yuan's spear attacks. After all, he was also a skilled practitioner with over 900 points in the gold stage. Whether it was his movement technique or shield technique, both were of third-stage high-rank level. But, strong as he was, Li Yuan was stronger. Whether it was physical control or mental acuity, or even his movement technique and weapon handling, Li Yuan had achieved the third stage to perfection. Peeved, on the 19th spear thrust, Li Yuan finally seized his chance, blasting the shield aside and piercing directly through the middle-aged man's throat. Blood splattered. I lost. So brutal. Where does this martial path genius hail from? These were the middle-aged man's last thoughts. His body instantly vanished from the spot. Not bad shield work. But the coordination with the spear isn't quite there, and the control over the body is lacking. Li Yuan mused silently, instinctively critiquing his opponent, unable to unleash the full strength of the body. Li Yuan had defeated hundreds of such opponents in the past month or two. At this moment, Li Yuan received a system notification. Congratulations, Guardian Yuan. Points plus 10. Your stage points have reached 1000, and cannot increase further. Would you like to participate in the advancement test? The system asked again. Friendly reminder, the cooldown for the advancement test is 1 week. If you fail, you will lose 50 points. If successful, you will permanently advance to the Fallen Star stage. The rules were always reminded once. Participate in the advancement test. Li Yuan made his choice. Buzz! his figure instantly disappeared from the arena. This was a small sea island, shaded by green trees, with tumultuous waves in the distance. This is the 5th time. I wonder, now that I have perfected 3rd stage movement technique, do I have a chance of passing this time? Dressed in light armor and holding a long spear, Li Yuan appeared on the island, scanning his surroundings. This was his 5th visit. Swiftly, swish, 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 sounds came from the distant jungle, as 12 humanoid creatures quickly emerged. They varied in height, the tallest over 1.80 meters, the shortest around 1.70 meters, all with 4 arms, their skin a bluish tint, their hands and feet tipped with sharp talon-like claws, and their backs adorned with fin-like tails. Fish Spirit Clan, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Indeed. The Starry Skies Fighting Network's advancement tests were not matchups against other martial artists, but battles against Star Realm creatures set by the system. For each stage advancement, there were various Star Realm creatures to choose from. Every time Li Yuan came here, he chose the Fish Spirit Clan. Roar, howl, wah. Upon seeing Li Yuan, all 12 Fish Spirit Clan's eyes turned blood red, their bodies surged with energy as they swung their blade-like arms and charged toward Li Yuan. As if they had encountered their mortal enemies. Every visit, it feels so real, this virtual network setting, they've even maxed out these simulated creatures' sense of hatred, Li Yuan thought to himself. Amidst these thoughts, Li Yuan met them head-on with a lightning-fast spear, his form shifting as he thrust toward the tallest Fish Spirit Clan member. The long spear trailed after images, thrusting straight at the adversary's throat. Clang! The Fish Spirit Clan member reacted swiftly, slashing at Li Yuan's spear with its clawed arm, making contact. Clang! Clang! With variable spear techniques, Li Yuan was incredibly fluid, clashing 3 times with the creature's claws and taking advantage of the gap between its 4 arms to thrust straight into its chest like lightning. Spurt! Blood spurted out as Li Yuan's spear pierced through the chest of the Fish Spirit Clan member, causing its body to stagger immediately. Yet, Li Yuan did not follow through to kill it at once. Instead, he swiftly withdrew his spear, his weapon swinging like a heavy stick, sweeping to the right to block a vicious swipe of a claw. There were 12 of them, after all. Clang! Clang! Li Yuan's long spear kept changing, blocking the 3 claw strikes in succession. Then, with a sudden roll, his figure was incredibly agile, once again avoiding the combined attack of 2 claws. It was extremely dangerous. Peeved, as he sprang up from the roll, Li Yuan casually thrust back, the spearhead piercing the eye socket of a Fish Spirit Clan member who couldn't dodge in time. As he withdrew as soon as he struck, the spear tip had already churned through the brain. Bang! The creature fell over. Kill count +1. The system notification sounded. Compared with his previous 4 attempts at the promotion battles, there had been no essential progress in Li Yuan's spear technique. The greatest improvement was his movement technique, which allowed him to face the siege of these Fish Spirit Clan members with more composure. Too clumsy, Li Yuan thought to himself. In terms of physical quality, these Fish Spirit Clan members should all be at least 8th level or even close to 9th level, much stronger than me. But their skills are estimated to be at the peak of the 2nd stage. If it were one-on-one, Li Yuan could kill a Fish Spirit Clan member at first contact. But there were too many of them. Even ants can overwhelm an elephant, let alone these Fish Spirit Clan members whose claw swipes carry the force of over 1,000 kilograms. Roar, howl. The Fish Spirit Clan warriors roared, seemingly more furious as they saw their comrades being killed, their bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Yuan, seeking to kill him. Puff! PFFHT. While evading and blocking, Li Yuan would occasionally burst out with his spear. Most of the time, Li Yuan was on the defensive, but whenever he found an opportunity to strike with his spear, the Fish Spirit Clan would be either dead or injured. They may seem numerous, but due to spatial constraints, at most 3 or 4 can attack me at a time. Li Yuan kept counter-attacking by using their force. Time ticked away. Kill count +1, kill count +1, the system kept reminding. In less than a minute, 6 Fish Spirit Clan members lay in a pool of blood, and the pressure on Li Yuan was steadily decreasing. Suddenly, wah, One of the fish spirit clan members suddenly let out a strange cry, its forearms waving wildly, its claws like knives, grazing the endpoint of Li Yuan's long spear. Bang! The spear shaft was forced to move in a different way, exceeding what Li Yuan had anticipated. His arms went numb from the shock, and his dodging body involuntarily slowed down by half a beat. Being half a beat slow in a life or death fight means the difference between life and death. Hoof! Swoosh! A series of emerald figures leapt toward Li Yuan, giving him no space to break out of the encirclement. No fewer than 6 claw strikes, sharp as blades, were swooping in from all directions simultaneously. Clang! Clang! Thump! Li Yuan wielded the spear, swinging it twice to block 2 claw strikes, only to feel a terrifying force hitting his back. It was as if he had taken a brutal chop. Li Yuan's entire body went numb, blood churning inside him. Peefed! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Huff! Li Yuan steadied his stance, desperately mobilized the vigor throughout his body, and surged forward with the flow of the claw attack to avoid the claw that was swooshing in right after. However, more claws were coming down, exactly when Li Yuan's old strength had faded and new strength hadn't yet formed. This is bad. Li Yuan's scalp tingled. He felt a sense of mortal danger. In his previous 4 attempts at the promotion battles, the first 2 times he was beaten to death as soon as he arrived. The 3rd time he killed 3 members of the Fish Spirit clan. The 4th time he killed 5 members of the Fish Spirit clan. He had thought that with his improvement in mobility, he had a chance to break through, but Li Yuan realized he had still underestimated the difficulty of the Fallen Star promotion battle. After killing 6 Fish Spirit clan members, the remaining 6 seemed to enter a berserk mode, displaying even more exaggerated speed and strength. Kill! I need to be faster. Even faster. Li Yuan's eyes were faintly red as he let go of all restraints, knowing he was unlikely to escape and exerting all his strength to execute his spear technique. In that instant, Li Yuan felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. It was as if it was the natural burst of instinct in the face of death. All the vigor in his body seemed to be activated, with spirit, will, and body simultaneously exploding to their limits, reaching a mysteriously harmonious realm. Huff! At that moment, Li Yuan felt as though he had broken through some kind of limit in his control of his body, breaking free of shackles. The transfer of power throughout his body became wonderfully fluid, a sensation Li Yuan had never experienced before. Boom! Li Yuan's spear suddenly increased in speed, carrying a much greater force with it. In an instant, the spear tip traced a semicircle through the air. Puff! Puff! A sweep of the spear cleared away 1 claw, and the spear tip directly grazed the throats of 2 Fish Spirit clan members, blood splashing. Kill count +1. Kill count +1 inch. 2 consecutive system notifications flashed by. Boom! Bang! Several other attacks from the Fish Spirit clan finally arrived, their sharp claws viciously slashing at Li Yuan's body. One claw, in particular, was exceedingly precise, whooshing through the air and ferociously aiming for Li Yuan's neck. With a splurge, Li Yuan felt the world spinning around him. Agonizing pain transmitted to his consciousness and he instantly vanished from where he was. Fallen Star Advancement Match, 5th challenge failed. Kill count, 8. Inside his personal space on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. What just happened? Li Yuan stood dumbfounded on the spot, not the least bit disheartened by his failure in the Fallen Star Advancement Match. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. That last burst with my spear? Li Yuan reminisced about that spear thrust. In the moment between life and death, under that unprecedented oppression, all Li Yuan wanted was to be faster, even faster. There was no deliberate move execution, only a desperate bite off a chunk of the opponent even in death, frenzy. In this state of madness, Li Yuan channeled his vigor throughout his body, achieving a truly perfect, complete state. Because of this, he was able to turn the tides in his bleakest moment and strike down 2 members of the Fish Spirit clan. The transmission of vigor was flawless, without the slightest obstruction, thought Li Yuan. His gaze swept across the Divine Palace panel in his field of view, looking at the section regarding his skill realm. Skill realm. Spear technique, 3rd stage 99%, movement technique, 3rd stage 99%, fist technique, 4th level 0%. The realm, it really broke through, he said. Fist technique, it has stepped into the 4th level. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Fist technique is a fusion of body and mind, a focus on the control of one's physique. It was bound to be the first skill to break through. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan finally couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. My fist technique has been at 3rd stage 99% for 3 or 4 months. My spear technique reached 3rd stage 99% 2 months ago. In these past few months, I have been training my spear technique like a madman, said Li Yuan, with a glint in his eyes. But I've been unable to break through, struggling to get a grip on it. Just last night, my teacher told me to try and figure it out on my own, saying I might break through at any time. I didn't expect it. So soon, just a single advancement match, and I've already broken through? Li Yuan felt incredibly satisfied. Failure in the advancement match, a breakthrough in martial arts skills. Li Yuan knew that it wasn't a breakthrough amidst life and death, since it was all virtual combat, and deep down, he knew there was no real danger of death. Being able to break through was more due to the countless previous spear and fist practices, the accumulation of experience, comprehension, and a little bit of luck. From this breakthrough, he stepped into a completely new realm. Master. Congratulations, Master, you've broken into the top 1000 of the Blue Star Junior rankings, the maiden beside him giggled. Your current ranking is 996. 996? Li Yuan was taken aback. His eyes had just scanned a system notification. Guardian Yuan, you killed 8 guardians in the advancement match. Your ranking on the Blue Star Junior rankings has risen from 1132 to 996, globally, 243, in the Sha Country District, and 9, in the Zhongbei region. Li Yuan, previously too excited, had focused solely on himself and missed this message. 996? Li Yuan murmured to himself. That uncle I met earlier also had 996 points. Could it be, I have a special connection with 996 today? But I clearly ended up with 007. After joking about himself, Li Yuan ceased paying attention to the ranking. 996th place? This ranking on the Blue Star Junior rankings is based on stage points and performance in the advancement matches. His previous 4 attempts at advancement matches each caused his ranking to soar. This time, he had successfully entered the global top 1000. This was already an astonishing ranking. After all, Li Yuan's gaze passed over a data display regarding the Blue Star Junior rankings. The listed number for the 2042-2043 period was 36,874 individuals. In the span of half a year, the Blue Star Junior rankings had skyrocketed from just over 4,000 people when Li Yuan first joined the list to over 30,000. Li Yuan couldn't see the specific list, but he could see the totals. This was to ensure every martial path prodigy on the list had a general understanding of their own position, to prevent undue arrogance. If I could have another go at the advancement match, I should be able to pass the Fallen Star stage match, Li Yuan thought to himself. Too bad there's no chance left. Failure in an advancement match meant a cooldown period of 7 days. Xiao Yu, on the Blue Star Junior rankings, how many have reached the Fallen Star stage now? Li Yuan casually asked. As of today, there are 164, the girl in blue, Xiao Yu, answered. The names cannot be disclosed. 164th place? That's 6 more than last week, Li Yuan nodded slightly. Li Yuan had to admit, his martial arts skills had indeed improved quickly. But when looking at the number of martial arts geniuses globally, there were still a lot of them. Xiao Yu, is there any extra reward for reaching the top 1000 worldwide? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Nope, the girl answered. However, according to Master's age, as long as you reach the Fallen Star stage before turning 18, you can get a reward of 500,000 Blue Star coins. Li Yuan nodded slightly, but his goal was not the 500,000 Blue Star coins rewarded by the Starry Skies Fighting Network. The most important thing was the A-level contract with the Martial Hall. To upgrade from a B-level contract to an A-level, one of the 3 criteria is to reach 300 points in the Fallen Star stage of the Starry Skies Fighting Network before the age of 18, Li Yuan thought to himself, looking forward to it. Once the contract was upgraded, the many resources granted by the Martial Hall would soar significantly. The total value was at least tens of millions of Blue Star coins. Phew! Li Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he exited the virtual network. It was a little past 3 in the morning. Like in the past, Li Yuan arrived at school early. In the martial arts room 4011, the lights were fully turned on, and the recording and skills analysis functions were all activated as well. Li Yuan stood at the center of the martial arts room, beginning to practice the solid rock fist technique. He stood there like an immovable boulder, and as he moved dynamically, his fists and palms alternated. Boom! Every now and then, the martial arts room would resound with explosive sounds caused by the movement of air. Solid rock foundation initiation, steady as a pillar, hidden dragon in the gorge, millstone push, stone bears all life, rock anchors the universe. These were moves of the fist technique that Li Yuan had practiced thousands of times before. Performing them today, however, he felt a completely different sensation. Rustle. Li Yuan's heart was utterly tranquil. In the midst of practicing the fist technique, he quietly felt the flow of blood in his body like a rushing river, sensed the powerful beating of his heart, and even more so the layered transfer of muscle strength and the connection of tendons and flesh. All his vigor converged into the great dragon of his spine. With Li Yuan's powerful spiritual power, he could deeply sense all of this. Every bit of strength in his body was under his control. With just a thought, he could perfectly maneuver his body's power without wasting an iota. Everything within his body was under his perception, as if he had an extra pair of eyes inside. Is this what the teacher referred to as internal vision? Li Yuan marveled silently. In ancient traditional martial arts, this is precisely the Grandmaster realm that countless martial artists sought. The times were different. In ancient times, without cultivation methods, without various cultivating instruments, and certainly without something as miraculous as the virtual network, reaching the Grandmaster realm was extremely difficult for martial artists. This was the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. But in today's advanced martial era, the Grandmaster realm, though still a milestone in the martial arts realm. Among countless martial artists, this realm was hardly a secret. In the past, with my powerful spiritual power, I could also vaguely sense the subtleties of my body's muscles, bones, and tendons. Li Yuan carefully felt and familiarized himself with it, however, it was not as clear as it is now. Internal vision allows me to control every bit of strength in my body and to clearly perceive the state of every corner of my body. This means that when I next practice the basic cultivation method, the efficiency will be even higher, Li Yuan thought with great joy. Why does the martial arts cultivation of the entire human civilization place such importance on martial arts skills? Because it is indeed important. It's fundamental. For example, one of the 3 requirements to become a second-ranked prime warrior is for martial arts skills to reach the 4th stage. Your fist technique realm has improved from 4th stage 0% to 4th stage 1%. Your fist technique realm has improved from 4th stage 1% to 4th stage 2%. One prompt after another flashed on the Divine Palace panel. After 2 more hours, Li Yuan repeatedly practiced the fist technique, taking breaks to stand in stakes intermittently. He had pushed his fist technique realm up to 4th stage 5% before coming to a stop. The force is now perfected. Control is at a level of subtlety. Li Yuan revealed a trace of a smile. Having just made a breakthrough, I managed to significantly improve my fist technique realm with a bit of consolidation. Progressing beyond this will become increasingly difficult. Li Yuan wasn't in a hurry to practice his spear technique, as the premise of body-mind weapon integration is the unity of body and mind. As long as his fist technique realm is high enough, his movement technique will naturally enter the 4th stage, and with a bit of practice, his spear technique can break through as well. Like many martial arts grandmasters, they never really practiced with weapons much in their lifetimes, but any weapon that came into their hands would have an effect that would transform the decayed into the miraculous. Why? Because their unity of body and mind had reached an extremely high level, that is, the perfection of the 4th stage. Thus, any weapon they picked up, after a brief familiarization, could quickly unleash the standard of fourth-stage martial arts skills. Li Yuan did not know that when he surged into Blue Star's youth rankings, into the global top 1000. The system of the Starry Skies Fighting Network had already automatically sent the relevant documents to Shaw Country's Martial Arts Hall, Starry Sky Martial Hall, and Starfire Martial Hall. The top 1000 were in fact those under key observation, especially those with vast improvements like Li Yuan. At 11 o'clock in the morning, at the Starry Sky Martial Hall, Guan Mountain Branch. Bang! Lu Wai. You absolute jerk. Dressed in rather dazzling attire, Song Yi slammed the teacup in her hand onto the ground, where tea and shards flew in all directions. The scene she had just been called into by Lu Wai lingered in her mind. He handed over the documents about Li Yuan. Then, he said in a casual tone, Hall Master Song, regarding the matter of Li Yuan signing a contract ahead of time, I personally feel you were somewhat inconsiderate. If the higher-ups pursue accountability in the future, you should brace yourself mentally. It seemed as if there was no scolding, but such words were already a severe accusation of her negligence. It's just the global top 1000, what's so great about that? Song Yi gritted her teeth. It's not as if his spear technique has broken through to the fourth stage, deserving such a big fuss. And he specifically had to call me over? But in reality, Song Yi was feeling some regret in her heart. Although she could not see each specific battle scene of Li Yuan, the documents sent to the Martial Hall had already detailed Li Yuan's recent combat record and win rate. An 88% win rate at the gold stage, a winning streak of over 50 matches at the highest. How exaggerated was that? It was enough to prove that Li Yuan's martial arts skills had reached the perfection of the third stage, only a hair's breadth from stepping into the fourth stage realm. If it were just a 17-year-old's perfection of third stage skills, that wouldn't be too extraordinary. The key point is, a year ago, Li Yuan was still at the silver stage with second stage skills on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. This rate of progress was terrifying. Over so many years, Song Yi had not seen such a formidable martial arts prodigy in Guan Mountain District. HMPH. Perfection of the third stage. How many martial artists are stuck at this step? And it's uncertain whether they can break through before the age of 18, Song Yi thought to herself. Besides, even if he breaks through, so what, without awakening the martial spirit to become a prime warrior, who knows how many years that would take? Her irritation stemmed from feeling embarrassed, and because of that, she was annoyed with Li Yuan. However, Song Yi never considered harming Li Yuan. While competition existed between different martial halls, they were more cooperative than competitive overall, all sharing the same goal, to fight for human civilization. At the Starfire Martial Hall, Guan Mountain Branch. On the 12th floor. Li Yuan, in the global top 1000 of the Blue Star Youth Rankings. Dressed in traditional Chinese attire, Hallmaster Wan looked at the document in his hands, slightly surprised. So soon? After a brief moment of thought, Wan Qing communicated with Xu Bo to inquire in detail about Li Yuan's various cultivation aspects. He then called Coach Xing to inquire about Li Yuan's recent status at the Martial Hall. Having completed all this Li Yuan is truly an uncut gem. Wan Qing, looking at the compiled information in his hands, was somewhat surprised. With so little resources, his physical quality has also improved so quickly? Could it be that he is actually the kind of individual with top-tier physical talent, who just lacked the appropriate high-rank cultivation methods? Wan Qing speculated in his heart. But he was not certain. After pondering for a while, Wan Qing activated his smart wristband and selected a prominently marked contact from his list. He dialed. Beep, beep. Call connected. A holographic screen formed, showing a burly man holding a combat saber, his presence formidable. Brother Wan, what's the rush to find me? What's the matter? The burly man asked jocularly. Ninth senior brother. Isn't Kunlun Martial Arts University about to conduct a special training invitation inspection in Zhongbei Province? Hallmaster Wan spoke with great respect. I'd like to recommend someone to you in advance. You're recommending someone to me? The burly man known as ninth junior brother to Hallmaster Wan looked surprised and placed his combat saber aside, pondering, Have you returned from the ruined star realm, Wan disciple? The ruined star realm was a star realm in the southern seas of Sha country, also a second-level star realm, but far less famous than Rob Sea. Wan Qing had been adventuring in the ruined star realm for a long time. Yes. I've been back for over half a year and forgot to mention it to ninth junior brother, Hall Master Wan said with a smile. I have returned to Zhong City and now I am the Hall Master of a 5th-level martial hall. Ninth junior brother, not knowing his current situation, did not surprise Hall Master Wan. Their master was one of Sha country's top martial path powerhouses, possessing not just the ability of flying heaven but could also be considered one of Kunlun Martial Arts University's cornerstones. Hall Master Wan was lucky to be accepted as a nominal disciple back in the day. The burly man in the video, however, was a direct disciple. In terms of age, Hall Master Wan was a year older than the burly man and had entered the university a year earlier, but according to the rules, all nominal disciples must call direct disciples senior brother. The distinctions between nominal disciples and direct disciples were crystal clear. The gap in status was enormous. Moreover, with many years past, the gap in their strengths had grown even wider, and they had not interacted much in nearly a decade. Wan disciple, you should know that even though I am the 8 Institute's vice president, I'm only in charge of teaching. The inspection trip to Zhongbei province was not led by me. I'm not directly responsible for recruitment. At most, I offer suggestions, the burly man said carefully. If his martial arts talents and strengths are not outstanding enough, he won't pass the school's final review. He subconsciously thought that Hall Master Wan wanted to use his influence, and he wasn't too keen on it. Nor did he want to strain their relationship. After all, when he'd just been accepted by their teacher, Hall Master Wan had helped him quite a bit. Haha, rest assured, 9th senior brother, Hall Master Wan revealed a smile. I don't mean to trouble you, on the contrary, I truly wish to recommend a promising talent to you. The one I'm recommending is 17.5, and his martial arts skills have already reached 3rd stage perfection, Hall Master Wan quickly said. Yesterday, he broke into the top 1,000 of the Blue Star Youth rankings. Moreover, his spiritual power talent is extremely high. I estimate he can already compare to 13th or 14th level martial artists, Hall Master Wan finished in one breath. He laid out all of Li Yuan's strengths. Oh. The burly man showed a hint of surprise. From what you say, this youngster indeed sounds outstanding. No, that's not right. The burly man suddenly expressed doubt. Wan disciple, based on what you said, he has the potential to aim for Starfire University. Why seek me out? Does he have a physical disability? Missing an arm or legs? 9th senior brother inquired. Or are there other defects? Senior brother is perceptive, Hall Master Wan said with a wry smile. He has not awakened his martial spirit. So that's it, the burly man understood instantly. Martial spirit was one of the most important indicators to measure martial arts talent, if not the most important. This could be glimpsed from how much it factored into the college entrance exam scores. This kid, based on what you say, may not find it too difficult to spend hundreds of millions of Blue Star coins to become a prime warrior with some extra resources, said the burly man. But without a suitable high-rank cultivation method, forget about becoming a flying heaven warrior in the future. It would be difficult to even break through level 25. It is difficult, agreed Hall Master Wan. Yet Hall Master Wan silently muttered that 9th senior brother really set his sights high, mentioning level 25 when Hall Master Wan himself hadn't reached level 25 yet. But Wan understood that 9th senior brother was only a step away from becoming a flying heaven warrior. With such high mastery of techniques and strong spiritual power, logically, as long as the compatibility exceeds 80%, he would have the hope of sensing cosmic origin power through a cultivation method. The burly man frowned. His age is also approaching the limit. There's a 99% chance that our human civilization's 7 major high-rank cultivation methods don't suit him. If he wants to achieve great success in the future, he must create a high-rank cultivation method that suits himself, the burly man said with a hint of regret in his voice. The burly man's vision was indeed high. He knew very well that to date, the human civilization's 7 major high-rank methods were mostly developed by flying heaven warriors, even those at the very pinnacle, through their personal experience and repeated experiments, gradually summarizing them over time. Creating a high-rank cultivation method, even if it was the most basic one tailored only to himself, would be extremely difficult for a prime warrior. Throughout the entire human civilization, such genius individuals were also rare. Yes, it's very difficult. Hall Master Wan acknowledged the difficulty of creating one's own cultivation method. But he truly is a promising seed. At least there's a great hope for him to become a prime warrior. A prime warrior. The burly man pondered for a moment. Here's what we'll do, Wan disciple. Send me his detailed information. I'll speak to Teacher Fan Jin for you and ask him to pay attention to this matter. Teacher Fan Jin. Is he the visiting teacher coming to Zhongbei this time? Hall Master Wan's eyes lit up. Fan Jin was one of the teachers who had taught Hall Master Wan in the past. There are 8 teachers organizing the inspection trip to Zhongbei, one from each of the 8 institutes, the burly man said with a smile. You also know that Zhongbei province is one of the provinces where Kunlun Martial Arts University recruits the largest number of students. Hall Master Wan couldn't help but nod. The 5 renowned schools of Sha country, each year, recruit about 2,000 students each, a total of 10,000. Out of which, about 500 are recruited in Zhongbei province alone, with Kunlun Martial Arts University recruiting more than 300 of them. However, those who make it to the special training list don't exceed 15% of the admitted students. As long as the kid is, as you say, with decent martial arts skills and spiritual power, he should have no problem getting on the special training list. The burly man didn't finish his thought. Thank you for the trouble, 9th senior brother, said Hall Master Wan. He disconnected the communication. Li Yuan. I have done all I could for you. Hall Master Wan sighed inwardly. I hope you can seize this opportunity. After a moment of thought, Hall Master Wan sent a message to Shu Bo. In the daytime, just after 1 in the afternoon. After lunch, Li Yuan arrived outside Shu Bo's office. The door was open. Teacher, you were looking for me. Li Yuan stood at the doorway. He had just received Shu Bo's WeChat message and came straight away. Come in first. Shu Bo stood by the window. He was gazing at the cherry blossoms that were gradually blooming along the sides of the road outside. Every year, in March and April, it was the time when Zhong City's cherry blossoms bloomed and attracted people from all over the country to visit and play. You've entered the top 1,000 of the Blue Star Youth rankings, haven't you? Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan. Your progress is faster than I expected. Teacher knows. Li Yuan was slightly surprised. He had only tried the advancement match after 2 in the morning. News from Starfire Martial Hall, Shu Bo said, and then roughly told Li Yuan about Lord Wan contacting Kunlun Martial Arts University. A dean from Kunlun Martial Arts University? Li Yuan held his breath. Martial Arts University is incomparable to an ordinary cultural university. As far as Li Yuan knew, one had to at least be a prime warrior to hold a position in any ordinary martial arts university. A dean? Definitely a big shot. I'm not sure who it is, but Lord Wan really has you in mind. For this invitation event, the observer from Kunlun Martial Arts University will probably come to assess you specifically, Shu Bo instructed. Prepare well and seize the opportunity. The student understands, Li Yuan said solemnly. He immediately realized this was a rare opportunity. Perhaps, if he just demonstrated his strength normally, he could get an invitation for special training from the top 5 prestigious schools. But with additional attention, it would naturally be easier. What a pity, Shu Bo suddenly sighed a little. Teacher, what is it? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. I just think, if you had awakened your martial spirit and had the bonus of spiritual nature, you might have even had a chance at Starry Sky University or Starfire University, Shu Bo said, looking at Li Yuan with quite a bit of regret. The top 3 global elite martial institutions? Li Yuan smiled, something he had never dared to think about. The top 3 global elite martial institutions only recruited around 1,000 people worldwide each year. Based on exam results, only the top 10 in the whole province had a certain guarantee of entry. Li Yuan's initial goal was just the top 5 prestigious schools. As time went by day, Li Yuan's life continued in a straight line of 3 points. Aside from studying cultural classes in the morning, the rest of the time, Li Yuan devoted himself to cultivating his fist technique and spear technique, hoping to make a complete breakthrough in his spear technique. Before long, it was March 13th, inside Martial Arts Room 4011. Skills are interconnected. Unity of body and mind. I feel that the strength in my body runs uniformly and reaches perfection, Li Yuan thought to himself. I've even started to uncover deeper levels of strength in my body. The might of my spear technique is also constantly improving. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Li Yuan's hand changed unpredictably, darting with thrusts, whips, uplifts, and horizontal cuts. Bang! 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 The giant sandbag hanging in midair in the martial arts room, weighing 1,000 kilograms, kept bursting with dull sounds. This training sandbag was replaced by Li Yuan a month ago at his own expense to better facilitate his training. Solid rock spear technique, the 5 major killing moves, I've completely mastered them and truly engraved them into my bones. Li Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly as he handled the long spear with endless variations, as if it had merged with him. But I still can't fully master the first move of the stellar spear technique, stellar illumination. Li Yuan kept trying. The might of his spear technique continued to improve. But for several days now, the spear technique skill on the Divine Palace panel was still stuck at 3rd stage 99%. The Divine Palace panel doesn't give any hints. But I have a feeling. Li Yuan's eyes were bright. I'm getting more and more proficient with this move, and if I keep practicing like this, I'll soon have complete control over the first technique. Li Yuan had a premonition that once he mastered it perfectly, that would be the time his spear technique would step into the 4th level. It's not about slow progress, but the lack of hope. Beep. Beep. Suddenly, a sound arose. Master, your sister, Li Qianqin, is urgently trying to reach you, the assistant AI's voice rang out. Urgent contact. Li Yuan was startled and immediately sheathed his spear and said, "Connect." Whoosh! A holographic screen formed, showing Li Qianqin's small oval face, full of anxiety, with tears swirling in her eyes. Judging by the background, she seemed to be standing in a corner of a corridor. "Brother!" Li Qianqin cried out as soon as the communication connected. Qian, what's the matter?" Li Yuan's voice was low. "What happened? Don't panic, tell me slowly." Rob C. So many people have died in the Rob C star realm, the war has escalated. Li Qianqin's voice trembled with tension. The country has already issued a 2nd-level war alert. Our teacher just spoke of it in class. 2nd-level war alert? Li Yuan's pupils shrank. The flames of war had been at a 3rd-level alert for the past half a year. Moreover, just 2 days ago, he had video called his uncle, and the war in the Rob C star realm was about to end, wasn't it? The war hadn't ended yet, but had escalated. I just tried to call Dad, and it said he wasn't in the service area. Li Qianqin was extremely anxious. I called Mom, and she didn't pick up either. Brother, you don't think Dad is in trouble, do you? Out of the service area? Li Yuan's heart gave a jolt. If it was temporarily unreachable, that would be quite normal, perhaps they were just busy. But being out of the service area, there were only 2 possibilities. First, the signal at Uncle's location was being interfered with. Second, Uncle was within the star realm. As far as Li Yuan knew, the interior of the star realm was very special, seemingly not in the same space as the regular blue star world, causing many technological weapons to malfunction and communication to be extremely inconvenient. Could it be that Uncle had already entered the star realm? Li Yuan thought with a sinking feeling. According to recent news about the military situation in the Rob C, the military and martial hall's martial artists had already penetrated deep into the star realm to counterattack. Yet, when communicating with his uncle always mentioned being at the number 7 base, in the far rear. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Qianqin, don't worry too much, Uncle will be all right, Li Yuan said, still appearing very calm on the surface. Li Yuan did not want his sister to be frightened. It must be that the signal was affected, so it's out of the service area. Uncle has always been in the rear. Even if an unexpected situation were to arise in the battle, he would be able to withdraw quickly. Li Yuan comforted her. Aunt might be in class and unable to answer the phone, so don't worry too much. Li Qianxin and Li Mahua's middle school and the school where Chen Wei worked were not the same one. Really, brother? Li Qianxin seemed somewhat reassured, but still full of worry. Is my dad really in the far rear? Of course, it's true, Li Yuan said with a slight smile. All right, go back to class for now. I'll let you know if there's any news. He hung up the phone. The smile disappeared from Li Yuan's face, as he spoke directly. Xiao Yu, immediately search for the latest military situation about the Rob C. Check if a second-level war alert has been triggered. A third-level war alert already meant a large-scale deployment of troops and martial artists to provide reinforcements. Second level? That meant the entire Star Realm defense line was at risk of being completely breached. All the provinces would have to provide support on a massive scale. Yes, Master, the auxiliary AI responded, only a few seconds later. The holographic screen formed. It displayed a news video featuring Sha Country's military spokesperson. The time of the news release was 30 minutes ago. The spokesperson, clad in military attire, had a serious expression and a hint of sorrow as he reported. The second-level Star Realm, Rob C. Since last September, up to now, there have been over 11,000 casualties. Initiating second-level war alert, the spokesperson announced solemnly. I believe that in this war, Sha Country will be victorious, humanity will prevail. Right after that, one piece of news after another appeared on the screen. They were about large-scale gatherings and mobilizations from various places. Support teams from 29 martial arts universities. Combat robot legions. Sky and space forces. Across vast wilderness, multitudes of multifunctional armored vehicles speeding onwards non-stop. On airport runways, rows of fighter jets and flying crafts taking off continuously. Alongside high-speed rail tracks, endless formations of fully prepped combat robots ready to deploy. In various places across Sha Country, troops of ready martial artists stationed at the two great martial halls similarly began to urgently depart. Support from all directions. All of this indicated just how urgent and dangerous the situation was in the Rob C. Star Realm. Watching each piece of news on the screen, Li Yuan's fists clenched involuntarily, veins on the backs of his hands bulging slightly. In an instant, Li Yuan thought of the Star Realm disaster he personally experienced more than a decade ago. He had survived, but his parents had left him forever. Now, was this scene to be reenacted? As for Uncle, even if he was in the so-called far rear, it was still the rear of the front lines. Was it truly safe? Thinking this, Li Yuan subconsciously looked out the window. It was still a day filled with bright sunshine and the fragrance of cherry blossoms. Through the window, one could see on one side of the martial arts teaching building, numerous students were still methodically engaged in their martial arts cultivation, many even playing and fooling around. The second-level war alert had only been issued a short while ago. Apart from the military and the two great martial halls, the majority of ordinary people were probably still unaware. Moreover, Northern Border Province was quite far from Zhongbei Province. A second-level war alert mainly involved the deployment of military martial artists, and at most, the conscription of retired soldiers. It would not result in a total mobilization of civilians and would not cause much impact on Zhong City. Xiao Yu, connect me to Uncle, Li Yuan said in a low voice. Beep. The target is not in the service area and cannot be reached, Xiao Yu replied. Connect me to Aunt, Li Yuan spoke again. Beep, beep. Each second felt like a long wait. The call connected. But Chen Wei did not turn on the video, it only showed voice communication. Aunt? Li Yuan spoke directly. The Rob C. Xiao Yuan. I know, there's no need to worry. Chen Hui's voice was quite calm. As soon as I got the news, I immediately called a colleague from your uncle's company headquarters to ask. The number 7 base where your uncle is at hasn't been attacked. They've begun to retreat, but the signal is probably affected. Chen Wei said, I guess he'll call us tonight or tomorrow. Is that so? Li Yuan's heart eased slightly. What worried him the most was the possibility of his uncle's location being attacked and losing contact. Yes, you don't need to worry too much. Chen Hui's voice remained lighthearted. All right, I have a meeting starting soon, so I have to hang up now. Okay. He hung up the phone. Inside an office at the school, empty, all the other teachers had gone to teach. He hung up the phone with Li Yuan. Changzhou, Chen Hui's eyes were bloodshot, tears faintly visible as she flipped through the light screen. Another chat screen appeared. The contact was named Manager Liu of Shaw Construction 9th Bureau. The last message sent by the other party was clear. Chen Wei, don't panic. The base 3 where old Li and the others are located has indeed lost contact, but the company has not confirmed that it has completely fallen. The war base is very sturdy, and there is still hope for rescue. Base 3 was a forward base. Definitely, they must survive, Chen Wei silently chanted in her heart. What echoed in her mind were all the moments she had experienced with Li Changzhou over the past 20 years. Chen Wei understood that the front line of the war was so dangerous that the entire war base had lost contact. The hope was slim. But, without confirmed news of the base's complete fall, Chen Wei would still hold on to hope. After hanging up with his aunt, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, no longer as worried as before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Something was wrong. There's a problem. If my uncle were really safe, my aunt would have shown concern, or even complained to me, Li Yuan thought like lightning, but my aunt spoke too casually. That wasn't like his aunt at all. At the same time, Li Yuan wondered, why didn't his aunt answer the video call? Could it be? After taking a deep breath, Li Yuan spoke up again, Little Yu, help me contact Wang Haoyu, noted as Uncle Wang. Wang Haoyu was his uncle's former department colleague and a good friend of his uncle's. Li Yuan remembered that when he was in elementary school, Uncle Wang and his uncle Li Changzhou often drank and ate together. However, ever since his uncle applied for an external assignment, they were in contact much less frequently. Soon the call connected, and a middle-aged man in a suit appeared on the screen. Uncle Wang, Li Yuan's face was full of anxiety. How is my second uncle doing? Have you been able to contact him? Did they evacuate? Little Yuan, you know already? Uncle Wang on the video was taken aback. I mostly know. Li Yuan was anxious. Weren't they saying that the war was nearly over? How did it suddenly come to this? Uncle Wang, do you know the latest situation? Since your aunt has told you, I won't hide it. Uncle Wang sighed. Base 3, although it wasn't the first to be counterattacked, it is located on the edge of the Star Realm. It's indeed out of contact now and probably under siege. Base 3. Li Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. His uncle wasn't at Base 7 but at Base 3. But Base 3 is a forward base, the sturdiest of all. The country is gathering forces for a rescue, Uncle Wang said gravely. Perhaps they can be rescued. Anyway, there's still hope. Also, Uncle Wang hesitated then said, Little Yuan, I heard that you have achieved a lot in the martial path and even earned the Young Hero title. I was happy for you when I first found out. You've grown up, and if it's the worst outcome, you have to be strong. Take good care of your aunt and your younger siblings. Understand? Uncle Wang looked at the somewhat silent young man in white on the video. Uncle Wang felt an unwillingness and even thought his words were somewhat cruel. He had watched Li Yuan grow up, but he felt that, at this time, he should admonish Li Yuan. I understand, fully understand, Li Yuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I will take good care of the family. All right. I'll come over to see you and your aunt in a couple of days, Uncle Wang said finally. I'm still busy over here. Call me if anything comes up. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Li Yuan ended the call. In the martial arts room, Li Yuan was somewhat stunned, even feeling slightly dizzy, his mind full of Uncle Wang's recent words. Base 3. Lost contact, possibly fallen. Besides, he could tell from Uncle Wang's words that it was highly likely his uncle wouldn't make it back alive. Definitely. There must be hope. Uncle, you must still be alive. Li Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his heart torn, full of despair. But still, Li Yuan harbored a sliver of hope in his heart. He stood still, not moving. Li Yuan was silent for a long time. As if he had come to a clear decision, Li Yuan began sending out messages to some people, including his younger siblings. Whoosh! Li Yuan bent down slightly, picking up the large spear he had discarded on the ground moments before. What has happened cannot be changed. Whether my uncle can survive is not within my control. That depends on the national military, on the martial artists. Li Yuan clenched his teeth. His heart was trembling with anxiety. All I can do is pray for my uncle's safe return. In Li Yuan's heart, his uncle and father were no different. If it's really that outcome, Li Yuan's eyes reddened slightly, like what Uncle Wang said. I must hold up this family. Uncle would definitely not want me to wallow in sadness. He would wish for me to live on like a man. Li Yuan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes reddened, yet no tears fell. Li Yuan did not make more calls, nor did he flip through the news again. Instead, he began practicing with his spear again. Spear shadows emerged once more. In the martial arts room, they swept through the air in a howling burst. Solid rock pillar, hidden dragon in the gorge, visions of many mountains. He executed each move of the solid rock spear technique flawlessly. Kill. Kill. In that moment, Li Yuan felt as if the sandbags before him had turned into the fish spirit clan. They had become those bloodthirsty creatures from the star realm. Li Yuan's heart was filled with an uncontrollable anxiety and sadness, and a hint of anger he wanted to release violently. Stabbing and cleaving with the spear again and again as time passed, Li Yuan's spear technique became faster. More ferocious. It had surpassed the past. He was truly beginning to reach a new realm. After 5 to 6 days, Li Yuan's fist technique had already improved to the 4th level at 6%, but his spear technique had not been able to break through. Body and mind integration is the foundation of body-mind weapon integration. Therefore, Li Yuan practiced the solid rock spear technique over and over again, constantly pondering the first move of the stellar spear technique. This increased the might of his spear technique continuously. But, body-mind weapon integration, the emphasis lies in the word, weapon. That is, the control over the weapon. The weapon is an extension of the body. Yet, it ultimately isn't a part of the body. The spirit, the consciousness, the nerves cannot truly connect to the weapon. So, to perceive the flow of force within the weapon as clearly as one perceives the muscles and vigor of the body is very difficult. During these days, the might of the spear technique improved. This signified that Li Yuan's perception of the redundant forces generated during the weapon's motion, strikes, collisions, withdrawals, and straight thrusts was becoming increasingly clear. Until today. Until this moment. When the news of his uncle's uncertain fate arrived, Li Yuan swung the long spear filled with anger and murderous intent over and over again. He executed the moves repeatedly. A full hour passed. All that remained in Li Yuan's mind was the spear technique, desiring to exhaust all his energy completely. Finally, as if resulting from a buildup of potential to a critical point, or perhaps as if destined by fortune. Boom! In Li Yuan's mind, it was as if a door had been gently pushed open. His powerful spiritual power, as if it had grown eyes, subtly permeated the inside of the weapon. He perceived the extremely subtle flow of vigor within the weapon. Rip! The long spear danced, its tip drew dazzling arcs of light in midair, moving unpredictably, tearing the air and producing astonishing explosive sounds. Body, spirit, long spear. The three achieved complete unity. Whoosh! 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 Overwhelming spear light flickered, enveloping Li Yuan in the center, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, round and flawless, impregnable. It was the stellar illumination, among the 5 ultimate moves of the stellar spear technique. The stellar spear technique, renowned for its defense, with the first move, stellar illumination, as the opening form, is also the most essential one. Having mastered the first form, one could gradually extend to the following 4 forms, and eventually, when all 5 forms are integrated, comprehend the stellar realm. Your spear technique realm has been elevated from the 3rd stage at 99% to the 4th level at 2%. A prompt flashed on Li Yuan's Divine Palace panel. Phew! This unprecedented burst of power, coupled with the hours of practice that preceded it, at last drained all of Li Yuan's energy. Li Yuan felt an unparalleled exhaustion in both his spirit and body. Waves of fatigue overwhelmed him, and his eyelids began to droop involuntarily. Clang! The 20-kilogram-long spear hit the ground. Li Yuan simply sat down on the ground, and then collapsed entirely. He fell asleep right there, too exhausted. More than an hour later, Li Yuan was already lying in the bed of his rest room, snoring loudly. Next to him, Zhou Qi and Li Tianyu were sweating profusely. Having practiced basic cultivation methods, physical quality had increased continuously, which meant the body had also become heavier. It had not been easy for the two of them to get Li Yuan onto the bed. Then, they covered him with a thin quilt. In March, Zhang City still carried a bit of chill. Teacher Shu, Li Yuan will be okay, right? Zhou Qi couldn't help asking, a hint of concern in his eyes. He'll be fine. He must have practiced spear technique to the limit, exhausted his strength, too tired, Shu Bo said indifferently from the side. How did you guys know something was wrong with Li Yuan? Shu Bo looked at the two of them. Zhou Qi and Li Tianyu exchanged a glance. Teacher, wasn't there an incident in Rob C? Li Tianyu took the initiative. Li Yuan's uncle has always been there, and since Li Yuan didn't come down for dinner, we got a bit worried, so we thought we'd check on him. The door was ajar, we pushed it open and found him, continued Li Tianyu. And you? Shu Bo looked towards Lin Lanyue standing by the door. I saw them rush out from the martial arts room looking panicked, so I came over to have a look. Today Lin Lanyue was dressed in a red martial outfit, and immediately sent a message to you, teacher. Lin Lanyue's gaze settled on Li Yuan's face. Shu Bo nodded slightly and added, has Li Yuan's uncle not returned to Zhangbei yet? No, Zhou Qi shook his head. From what Li Yuan said, it seems like he's always been on the front lines. All right, I got it. Shu Bo nodded. Zhou Qi, you two go have your meal first. Yes. Zhou Qi and Li Tianyu left the martial arts room. Lin Lanyue. Shu Bo turned to Lin Lanyue, speaking gravely. Li Yuan's uncle's incident, it seems, has had a big impact on him. Tomorrow afternoon, you're setting off for Zhangbei Martial Arts University. You are more familiar with that place. Do your best to help him out. As for Li Yuan, Shu Bo's gaze returned to Li Yuan lying on the bed. He sighed lightly. His luck has always been not very good. Luck? Lin Lanyue was startled upon hearing this, and asked, his fainting is related to his uncle? Is his uncle that important to him? In Lin Lanyue's impression, Li Yuan was supposed to have an extremely strong will. He is an orphan. Shu Bo said indifferently, it was his uncle who raised him, and from what I know, his uncle went adventuring in Rob C probably to earn more subsidies for Li Yuan's martial path cultivation. Lin Lanyue's heart trembled slightly. She couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan lying on the bed. She had not expected Li Yuan's background to be so special. She had had no idea before. Did his uncle sacrifice himself? Lin Lanyue couldn't help asking. Not sure. Shu Bo shook his head. As you know, the situation in the Rob Sea is incredibly chaotic, but judging from Li Yuan's expression, the outlook doesn't seem too good. The war in the Star Realm is hard to call. Lin Lanyue nodded slightly. Her background made her very worldly. In some respects, she had insights that Shu Bo didn't necessarily have. Teacher Shu, I will do my best to help Li Yuan in this invitation event. Lin Lanyue's gaze swept over Li Yuan once more, as if she had made a certain decision. I'll try my best to get him on the special training list. However, you don't have to go out of your way to tell Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue added. With his personality, he probably wouldn't like to accept direct help from others. Let me thank you on behalf of Li Yuan. Shu Bo smiled faintly. You go back first, I'm here, no need to worry. After watching Lin Lanyue leave, Shu Bo's gaze fell back on Li Yuan, his brow slightly furrowed. Really training with the spear to the limit? Tired to this extent? Shu Bo murmured to himself. The initial check by the restroom equipment confirmed there were no major issues with Li Yuan's body. All indicators were normal. Thinking of this, Shu Bo exited the resting room, gently closed the door behind him, and spoke in a low voice. Black Dog, I want to check the martial arts room 4011, I am applying for video access. Every individual martial arts room, aside from the resting areas, was monitored. But ordinary teachers didn't have the authority to view the footage. After a while, Master, the application is successful. You can check the videos from the past 7 days. The assistant AI's voice rang out. Shu Bo's smart ring projected a light screen which showed the inside of the martial arts room. Play the scene from 2 hours earlier, Shu Bo commanded. The scenes in the light screen immediately change, revealing Li Yuan practicing his spear technique in the martial arts room. Just one look. This spear technique. Shu Bo's pupils showed a hint of surprise. How could he not recognize the impressiveness of Li Yuan's spear technique? It was clearly much stronger than before. Time passed. Faster. Faster. Shu Bo kept watching until he finally stopped speeding up the footage. The most crucial moment arrived. Fourth stage spear technique. Shu Bo's eyes widened, shock filling his gaze. 17.5 years old, fourth stage spear technique? Shu Bo knew that with Li Yuan's rate of progress, he would eventually enter the fourth stage of spear technique. But he had never imagined Li Yuan would break through so quickly. The special training list is secured, Shu Bo grinned. Then, he glanced at the slightly ajar door next to him, and his smile faded away. Oh. It was past 8 in the evening. Li Yuan gradually awoke from a deep sleep, his head pounding and his body still feeling overwhelmingly fatigued. Me? Am I on a bed? Li Yuan noticed the light blanket covering him. The light suddenly turned on, the door opened, and the light was blinding. Li Yuan subconsciously covered his eyes. Awake! A pleasant voice sounded, and a girl in a crimson training outfit stood by the door, seemingly holding a few boxes of nutrition meals. Lin Lanyue? Li Yuan recognized the owner of the voice. I've just reheated the nutrition meals for you. They're on the dining table there, you should get up and eat, Lin Lanyue said. I'll call Teacher Shu over. After putting down the items, Lin Lanyue turned and left. Li Yuan sat up swiftly, quickly coming to his senses as the headache eased. Did I pass out on the floor while practicing with the spear? After getting out of bed and washing up, Li Yuan stepped out of the restroom and approached the dining table, where 4 boxes of nutrition meals were laid out. He was too hungry to think much, so he started eating voraciously. Finally awake? Looks like you've got quite an appetite, Shu Bo's voice came from the doorway. Teacher, Li Yuan set down his chopsticks and stood up. Don't get up, sit and eat, Shu Bo said with a slight smile. It's your first time performing fourth stage spear technique. The sudden, excessive physical exhaustion must have made you hungry. Teacher knows I've achieved fourth stage with my spear technique. Li Yuan was slightly taken aback. Shu Bo smiled and didn't explain. Where is Lin Lanyue? Li Yuan instinctively looked towards the doorway. I had her go back to cultivate, Shu Bo said. She cares for you. At 6 o'clock she bought you meals. Fearing you wouldn't have enough, she bought 4 boxes. Li Yuan felt a warm feeling in his heart and couldn't help saying, she found me unconscious? The ones who found you were Zhou Qi and Li Tianyu, Shu Bo said. Then Lin Lanyue happened to be there, and she called me over. Li Yuan nodded and continued to eat voraciously. He was indeed hungry. You pushed yourself too hard in spear training and then suddenly had a breakthrough. Your body couldn't handle the consumption all at once and so you fainted, Shu Bo said standing by. Don't worry, once your body gradually adapts, it'll be fine. As Li Yuan ate, he asked, Teacher, is it common for people to experience this upon breaking through to the fourth stage with their technique? Most won't, Shu Bo said. Most martial artists break through to the fourth stage of a technique after reaching level 15, when their bodies are strong enough. Your body is too weak. With body-mind weapon integration, and your spiritual power being much stronger than your physical quality, the immense consumption in an instant is what caused this, Shu Bo explained. Li Yuan suddenly understood. He devoured a box of food like a whirlwind, yet he didn't feel sated at all. Now, Li Yuan felt like he could eat a whole cow. Li Yuan, your uncle is at base 3, right? Shu Bo suddenly said. Li Yuan froze, his voice tinged with excitement. Teacher, is there news? Base 3 has not fallen, Shu Bo said gravely. Really? Li Yuan looked at Shu Bo excitedly, momentarily forgetting to continue eating. When his fist technique broke through to the 4th level, Li Yuan was very excited and joyful. He planned to share the good news with his uncle once his rank on the Starry Skies fighting network was raised to Fallen Star. But when his spear technique stepped into the 4th level, Li Yuan's heart lacked that joy. It wasn't until now, learning that Base 3 had not yet fallen, that Li Yuan's somewhat suppressed mood lifted considerably. In his heart, hope was kindled. Teacher, where did this information come from? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. I heard about your uncle from Zhou Qi, Shu Bo said. The school has some of your uncle's information. Sha Country's Iron Ninth Bureau. I asked around, and the Iron Ninth Bureau's construction support teams are mainly concentrated in bases 3 and 4. At present, only Base 3 has lost contact, Shu Bo said. Given your situation, I inferred that your uncle should be at Base 3. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Having spent so much time together, Li Yuan had long realized that although his teacher appeared to be a rough man, he was actually incredibly perceptive. My second uncle is at Base 3, Li Yuan said. From what I know, this time, it's the fiercest counterattack by the alien race from the depths of the Rob Sea. They had been accumulating strength for years, constantly luring the enemy deeper. Shu Bo briefly explained. The casualties have been heavy. The first 3 war bases have been besieged, and bases 1 and 2 have already fallen. Base 3 is the oldest of the forward bases and the most robust. It has been confirmed to still be resisting. The state has already dispatched a large amount of support forces to push back the alien race that broke through from the Rob Sea Star realm. Shu Bo said, right now, they're also going all out in the rescue effort for Base 3. Li Yuan listened intently. Shu Bo's words were simple, yet they contained a massive amount of information. Can they be saved? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. First, let's watch a recent combat video. This is an internal military video. Don't share the content elsewhere, Shu Bo said, but he didn't continue to explain where the video had come from. Black Dog, play the video. Beep. A light screen projected from Shu Bo's smart ring and a video appeared on it. Li Yuan watched the video. The dark sky was raining. There was a vague blood hue in the sky, and majestic mountain ranges stretched into the depths of the earth. Rocky and barren mountains were numerous, with scarce vegetation, and one could vaguely see many skeletal remains, macabre and terrifying. The Rob Sea Star realm? Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He had seen many documentaries about the Rob Sea Star realm and had some understanding of its domain. This is the outer perimeter of the star realm, Shu Bo said. Keep watching. Quickly, the camera angle changed. Rumble rumble, at the same time, an immensely frenzied roar came from the video. A gigantic metal war fortress appeared in the video, with an area so vast and standing thousands of kilometers tall. Built against the mountains, it resembled an undying steel city. Visibly, the outermost layer of the fortress showed countless outlets, revealing a massive array of cannon muzzles and gun barrels, sinister and terrifying. At that moment, countless fire serpents were pouring out from those cannon muzzles. Howl. Roar. Roar. A multitude of large beasts with strange appearances charged from 100 miles away at a stunning speed, from the sky and through the passageways between the rolling mountain ranges, relentlessly towards the steel war fortress in the extreme distance. Beast-type star realm creatures? Li Yuan held his breath. Using flesh and bone to fight against thermal weapons. Boom. Countless cannons fired, and smoke filled the air. Whoosh. Whoosh. These star realm creatures varied from several meters to dozens of meters in size, all moving at a stunning speed. While advancing, they were making great efforts to dodge the firepower. Large caliber, high-speed metal bullets streamed like fire serpents, wildly ravaging the ground. The vast majority of star realm creatures were instantly torn apart if swept by the large calibers or hit by the cannons. But, when the stream of bullets struck a few star realm creatures, a thin layer of red light would instantly appear on their surface, preventing them from being torn apart by the barrage. They could only be forced backward, not destroyed. Even among these few creatures with red light shining on their bodies, one swift move could cover hundreds of meters. They didn't dodge at all, completely withstanding the metal onslaught and advancing without interruption. It was chilling. Origin power? Li Yuan said instinctively. Correct. Shu Bo also stared at the light screen, speaking softly. To withstand the metal bullet stream, they must be at least second-rank alien species. They have cultivated origin power into their bodies, their vitality is formidable, and their defense is terrifying. In the star realm, Unlike on Blue Star, many high-tech weapons can't be used. Li Yuan watched and listened. Many of these bits of knowledge had been covered in middle and high school classrooms, and he was somewhat familiar with them. High-speed missiles guided by satellites and many super long-range weapons were difficult to use in the Star Realm. Because fundamentally, the Star Realm and Blue Star weren't in the same world. The more cutting-edge the technology for the weapons, the more limited its use. On the contrary, purely close-range thermal weapons powered by gunpowder were relatively unaffected by the environment. Is this Base 3? Li Yuan watched nervously in the video. That massive war fortress standing between heaven and earth was like a monstrous metal beast devouring life, slaughtering countless Star Realm creatures on the path of their assault. But the Star Realm creatures suffered heavy casualties, but their numbers were astonishing, and instead of swarming en masse, they dispersed strategically, minimizing their own losses. Are they trying to deplete the war fortress's ammunition? Li Yuan instantly surmised. As time elapsed, the video showed that under the cover of numerous second-rank creatures, the Star Realm creatures' army was getting closer and closer to the area where the war fortress was located. Star Realm creatures were pure cannon fodder. Watching the intense battle in the video, Li Yuan's tension ran high, his fists clenched subconsciously. But just as the Star Realm creatures' army gradually approached the outer defense line of the war fortress, suddenly, boom! An inconspicuous exit appeared on the massive war fortress. The next moment, a golden stream of light burst forth from the exit, its terrifying speed creating a visible shockwave in its trajectory. Even with Li Yuan's eyesight, he could barely make out the details of the golden light. Buzz! The video slowed down to more than 10 times its normal speed. What's that? Li Yuan finally saw it more clearly, a human figure cloaked in the golden light, seeming to wear a metallic battle garment, wielding a combat saber. Soaring through the void. A flying heaven warrior? Li Yuan was breathless, a wave of fervor boiling within him. Legend spoke of powerful warriors who could soar through the heavens and burrow through the earth, the true guardians of human civilization. Only 2 seconds. Buzz! The video returned to normal speed, and that dazzling golden light had torn through the sky, its speed far exceeding multiples of the speed of sound. Poom, poom, poom! In the sky, those second-rank flying creatures screamed in terror and scattered, their flying speed soaring to over 100 meters per second under the threat of death. A rare few flying Star Realm creatures even reached near sonic speeds, but still, the golden light quickly caught up to them. Then came streak after streak of explosive golden saber light slashing through the vast sky. Each streak of golden light represented the fall of a flying Star Realm creature, their bodies bursting open, plummeting toward the ground. Then, the golden light dove down from the thousands of meters in the sky, rocks shattering explosively. It was like a deathly golden beam. Wherever it passed, all the mighty second-rank creatures, whether it was serpents over 50 meters long or armored behemoths rising over 20 meters high like small hills, were rended open upon impact. The human warrior bathed in the golden light appeared like an asura emerging from the depths of hell. The video ended, and Shu Bo simultaneously shut off the intelligent ring display, the martial arts room quieting down. Li Yuan's eyes were wide with surging emotions, his blood boiling, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Flying heaven warriors. This was what Li Yuan had imagined, the supreme martial force capable of soaring through the heavens and roaming freely, standing at the pinnacle of human civilization. Teacher, was that a flying heaven warrior? Li Yuan asked eagerly, looking up at Shu Bo. He's not quite a flying heaven warrior, but in terms of strength, many flying heaven warriors are not his match, Shu Bo said. Li Yuan was puzzled. Once you enter university, you'll gradually understand, Shu Bo said seriously. The person who made that move is named Yu Jing, a graduate of Starfire University, and should be considered the foremost martial path genius to emerge in Sha country in the past 20 years. Clearly, Shu Bo was very familiar with Yu Jing. Yu Jing? Li Yuan held his breath, committing the name to memory. Previously, Li Yuan had never heard of this person. The world of top martial artists was mysterious and vast. They often wandered the Star Realm, only appearing on the front lines of war during critical moments, serving as the sharpest blades of human civilization. Therefore, most of the time, common folks seldom heard the names of flying heaven warriors. On the contrary, many prime warriors who became top broadcasters were more famous on the Virtual Combat Network. The foremost martial path genius in Sha country? Li Yuan thought to himself. Indeed impressive. With the alien race from the Rob C planning for years, under normal circumstances, Base 3 would surely have fallen. Shu Bo spoke gravely. But with Yu Jing there, just in time, when coupled with the War Fortress's defense system, there's hope it could hold out until reinforcements arrive. That impressive? Li Yuan was inwardly astonished. He has the strength to rival a flying heaven warrior, Shu Bo said in a low voice. Each flying heaven warrior is nearly a humanoid nuclear weapon, one man equivalent to a million-strong army.
Every flying heaven warrior is a pillar of strength for human civilization.
Li Yuan listened quietly. In the past, he knew prime warriors were strong, and he had heard legends about flying heaven warriors. But never had he felt so directly the terrifying martial force of a flying heaven warrior. Yu Jing, you must hold on, Li Yuan silently prayed. Uncle, you must survive.
Meanwhile, after watching the video, a seed was planted in Li Yuan's heart.
Flying heaven warrior, one day, I will also become a flying heaven warrior, a lone guardian against a million-strong army, unmatched throughout the star realm. The second-level war alert caused a huge stir in less than a day, with support rushing from all over to the Rob C.
However, for most citizens of Zhong City, life wasn't greatly affected. Watching the military video that teacher Shu Bo showed him, Li Yuan's originally tense heart also relaxed quite a bit, and he wasn't so worried. A little past 9 in the evening. After finishing 4 boxes of nutritional meals and taking a bottle of basic qi and blood potion, Li Yuan finally felt most of his hunger dissipate and his body's sense of fatigue recover substantially.
Indeed, it wasn't wrong. When people are hungry, they only think about eating, Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Once satiated, all sorts of miscellaneous thoughts come flooding in.
Li Yuan was even more worried about his uncle. He packed up his things.
Teacher, I'm heading home, Li Yuan said. Get everything ready when you get back, Shu Bo said. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll head out to Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Yes. Li Yuan walked out of the elite building with others following.
I hope Li Yuan isn't too badly affected. Shu Bo watched as Li Yuan walked out of the school gate, with his spear technique breakthrough to the 4th level. As long as he performs normally, he should be able to make it onto the special training list for Kunlun University.
Once he gets past this, the road ahead will be much smoother. Shu Bo well knew that Li Yuan's cultivation was different from ordinary people. He needed a large amount of resources to support it. He must strive to get into the core layer of the top 5 universities. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Li Yuan finally got home. His younger brother and sister had already gone to sleep. His aunt looked as usual, changing her story to comfort Li Yuan. Telling Li Yuan not to worry, just to focus on preparing for the invitation event at Zhongbei Martial Arts University. All right, as long as uncle is fine, I will definitely strive to secure a spot on the special training list, Li Yuan said. He didn't break through his aunt's lies. Li Yuan knew that his aunt's reluctance to tell him the truth was also for fear of affecting his assessment at the invitation event of Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Tomorrow, I will head to Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Li Yuan returned to his room and went through his cultivation as per routine. He was not in the least bit complacent about his spear technique advancing to the 4th level. On the contrary, having witnessed the power of a flying heaven warrior, feeling the helplessness of his uncle being in danger, Li Yuan's motivation to cultivate was stronger than ever before. Persistent and steady accumulation is the foundation of great achievements.
Your life level has increased from 8.8 to 8.9. Your fist technique, from.
Your speed, from. The Divine Palace panel issued 3 consecutive reminders. Fist technique breakthrough to the 4th level. Today, spear technique also entered the 4th level. I have perfect control over the vigor in my body. Uncovering deeper potential, and cultivating the basic cultivation method has indeed increased efficiency, Li Yuan nodded to himself. Originally, his cultivation efficiency was already faster than that of most students in the elite class. In the future, it will only be faster. After 1 in the morning, while Li Yuan was still observing the great sun starry sky scripture, at home. In the Guan Mountain District, Starry Sky South Lake Residential District. The name of the district is quite common, but in reality, it is one of the most top-tier residential districts in Guan Mountain District, let alone the entire Zhang City. Because those who live here are families of martial artists from the Starry Sky Martial Hall, and at least a level 15 warrior. To the east side of the district is the most expansive, manor-like super-large detached villa, with extremely strict security, not just guards on duty, but also combat robots patrolling. On an adjacent lawn, there is also a flying vehicle parked. Inside the villa's basement, there is a 1,000-square-meter large martial arts hall, extremely luxurious, with all sorts of technological facilities available, even a 60-meter speed testing runway. In the center of the martial arts room, a girl dressed in red exercise gear had her eyes tightly closed. Boom! Waves of intense heat, resembling dancing flames, kept emerging around her, then condensed behind her back. Gradually, behind the girl, the vague form of a flame phoenix tree took shape. On the phoenix tree, the phantom of a firebird seemed to circle and dance, elusive and indistinct. This, my little sister? The young man in a blue martial path suit standing to the side was shockingly watching this scene, the burning body phoenix tree, phoenix soul refining. My little sister actually fulfilled the requirements of the Nirvana divine scripture. Before she turned 18, the young man was dumbfounded. Even though father had tasked him with checking on her, saying she'd likely awaken someday. However, the young man hadn't quite believed it before he came. Because, from a young age, aside from her perseverance in training, his little sister did not compare to himself and his elder brother back then. Father really does see things clearly, the young man muttered to himself. Seconds and minutes ticked by. The young man patiently waited. His little sister meeting the requirements for cultivating the Nirvana divine scripture meant a guaranteed smooth future, and as her brother, he naturally felt joy. Another quarter of an hour passed. The swaths of red light gradually merged into Lin Lanyu's body, causing her expressions to show slight pain, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. Lin Lanyue could clearly feel an astonishing transformation taking place inside her body. It was like a leap in life level. Finally, everything calmed down. Lin Lanyue gradually returned to normal, only her skin had become more rosy, and a faint flame mark appeared on her forehead. As the flame mark slowly merged into her forehead, she also opened her eyes. My physical quality. Lin Lanyue gently clenched her fists, feeling the significant transformation of her body, and couldn't help but look towards the young man in the distance. Second brother? Your physical quality was already at 9.6 levels before, now, it must have surpassed 10.0 levels, reaching the threshold requirement for an entry-rank martial artist, the young man said with a smile. Improvement this fast? Won't it affect my future? Lin Lanyue hesitated. She knew that many treasures that quickly enhance one's strength in a short period could actually consume one's life potential, limiting future achievements. No, what you took was the Crimson Skyfire Marrow Crystal that mother had someone send from Feixing, along with the Solar Phoenix Bloodstone that father helped you refine into your body a few years ago. They perfectly complement each other, the young man said with a smile. Their main function is to promote a second awakening of your spiritual nature. In fact, most of the power of these two treasures has not yet been unleashed. As you continue to practice in the future, they will naturally exert their effects gradually. Lin Lanyue nodded slightly. All this time, she seldom took basic qi and blood potions and other auxiliary cultivation drugs. But as her body matured completely, the speed of improvement in her physical quality became faster and faster. The most important reason was the foundation-building treasure left inside her by her father. Second brother, did I just succeed? Lin Lanyue couldn't help asking. Yes, he said. The young man expressed his feelings. Just as father predicted, you have met the requirements to practice the Nirvana divine scripture. I really don't get it. Both big brother and I attempted a second awakening of spiritual nature and failed. We could only continue practicing the blazing flame burning cultivation method, and even now, we are still 29th level prime warriors. The young man shook his head with a wry smile. If Mother knew that you had met the requirements to practice the Nirvana divine scripture, she'd be very happy. Mother? Lin Lanyu's eyes dimmed. She hadn't seen her mother for many years. Father and big brother were also busy. Only the second brother would occasionally come to see her. What about father? Why didn't he come today? Lin Lanyue couldn't help asking. He went to the Rob Sea, the young man said solemnly. The situation there is intense. The country conjectures that with the aliens being so aggressive, the likelihood of the Rob Sea star realm's entrance expanding into a third-level star realm is very high. Third-level star realm? Lin Lanyue was shocked. She understood what that meant. In the whole Blue Star, there were several second-level star realms, but only one third-level star realm had appeared so far. Another third-level star realm? And within the territory of Sha country? It would undoubtedly be a disaster. No wonder the country has directly issued a second-level war alert, Lin Lanyue thought to herself. Therefore, the martial arts department has specially communicated with father, requesting him to go there, the young man said. If it really comes to the most dangerous moment. Only a strong man like father could prevent the frontline situation from completely collapsing. Lin Lanyue nodded slightly. She knew her father's significance to the country. Little sister. You handle this well. I must leave in a bit, the young man smiled. In the following few months, you'll need to work harder. Get a good result. Once the college entrance exam is over, the family's review team will come, the young man advised. You've just arrived, and now you're leaving? Lin Lanyue frowned. I'm the boss of the department. With so many people waiting for me, surrounding me, how can I stop completely? The young man said affectionately as he patted the girl's head. Don't worry, once the matter with the Punlai Star Realm is settled, I'll come back to see you. If there's anything, we can also communicate via virtual network. I got it, don't worry, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. She really didn't want her second brother to leave, but she knew the priorities. March 14th, Saturday, 2 p.m. Guan Mountain District's first high school. While other students were practicing in the martial arts room, a vice principal, Xu Bo, and the senior grade director had brought Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue, Ji Yu Cheng'an, and 10 other students to stand at the sports field, waiting. Li Yuan, Ji Yu Cheng'an, and the others were carrying bags on their backs. Li Yuan, have you been to Zhongbei Martial University before? Ji Yu Cheng'an asked in a low voice. No, Li Yuan shook his head slightly. Zhongbei Martial Arts University's campus was over 100 kilometers away from Zhong City and under strict control. I've been there twice, following my sister. Ji Yu Cheng'an said with a smile. She has a lifetime pass and can take someone with her. Oh, Li Yuan looked at Lin Lanyue, who was closing her eyes and resting, with some surprise. He knew Lin Lanyu's family was well off, but to have a permanent pass to Zhongbei Martial University? Here it comes. Xu Bo suddenly spoke up, looking up at the sky. Whoosh! A large flying vehicle that resembled an airship rapidly descended from the high sky, then quickly slowed down and gently landed on the school sports field. This was a colossal object, more than 70 meters long and over 20 meters high. Its surface was streamlined, emitting a faint blue light. Very beautiful. A second-level flying vessel, RB-9 type, commonly used for short-distance passenger transport, Ji Yu Cheng'an recognized it immediately and muttered. As expected of Zhongbei Martial University, so lavish. Second-level flying vessel? Li Yuan was secretly amazed. As far as Li Yuan knew, all of Blue Star's flying vessels were categorized as ordinary, first rank, second rank, third rank. The standards hinged mainly on flight speed and protective capacity, with each rank divided into various types based on usage. For example, a second-rank flying vessel, once sealed, could withstand attacks from a second-rank prime warrior from startup to full acceleration without damage. Flight speed? When cruising at full speed, it was at least supersonic, and several times the speed of sound was not surprising. The hatch slowly opened. Prepare to board, Xu Bo said in a low voice. Click. The hatch opened fully, its automatic locking mechanism engaging to prevent it from closing abruptly. Then, a staircase slowly descended from the hatch, landing steadily on the playground. A middle-aged man dressed in a black Marshall Path uniform, along with a young man in a suit, appeared at the hatch, following the steps down. "You must be Professor Ming. What a pleasure to meet you," the Vice-Chancellor said, extending his hand. The man in the Marshall Path uniform offered a polite smile. "Hello." Afterward, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Shu Bo standing beside him. "Shu Bo, long time no see." "Senior Ming," Shu Bo said with a hint of respect, "I didn't expect you to come." Shu Bo was well aware of the middle-aged man's prowess. Though he appeared to be under 40, he was actually in his 80s, a powerful prime warrior. He was a very famous professor at Zhongbei Martial Arts University, with students all over the province and a high reputation within it. Shu Bo had met him once before. Martial artists have exceptionally strong memories. Once they meet someone, they rarely forget. "Ha ha. Why couldn't I come?" Senior Ming asked with a smile. "I didn't come just to see you, but to take a look at the future young talents of Zhongbei province." The two conversed as though good friends. "These must be the youngsters your school selected this year." Senior Ming's gaze fell on Li Yuan and others, his eyes flashing briefly. Boom. Boom. As his gaze swept over them, Li Yuan instantly felt an overpowering pressure hit him, causing his heart to skip a beat. It was like a normal person walking in the wild suddenly discovering a white four-headed tiger crouched 3 meters away, staring intently at them. It was terrifying. Fortunately, Li Yuan's spiritual power had already reached level 15, and day and night within the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, his will had been tempered by the scorching sun to be incredibly resilient. He did not show any discomfort. In contrast, among the other 9 students, aside from Lin Lanyue and Ji Yu Chang'an, everyone else instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Even 2 of the students let out an involuntary cry before realizing there was nothing to fear, and hung their heads in shame. Psychic pressure, huh? Li Yuan thought to himself. When he had read Basics of Martial Path, the book mentioned that beings with strong blood energy, powerful spiritual power, and astonishing will would naturally form a biological magnetic field around them, exerting pressure on weaker life forms nearby. This was commonly referred to as presence. "Not bad, all of you are fine seedlings," Senior Ming said, his aura returning to normal with a smile. "You flatter them, Senior Ming," the Vice-Chancellor responded politely. Whoosh! Senior Ming took a step and, like a phantom, moved over 10 meters to stand before Lin Lanyue. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to them. "Senior Ming," Lin Lanyue said with considerable respect. "Lin Lanyue?" Senior Ming's voice became gentle. "It seems the Lin family is about to produce another outstanding heroine." "You know me, Senior?" Lin Lanyue sounded a bit surprised. "I do," Senior Ming said with a smile. "Years ago, I collaborated with your father. I have great respect for him." The surrounding crowd was shocked, staring at Lin Lanyue, as they realized her father must be quite remarkable. "Senior Ming is this friendly with her?" The Vice-Chancellor and the Great Advisor were both surprised. Indeed, they did not know the true lineage of Lin Lanyue. The family information Lin Lanyue shared with others was optimized. "Thank you, Senior Ming," Lin Lanyue said, neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Work hard," Senior Ming said with a smile. Then, he turned his attention to Li Yuan standing nearby. "Young student, what is your name?" Li Yuan replied with great respect. "Li Yuan." "Li Yuan?" Senior Ming chuckled. "I'll remember that." "Li Yuan, if you don't choose one of the top 5 universities for your college entrance exam, Zhongbei Martial University's warrior class will always welcome you. I'll keep a special training contract reserved for you." "What?" Everyone around was taken aback. "Li Yuan is that strong?" Ji Yu Chang'an looked curiously at Li Yuan. The other students were equally shocked. The quota for Zhongbei Martial Arts University's warrior class? Most of the students present didn't care. After all, as top 10 in their grade, they were aiming for the top 5 universities. But to have a special training contract reserved especially for him? It meant that Senior Ming had high hopes for Li Yuan, recognizing his immense potential, far surpassing the other students present. Li Yuan scored lower than us in the January mock exams. He is favored over us. Could it be that Li Yuan's strength surpasses ours by far? A few students exchanged glances, confused but not daring to express it. A special training contract reserved for me? Li Yuan was also bewildered. Senior Ming saw so much in him. Could it be that, like Hallmaster Wan, he had sensed something special in his spiritual power? Li Yuan, aren't you going to thank Senior Ming? Shu Bo urged in a low voice. Thank you for your generosity, Senior, Li Yuan promptly replied with respect. Ha ha, no need to be so formal, Senior Ming laughed and then addressed all the students. I know you all are aiming for the top 5 universities, but consider Zhongbei Martial University as a fallback. Moreover, this event is being observed by representatives from the top 5 universities. I hope that everyone will make the most out of these 5 days. All right, board the flyer. They watched the flyer take off. Teacher Shu, the vice-chancellor couldn't help but ask, do you know who Lin Lanyu's father is? Not sure, Shu Bo shook his head. What about Li Yuan? The grade advisor inquired with curiosity. Based on grades, even without the extras, isn't Li Yuan behind Lin Lanyue? Why does Senior Ming favor him alone? I guess he wants to take Li Yuan as his godson, Shu Bo said with a smile. Grade director. Inside the aircraft, apart from senior teacher Shu and a few other teachers from Zhongbei Martial Arts University, there were already more than 10 students sitting. Looking at the school badges, they all came from other schools in Guan Mountain District. Looks like they're from First High School. They have so many people, and our school only got 2 slots. Stop complaining. The 10th place from their school is probably stronger than our first place. Students from other schools whispered among themselves. Take your seats in order of your number and fasten your seatbelts, instructed the young man in a suit. Lin Lanyue, Li Yuan, and Ji Yu Chang'an sat in 2 rows facing each other according to their grades. Li Yuan, who ranked 6th overall in his grade, happened to sit opposite Lin Lanyue. Thanks for yesterday, Li Yuan said to Lin Lanyue in a low voice. It was nothing, Lin Lanyue nodded. Curiosity got the better of Ji Yu Chang'an. Sis, what happened with you and Li Yuan yesterday? Sit down and shut up, Lin Lanyue replied coldly. Ji Yu Chang'an dared not ask any further. Li Yuan, have you awakened your martial spirit? Asked the short-haired, bulky young man sitting in the middle, looking at Li Yuan with curiosity and an underlying competitive spirit. The other classmates also looked at Li Yuan curiously. They all remembered the scene from earlier. Teacher Shu's attitude towards Li Yuan was distinctly different. No, shook Li Yuan's head. You haven't awakened? The short-haired, bulky young man was confused. But what about Teacher Shu earlier? I don't know, Li Yuan shook his head. The short-haired, bulky young man frowned and was about to continue questioning. Dong Haifeng, Lin Lanyue suddenly said coldly, hasn't anyone taught you? Don't pry into others' privacy. Lanyue, you? Dong Haifeng's expression slightly changed. Lanyue is what you call her. Ji Yu Chang'an, sitting beside her, was unhappy. Call her by her full name. Dong Haifeng was taken aback. He turned to look at Lin Lanyue, who was sitting by the window and had closed her eyes, clearly unwilling to deal with him. Understood, Dong Haifeng muttered. Immediately, Dong Haifeng's gaze swept over Li Yuan, and a subtle hint of disgust flashed through his eyes. But he said no more. When you dislike someone, there's no need for words. Dong Haifeng, Li Yuan, with his strong spiritual power, sensed the change in the latter's emotions. Dong Haifeng, who often ranked in the top 3 of his grade in martial arts, was not much different from Ji Yu Chang'an. Li Yuan did not know why the other held a dislike towards him, but he did not care. I'm not Blue Star Coins. How can everyone like me? Li Yuan shook his head lightly. Even if I were Blue Star Coins, some still call them the root of all evil. At the core area of Zhongbei Martial Arts University was a massive steel war fortress, towering over 300 meters high and brimming with a sense of technology. From a distance, it looked like a sci-fi city made of steel. Inside the Steel City, in a small conference room, more than 10 men and women dressed in uniform sat in a circle. The badges on their chests bore the uniform emblem of an imposing mountain. The students invited to the event will arrive at the school this afternoon. These 88 students are the primary targets of our recruitment mission, and we aim to persuade them to apply to Kunlun Martial Arts University, declared the bald, burly middle-aged man at the head of the table, his voice sonorous. You've all quickly reviewed the information, and the corresponding targets have been allocated to you.
S grade targets, 3. A grade targets, 13.
B grade targets, 72. Prepare detailed scouting reports. Immediately interview and sign contracts with those confirmed to meet B grade standards. Understood? The bald man asked in a deep voice. Understood. The group responded in unison. Any additions? The bald man asked. President Lee, a soothing voice suddenly spoke up. I would like to add another candidate for scouting. Swish. Swish. Everyone turned to look all at once. Professor Fan. The bald man turned to look. The speaker was an unassuming elderly man in his 60s, known as Professor Fan Jin from Kunlun Martial Arts University's 8 institutes. Who? Inquired the bald man. Li Yuan, Professor Fan Jin answered. Li Yuan? The bald man pondered. Student Li Yuan from the first high school of Guan Mountain District? Yes, nodded Professor Fan Jin. His martial arts skills are not bad, fitting the A-grade standard, but his other aspects are average, which overall do not meet the B-grade standard. The bald man directly shook his head. He had memorized the information of thousands of students participating in the recruitment event. The material is incomplete, Professor Fan Jin stated. I'll add 2 points. First, his skills are top-notch, having entered the top 1,000 of the Blue Star Youth rankings. In terms of skills, he meets the baseline of the S-grade standard. Second, he has an extremely strong talent for spiritual power, comparable to a 15th-level martial artist, Professor Fan Jin said. Surprise showed on the faces of the seated teachers. Is this information reliable? The bald man's eyes brightened as he pressed for confirmation. Reliable. As of last October, he has already signed a B-grade contract with Starfire Martial Hall, Professor Fan Jin assured. Good, temporarily listed as A grade, a key target for scouting, the bald man decided, looking at Professor Fan Jin. Professor Fan, you will take charge. In 5 days, I want to see a detailed scouting report on him. The aircraft took off and landed along the way. After picking up students from over 10 schools, there were more than 50 students sitting inside. Finally, the aircraft started to accelerate, shooting straight into the clouds. From the city area to the Zhongbei Martial Arts University campus, it was only over 100 kilometers, and the second-rank aircraft reached its destination in just a few minutes at full speed. It descended slowly. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cabin door opened, and over 50 students followed Teacher Ming and others in disembarking the aircraft one by one. This was a large airport. Around the runway, there were already up to 100 aircraft parked, with most looking similar to the one Li Yuan and his peers were on. Apart from the terminal building, not far away, there was a very special metallic high-rise, under which hundreds of students were standing densely packed. In the distant horizon lay a huge war fortress, hundreds of meters tall and occupying a vast area. War fortress? Many students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Yuan also looked over, unable to help himself. In the city area, aside from a few special buildings, most did not exceed 12 stories. But the distant, massive war fortress, with its smooth contour lines, was filled with geometric aesthetics and a stern technological texture. The outer layer of the fortress seemed to also use a reflective material, shimmering with the changing light. One could vaguely see dense laser turrets, electromagnetic towers, and numerous unmanned drone launch platforms. With just one glance, Li Yuan thought of the No. 3 base, located in the Rob Seastar realm, towering a kilometer high, that he had seen in videos. The two were very similar. But watching in a video and seeing it in person conveyed completely different levels of impact. Zhongbei Martial Arts University's war fortress is rarely seen in photos online, Li Yuan thought to himself. But why is there a war fortress inside the university? Everyone, look over here, let me introduce to you, the suit-clad man leading the group said with a smile. The war fortress you see in the distance is classified as a second-rank war fortress by the Seven-Star Alliance, and it is the main teaching building of our Zhongbei Martial Arts University. At the same time, it is also a military base, so during the entire event period, photography is prohibited on campus, which I'm sure everyone understands, he continued. The main teaching building? A military base? Located in the same place? Many students were confused. You all are soon to become students at the Martial Arts University, and you need to start changing your mindset, the young man in the suit said with a smile. Ordinary university students are still common people, just like countless other civilians, and they are under protection. But students at the Martial Arts University are not common people. Each martial arts university, in fact, is a gathering place for top martial artists to teach and invest massive resources. Each student at the Martial Arts University is a reserve military officer. Why does the nation invest so much in martial arts universities? The young man in the suit asked with a smile. To kill enemies, protect the nation, some students said instinctively. This was the education and guidance they had received from childhood. Right, in a crucial moment, the man in the suit said solemnly, any student from the Martial Arts University must unconditionally comply with military conscription. Students like Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue all became solemn, listening attentively. Every student aspiring to become a martial artist was aware that upon entering a martial arts university, one must sign a conscription contract, which meant becoming a reserve military officer. A martial artist signifies not only powerful strength and extremely high social status but also the responsibility of guarding human civilization. Martial artists, tasked with killing enemies and protecting the nation, have an inescapable duty. If one does not have such conviction and mental preparation, then there is no need to apply to the martial arts university, and one might as well remain an ordinary person. Similarly, whether it is one of the top 5 universities or the martial arts universities in each province, the locations are carefully chosen, the man in the suit added with a laugh. In the future, you all will understand. Now, look over here again. The metal tower nearby is an electromagnetic tower, considered an extremely high-end core of land arsenals, and it is part of the peripheral defense of the entire war fortress. The man in the suit continued to explain. Our city has many martial artists and is also staffed by the military, making it very safe. But here we are sparsely populated, and aircraft often take off and land, which can easily attract the attention of flying star realm creatures. Therefore, an electromagnetic weapon tower has been specially built next to the terminal building. Any flying star realm creatures that dare to appear or approach within tens of kilometers will be directly killed by the electromagnetic cannons inside the electromagnetic tower, the man in the suit explained. To reduce energy consumption, it is currently in a hidden state. If fully activated, there would be hundreds of electromagnetic cannons, the man in the suit said with a smile. Listening, many students were quite shocked, as they had rarely seen such war weapons while living in the city. Let's go. Come over here to gather. Most people have already arrived. The man in the suit led everyone to gather under the electromagnetic tower. In fact, the hundreds of students who had originally been waiting under the tower could not help but look over. Seems like they're from Zhong City again. So many people, this is the third batch already. Zhong City really gets a lot of slots. What do you mean Zhong City gets a lot of slots? That's because our city has good results. College entrance exams look at scores. Over a third of the students admitted to Zhongbei Martial Arts University are from Zhong City, someone retorted. Hey, I'm going to see, is Zhong City really that great? Not a single one who's handsome, students from all over Zhongbei province whispered among themselves. All who were invited were elite students from around the province. They were mostly big names at their respective schools, with many being perennial top students, and naturally carried a bit of arrogance. Drawing close, the dozens of students from Guan Mountain District, with Lin Lanyue and Li Yuan at the core, started to come over. There was no way around it. The most numerous and prestigious students at Guan Mountain District's number 1 high school were Lin Lanyue and Li Yuan. Walking beside Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue suddenly whispered, Li Yuan, take a look at the boy over there playing with his smart ring. His name is Tian Dazhuang, remember him? Tian Dazhuang? Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. Such an unusual name. He looked over and saw a person with unremarkable appearance, short and stocky limbs, someone who would be absolutely unnoticed in a crowd. What about him? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. He comes from the mountainous region of Shizhou, Lin Lanyue said softly. His family is very poor, but in the January examinations, he scored full marks in martial arts skills. Full marks. Li Yuan was slightly surprised and couldn't help but give another look to the youth named Tian Dazhuang. His martial arts skills are that impressive. And that girl in white clothes, she's from Shangzhou, Lin Lanyue continued softly. Her name is Wang Yu. She also scored full marks in martial arts skills in the January examinations. Wang Yu. Li Yuan also made a mental note. The girl named Wang Yu, dressed in a tight martial arts uniform, had a great figure, but her appearance was ordinary, not nearly as striking as Lin Lanyue. Any others? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. You think full marks in martial arts skills are as common as cabbages? The last one is Wu Dongdong from the city district. He hasn't arrived yet, Lin Lanyue said with a shake of her head and a chuckle. But several months have passed since the January examinations, so I wouldn't rule out someone else making a breakthrough. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Someone else made a breakthrough? Unfortunately, that would be me. Remember them, are we going to fight against them? Li Yuan asked. Didn't you look at the schedule? Lin Lanyue glanced at Li Yuan. There's a martial arts skills assessment tonight. Did you think it would be an isolated test like the college entrance exam? Is it not? Li Yuan wondered. He had looked at the schedule. But the schedule didn't offer detailed explanations for each item. A free-for-all battle, the last one standing wins, Lin Lanyue uttered 8 words. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. This was one type of competition mode from the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Very brutal. Try to avoid those top experts as much as possible, if you can survive until the end of a fight. The observers from the 5 famous schools will definitely have a higher opinion of you, Lin Lanyue said in a low voice. For the universities, they're not just looking at scores, but more at combat experience. Li Yuan nodded slightly. If one lacks absolute strength advantage but still emerges victorious in the melee, it's enough to prove one's combat capability. After all, combat isn't about comparing scores. Even someone strong can still lose to someone weaker. Therefore, knowing the strengths of others in advance is very important. There are about 10 others with martial arts skills scores over 380 points. They all might make a breakthrough. I'll point them out to you, and you remember. Lin Lanyue pointed each one out to Li Yuan, naming them and their scores. With Li Yuan's spiritual power, remembering a dozen people in a short amount of time wasn't difficult. After memorizing them all, Li Yuan asked in a low voice, "Why are you helping me?" The January examination results from each city were not made public. It's not easy searching them out one by one. Most importantly, getting a hold of these people's appearances and then remembering them is incredibly difficult. A normal 12th grade student, who would go out of their way to pay attention to the results from other districts, and remember the faces on top of that? Even for their own city, it's impressive enough just to remember the first-place student. Friends help each other, Lin Lanyue said with a faint smile. I also hope you can help me during the combat assessment. Li Yuan smiled too. Help Lin Lanyue? When he saw the special treatment from Senior Ming on the school's sport field, Li Yuan had used inquiry on Lin Lanyue and confirmed that her physical quality had reached an astonishing 10.1 level. This was already beyond the full score standard for physical quality in the college entrance exam. But Li Yuan didn't reveal this. All right, mutual assistance, Li Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that from yesterday to today, his relationship with Lin Lanyue indeed seemed more like that of normal friends. Furthermore, Li Yuan was truly grateful to her. This information had come at the perfect time. With his spear technique just breaking through to the 4th level, he might not be able to win if he really faced Tian Dazhuang or Wang Yu. Li Yuan continued chatting with Lin Lanyue. Not far away, other students looked on by themselves. Suddenly, another aircraft arrived, dropping off dozens of students. Here they come, from our Zhang City district, Lin Lanyue suddenly said. Li Yuan was taken aback. He couldn't tell at all. Leading the team was a ponytailed girl hopping and skipping around, looking around curiously. Ji Yu Chang, your good friend has arrived. Lin Lanyue turned her head to look at Ji Yu Chang'an, who was bragging to a girl. Good friend? Who? Ji Yu Chang'an turned his head, and his pupils shrank. Crap, that little lunatic. He started to run. But it was too late. Whoosh! In a flash, the ponytailed girl appeared in front of Ji Yu Chang'an and said cheerfully, "Little Chang, long time no see." "Dong Dong, it has been a long time, you've gotten prettier." Ji Yu Chang'an forced a smile. "You wanted to run as soon as you saw me?" The ponytailed girl stared at Ji Yu Chang. "No, I just wanted to use the restroom." Ji Yu Chang hurriedly shook his head. "Really?" The ponytailed girl eyed him with doubt. "Really?" Ji Yu Chang asserted with confidence. "Then why aren't you going anymore?" The ponytailed girl glared at Ji Yu Chang. "Seeing you, I no longer feel the need to go to the restroom," Ji Yu Chang blurted out. "Bullshit, if you want to run just say it. Anyway, when I want to beat you up, you can't run away," the ponytailed girl huffed. The pretty girl beside them had already started to laugh. Ji Yu Chang's face was almost green. Just moments ago, he'd been boasting to her about how tough he was. "I'm not dealing with you anymore." The ponytailed girl flipped her hair and then her gaze fell upon Lin Lanyue not far away. Her eyes lit up, and she jumped over. You sis. Dong Dong, long time no see." Lin Lanyue smiled and opened her arms to embrace the ponytailed girl. Lin Lanyue was half a head taller than the ponytailed girl, looking just like an older sister hugging her younger sister. Li Yuan watched the two from the side. After letting go of Lin Lanyue, the ponytailed girl curiously looked at Li Yuan and hesitated. "Are you Li Yuan?" "Him." Li Yuan nodded. "You're handsomer than how Yu sis described you." The ponytailed girl showed her little tiger teeth and extended her hand. "Hello. My name is Wu Dongdong." "Wu Dongdong?" Li Yuan looked at the ponytailed girl. "She's Wu Dongdong." Lin Lanyue smiled at Li Yuan. "Yuan Yu test, first in Zhong City, don't be deceived by her appearance." Him. Li Yuan nodded lightly, still feeling somewhat surreal. Martial arts skills, physical quality high school exam double full score. A martial arts genius that is hard to come by in the entire Zhongbei province in a year, looking at the whole world. Probably at the top among her peers, it's hard to associate with the ponytailed girl in front of him. Yu sis said you have excellent martial arts skills, not many can impress Yu sis. The ponytailed girl looked at Li Yuan, extending her smart ring. "Come on. Add me on V, we can spar on the combat network later." "Sure." Li Yuan smiled and added her as a friend. Li Yuan could tell, Wu Dongdong was naive, incredibly talented, and well acquainted with Lin Lanyue. Her background must be quite significant. "Dongdong, sparring on the combat network is fine," Lin Lanyue whispered, "but later during the skills assessment, in the melee, if you come across Li Yuan." "Understood." Wu Dongdong nodded like a pecking hen. "If I encounter Yu sis and Li Yuan, I'll first take out the others, then we can have a one-on-one at the end." "What if you come across me?" Ji Yu Chang edged forward, full of anticipation. "I'll take you down first." Time passed, and after a quarter of an hour, aircrafts arrived one after another. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone finally arrived. Immediately after, Professor Ming delivered a stirring speech, and lastly announced the start of the invitation to visit. Then, everyone received their campus ID cards. The first item, campus tour. Li Yuan had to admit, Zhongbei Martial Arts University was indeed super large, far surpassing the area of ordinary universities. They took a sightseeing car for a cursory visit, and it took an hour to go around the main campus once. And that didn't even include touring inside each teaching building. So you see, Li Yuan, students at Martial Arts University mostly run when they're in a hurry. Ji Yu Chang pointed to the students running furiously on both sides of the road. Inside Martial Arts University, students are not allowed to ride bicycles. Li Yuan looked around. Indeed, there were very few leisurely strolling students. Most were either jogging or sprinting. Before, Li Yuan had only heard of this from the internet, but this was his first time seeing it. Things like in ordinary universities, where boys and girls enjoy a romantic walk under the moonlight, casual talks on the grass, exploration of the mysteries of human bodies in the woods, were even rarer. After a quick tour of Zhongbei Martial Arts University, Li Yuan's impression could be summarized in 4 words. Big. fast. After the tour, it was time to eat. 10 Blue Star coins? Li Yuan looked at the lavish nutritious meal on the table and was somewhat surprised. Outside, it would cost at least 200 Blue Star coins. This 10 coins is also to prevent waste. It's essentially issued by the school. Ji Yu Chang laughed beside him. Students at Martial Arts University receive subsidies on their campus card each month. You can't even finish it normally. In reality, room and board are free. With additional subsidies, of course, supplementary cultivation resources are limited. Each month, there's a ranking. The higher you rank, the more cultivation resources you get. Li Yuan ate while listening to Ji Yu Chang's explanations. It was clear, Ji Yu Chang knew a lot about Martial Arts University. The welfare and benefits at Zhongbei Martial Arts University are already like this. What if one gets into one of the top 5 famous schools? Li Yuan's resolve grew the more he understood. I must get in. And strive to reach the core tier. Getting into one of the top 5 famous schools could completely alleviate his aunt and uncle's financial pressure. Uncle? Li Yuan thought of the war in the Rob Seastar realm, his expression dimming momentarily, and he lowered his head to continue eating. Wu Dongdong suddenly slapped the table and muttered, I'm going to get another portion. After that, she got up and dashed out. She eats that fast? Li Yuan was shocked. He had only eaten half. You're comparing eating speed with her? Ji Yu Chang looked at Li Yuan with a strange look. Li Yuan, that's her domain. Li Yuan laughed. Turns out, this Wu Dongdong was a foodie. Within 10 minutes, Wu Dongdong grabbed 4 large portions of nourishing meals and devoured them all. Li Yuan prided himself on being a big eater, but he had to admit defeat. Li Yuan, Dongdong's physical talent is very special, Lin Lanyue said. Her digestive speed is incomparable to ordinary people. In addition to her regular practice of high-rank cultivation methods, she also consumes 2 essence pills of origin power every month, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. Impressive, Li Yuan sincerely remarked. When it comes to physical cultivation, growth normally has its limits. For martial artists, being able to eat and digest quickly is a remarkable talent, ensuring rapid physical development. Indeed. At school, it feels like I'm in a small pond. Apart from Lin Lanyue, nobody is my match. Li Yuan put down his chopsticks, his peripheral vision unintentionally sweeping over Wu Dongdong, who was still diligently focusing on his meal. At a distance, all were students. Li Yuan had tried to use Divine Palace Inquiry. Each one had a physical quality of over level 8. Participating in this event, and seeing the best high school seniors from the entire province, makes me recognize my own insufficiencies. Li Yuan realized one of the purposes of the country holding such invitation events. It was to tell them, these students, first in the grade? First in the county? High martial path talent? Even if you are 1 in 1,000 talents, just in Zhongbei province, a year will produce over 1,000 such talents. And what if you look at Sha country, or the whole world? Or even the entire human civilization? How many martial arts prodigies will emerge in a year? One step at a time. From middle school till now, I've worked desperately hard to have the chance to attend this invitation event today. Li Yuan's eyes were full of longing. This time, I must seize the opportunity. 8 at night. All visiting students, carrying their student cards, entered the accommodations arranged by Zhongbei Martial Arts University. A large flat? Many impoverished students, like Li Yuan, were a bit shocked. Normally, 2 students share one martial arts room, with an area of over 800 square meters, including the martial arts room, bedroom, therapy room, dining room. Someone comes regularly to take care of it, the leading third-year student said with a smile. Each semester, the top 20% of elite students in the assessment get an independent martial arts room. Students in the top 5% of the martial arts class get a detached villa, not including the garden, with a total area of 1,200 square meters. This time you are here to compete, so you'll be sharing a room with one other. Don't feel slighted, this third-year student said with a smile. At last, Li Yuan and the others understood why the martial arts university covered such a vast area. Just the dormitory area alone was astonishingly large. No wonder the number of martial artist student slots from the country has always been limited. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Not counting cultivation resources, Just the accommodations alone are consuming enormous resources. Zhongbei Martial Arts University consistently accommodates about 50,000 students a year, not including teachers and support staff. The Martial Arts University is a 5-year program. Those who enjoy more resources also bear greater responsibilities. Male and female students stay in separate accommodations. Li Yuan and Ji Yu Chang'an were assigned to the same room. After setting down their backpacks, they immediately sat down in the virtual network pods in the lounge. Consciousness connected. Just like what that senior student said, after entering our campus card information, we can temporarily enter the space of Zhongbei Martial Arts University's campus, Li Yuan said with a proud smile. With a thought, he entered. Shish, shish, shish. One figure after another appeared out of thin air, taking their seats. This was a colossal battle space. Quickly, close to 1,000 people had appeared on the vast circular spectator platform, bustling with excitement. In the center was a circular arena over 200 meters in diameter. Li Yuan. A clear voice rang out. It was Lin Lanyue with her dyed red hair sitting next to him. The others who had appeared were also students from Guan Mountain District. Obviously, the system tried to arrange for students from the same school and district to sit together as much as possible. You're pretty early, Li Yuan said with a smile, and then his gaze swept around. Do you know the fighting rules? Is it by number order or random? It should be a pseudo-random selection, Lin Lanyue said. Pseudo-random? Li Yuan was puzzled. It's to make an effort to separate students from the same school or same county district, to avoid people teaming up and to ensure fairness, Lin Lanyue explained with a smile. For example, if by complete random selection, our school's 10 students were chosen for the same battle, wouldn't we team up to take out the others first? Li Yuan understood. 2 minutes later, the consciousness of over 1,000 students participating in this invitation event had descended upon this arena space. All the students knew that the first real test of this invitation event was about to begin. Good evening to all the students from across the province, a deep voice said. Shish. A nearly 2-meter-tall man in black martial attire appeared above the arena, standing in midair with an impressive aura. Let me repeat the rules again, his voice naturally amplified, echoing throughout the venue. Cage melee. Each round, 200 people will be randomly chosen to enter the arena to battle, with a total of 6 rounds, the man in black said in a deep voice. During the fight, you continuously attack. The more enemies you kill and the longer you survive, the higher your score. Until ultimately, only one person remains. Your virtual bodies will all have the same physical quality, which is level 10.0. This is an assessment of your martial arts skills. In each round, rank 2 to 9 will be rewarded with 100,000 blue star coins. The top scorer in each round will receive 500,000 blue star coins. The man in black proclaimed robustly, reverberating across the entire battle space. Li Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. 500,000 blue star coins? Li Yuan's gaze sharpened. With his uncle's life and death unknown, Li Yuan had long since resolved that in the worst-case scenario, he must be able to support his family. What is responsibility after all? Firstly, it's about earning money. Not just for his own cultivation but also to afford the education his younger brother and sister need. My goal is to be first, Li Yuan decided, his eyes filled with desire. No one can stand in my way. 100,000 blue star coins? Sitting in the lower rows, Gu Chang'an's eyes shone as he turned around and said, Sis, if you get it and share half with me, or I get it and share half with you, how about that? That's enough for my pocket money for half a year, Gu Chang'an said, looking at Lin Lanyue with anticipation. Lin Lanyue glanced at Gu Chang'an. Do you think you can get it? Gu Chang'an was taken aback. Li Yuan, with your spear technique skills, you might have a chance at the top 10. But remember not to be reckless. Lin Lanyue looked at Li Yuan. Surviving longer scores higher than killing more enemies. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The top 10? 500,000 blue star coins. Wu Dongdong sitting in the back rows was also extremely excited, waving his hand as he shouted, You sis. Plus the hundreds of thousands of pocket money I've saved up, it's enough to buy that flying motorcycle I showed you last time. Last time, No matter how much I pestered my dad, he wouldn't buy it for me. I've decided, I'm going to get that 500,000 and buy it in secret. Not just Li Yuan and his group, the majority of students were tempted by the prize money. 500,000 Blue Star coins? Even 100,000 Blue Star coins, to most senior third-year students, was a considerable sum. Especially for students like Li Yuan, whose families were of similar or even lesser means. 100,000 Blue Star coins? 500,000 Blue Star coins? A student named Tian Dajuang with average looks had slightly reddened eyes. He mumbled to himself, no wonder before boarding the aircraft, the station chief specially told me that this was a good chance to make money. The first challenge alone is worth 500,000 Blue Star coins. According to the itinerary, could there be more rewards later? Maybe, Tian Dajuang thought to himself. Over the years, the state has already rewarded several million Blue Star coins. In this half-year of body-mind weapon integration, my physical cultivation has improved much faster, but I still started too late, awakening to my martial spirit in my second year of high school, and now my physical quality is only at level 8.5. With my poor physical quality, it's highly unlikely that I'll take the first place in actual combat. My skills are my biggest advantage. I'm set on taking the first place in the cage battle. Tian Dajuang stared silently at the arena. He came from a remote mountain area. In this era, transportation, water conservancy, and many other facilities in the mountain areas are extremely convenient, with plenty of subsidies for poor families. But the gap between rich and poor is unavoidable. Tian Dajuang, who came from a lower-class family in the mountain area, had elderly grandparents, a severely ill father, a deceased mother, and a younger brother. Starting from middle school, he began to show terrifying talent in martial arts skills. After entering high school and awakening to his martial spirit, Tian Dajuang improved even more rapidly. The various cash awards from the school and the state increased, and after awakening to his martial spirit in his second year of high school, he was directly recruited by the Martial Arts Hall, which truly changed the fate of his family. He was a martial path genius that the school and even the entire county hadn't seen in decades. He also carried the expectations of many. Fate. My fate must be in my own hands. Tian Dajuang's eyes were filled with longing. The principal and the station chief care so much about me. I have to achieve something significant. His county-level high school was very ordinary, so he was the only one invited this time. Many knew his name, but recognized his face? Few. 500,000 Blue Star coins? A girl named Wang Yu had an ardent gaze. She didn't care at all about the gazes of some boys sneaking glances at her. Wang Yu was used to these looks. I must get it, so I can change homes for my family sooner, she thought. That way, my parents won't have to keep squeezing into a small room to rest. Over 1,000 students were emotionally stirred, watching the man in black martial attire with great excitement. All who were here were pride of the heavens. Even though they knew their peers were strong, subconsciously, they were still full of confidence in themselves. Aside from the cash rewards, the host, a man in black attire on the stage, continued to shout excitedly. Besides that, dozens of observers from the 5 top schools are already watching you in another virtual space. They are looking forward to your performance. For regular students, their college entrance exams are in June. The man in the black martial attire spoke passionately. But for you elite students, the college entrance exam, starting today, from this very moment, has already begun. The man in black martial attire suddenly threw a punch, trying his best to drive the atmosphere to a climax. People are easily swayed, especially the young. The higher-ups organized this invitation event, naturally hoping to see the best performance of the participating students. Want to get special training contracts from the top 5 universities in advance? Want to receive a large amount of Blue Star coin rewards? Want to earn recognition from Martial Arts University quicker after admission and get more cultivation resources? The man in black martial attire waved his arms, constantly turning to look at different students, roaring excitedly. Then today, fight with all you've got. Ignite your passion and blood, and show your strength to the fullest. Moreover, throughout the combat space, along with the host's roar, cheers and shouts started to rise. These cheers and shouts did not come from the thousands of students. They were sound effects inherent to the combat space, making many students feel their blood boil. I announce, cage battle, last man standing wins. The first round, the man in black armor suddenly gestured, his voice thundering as loudly as if it were thunder booming, starts now. Shua. 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 The first round, randomly selecting 200 students. Instantly vanished from their seats. Ji Yu Chang was chosen. Li Yuan immediately noticed that Ji Yu Chang'an sitting in the front row had disappeared. Tian Dajuang isn't there either. Was he selected for the first round as well? And Tan Bing, Li Yuan remembered, among the more than a dozen experts Lin Lanyue and he had mentioned. 3 big shots were chosen for the first round. It's pseudo-random, and it's based on January's mock exam scores. Lin Lanyue whispered beside him. Above, they must have grouped according to the skill scores from the January mock exam, then conducted the random selection. Ensure that the strength distribution of each participant in every battle is close to each other. Everyone waited patiently. 30 seconds later, weapon selection ended. Boom. Accompanied by a massive booming echo. 200 participants, each wielding weapons and armor, simultaneously appeared at the edge of the arena, forming a vast circle. Each person had 2 opponents next to them, very fair. Li Yuan's eyes flickered slightly as he couldn't help saying, next to Tian Dajuang is Ji Yu Chang, looks like his luck isn't good. On the stage, Ji Yu Chang held 2 short axes, looking around as he stretched out one and swung it, provoking Tian Dajuang, who stood expressionless with a mountain-splitting saber in hand. Ji Yu Chang. Why is he deliberately challenging Tian Dajuang? Li Yuan watched in surprise. Has Ji Yu Chang's martial arts skills reached the full score level too? No, his martial arts skills are just over 350 points, I believe. Lin Lanyue calmly shook her head. Let's see if he can break through to 360 points before the college entrance exam. Then why is he? Li Yuan hesitated. Doesn't he know about Tian Dajuang? I didn't share the intel with him. Lin Lanyue shook her head. Seeing Li Yuan's puzzled expression, Lin Lanyue gently shook her head and said, he's different from you. You didn't know the schedule details and it wasn't convenient for you to look up information about others, which is understandable. But him? He has enough resources at his disposal. He could have easily learned about the event's schedule in advance and gathered information on his opponents, but it seems he didn't do anything. Lin Lanyue sighed lightly, if he doesn't take it seriously himself. Why should I tell him? Better let him learn a lesson. Lin Lanyue shook her head. Li Yuan fell silent, feeling somewhat sorry for Ji Yu Chang'an, who was excitedly twisting his body. Is this love from a sister? Lin Lanyue's gaze fell on the stage. She didn't say anything more. There were some things she didn't want to say directly to Li Yuan. This invitation event. For martial arts geniuses with ordinary family backgrounds like Li Yuan, Tian Dajuang, and Wang Yu, it was a rare opportunity. But for Lin Lanyue, Wu Dongdong, including Ji Yu Chang'an, if they had potential and were willing to work hard, what they lacked the least were these so-called opportunities. Dong Haifeng, he's also in the first round? Li Yuan's gaze swept over and found another schoolmate on the stage. As Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue quickly exchanged words, the giant countdown number above the stage had already rapidly dropped from 15 to 3, 2, 1. Begin. The black-clad man in the sky above the stage roared out, his whole body instantly flying up 30 meters high to ensure he wouldn't interfere with any of the contestants. The next moment, the cheers in the battle space erupted thunderously. On the stage, the 200 participants, originally restricted in movement, suddenly felt they could move freely. But, for the moment, no one moved. No one wanted to be the first conspicuous target. At the same time, all participants could clearly see their own points and place ranking from their field of view. This quiet lasted only a second. Whoosh, boom, someone made a move. This action, like a boulder thrown into calm waters, stirred up waves upon waves. Other participants all sprang into action. The countdown of 15 seconds just now meant everyone had already chosen their first target. Boom. Boom. Clang. Instantly, there was a burst of frenzied combat on the stage. 10.0 level physical quality allowed each participant's burst speed to reach up to 22 meters per second, with fist strength hitting 1,300 kilograms, and wielding bladed weapons. One could imagine how powerful each blow was. Now, they were all concentrated in this narrow arena. "You little." Ji Yu Chang'an had barely roared out 2 words excitedly. Puff! A dazzling flash of a saber fiercely slashed through, and Ji Yu Chang'an's entire being vanished into nothingness. "The first one," Tian Dajuang murmured to himself as he held a mountain-splitting saber over a meter long. Continue. He never cared about Ji Yu Chang'an's provocation. With his family situation, growing up, what kind of people hadn't he encountered? In his eyes, Ji Yu Chang'an was just a fool, not worth wasting energy to care about. Boom! Tian Dajuang moved out several meters with a surge, directly heading to kill a spear expert. Clang! A ferocious collision of weapons, followed by a saber slashed like lightning. The spear expert was split in 2 by the fearsome velocity and power of the mountain-splitting saber. Blood splattered, turning into nothingness, killed with 1 blow. To be eliminated with 1 move, damn, I'm at the bottom of the ranking. Ji Yu Chang'an was the first to reappear in his seat. How is it? Lin Lanyue was looking at Li Yuan next to her. Li Yuan was intently watching Tian Dazuang's frenzied slaughter on the stage and softly said, "His saber. So fast, even faster than my spear. It's definitely a 4th level sword technique, and he's been at the 4th level for quite a while." Li Yuan spoke earnestly. A hint of respect flashed deep in Li Yuan's eyes. Experts always admire other experts. Right. Lin Lanyue nodded. My swordsmanship teacher has commented on Tian Dazuang's battle videos. He said that in terms of martial arts skills alone, this Tian Dajuang should be considered among the top 30 in Blue Star's youth rankings, perhaps even higher. The top 30 in the Blue Star youth ranking? Li Yuan nodded in approval. To reach the Fallen Star level, one must at least achieve body-mind unity. And once body-mind unity is achieved, body-mind weapon integration is no longer a bottleneck and is bound to be successful, the only question being how long it will take. According to the data Li Yuan got from the Starry Skies Fighting Network a few days ago, there were already 164 participants who had reached the Fallen Star level on the Blue Star Youth ranking. Based on my previous estimates, a perfect score in the martial arts skills section of the college entrance exam is likely to be 4th level martial arts skills. Li Yuan thought to himself, could it be that a few months ago, this Tian Dajuang was already at 4th level sword technique? If that were true, at this age, one's strength would be increasing rapidly. A few months have passed, and the opponent's strength is definitely stronger now. Top 30 in the Blue Star Youth ranking? Li Yuan did not think it was impossible. In this world, what's never lacking are geniuses. Li Yuan realized more than ever the significance of this statement. At this moment, "Sis, don't scold me, it was just an accident." Ji Yu Chang'an turned his head towards Lin Lanyue. "Next time I'll be serious, I promise." "Explain what to me?" Lin Lanyue frowned. "You lost, so just watch the battle carefully, see who your opponent is, and understand where you lost." Ji Yu Chang'an immediately shut his mouth. He obediently turned his attention back to the duel on the platform. In fact, Ji Yu Chang'an was not without talent, nor did he lack cultivation resources. It's just that he was born in Rome, naturally optimistic, and spoiled by his parents. He was never under any pressure from a young age. In school, most classmates were very willing to be his friend. On the platform, so weak, it seems that, as Dragon Senior said, looking across the whole Blue Star, my martial arts skills are among the top of my peers. Tian Dajuang slightly shook his head, then let the massacre begin. Clang! Peefed! Peefed! The sword technique was fierce and swift. With each slash, the force was unstoppable. Dodge. There's no escape. Defend. Unbearable. Not a single person could withstand his broadsword's cleaves twice. Blood was splattered. Tian Dazuang's score rapidly rose to first place and kept on climbing, leaving the second place far behind. This strong? Isn't it said that physical quality is the same? Attack him. Gang up on him. The faces of the other participating students changed. They all realized the necessity of targeting this killing demon and without hesitation, attacked him from all sides. They all understood that if they didn't take down Tian Dazhuang, they would not be able to secure first place. Of course, there were also many who subconsciously shrank back, trying to avoid Tian Dazhuang. Gang up! Tian Dazhuang was expressionless, wielding the broadsword in his hand. His movements were eerily unpredictable, even faster than all other participants. He directly broke out of the encirclement. Then, the slaughter continued. It should be known that those who were able to participate in the invitation event were definitely the elite students who all had hopes of getting into one of Xia country's top 5 prestigious schools. However, when these elite students faced Tian Dazhuang, an inconspicuous youth, one broadsword, from the north to the south of the platform, seemed unstoppable. On the platform, all the students not yet in battle were looking at the figure on the platform in shock. How fierce! That guy with the sword is too strong. He's just on a different level from the others. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Many people couldn't help but look at the huge scoreboard above the platform, visible from all directions. Tian Dazhuang? My great-great-grandfather's name was Dazhuang, I think. Who still has this kind of name these days? I remember now, he is from Shizhou. He scored full marks in martial arts skills during the January assessment. He's the only full scorer from Shizhou. Awesome. Damn, look at our city's top scorer, see that? Tian Dazhuang killed him with 3 slashes. So satisfying. That idiot mocked me last time, acting tough and got struck by lightning, huh? Is this really a high school senior? The entire spectator platform erupted into a frenzy. The figure holding the broadsword, plain looking and under 1.80 meters in height. But at that moment, he was the king of the platform. Tian Dazhuang, a very common and even somewhat retro name. But everyone remembered it well. Zhongbei Martial Arts University, inside the college building located in the War Fortress. In one of the supersized conference rooms, more than 50 people were sitting. They were vaguely divided into 5 teams. These people were teachers from Xia country's top 5 prestigious schools and observers for this invitation event. Their role was to observe these students. Currently, all observers were each staring at the holographic projections in front of them, which showed the cage melee scene of the invitee students. Each observer could rotate the projection 360 degrees for convenient observation of the battle from various angles. This Tian Dazhuang, 4th level skills. His sword technique is probably close to intermediate 4th level now. His movement technique is also 4th level. Skill level, barely enough for SS rank. SS rank? I think it's still lacking a bit, but he's certainly not bad. Not to mention Blue Star, just in Xia country, according to the data we've collected, his martial arts skills can definitely rank in the top 5. The observers from the 5 prestigious schools were all taking notes and discussing with each other. Look at his profile. From a poor family, definitely has perseverance, and has awakened his martial spirit, giving him an S is no problem. Seeing how he strikes, so decisive, calm enough, he won't be bad in actual combat. As long as he's not too poor in actual combat, no problem. At least an S rank. The observers from the 5 prestigious schools almost all made their judgment. They would pre-collect data, organize a list predicting those capable of reaching S, A, and B ranks, from high to low. Then, based on the list, during the invitation event, they would observe each person's martial arts skills, physical quality, actual combat, and many other aspects. Ultimately, anyone qualifying for a rank or above will be directly issued a special training invitation. B rank? That would depend on the number of students. Of course, the profiles are mainly based on the records from the January assessments a few months ago. After such a long time, there are bound to be changes. Historically, almost every session has had students who have burst onto the scene, demonstrating strength beyond expectations. Time passed, and in a clash of experts, victories were determined with remarkable speed. In less than 10 minutes, the first battle had ended, and only Tian Dazhuang remained on the stage. He was, without a doubt, the first, Dong Haifeng. His ranking was barely in the top 110, not very noticeable. Swiftly, the second battle commenced right after. Wang Yu entered the arena and immediately unleashed her fury. Clutching a sword and shield and clad in light armor, her shapely figure was as fierce in combat as it was appealing. She likewise astounded all the students present. She's too strong. Can a girl really be that powerful? Damn, I was just sneaking a peek at her. Brothers, she's all yours now. So powerful. Many students were surprised. If Tian Dazhuang's approach was dominating, a straightforward cleave with his heavy saber rolling over everything, resistant to any variation you might throw at him. Then Wang Yu's sword was enigmatic and unpredictable. Paired with her shield technique, she showed no fear in the face of surrounding attacks. Who is stronger between her and Tian Dazhuang? Both are strong, it's hard to say. That's also a perfect score in martial arts skills. Damn, fighting us is just bullying. Many students discussed among themselves. If during the first battle, many students could comfort themselves with, "It's not that we are weak, but he is too fierce." Then Wang Yu's arrival truly made these students understand the meaning of a perfect score in martial arts skills. The majority of elite students had skill scores of less than 360 points. Moreover, even those with skill scores of 360 or 370 points, when facing Wang Yu, were generally killed in seconds. Only with third stage and high rank skills could one withstand a few moves against her. Fourth level skills, achieving body-mind weapon integration, under the same physical quality, the exploitation and utilization of bodily potential, muscles, and vigor were far superior to second stage and third stage skills. Tian Dazhuang's strength seemed stronger. Li Yuan made a judgment, his gaze fixed on the voluptuous girl on the stage. Really? Lin Lanyue asked curiously, how can you tell? Movement technique. Li Yuan stated confidently, Tian Dazhuang's movement technique is stronger, while Wang Yu's shield technique is not quite at perfection, probably not yet at fourth level. Lin Lanyue nodded slightly. Li Yuan's opinion was similar to that of her swordsmanship teacher. The third battle commenced, with Wu Dongdong and Lin Lanyue both being chosen. During this fight, Wu Dongdong shone brightly as well, wielding a long spear like wind and lightning. Her ability to shift forms was terrifying, likewise sweeping the entire field. Li Yuan was not surprised by Wu Dongdong's performance, but Lin Lanyue's did catch him off guard. Second, Li Yuan looked at the final standings on the scoreboard. Lin Lanyue actually shot up to second place. Partly, this was because Wu Dongdong was intentionally helping Lin Lanyue, keeping her from being attacked too much. On the other hand, it was Lin Lanyue's swordsmanship that had truly become more formidable. Third stage and high rank? She must be around 80% at the third stage. Li Yuan made his judgment. He had progressed rapidly over the past half year. While Lin Lanyue's improvement in skills was neither the best nor the fastest, it was extremely fast nonetheless. The first 3 battles ended, and there was a 1-minute rest. On the spectator platform. Damn, sis, Dongdong, with you guys coming in first and second, how am I supposed to show my face in the neighborhood? Ji Yu Chang'an complained. What happened to the 3 heroes of the neighborhood, leaving me as the only weakling? Ji Yu Chang, you are first too, Wu Dongdong teased. She had just switched seats, sitting next to Lin Lanyue now. Last place is still first. Ji Yu Chang'an shook his head, just my luck, facing Dazhuang right at the start. That's also first place. Wu Dongdong smiled. Li Yuan, if you also make it into the top 10 later, I'll be utterly humiliated. Ji Yu Chang'an lamented pitifully. All right, then I won't make the top 10. I'll just kill myself in the opening to keep you company. How's that? Li Yuan joked. Forget it, I was just kidding. You should go all out. Ji Yu Chang'an looked disheartened, his eyes devoid of spirit as he spread his limbs and looked to the sky. I should think about how I'm going to explain this to my dad when I get back. Last place. Sigh, I'm going to get beaten again. The last time I got beaten was also the last time. The people around them burst into laughter. The 1-minute rest was over. On the stage. The fourth battle, begin. The man in black on the stage spoke slowly. Swish. Li Yuan vanished from his seat. Li Yuan. A glint of expectation flickered in Lin Lanyue's eyes as she focused on the stage. Let's see. Wu Dongdong said earnestly, you've always said he's good. After observing him this half-day, he seems to be a decent person, just not talkative. I hope his strength isn't too weak. Inside the War Fortress conference room. In the first 3 battles, all 3 S ranks have appeared and performed well, and 8 from the A rank showed up. This 4th battle only has 2 from A rank. No one has an absolute advantage. Once the fight starts, it's likely to be intense for a while. The observers from the 5 major schools chatted and laughed, all relaxed. The previous 3 battles had been watched intently by them. Only the 10 observers from Kunlun Martial Arts University noticed that in addition to the 2 scheduled A-rank students, there was a third one. Li Yuan. Li Yuan has also entered this battle. Teachers from Kunlun University paid attention to Li Yuan. I hope you don't disappoint. Teacher Fan Jin inwardly remarked, watching the stage intently. 30 seconds later. Swish, 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 Li Yuan, armed with a long spear and dressed in light armor, appeared on the stage with the other 199 combatants. Not good. Fan Jin's heart skipped a beat. Why is Wu Luo, another A-rank student, right beside Li Yuan? This Wu Luo seems to have also entered the top 1000 of the Blue Star Youth rankings, even earlier than Li Yuan. This is trouble. Is that Wu Luo? Not good. Lin Lanyu's expression on the spectator platform changed slightly, as she also sensed something was off. What's wrong, Sister Yu? Wu Dongdong asked. Next to Li Yuan, that's Wu Luo from Hanshui Province. He scored 394 in the Prime Warrior Martial Arts Skills Test in January. Lin Lanyue said sternly. 394? Wu Dongdong said indifferently, didn't you say Li Yuan scored 389? The two should be about the same. I'm afraid of an accident. Lin Lanyue frowned. She knew how important this invitation event was to Li Yuan and understood that the 500,000 Blue Star coins were very important to him. Sister Yu, does he know Wu Luo's strength? Wu Dongdong asked in return. Lin Lanyue nodded. He knows, I've told him. Then that settles it. Wu Dongdong said seriously for a change. Sister, I have to criticize you. I know you want to help Li Yuan. But he has to be worth helping. With the intelligence advantage, he's fully capable of seizing the initiative. If he still can't win, Wu Dongdong said carelessly, then that's his own problem. Lin Lanyue was still frowning, lost in thought. Sister Yu. Wu Dongdong waved his hand in front of Lin Lanyue's eyes. Lin Lanyue looked at him. You need to look at it from a different angle, Wu Dongdong said. Difficulties can sometimes be opportunities. Lin Lanyue suddenly felt puzzled. Facing Wu Luo is indeed a big threat, Wu Dongdong said, but if he can beat Wu Luo, wouldn't the observers from the 5 famous schools rate him higher? Wouldn't the possibility of receiving a special training invitation be higher? Lin Lanyue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Dongdong, I haven't thought it through as well as you. Then it's up to Li Yuan himself. Lin Lanyue's gaze landed on Li Yuan, who was on the stage. Concern leads to chaos. Wu Dongdong said playfully, Sister Yu, I've helped you. You owe me a treat when we get back. I want the dishes made by Chef Lu. Okay. Whatever you want to eat is fine, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. I'll have Chef Lu prepare it when the time comes. Sister Yu. Wu Dongdong pointed to the stage, it's starting. Wu Luo. On this stage, there should be few who can match Wu Luo. Perhaps, he could make it to first place in this round. Some students from Hanshui Province also had high hopes for Wu Luo. Cage Brawl, the 4th round. Begin. The man in black stood in the sky, his deep voice echoing throughout the battle space. The 200 people on the stage were immediately freed from their restraints, and the battle erupted in an instant. Having seen the previous 3 cage brawls, the participants in the 4th round understood that to survive longer. First, they must defeat nearby opponents as quickly as possible. Next, they must appear fierce enough to make others think twice before provoking them. If they flee from the outset, they would be seen as easy targets by everyone, becoming the focus of group attacks. Boom. Clang. Bang. Shadows moved with astonishing speed, and the sounds of weapons, such as swords, spears, cudgels, and hammers, continued to reverberate with their collisions. Whoosh! Boom! Both to his left and right, two opponents launched attacks at Li Yuan simultaneously. Wu Luo scored 394 in the January Prime Warrior test. Hanshui Province's top scorer in the January Prime Warrior test. Li Yuan had recognized the opponent on his right. As for the other person, unfamiliar. In fact, at Li Yuan's level, through immediate observation of burst speed and stepping techniques, he could roughly judge a person's skill level. With the same physical quality, the higher the skill, the more power extracted from the body, resulting in stronger speed and force. Especially once reaching the fourth level of skill, it was not an exaggeration to say that the same body could fight against 10 or even 100 with ease. First, take down the weaker one, then I'll test this Wu Luo. He has a certain chance of reaching the fourth level. This was Li Yuan's subconscious decision. As Wu Luo and the others moved, Li Yuan's muscles and bones resonated, his feet shifted slightly, and his momentum instantly changed, giving off the feeling of an unshakable boulder. The next moment, boom! Boom! Li Yuan's legs powered up, propelling him forward like a cannonball, charging toward the opponent on the right with terrifying speed, even faster than Wu Luo, who had moved first. So fast? Wu Luo's face changed immediately. Fourth level skill? Who is he? Wu Luo's skill had already reached the third stage of perfection. To be quicker than him? Not just Wu Luo. On the spectator platform, many students from Zhong City were actually paying attention to Li Yuan. In the conference room of the War Fortress, observers from Kunlun Martial Arts University, and many others, also noticed Li Yuan's sudden burst of speed. In a flash, his burst speed was much faster than the others. The student who tried to attack Li Yuan saw his sudden burst and panicked, instinctively swinging his combat saber at the black figure charging towards him. In the world of martial arts beginners, saber wielders were the most numerous. Scram! Li Yuan just glanced at him, raising his long spear instantly, executing the stability of heaven and earth technique. His body's power unified, especially the spearhead, which exploded like a boulder. He fiercely swept towards the opponent. Clang! The long spear, like a suddenly rising dragon, was unstoppable, directly sending the incoming combat saber flying. Then the spear's head charged straight through, carrying an incredibly shocking force, directly piercing the opponent's neck. Pu Kai, the saber-wielding participant, was instantly blown away, his neck tearing open a horrifying wound, and blood sprayed out. His body turned into nothingness in midair. One spear, life extinguished. Armored for protection? With Li Yuan's spear technique, facing a second stage with his fourth level ability, he paid no heed to the opponent's armor, destined to strike at the vital points with every thrust. This scene even shocked Wu Luo, and suddenly, he saw Li Yuan turn back and glance at him with a cold gaze. Run! Wu Luo's complexion drastically changed, and he turned to flee. This is definitely a fourth level master. Run? After powerfully killing one man, Li Yuan's spirit soared, and without mercy, he charged towards Wu Luo. Just now, it seemed like you wanted to kill me. Boom! Boom! As one chased and the other fled, they quickly covered nearly 20 meters towards the center of the stage. How big was the stage anyway? A participant noticed Li Yuan whisking by and instinctively slashed at him with his knife. In the ranks of beginner martial artists, those who practiced the knife were the majority. Scram! Li Yuan only spared him a glance. He instantly raised his long spear, executing stability of heaven and earth. The force throughout his body unified, particularly at the spearhead, which felt like a massive boulder erupting. He violently swept towards his opponent. If he were facing a high-ranking expert of the same level, Li Yuan's direct use of this move would easily give his opponent a chance to kill him. However, Li Yuan's strength was much too superior compared to the majority of participants at the second stage, high rank, and third stage, initial rank. They were simply not on the same level. The saber was yet to arrive when the spear had already struck. Bang! The 30-kilogram metal spear shaft smashed down onto the hastily raised shield of the opponent, sending him flying backward with a loud crash, his arms breaking and fracturing. The participant spat blood from his mouth, about to speak when a shadow of the spear already swept by. It directly skimmed his neck, and his body dissolved into nothingness. Peeved. With the long spear whistling, Li Yuan stepped forward after killing the participant, thrusting forward gracefully and piercing the chest of another participant who was frantically trying to flee. In just one encounter, he had killed 2 people. Holy shit, retreat. Is he on the same level as Tian Dazhuang and Wu Dongdong? Full score in martial arts skills? 3 already, and now another one? Are there so many achieving full scores in martial arts skills this year? The surrounding participants were all stunned, their faces changing, retreating like the tide. After the first 3 chaotic cage battles, almost everyone had understood that in theory, over 100 people could sacrifice dozens of lives to kill someone with full martial arts skills. But unity was key. No one was willing to truly fight to the death for someone else's gain, which meant that those with full skills were destined to slaughter all around them. Moreover, the domineering and strong performance displayed by Li Yuan was itself enough to intimidate others. Go for second place. Just avoid him. This was what most participating students were thinking. On the spectator platform. Holy shit, this one named Li Yuan? Li Yuan. He's first in the field now. Li Yuan? Never heard of him before. As of today, you have another one with full martial arts skills? Elite students from all over Zhongbei province had noticed the spear-wielding figure, and were shocked by it. While others were still entangled in fights, Li Yuan had already killed 3 people. No, he had just killed another one. He had killed 4, displaying ferocity beyond belief. Yu. Initially indifferent, Wu Dongdong's eyes suddenly lit up. Is Li Yuan also a 4th-level expert? Good. You were just pretending to worry me, looking all concerned. Holy shit. Gu Chang'an, who had been sprawling lifelessly on the chair, suddenly jumped up, shouting excitedly. Awesome, Li Yuan is awesome. That's my brother, Li Yuan. Gu Chang'an waved his fists, instantly attracting the attention of many students around him. My brother, Ji Yu Chang. Gu Chang'an yelled excitedly, as if he were the one dominating the ring. While roaring, Gu Chang'an turned back and shouted, Sis, I was wondering why you changed your attitude towards Li Yuan. Turns out you knew he had reached the 4th level. Me? Lin Lanyue was just as confused, wanting to explain but finding no way to do so. Moreover, she was extremely shocked. 4th level. Lin Lanyue was staring at the figure in the arena. Li Yuan had caught up to Wu Luo, his spear attacks pushing Wu Luo back step by step. When did Li Yuan break through to the 4th level? Lin Lanyue wondered. Does Teacher Shu not know either? Why did he ask me to help Li Yuan? What assistance does he need with this strength? Lin Lanyue understood the difficulty of breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level in martial arts skills. That's good. 4th level skills. Lin Lanyue suddenly smiled. Li Yuan's name is definitely on the special training list. It's just a matter of which school is willing to offer an A-level special training contract. She was unaware of Li Yuan's talent for spiritual power. Li Yuan? His schoolmates were also in shock, speechless. Li Yuan. This? Dong Haifeng's eyes widened as he watched, and his petty thoughts instantly extinguished. Compete? It's like throwing one's life away. In the war fortress, in the meeting room. That student? 4th level. It's definitely 4th level skills, named Li Yuan. Why isn't his information on my pre-invitation list? The dozens of observers who were previously relaxed were now shocked. Not even a B level? He's just 17 and a half? Not awakened to martial spirit, so not included on the list? Idiots. The recruitment office's intelligence collectors are a bunch of useless metal scrap. Just based on 4th level skills, who cares about not awakening to martial spirit? He should at least be A-level. The observers started to frantically take notes in their panic. 4th level skills, after all. Whether a student of such skill level could emerge was a matter of luck. Sometimes, a province might not have even one. Sometimes, like Zhongbei province, 4 or 5 might appear this year. Globally, normally at this age range, only about 200 appear each year. 4th level. It's much stronger than the information provided by President Zhao. Fan Jin's heart skipped a beat, both excited and a bit anxious. Because if Li Yuan's martial arts skills were only at the 3rd stage of perfection, then the other 5 prestigious schools might not be interested. 4th level skills. Even if he hasn't awakened to martial spirit, he was destined to be fought over, with at least each willing to offer a special training invitation. Old Fan. A voice echoed in Fan Jin's mind. President Li. Fan Jin looked toward the bald, stout man not far away who hadn't said a word. When the meeting ends, come with me to invite Li Yuan immediately, taking advantage of the fact that the other schools don't know about his spiritual power. Directly offer him an S-level special training contract. The voice continued, and promise him. It doesn't matter if he hasn't awakened to martial spirit. Our Kunlun Martial Arts University will do everything in our power to help him become a prime warrior and create his own cultivation technique. On the platform, the fight was still ongoing. Li Yuan, holding a long spear, was continuously attacking Wu Luo, who wielded a sword and shield. Bang! A forceful sweep of the spear forced Wu Luo to stagger back. Li Yuan, I was wrong. I should not have attacked you without knowing you, Wu Luo said hastily while desperately defending, but your entanglement with me will only allow others to benefit from our fight. As an expert who had achieved perfection in both sword technique and shield technique at the 3rd level, Wu Luo could still defend a few moves from Li Yuan when putting his full effort. Benefit from our fight. Li Yuan swept a cold glance around, and the other participants, who were already retreating, became even more flustered and retreated further. After all, Li Yuan had casually killed 5 participants while pursuing Wu Luo. Who wouldn't fear such dominance and aggression? Moreover, for the other participating students, Wu Luo was also a great expert. His defeat by Li Yuan would only raise their hopes of entering the top 10. This battle. No one is qualified to take advantage, Li Yuan said coldly, go to hell. Did he have a grudge with Wu Luo before? No grudge? But he had to find an opponent nonetheless, so why couldn't it be Wu Luo? To Li Yuan, the other people on the platform posed no challenge. In contrast, Wu Luo was the strongest and could exchange a few moves with him. Peefed. Boom. Boom. Li Yuan stabbed out with his long spear again and again, the shadows of the spear changing unpredictably, each thrust fierce and violent. Ah! Damn it! Wu Luo could only try his best to defend, almost spitting out blood in frustration. This Li Yuan is simply insane.
Logically, with Wu Luo's strength, getting into the top 10 in the cage melee was a piece of cake.
Clang. The two clashed like lightning. Li Yuan's attacks were swift and ferocious, like a tide of continuous strikes. Wu Luo's defense was impeccable, yet with each clash, his arms numbed, making it increasingly difficult to resist. After 12 consecutive strikes, he was still caught off guard by Li Yuan, who pierced through his throat. Blood splattered. I still couldn't defend. Is this the 4th level spear technique? Wu Luo's body immediately dissipated into nothingness. My attack, much weaker than Wu Dongdong's and Tian Dazhuang's, especially weaker than Tian's by a margin. Li Yuan pondered as he watched Wu Luo's body gradually fade. Tian Dazhuang's mountain-splitting saber technique is extremely proficient in attack, and his martial arts skills are indeed much higher than mine, probably around 20% of the 4th level. The opponent had broken through at least 3 months ago. It was normal for him to be more skilled. Moreover, Li Yuan's forte was defense, not attack. If he really had to fight Tian Dazhuang on the platform, Li Yuan believed he also had the chance to win. Perfection of the 3rd stage and 4th level? They are worlds apart. But 2% of the 4th level and 20%? Both could achieve body-mind weapon integration. The difference was only the extent of physical power exploitation, a gap that was not insurmountable. Kill. Li Yuan swung his spear and continued to strike at the others. On the entire platform, hardly anyone could withstand 2 strikes from Li Yuan, and they were defeated one by one. A siege? Setting aside the difficulty of unity, even if they could unite to attack him, they might not be able to kill Li Yuan. The final showdown unfolded between Li Yuan and another student preselected as a level by one of the 5 famous schools, Shang Xiaocheng. In fact, Li Yuan had deliberately avoided the opponent, giving Shang Xiaocheng the opportunity to pursue others. I'm already second. First place. This Li Yuan is too fierce. My chances of winning are very slim. Shang Xiaocheng stared at Li Yuan, feeling like a tiger was eyeing him. He was covered in sweat. To win, I have only one chance. At all costs, a sudden fierce onslaught might bring victory, Shang Xiaocheng resolved. He too practiced with a long spear. Already second, it was better to give it his all. Whoosh! Shang Xiaocheng pounced toward Li Yuan, his spear stabbing fiercely and violently. Golden cleaving spear technique. Li Yuan figured out from the opponent's starting stance and power delivery. Is he an expert of the heaven cleaving true gold method? Like the stellar spear technique, which fits exceedingly well with the second-rank spear technique of the solid rock cultivation technique. Heaven cleaving true gold method, one of the 7 high-rank cultivation methods, naturally has a highly compatible, matching second-rank spear technique. Li Yuan, who frequently fought on the Starry Skies fighting network, had seen many experts and could recognize some techniques. Especially since he had encountered a fallen star-ranked expert using the golden cleaving spear technique, which was ferocious and crazy, leaving a profound impression on Li Yuan, who had re-watched the video many times. Boom! 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 Li Yuan, with a killing urge, whistled through the air with his long spear, attacking with offense against offense. Within just 3 clashes, he had knocked Shang Xiaocheng's spear out of his hand. Peefed! The spear tip sliced through, a head flew, and the figure turned into nothingness. On the entire platform, only Li Yuan was left. That's a steady spear. His specialty must be defense. Tian Dazhuang on the spectator platform watched Li Yuan closely, his eyes burning with excitement. Another 4th level. I was too conceited, hanging only by a remote corner of the sky. Not all of Long Senior's words can be taken for truth, he thought. Just in Zhongbei province alone, including me, that makes 4 at the 4th level. Are there any more in hiding? How many across the country? And worldwide? Tian Dazhuang muttered to himself. Li Yuan. I've got it memorized. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure appeared in his seat, immediately drawing the attention of hundreds of surrounding students, all of whom turned to look at him. Li Yuan? From Zhong City, there's a Wu Dongdong and a Li Yuan, fitting for a provincial capital. But I've never heard of this name from the teachers before. Perhaps others intentionally hid their strength during the January assessments? Many students quietly speculated. The first 3 matches saw the explosive performance of 3 4th-level masters, Tian Dazhuang, Wang Yu, Wu Dongdong, all of whom had established reputations. Despite not knowing their faces, many had heard their names. Li Yuan was the only exception. Ranked just over 200 in Zhong City's martial arts scores, he indeed seemed rather inconspicuous. After this battle, Li Yuan was destined to rise to fame among the students participating in the invitation event. Li Yuan, awesome! Ji Yuchang'an turned around, excitedly shouting. Li Yuan just smiled. Li Yuan, impressive. I had underestimated you, Wu Dongdong said as if he had discovered a treasure, gazing curiously at Li Yuan. You're at the 4th level in spear technique, and so am I. I must find a chance to spar with you later. Sure. Li Yuan was not opposed. It was Lin Lanyue who merely smiled and said, congratulations on taking 1st place, 50,000 blue star coins. You'll have to treat us to a meal. Sorry about that, Li Yuan chuckled. I didn't mention it earlier, but my spear technique only broke through yesterday. Oh, just yesterday? Lin Lanyue reacted. So, you're fainting in the martial arts room yesterday. Was it also related to your spear technique breakthrough? Right. Li Yuan nodded. The 5th and 6th cage battles continued in succession. However, no super masters like Li Yuan and Tian Dazhuang appeared, creating a sheer cliff of advantage. In some sense, this made the battles even more exciting, allowing most of the participating students a greater chance to shine. The 6 rounds concluded. Out of the 10 students from Guan Mountain District's No. 1 high school, aside from Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue who took the 1st and 2nd places, None of the other 8 managed to break into the top 50. This made Dong Haifeng and the others realize the gap. Perhaps in terms of overall martial arts scores, some of them had slightly surpassed Li Yuan with spiritual nature bonus points during the January assessments. But the real strength gap was enormous. In the Zhongbei Martial University Invitation event, representing the highest level of Zhongbei Province's high school seniors, Li Yuan was still the most dazzling. And they had become just ordinary members among the thousands of elite students. "I announce that the cage battles are over," the man in black roared in his rumbling voice. "The 60 students who have won prizes can check their accounts. All the Blue Star coin rewards have been distributed." The conclusion of this event also marked the end of the first day's itinerary for the invitation event. In the virtual network, in his personal space, 50,000 Blue Star coins credited, Li Yuan had already received the bank account notification and couldn't help but smile. The efficiency of Zhongbei Martial University's work is indeed high. The most timely feedback can greatly motivate people. Exiting the virtual network cabin, Li Yuan chatted with Ji Yu Chang'an while taking a can of cola out of the fridge. Ding, ding, at the entrance of the martial arts room, the doorbell rang. Who could it be this late? Ji Yu Chang'an looked puzzled. Who's there? I'll go get the door, Li Yuan said with a smile and went straight to open the door. When he opened the door, standing in front of Li Yuan were a bald man and a robed elder. Who are you? Li Yuan hesitated slightly. He could sense the aura emanating from both of them. Moreover, Li Yuan had instinctively inquired, and both had life levels beyond his inquiry limit. This meant that the 2 men before him were at least prime warriors. Li Yuan, I'm the Vice Dean of the 6th Institute of Kunlun Martial Arts University. My surname is Li, the bald man said with a slight smile. I've come to formally extend an invitation from Kunlun Martial University for you to participate in an S-grade special training. May I have a private word with you, President Li? An S-level special training contract? Li Yuan looked at the 2 people before him. In the cage turmoil, his display of skill must have attracted the attention of the top 5 schools. It's just that Kunlun Martial Arts University's arrival seemed too fast. After all, the entire cage chaos had just ended less than 2 minutes ago. What Li Yuan did not know was that during the 5th round of the cage chaos, President Li and teacher Fan Jin had already changed their minds and set out early, rushing over at high speed in a flyer. Li Yuan hesitated before saying, Senior fellows, I cannot confirm your identities. Logically, observers from the top 5 famous schools should not arrive so quickly. And signing contracts usually happened after the 5-day invitation event was over. President Li and Fan Jin exchanged a glance and could not help but laugh. Li Yuan, I am Fan Jin. The elder-looking Fan Jin said with a smile. A few days ago, one of your elders should have specifically submitted your information to our Kunlun Martial University. My elder? Li Yuan immediately thought of Lord Wan. Before coming here, teacher Xu Bo had mentioned this matter. Precisely because information was submitted, before leaving for Zhongbei from Kunlun Martial University, President Li had already included you in the A-level student list, said Fan Jin, speaking confidently with a smile. It's just that at the time, we didn't know your skill had broken through. An A-level from the start? Li Yuan felt surprised internally. He knew about the S-level and A-level distinctions for the pre-selected list after Lin Lanyue, and he had talked about it. A-level was already very high. Just now, in the cage chaos, as soon as we discovered your skill had broken through, we immediately decided to upgrade to an S-level special training contract, said Fan Jin with gravity, and then we rushed over. The result was the same, but Fan Jin had optimized the process significantly. S-level. Li Yuan held his breath. He had mostly believed the identities of the others and could sense how much Kunlun Martial Arts University valued him. Suddenly, beep, Li Yuan's smart bracelet trembled, and he glanced at it subconsciously. Kunlun Martial Arts University's S-level special training invitation. The message was from the official source of Zhongbei Martial Arts University. You should have received the invitation by now, President Li said with a smile. Do you believe us now? President Li, Teacher Fan, I apologize, said Li Yuan, full of remorse. Senior fellows, please come in. It's fine, being cautious is good. President Li responded with a smile. There are roommates in your room. Let's go into this conference room and talk alone. Great, please lead the way, senior, said Li Yuan decisively. Since the last invitation from Marshall Hall and the guidance from his uncle Li Changzhou, Li Yuan had thought things through very thoroughly. Sometimes, good opportunities only come once or twice. Yes, his talent was not bad, but ultimately, he lacked suitable high-rank cultivation methods, and his physical quality had not even reached level 9. Now, a president from Kunlun Marshall University had personally come, showing how much they valued him. If he still put on airs, that would be foolish. A genius? That's not the same as a strong warrior. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Ji Yu Chang'an walked out of the resting area with a freshly cut cantaloupe, puzzled. Where has he gone? At the end of the corridor on the same floor, there was a small conference room. Sit down, President Li said with a smile. Teacher Fan Jin closed the door, drawing the curtains over the windows. Li Yuan obediently sat down. On the list we prepared at Kunlun Marshall University, there are 4 S-level students so far, President Li said with a smile. He was a burly man with a bald head, and his smile gave off a kind demeanor. Tian Dazhuang, Wu Dongdong, Wang Yu, and you, President Li continued. However, we came to find you first, and our expectations of you are the highest. You sought me out first? Li Yuan was a bit hesitant. The 4 S-level students President Li spoke of were exactly the 4 4th-level skill students. Why? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. I haven't awakened martial spirit, so logically, my comprehensive evaluation should be much worse than theirs, right? Your spiritual power talent is stronger, Teacher Fan Jin, who also took a seat, said with a smile. President Li is a 29th rank prime warrior, but his spiritual power is extremely strong, comparable to a 30+ rank flying heaven warrior. Hence, he can accurately sense the strength of your spiritual power. Li Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Your spiritual power should be comparable to a 15th level martial artist, President Li said with a laugh. Li Yuan nodded slightly. It was indeed accurate. Of course, Li Yuan was not surprised. Lord Wan had been able to sense it previously, and although half a year had passed, his strength had grown and his mental concentration was stronger. But the strength of President Li was clearly much greater than that of Lord Wan. Spiritual power, comparable to a flying heaven warrior? If we follow the unified evaluation standards of the 7-Star Alliance, categorizing you as A+ would be more appropriate, but I think you qualify for S-level, President Li said with a laugh. Why? Li Yuan became even more perplexed. Li Yuan, let me first tell you some things, and you will understand, said Fan Jin. First-rank martial artists have much stronger physical qualities than ordinary people, Fan Jin spoke slowly. But if they only hold cold weapons, they can still be killed by firearms, which you should understand. Li Yuan nodded, recalling the wartime footage he had seen of the Rob C. First-rank Star Realm creatures were quite fragile in the face of a metal storm created by firearms. It's difficult for carbon-based flesh to directly withstand firearms. Second-rank martial artists can directly use origin power, making it very difficult to kill them with firearms, Fan Jin continued. That's why top martial arts schools like the top 5 famous schools, or the top martial arts institutes in various countries, or the 3 top famous schools in Blue Star, all aim to cultivate prime warriors essentially. Prime warriors are the backbone of warriors who venture deeply into various star realms and kill star realm creatures, Fan Jin stressed solemnly. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. He had watched many documentaries. Those who ventured deep into exploration were usually warriors above level 20. At least a 15th level martial artist. Becoming a prime warrior is extremely difficult, Fan Jin sighed lightly. First and foremost, physical quality must reach level 19, followed by skill and spiritual power. Actually, everything has a spirit, and every living being has spiritual nature, but there must be a specialized medium to directly absorb origin power from the universe at an early stage, stated Fan Jin. High-rank cultivation methods? Li Yuan felt an inkling of understanding. Correct, nodded Fan Jin. Hundreds of years ago, in the era of the Star Bridge, early martial artists had no cultivation techniques. They relied solely on consuming a massive amount of heavenly materials treasures, forcibly stacking their physical quality to level 19. Relying solely on consumption? Li Yuan nodded slightly, familiar with that part of history. Among the outstanding ones, their skill was refined, and their spiritual power was strong, eventually becoming prime warriors. Fan Jin continued. Once you become a prime warrior, you'll understand. Prime warriors can sense origin power directly, and they can absorb it without any cultivation technique. Li Yuan nodded gently. This point had also been mentioned in books, and it was one of the reasons why second-rank martial artists were known as prime warriors. However, the encumbrance of using only the body's natural abilities to absorb origin power makes evolution too slow. Reaching level 29 in one's lifetime is difficult. Therefore, the first generation of prime warriors began to attempt to create cultivation techniques. Without much guidance, with no experience, many of the first-generation prime warriors died due to their bodies exploding, with a mortality rate exceeding 99%. Fan Jin sighed slightly. 99%? Li Yuan was shocked. Such a mortality rate was too high. The mortality rate was extremely high, but in the end, a very small number of people successfully created rough cultivation techniques that were suited to themselves, and reached level 29, Fan Jin said. However, each person's physique is different, and the self-created cultivation techniques of prime warriors are rough, basically only suitable for themselves. Then, among the prime warriors at level 29, a very small number broke the shackles of life and became flying heaven warriors. Li Yuan listened with bated breath. He had seen similar history in textbooks, but it wasn't as clearly stated as by Fan Jin. What happened later? Asked Li Yuan. Flying heaven warriors. Their strength and realm have already exceeded the scope of ordinary life. They can fly and escape into the earth, enter space with their physical bodies, and can go without eating or drinking for life. They already possess the capability to create universal cultivation techniques, Fan Jin said, but in that era, there was still no talk of spiritual awakening, and no one could absorb origin power before reaching level 20. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Everyone has spiritual nature, but without cultivation techniques, spiritual nature is meaningless. Early flying heaven warriors created cultivation techniques that were only suitable for their own practice. Throughout civilization, the 7 great planets kept investing massive resources, continuously producing prime warriors who successfully created their own cultivation techniques. After many years, eventually, numerous flying heaven warriors worked together to deduce the first universal high-rank cultivation technique, Southern Ming Myriad Waters scripture, about 200 years ago. This made it a reality for ordinary people to absorb origin power. With a compatibility exceeding 85%, there is hope of cultivation. With compatibility exceeding 90%, one can definitely cultivate. The birth rate of martial artists within civilization started to speed up, said Fan Jin. First-rank martial artists rapidly increased in number, but the resources consumed for various cultivation methods began to decrease. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. For someone like himself, relying purely on consuming various cultivation treasures was an astonishing use of resources. It's not of great consequence for one individual, but what if there were 10, 100,000, or a million? The entire human civilization couldn't afford it. In the early days of human civilization, there was no choice. If you wanted to become a prime warrior, you had to clash head-on. With high-rank cultivation methods, ordinary people could cultivate and absorb origin power from the universe. Thus, on the path to becoming a prime warrior, the resources consumed could be reduced by at least 90%. Without a suitable high-rank cultivation method, prime warriors seeking to break through to become flying heaven warriors must create their own, and any carelessness can lead to death. Now, with rich experience, the success rate has increased tenfold, but the mortality rate of prime warriors creating their own methods still exceeds 90%. Fan Jin shook his head slightly. If one has a suitable high-rank cultivation method right from the start, the transition from prime warrior to flying heaven warrior at most fails to break through. One wouldn't die due to cultivation. Precisely because of this, 80 years ago, the system of martial arts university entrance exams began. Considering the whole civilization, we prioritize the training of young people with a high compatibility with high-rank cultivation methods. This is what is called spiritual awakening. It reduces resource consumption and reduces the casualties caused by Prime Warrior's creation of methods, but it leads to the birth of more Flying Heaven Warriors. The more Flying Heaven Warriors there are, the more efficiently they can deduce universal high-rank cultivation methods. Over the past 80 years, human civilization's top martial artists have successively deduced 4 new high-rank cultivation methods. Fan Jin looked at Li Yuan, enabling more and more people to utilize their spiritual nature. Li Yuan fully understood. It wasn't that human civilization did not want to cultivate ordinary people. But accumulating resources to become prime warriors bore a heavy toll, and creating methods resulted in a 90% mortality rate. Not to mention becoming a Flying Heaven Warrior. The input and output were not proportional at all. With the same resources used to nurture people who could directly cultivate high-rank cultivation methods, the number of strong individuals born would be many times greater. So, spiritual nature bonus points, at its core, is it to discourage ordinary people? To make them give up the dream of martial arts university? Li Yuan pondered. Online, society had never ceased debating the 10% additional points for spiritual nature. But this policy had remained unshaken for 80 years. Correct, nodded Fan Jin. This policy might seem somewhat unfair to ordinary people, but from the standpoint of the entire civilization, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. After all, Star Realm creatures keep emerging, threatening our entire civilization, Fan Jin declared. We must maximize resource utilization. Then why list me as an S rank? Li Yuan asked in confusion. Because your talent is high enough, declared President Li with firm conviction. High enough talent? Li Yuan was taken aback. Everyone has spiritual nature. Talent is nothing more than physique talent, spiritual power talent, and comprehension talent, President Li said with a smile. Without guidance from high-rank cultivation methods or ingestion of remarkable treasures, your physical quality still improves extremely quickly, which indicates your physique talent is top-notch. Spiritual power talent, top-notch. Most critically, you've achieved 4th-level skill at 17.5 years old, indicating your comprehension talent is also top-notch. What you're lacking is just the cultivation technique. And in law creation, comprehension is the most essential requirement. If your comprehension isn't up to par, having only physical and mental talents at most will make you a prime warrior, and you would barely qualify as a B-rank talent, President Li continued. Li Yuan nodded slightly. At the Starfire Martial Hall, the initial B-rank contract they offered me was already at a premium. In the past 6 months, my progress had been astonishing, but without a breakthrough in skills to the 4th level, I would barely qualify as a rank. There's a startling difference between 3rd stage perfection in skills and the 4th level. With all 3 of your talents at the top level, it's a case of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 5, with no weaknesses. President Li spoke with utmost gravity. The biggest obstacle on your path to becoming a level 29 prime warrior is the lack of high-rank cultivation methods. For ordinary prime warriors, the death rate when creating their own cultivation techniques exceeds 90% because their comprehension is average. Moreover, even if they are lucky enough to successfully create a cultivation technique, most will find it difficult to become level 29 prime warriors, let alone Flying Heaven Warriors. But you, President Li looked at Li Yuan as if he saw an uncut jade and smiled. I think your chances of successfully creating a cultivation technique could exceed 50%. As long as you don't die in the trials of Star Realm. You have a 50% chance of becoming a level 29 prime warrior in the future, and even a fair chance of becoming a Flying Heaven Warrior, so why wouldn't that be worth an S-rank contract? The explanations from President Li and teacher Fan Jin. Li Yuan began to vaguely see the path ahead for himself. All the way to becoming a level 29 prime warrior and even a Flying Heaven Warrior, the road ahead seemed clear. Of course, Li Yuan didn't think he would smoothly become a level 29 prime warrior. There were still many challenges ahead. President Li's words could be trusted, but not completely. It's like climbing a mountain. Seeing the path ahead and actually reaching the summit are 2 different things. My predecessors, Li Yuan said, even if I have potential, why did you come to me first among the 4 S ranks? Because the other 3 S ranks are very unlikely to choose one of Sha Country's 5 prestigious schools. Fan Jin laughed. What does it mean to be S rank? it means a martial arts genius recognized on a global scale. The other three are very likely to choose either Starry Sky University or Starfire University. We observers understand this, and those students are clearly aware of it, so our motivation to recruit them isn't that strong. Our 5 prestigious schools in Sha country are not bad, but when compared to Starry Sky University, we are indeed weaker, Fan Jin admitted candidly. Our main targets are actually A-rank students. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. From what he knew, the top 10 scorers in the Zhongbei province's college entrance examination almost always went to Starry Sky University or Starfire University. This had been the practice for decades, and me? Li Yuan pressed on. President Li and Fan Jin both smiled. Li Yuan, you must understand, President Li said seriously. First of all, no matter how early a contract is signed, the final university admission is determined by the college entrance examination results. When applying to the top 3 martial arts universities globally, your youth hero bonus points won't count. Only your spiritual nature bonus points. This is the rule set by Dongfang Ji, the strongest person in the world. It's to block all backdoor operations. Unless you have an unparalleled talent in one area, for example, 5th stage skills, President Li explained. Then, even without a suitable high-rank cultivation method, after verification by the high levels of the 3 great martial halls, you could gain admission based on a single talent alone. But just 4th level skills aren't enough for special admission to Starfire University or Starry Sky University. Li Yuan was speechless. 5th stage skills? For a high school senior? That would require an extraordinary genius. But Li Yuan understood that basing everything on the college examination scores was indeed quite fair, treating everyone equally. Secondly, your 3 talents are all top-notch, but there are many students at Starfire University and Starry Sky University with the same level of top-notch talents, President Li told Li Yuan. Do you think the administrators of the top 3 martial arts schools would care whether you succeed in creating a cultivation technique? Even if you were to succeed in creating a technique and even become a flying heaven warrior in the future, Starry Sky University and Starfire University wouldn't care about missing out on you. Throughout history, they have produced many flying heaven warriors, President Li said wistfully. The one thing they don't lack is geniuses. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Indeed, his level of skills was excellent. But on a global scale, there were hundreds of his peers just like him. If you choose Kunlun Martial University, besides the absence of a cultivation method, your talents would be among the most top-notch of all the students, Fan Jin said cheerfully. Kunlun Martial University would then do its utmost to support you in becoming a prime warrior and creating a cultivation technique. You would be given priority access to all sorts of precious cultivation resources, a variety of cultivation techniques, and guidance from many high-level prime warriors. Even when flying heaven warriors come to give lectures at the school, you would be allowed to attend first. Fan Jin painted a bright picture for Li Yuan. All of this would be clearly spelled out in the contract. Li Yuan pondered. He couldn't get into the top 3 martial arts schools. Therefore, Kunlun Martial Arts University was indeed the best choice for him. Don't think that Kunlun Martial University is weak. Dongfang Ji, the strongest person in humanity, is an alumnus of our Kunlun Martial University, President Li said with pride. Nearly 20% of Sha country's flying heaven warriors are graduates from Kunlun Martial University. Li Yuan nodded slightly. His idol was Dongfang Ji, and he was well aware of Dongfang Ji's legendary journey. From graduation at Kunlun Martial University to reaching the pinnacle of the martial path within a mere decade. Among the 5 prestigious schools of Sha country, Kunlun Martial Arts University and Shocking Martial Arts University are slightly stronger than the other 3. Weakness is relative to the top 3 martial arts schools globally. Li Yuan, I'll send you the S-rank special training contract first, President Li said. Take a look at it. Ding. Li Yuan's smart ring buzzed with a reminder, and when he looked down, there was already an additional document. Li Yuan clicked directly and quickly started to review it. The content was extensive. The resources and rewards were very generous. However, Li Yuan remained calm and, after deep thought, realized that the offer wasn't as good as President Li and teacher Fan Jin had described. The contract had many restrictions. If his progress wasn't fast enough, Subsequent resources and support would diminish, and the overall quality of resources might even degrade. But Li Yuan understood. Cultivation resources were precious, and if one's strength wasn't sufficient, it made no sense to hog them without making good use of them. It would be better to let someone more outstanding have them. This was also true for entering Starry Sky University. In this era, the entire human civilization faced constant threats to survival. Competition was everywhere, and there was no room to be complacent. Time passed until Li Yuan flipped through the last page of the contract. After waiting another 10 seconds and seeing that Li Yuan was still contemplative. Li Yuan, let's stop here for today. There are still 4 days. President Li stood up smoothly and said with a smile, the martial arts universities in Shocking and South Sea will definitely come to find you too. You can consider your options carefully. Make the choice that's most beneficial for you. Teacher Fan and I will be leaving now. If you've decided, you can reply to me via the invitation letter, he added. President Li and Fan Jin walked straight toward the exit of the conference room. Clang, as the door opened, President Li hadn't even stepped out yet when President Li. Li Yuan suddenly spoke up. There's no need to consider further. I am willing to sign this S-level contract. President Li had his back to Li Yuan and did not turn around immediately, but a smile had already appeared on his face. He had succeeded by pretending to retreat. In his heart, President Li grew even more satisfied with Li Yuan. Within the conference room, both parties completed the electronic signature directly on the smart rings and then submitted the contract for review to the Martial Arts Hall and Education Department. Only 2 minutes later, the review passed. The legally binding electronic contract was sent in real time to Li Yuan's virtual network personal space. Good. Li Yuan. Welcome to Kunlun Martial Arts University, President Li said with a smile. Believe me, your decision is far from hasty. This is my personal V account. Come on, add it. Thank you, Senior, Li Yuan said with a flattered tone, quickly extending his smart ring to add the personal V account. Still calling me Senior? Fan Jin chuckled. You should call him President Li. President Li. Li Yuan immediately nodded. It doesn't matter what you call me, President Li said, in a good mood. After the entering in July and the department allocation, whether or not you choose the 6th Institute, you can come to me for anything in the future. When you return to Zhongbei Martial University, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me. I'll communicate with you when I have time. Yes, Li Yuan nodded repeatedly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Normally, after signing the contract, there was no need for the other party to do this. Additionally, President Li paused before saying, according to the contract, the first subsidy of 1 million Blue Star coins for your cultivation will be in place within a week. But I must remind you, you must reach the national examination score. For the next few months, you can't slack off in your training, President Li advised. If your scores fail to reach the national line, we'll be forced to terminate the contract. Understood, Li Yuan responded solemnly. The national line for martial arts was the minimum score for the top 5 prestigious schools. According to the contract, if the agreement had to be terminated due to Li Yuan not achieving sufficient examination scores, then, he would not need to return the 1 million Blue Star coins. After adding Teacher Fan Jin's V account, Li Yuan took the initiative to escort President Li and Teacher Fan Jin downstairs. Just reaching the doorway, boom, a small flying vehicle slowly descended from the sky. 2 figures, lightly, dropped from the 7 or 8 meter high flying vehicle to the ground. President Li? And Old Fan? The leading black-robed middle-aged woman landed gracefully, her face showing surprise. Immediately, her gaze then fell on Li Yuan with a bit of hesitation. Are you Li Yuan? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This, old Li, how did you get here so quickly? The black-robed woman couldn't help saying. Has Li Yuan already signed the special training contract with you? Sister Lu. The bald and burly President Li grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Sorry to make you come here for nothing. It's so late. How about we all go for barbecue together, to make it up to you? Li Yuan. The elegant woman in black didn't pay attention to President Li and looked directly at Li Yuan. Did you really sign the contract? Yes. Li Yuan nodded. You're still young, don't be deceived by this surnamed Li. The woman in black smiled. This old guy may smile benignly, but he's incredibly vicious in battle. Would you be interested in coming to East Sea Martial Arts University? Even if you've signed, it doesn't matter, we can pay the penalty fee for you. Li Yuan was taken aback. Penalty fee? Can it really be done that way? Surname Liu, since when is it proper to poach people right on the spot like this? President Li was not so courteous. How much do you plan to pay for the penalty fee then? 5 million Blue Star coins. The woman in black frowned. Isn't that the price for the penalty fee of an A-level training contract? President Li and Fan Jin smiled at the same time. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a slight curve. President Liu. Teacher Fan Jin said with a smile, his voice gentle, if you want to sign Li Yuan, aside from needing his agreement, you will also have to pay Kunlun Martial University 50 million Blue Star coins. 50 million? The woman in black's face revealed a hint of surprise. Did you sign an S-level training contract? What else could it be? President Li chuckled. Or are you suggesting that you don't think Li Yuan is worth an S-level? Whoosh. The woman in black instantly turned her head to stare at Li Yuan and couldn't help but say, did you awaken your martial spirit? Li Yuan shook his head, not yet. Then it's your spiritual power? The woman in black stared at Li Yuan, speculating, is your spiritual power talent very high? Senior has discerning eyes. Li Yuan nodded. No wonder. The woman in black now understood the reason. President Li. The woman in black looked over, impressive guts, I admire that. To simply give away one of the 2 S-level training slots like that. I don't have guts. I just feel Li Yuan is worth an S-level spot. President Li said with a smile, don't you think Li Yuan is up to the S-level? President Li asked again. I never said that. The woman in black responded indifferently, you've signed him already. There's no need to provoke further. Resources are limited. Behind every S-level training slot lies an enormous investment of resources, and naturally, the slots are not infinite. For example, for students from Zhongbei province, for this invitation event, Kunlun Martial University has 2 S-level training slots, whereas the other 4 famous schools only have 1 S-level training slot each. The woman in black looked at Li Yuan, her face showing a kind smile. Li Yuan, work hard on your cultivation. I look forward to the day you become a prime warrior, even a flying heaven warrior. Thank you, senior. Li Yuan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, knowing that she was not willing to put forth an S-level slot. The woman in black turned and left. She acknowledged that Li Yuan was excellent, otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered coming. However, she only had 1 S-level slot at her disposal, and she would have had to pay an additional 50 million penalty fee, which naturally caused hesitation. After all, there were already 3 S-level students, and several more among the top 10 elites of the province. For instance, students like Wu Luo might not seem as technically skilled as Li Yuan at first glance, but their future prospects were more stable and their potential higher. They could be classified as A+ level. However, to get them to choose one of the top 5 prestigious schools for the college entrance examination, an S-level training contract was usually necessary to sign them up. After seeing off the leaders from the 2 martial arts universities, Li Yuan had just gone upstairs to his room. Li Yuan. Where did you go? Who was knocking at the door just now? Ji Yu Chang'an was leisurely eating melon. I saved 2 pieces for you. Didn't do much. Li Yuan said with a smile. Ding, ding, the doorbell suddenly rang again. 40 minutes later, Li Yuan saw off the last teacher from Polestar Martial Arts University. Polestar, shocking, South Sea. Ji Yu Chang'an, standing by, was dumbfounded. Brother, you're awesome. You've just turned down 3 martial arts universities in one go, and they all offered A-level training contracts. They're all rushing over right after the cage fight finished. Aren't you satisfied? Ji Yu Chang'an asked in confusion. Especially shocking martial arts university. The terms of the contract they offered were very good. The contract was indeed not bad. Li Yuan chuckled but did not explain further. Wait a minute. Ji Yu Chang'an suddenly realized something and widened his eyes. Was the very first doorbell ring from Kunlun visitors? Or from East Sea? Did you already sign a training contract? Xiao Chang, you're getting smarter. Li Yuan laughed. Shock was written all over Ji Yu Chang'an's handsome face. I've always been smart, and also, call me Ji Yu Chang. Ji Yu Chang'an sat down on the sofa with a thump, deep in thought. Did you sign right from the start? That can't be right. With your 4th level skills, you're definitely worth an A-level contract. Didn't you want to compare contracts more? Ji Yu Chang'an's character was capricious and free-spirited. He was not fond of overthinking. But he wasn't dumb, on the contrary, he was very smart, with an exceptionally high level of insight and vision. S-level? Ji Yu Chang'an thought of a possibility, staring at Li Yuan with some disbelief. Has a school offered an S-level contract? What do you think? Li Yuan said with a smile. Goddamn Li Yuan. Ji Yu Chang'an could not have been clearer, wailing, S-level, to think that a school offered you an S-level elite training contract on the first day. What did they see in you? Huh? Technique. But you don't have 5th stage spear technique. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Having Ji Yu Chang'an as a roommate was actually quite good, at least it wouldn't be all silent and gloomy. Like a living treasure. Li Yuan, do you really not understand the significance of S-level? Ji Yu Chang'an couldn't help but say, S-level, and the even more top-tier SS-level students, get to enjoy a lot of very special resources. There's an SS level too? Li Yuan was startled. Of course, there is. Ji Yu Chang'an said as a matter of course, S-level, while there are a bunch nationwide each year, SS level. According to my dad, it's hard to find even one in the whole country in a year, so they don't make a big deal out of it. Li Yuan nodded slightly, his mind wandering to Yu Jing, who might just be a genius of that level. You're going to be amazing. Ji Yu Chang'an said with feeling. The special resources that S-level and above students can get access to are many that even my dad can't touch. Li Yuan was surprised in his heart. Though he had never asked, the signs indicated that Ji Yu Chang'an's father was at least a powerful prime warrior. Can't buy them with money? Li Yuan asked subconsciously. If there's enough money, probably, but it's not worth it. Ji Yu Chang'an shook his head. Of course, my dad only mentioned it in passing a few times. I'm not clear on the specifics. According to my dad, an initial S-level elite training spot, if sold, would easily go for 1 billion Blue Star coins. Of course, that's just the initial spot. If you can't maintain it later on, you'll be demoted to A-level, Ji Yu Chang'an said. There's an evaluation once a year. Li Yuan held his breath. 1 billion Blue Star coins? He knew that S-level spots were precious, but he had no idea they were this valuable. No wonder the penalty for breaking the contract was as high as 50 million. Some things can't be measured with money. Ji Yu Chang'an said with a smile. Li Yuan, before I only thought you were awesome, but now, I truly admire you. Without awakening martial spirit, you still made 5 prestigious schools offer you an S-level elite training contract. There must be hidden depths to you. Ji Yu Chang'an said with a snicker. No wonder my sister always says to learn from you. Li Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. In this world, no one is truly foolish. Then you better study hard. Maybe you can also get an A-level elite training spot, Li Yuan teased. No way. I have no talent at all. Ji Yu Chang'an's head shook like a rattledrum. My grades look decent, but that's all my dad's doing. If I had my... Let's not talk about this. Getting into one of the top 5 prestigious schools is enough to satisfy my dad. But you can't rely on your parents forever, right? Li Yuan said with a smile. They're going to get old someday. Li Yuan. Ji Yu Chang'an gave Li Yuan a sideways glance and said with a smile, do you believe that when I'm about to get old and die, my mom and dad can still bring me a bunch of little brothers? Li Yuan was speechless. He understood what Ji Yu Chang'an meant. Ordinary people can't live off their parents forever, but Ji Yu Chang'an, he really could. You signed with Kunlun Martial University, right? My dad also told me to apply there. I can't count on my sister. She's probably going to Starry Sky University. We're like brothers, right? When we get to university, I'll be counting on you to cover for me. Ji Yu Chang'an lay back down and said leisurely, in this life, I just want to coast by as a prime warrior and lie flat. Relying on parents at home, relying on brothers outside. Sure, Li Yuan said with a laugh. He didn't take the words seriously, knowing well that someone with Ji Yu Chang'an's connections and background wouldn't need his help. On the contrary, Li Yuan had a vague understanding. Today, it was only after revealing his 4th-level skills and obtaining the S-level elite training contract that he truly made Ji Yuchang'an want to befriend him from the heart. It had nothing to do with Ji Yuchang'an's personality but the perspectives they'd been raised with since childhood. For these scions of great clans, the only ones they recognized were those from other major clans or real geniuses. I, too, need some friends, Li Yuan thought to himself. A hero needs 3 gangs of fellows. Making more friends and connecting with powerful seniors is beneficial for one's own path of martial arts. Ji Yuchang'an went to the rest area. Li Yuan, on the other hand, took a long spear from the nearby weapon cabinet and began to practice the spear technique. Most of today was spent on the move. He hadn't been able to calm down and cultivate. I'll practice the spear for 1 hour, then the cultivation methods for 2 hours, Li Yuan decided. After that, I'll cultivate the observing the great sun and stars technique. The path of cultivation allows for no relaxation, even for a single day. Others are willing to be friendly towards me and show goodwill, not because I'm handsome with a kind heart. Li Yuan thought very clearly to himself. It's because I have enough value. To have value is to solidify mutual feelings. Not to mention interacting with others. Even between parents and children, it is the same. Who? The long spear moved like a dragon. A casual thrust from Li Yuan could mobilize all the vigor in his body. In fact, while practicing with the spear, Li Yuan was also pondering. I've signed the contract. For the college entrance exam, as long as I hit the score thresholds of the top 5 universities, that will be enough, Li Yuan thought to himself. He could not say with 100% certainty that he would reach this threshold, therefore, he mustn't slacken his cultivation. Starfire University. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. Before his senior year, Li Yuan had never even considered Starfire University or Starry Sky University. The gap was too great at that time. However, people's ambitions are always changing. After the January mock exams, as his scores improved, Li Yuan occasionally thought about Starfire University. Recognize reality. Li Yuan suddenly swung the long spear, the shaft striking the sandbag forcefully. Bang! The sandbag erupted with an astonishing boom. Almost a century ago, Dongfang Ji managed to reach the pinnacle of the martial path from Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan reflected. Good or bad universities do not determine everything. Whether it's high school or university, both are just stages in a martial artist's journey. Not to mention that Kunlun Martial Arts University is not bad at all. Even Zhongbei Martial Arts University, where the students' average talents are much lower, has seen many students transform during their university years. Historically, a large number of prime warriors have emerged, and more than one flying heaven warrior was born. As for Kunlun Martial University, in terms of the total number of flying heaven warriors, it isn't far behind Starfire University. Now, the conditions at Kunlun Martial University must be even better than in Dongfang Ji's time. Li Yuan was filled with ambition. Law creation? Many predecessors have successfully created new techniques in history. In the future, I too will be able to create laws and become a flying heaven warrior. Your spear technique realm has increased from the 4th level 2% to the 4th level 3%. The Divine Palace panel suddenly flashed a notification. The invitations for the 2nd and 3rd days were quite ordinary, with discussions, lectures, and one-on-one interactions with elite students from martial arts universities. There were also some tests, such as fist strength and burst speed assessments. The news of Li Yuan signing with Kunlun Martial University in advance and securing an S-grade contract gradually came to the notice of the observers from the top 5 universities. Some felt it was a pity. Others thought Li Yuan was not worth an S-grade contract. However, Li Yuan himself was unaware of these opinions. The news had not spread among the students. After Ji Yuchang found out, he only told Lin Lanyue. Both kept it secret, not even letting Wu Dongdong know. On the 3rd day, after dinner, thousands of students gathered in a large conference hall. The combat assessment against Star Realm creatures starts first thing tomorrow morning? We have to sign a death waiver? There's a 1.2% death rate for the combat assessment? The thousands of elite students burst into an uproar upon hearing the female teacher's explanation from the main platform. Silence. A deep voice exploded like a bell, instantly suppressing all the chatter. The conference room fell completely silent. All students looked at the main platform, where next to the female teacher, a tall, burly man clad in a blue Marshall Path uniform had appeared. Standing over 2 meters tall with a formidable presence, especially as his icy eyes swept over, very few students dared meet his gaze. "A 1.2% death rate makes you panic, afraid?" said the man in blue with an icy tone. "Then, in the future, when you truly venture deep into the Star Realm and have to fight Star Realm creatures, facing missions with over a 50% death rate, are you going to turn tail and run?" The entire conference hall was as silent as a graveyard. A 1.2% death rate? Li Yuan stood among the crowd, listening quietly. He was not afraid of the death rate, he was just a bit surprised. After all, they were supposedly here just as students participating in an event. Could there be a possibility of death? On the stage, a stalwart man in blue nodded to the female teacher, signaling for her to continue. The location of the combat assessment will remain confidential for the time being. The female teacher's voice was very gentle. In the combat assessment, the majority of what you'll face will be unranked Star Realm creatures, with the strongest being only level 12. They have all been carefully selected. Throughout the assessment process, we from Zhongbei Martial University, in cooperation with the military, will protect you all the way, striving for 0 casualties. However, it's a fight to the death with cold weapons. No matter how good the protection is, accidents can still happen, so we don't mandate that everyone must participate, said the female teacher. If you are unwilling, then fill out the voluntary combat assessment waiver form. All the students listened, and only when they heard full protection did they feel somewhat reassured. Hearing that they could opt out, many students started harboring their own thoughts. However, the female teacher changed her tone. Those who do not participate in the combat assessment, or do not meet the minimum requirements during the assessment, will not be eligible for the special training contracts from the 5 top schools. Moreover, even if you pass the college entrance examination and are admitted into one of the top 5 schools, you will still need to participate in the combat assessment to get on the special training list and must pass it. Woo! A buzz of astonishment swept through the crowd, as most students had not been aware of this regulation before. To be selected for special training, one must go through combat assessments? Li Yuan was equally surprised. It's a new rule, Lin Lanyue whispered beside him. In the past, there were combat assessments, but they weren't linked to the special training list. The Martial Arts Department just issued the notice. It will officially be implemented this year and hasn't been publicly announced yet, so it's normal that it hasn't spread widely. Li Yuan suddenly understood. There will also be corresponding rewards for the combat assessment, the female teacher continued. The student ranked first in points will be rewarded with 2 million Blue Star coins. Those ranked 2 to 10 will receive a reward of 500,000 Blue Star coins. Those ranked 11 to 100 will receive a reward of 200,000 Blue Star coins. For rankings beyond 100, as long as they pass the combat assessment, they will likewise receive a reward of 50,000 Blue Star coins. Many students' eyes lit up. The rewards for the combat assessment were clearly higher than those for the skills assessment, with the first place receiving a direct reward of 2 million Blue Star coins. Forget the rewards for the top 10. Just by meeting the standard, there was at least 50,000 Blue Star coins, which was already quite a lot. This is a wide-ranging subsidy, Li Yuan couldn't help but remark. Those who can participate in the event are all elite students from a province. It's very normal for a batch of prime warriors to emerge in the future, Lin Lanyue said with a soft laugh. So, having gone to great lengths to invite them here, Zhongbei Martial University will always disburse some money widely to curry favor and leave some goodwill. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. In a certain sense, this was Zhongbei Martial University's investment in networking. By accepting this reward, one has implicitly accepted a favor from Zhongbei Martial University. On the stage, whether to participate in the combat assessment is for you to decide, said the female teacher. After returning to your dormitory, you will find the contract documents on the virtual network. You can simply sign to agree or waive in your personal space. Thousands of students filed out of the meeting room in succession, and it was not yet dark. Li Yuan, will you participate? Lin Lanyue asked. Going. Li Yuan smiled. I've already signed the special training contract, I have to go. The day before yesterday, the S-level special training contract I signed clearly stated that I must participate in the combat assessment. Not participating would be a breach of contract. If I participate but fail the assessment, it's not a breach of contract, but I would have to retake it upon entry to the school. If I fail the assessment twice, my treatment will be reduced. There's a risk of death. Are you not afraid? Lin Lanyue asked with a teasing tone. Afraid of what? I have an honor title, Li Yuan laughed. If we're talking about danger, the last encounter was even more perilous. That's true, Lin Lanyue smiled sweetly. Then she lowered her head, opened the smart bracelet, and clicked on the holographic screen. Ding! Li Yuan's smart bracelet immediately vibrated, and looking down, he saw that Lin Lanyue had sent him a video file through WeChat. What is this? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Never mind, there are too many prying eyes here, Lin Lanyue laughed. Watch it on the virtual network when you get back, and you'll understand. See you tomorrow. Lin Lanyue left directly. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Li Yuan did not open it and walked towards his dormitory building with Ji Yu Chang'an. First off, let me declare, this isn't a speech for going premium, haha. Just to emphasize that, don't get it wrong, everyone. Thanks to the overwhelming support from all the brothers, with 30,000 sustained reads in the background, we've managed to secure both the splash screen and widget for the new book launch promotion during our new book period. This is a first for me in my history. However, these kinds of activities need to be scheduled, and we've been slotted for April 3rd road. That means we're going premium on April 3rd, so brothers, there's no need to rush. You can read for free for a couple more days. Since our release on March 1st, up until today, the 31st, we've updated 72 chapters and 210,000 words. I'm personally quite satisfied with this update speed for the new book period. In terms of achievements, in 1 month of the new book period, we've gained 110,000 favorites and 30,000 sustained background reads, both of which are peaks in my writing career. Brothers, you guys are awesome. Immensely thankful. Then, let me talk about the plan for April. In the early morning of the first, back-to-back uploads of 2 chapters. In the early morning of the second, back-to-back uploads of 2 chapters. That above is the entire update during the free period, with more than 220,000 words. I hope you guys are satisfied with it. In the early morning of the third, we're officially going premium. On that day, we will have at least 5 chapters updated, and from then on, at least 2 chapters every day. Finally, and most importantly, every 2,000 monthly votes will result in an additional chapter. What does that mean? Even on the day we go premium, the third, how many chapters we update won't be up to me, but rather, it'll depend on everybody's voting enthusiasm. When Yuan Tianzun was in its later stages, I indeed felt exhausted, but now, I'm filled with vigor and passion. I wonder if you brothers still remember the crazy burst of 400,000 words monthly during Yuan Tianzun. I haven't forgotten. I've always remembered, but in my heart, I hope to surpass that moment, to reach a new pinnacle. If we have 4,000 monthly votes on the morning of the third when we go premium, then, there will be 7 chapters back to back. If we can get 8,000 monthly votes, that would be a burst of 9 chapters. And if we can reach 10,000 monthly votes on the day of the third, do you brothers think I'll back down? I'll definitely finish a burst of 10 chapters that very day. This bonus chapter event for monthly votes has no cap. The more monthly votes we have, the more chapters will burst forth. It will continue throughout the entire month of April, the whole month. If we ultimately have 80,000 monthly votes by the end of the month, trust me, there will be 40 bonus chapters in total. In conclusion, thanks to the brothers who have supported us all the way from the old book, I appreciate you all. Thanks to the new brothers of this book, let us charge forward together. March has passed. April is coming. The war song rises, and the long swords are unsheathed. Within the book, it's the era of martial arts that's brimming with a tidal wave of life evolution. Outside the book, it's the battleground of the monthly vote ranking where gods contend for supremacy. For the start point monthly vote ranking in April, I hope all the brothers can join me once more in the battle against the gods. Back in the martial arts room. Ji Yu Chang, are you going to the combat assessment or not? Li Yuan asked while drinking water. I must participate in the battle. Gu Chang'an sighed. Yesterday my mom said to me if I don't pass the combat assessment, when I get back my dad will break my legs. Li Yuan laughed. Gu Chang'an emphasized every day, my dad wants to beat me up. My mom is not happy with me, but it was evident that his parents were very caring towards him. Because, if parents truly don't care, a child would only keep it hidden inside. I'm going onto the virtual net first, Li Yuan said with a smile, sign the documents. I'll sign also in a moment, come, let's have some watermelon today. Consciousness connected. He directly entered Zhongbei Martial University's campus network. Death exemption agreement. Li Yuan browsed through the document, quickly scanning it. There were many clauses, but they all boiled down to one sentence: if you die during the combat assessment, Zhongbei Martial University will compensate with 500,000 Blue Star coins. That was it. 500,000 Blue Star coins? Li Yuan clicked agree first, then returned to his personal space on the virtual network to complete the electronic signature. In his personal space. Combat assessment? Li Yuan contemplated in silence, I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Li Yuan decided to participate. Firstly, it was to meet the terms of the special training contract from Kunlun Martial Arts University. Secondly, the reward of Blue Star coins. During the skills assessment, the cage melee was divided into 6 rounds, so I didn't need to directly compete with Wu Dongdong, Tian Dajuang, and the others. I took first place quite smoothly, Li Yuan thought to himself. But the combat assessment? There's only one first place. Winning the 2 million Blue Star coins reward was very difficult. Not to mention anything else. Wu Dongdong. Her spear technique is more sophisticated than mine, and her physical quality reaches as high as 10.5. Li Yuan thought to himself, her overall strength is a great deal stronger than mine. The chances of winning against her are very low. These past few days, Li Yuan had used the Divine Palace inquiry on many students. As the number of inquiries increased, Li Yuan also realized that the weaker the opponent's strength, the less spiritual power was consumed in the inquiry. Based on the results of these past few days' inquiries, Li Yuan found that most of the thousands of elite students participating in the event had a physical quality between 8.0 and 8.5. Students below 8.0 and those above 9.0 were very rare. Physical quality above 10.0, only Wu Dongdong and Lin Lanyue. Next was Wang Yu, at 9.5. Tian Dajuang, perhaps because of his family reasons, had average cultivation resources and only a physical quality of 8.5. In other words, Li Yuan's 8.9 physical quality already put him in the top 5% of all elite students. Like Ji Yu Chang, during the Yuan month's assessment, his physical quality was close to Li Yuan's. Now it had only reached 8.7, falling behind Li Yuan. For the past year and a half, just in terms of the speed of improvement in physical quality, Li Yuan was already considered among the top of Zhongbei province's million students. Striving for first place is difficult. But, I must strive to break into the top 10, Li Yuan thought to himself, feeling very hopeful about earning another 500,000 Blue Star coins with effort. Money was very important. The martial path cultivation costs for my younger brother and sister will be huge, Li Yuan silently contemplated. If I want to give them the best conditions all the way to their senior year, several million Blue Star coins will be far from enough. The investment in martial path cultivation, the consumption of money, is never ending. The more, the better. Lastly, and most importantly for Li Yuan, spiritual nutrients. Li Yuan kept this matter in mind. According to what President Li said, all things have a spiritual nature, I shouldn't be an exception, Li Yuan mused. So, the spiritual awakening level, on my Divine Palace panel. Does it refer to the high-grade spiritual nature noted on my Divine Palace panel initially? Is the one I've awakened a high-grade spiritual nature? This was Li Yuan's guess. Last time, before I killed a Star Realm creature, I first got a prompt, then after killing it, I received 0.6% of the spiritual nutrients. And when I inquired about human martial artists, I didn't get a prompt for obtaining spiritual nutrients, Li Yuan thought to himself. Must it be the killing of Star Realm creatures? It should be. Does the target need to be entry rank life? It's not confirmed. Li Yuan hadn't seen any other Star Realm creatures, lacking a control group. As this spiritual nourishment peeled away and absorbed from the deceased by the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, or is it some kind of mysterious existence rewarding me for killing Star Realm creatures? A thought suddenly flashed through Li Yuan's mind. His strength continued to grow step by step. Occasionally, Li Yuan would ponder the origin of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace and the Divine Palace panel. Was it a certain special talent of his own? Or was it from some indescribable existence? Or the legendary immortals? Gods? Demons? All were unknowns. Take it slow, once my strength is greater, I'll have the chance to understand, Li Yuan thought to himself. This combat assessment is precisely a test. Pushing aside these distracting thoughts, Li Yuan directly opened another video file sent by Lin Lanyue. Ahem. The screen lit up, displaying a panoramic projection. Standing in place, Li Yuan felt as though he were right there. The dim sky featured a high-hanging red moon. Dazzling red lights flashed across the sky from time to time, sweeping across the firmament, quite eerie. Is this blue star? Li Yuan wondered. As the viewpoint pulled back, mountain ranges rose and fell. Wild winds howled, punctuated occasionally by the roar of beasts. At the horizon's end lay a colossal war fortress. As the camera zoomed out, this rather vast world was laid out before Li Yuan. At the same time, a voice started to explain. First level Star Realm, Moon Demon Star Realm. Entrance located at Zhongbei Province's Zhongbei Martial Arts University. A fully explored star realm bordering the foreign civilization, Moon Demon Civilization. The maximum diameter of the entire star realm is about 2,341 kilometers. A forward base has been established, with a garrison controlling and covertly monitoring the entire Moon Demon Civilization. Star Realm purposes: 1. Secretly lure and capture lifeforms of the Moon Demon Civilization for experimentation. 2. Serves as a scientific weapons testing base for the military in a high-origin power environment. 3. Used as a practical combat assessment field for students of Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Li Yuan watched the video, shocked. He understood at once that this was definitely a confidential video. The Moon Demon Star Realm. Located at Zhongbei Martial Arts University? As a native of Zhongbei Province, Li Yuan had never heard of it. In Zhongbei Province, there's only one first-level star realm, Fish Spirit. Li Yuan couldn't help thinking. The Fish Spirit Star Realm is located at the border of Xizhou and Yizhou, more than 2,000 kilometers away from Zhong City. The Fish Spirit Star Realm, as the name suggests, is the original homeland of the Fish Spirit clan. The entrance to the Fish Spirit Star Realm where it intersects with Blue Star is quite large, and small entrances keep appearing. Sasha country has never been able to completely seal it off. Fish Spirit clan invasions occur frequently. This is also why for decades, many cities along the banks of the Shang River have been under constant attack from Star Realm creatures. Fortunately, the Fish Spirit Star Realm is only a first-level star realm, and the invaders are only first-rank creatures that can only launch small-scale attacks, not fatal to Zhongbei Province. So, there's another star realm here at Zhongbei Martial Arts University? Li Yuan held his breath. According to high school textbooks, star realms are spatial intersections between human civilization and alien civilizations. Even though, according to the video's description, the Moon Demon Star Realm has been controlled by human civilization, extremely safe. But who can guarantee that absolutely any star realm is a potential supervolcano waiting to erupt? No wonder Zhongbei Martial Arts University is a military base. No wonder they've built a war fortress. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Probably, it's to seal off the star realm entrance instantly in case of any accidents. Many ideas flashed through Li Yuan's mind, and he had to admit. Lin Lanyu's background was indeed impressive. She could get her hands on such a video. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Li Yuan continued to watch. Today, we will focus on the third point, regarding the combat assessment field. The video's narration voice continued. This is the latest detailed explanation of 2043. Below are introductions to the combat assessment terrain, the distribution of alien race creatures, body structures, and common combat methods. Moon demon lifeforms are mostly beast-like, with their adult bodies generally around level 8, but they have relatively low intelligence, generally equivalent to that of a 6-year-old human. However, sky-flying level lifeforms have also been born, able to slowly absorb the origin power emitted by the moon demon. Second-rank moon demon warriors, with their intelligence elevated to that of a 12-year-old human. The majority of moon demon lifeforms have body shapes close to wolves, with skin primarily black and red, and scales growing on the waist and abdomen. Their bodily weak points are. In the combat assessment field, the distribution of moon demon lifeforms is. Li Yuan listened quietly. The entire video was very long, lasting a full 22 minutes. Note: this file is confidential and is for the internal viewing of Zhongbei Martial Arts University only, and must not be leaked. The video ended there. Li Yuan closed his eyes and silently recalled. He then clicked to start over, observing again, mostly at a fast-forward pace, but revisiting a few sections several times, until he confirmed he had remembered all the information in the video. His strong mental power gifted Li Yuan with an exceptional memory. Delete source file. Delete chat history. Delete local network records. Li Yuan performed a threefold deletion, eradicating the evidence. Of course, there would certainly be traces left on the virtual network. But with Li Yuan's novice level, this was all he could manage. If someone really wanted to investigate, why even bother with the strict secrecy? Li Yuan mumbled to himself. Besides, it's only a secret of Zhongbei Martial University, not a state military secret. Li Yuan figured that as long as he didn't distribute it himself, even if it was discovered, the impact should not be significant. However, it seems somewhat unethical to have watched this video in advance, Li Yuan murmured. It wasn't as if he had directly copied the answers. But it was like knowing the scope and types of questions for a test in advance, which would naturally lower the difficulty. But, if Lin Lanyue could get her hands on the video, then people like Wu Dongdong could probably do the same. Li Yuan shook his head. Li Yuan was no moral saint, and this was just a combat assessment, not a university entrance exam. Given the current situation, I might as well make good use of this informational advantage. I'm not aiming for the top spot, but I'll try to take down a few more Star Realm creatures and see if I can push my spiritual nature to 10% in one go. Li Yuan determined silently. Exiting the virtual network, Li Yuan stepped out of the rest area, took out his long spear, and continued his martial path training for the day. Li Yuan, do you ever rest? Training again? Jiyu Cheng'an, holding a can of cola, walked out of the therapy room. He stared at Li Yuan, gobsmacked. I haven't seen you take a day off in the last 4 days. You're already training at 4 in the morning. You train for another 2 hours after lunch. When you come back in the evening, you train until midnight. Can your body handle it? Jiyu Cheng'an couldn't help but say, you really are a monster. I don't have high-rank cultivation methods, so how can I catch up to others without training? Li Yuan responded with a smile. I'm impressed. Jiyu Cheng'an gave a thumbs up, sincerely saying, in the past, my dad told me that real supreme fighters, like Dongfang Ji, train at least 16 hours a day. I never believed it, thinking it was Dongfang Ji hyping himself up after he became famous, Jiyu Cheng'an said casually. Li Yuan. Having seen you, I believe it now. But don't you have any hobbies or fun? Jiyu Cheng'an looked at Li Yuan. Training is so tiring, how do you keep it up? Hobbies? Li Yuan thought for a moment and said with a smile, why would training be tiring? Isn't it a joy to watch oneself improve bit by bit? If I really had to say a hobby, Li Yuan said with a laugh, training is my hobby. Perhaps, when Li Yuan first started practicing with the spear and cultivating, it was tedious and painful. But as time passed, if one couldn't adapt to this lifestyle, if one couldn't find passion in the tedium, then even if one persisted reluctantly, progress would be slow. Passion is the best teacher. Nowadays, Li Yuan truly enjoyed the process of gradually becoming stronger through training. Training? A hobby? Jiyu Cheng'an fell silent for a while, then suddenly sighed. Li Yuan, honestly, You'd be quite suited to being my dad's son. My dad would definitely like you. How about I introduce you to my dad and make you his godson? Ji Chang'an seemed somewhat reluctant as he spoke. I might as well reluctantly take you as my sworn younger brother. Come on, call me brother, and let me hear it. Get lost, brat. Perhaps influenced by Li Yuan. Ji Chang'an, who usually trained for only an hour at night, unusually trained for an extra 10 minutes. The next day, to ensure he had plenty of energy for the combat assessment, Li Yuan did not rise early to practice with the spear. He lay in bed and slept for 2 hours. For over a year, this was the first time Li Yuan had laid in bed to sleep, but perhaps because his spirit was too strong, the quality of his sleep was quite average. It seems that as my strength grows stronger, there will come a day in the future when even simple sleep may become a luxury, Li Yuan sighed to himself. After eating breakfast sometime past 6 in the morning. Assemble at 7. On a playground not far from the war fortress, over 1,000 students gathered. Dozens of Zhongbei Martial University students, grouped in threes, were gradually checking the identity information of each student. There were also dozens of Zhongbei Martial University teachers and military base officers standing in the distance. Professor Ming was there too. Very good, the burly man from yesterday, still in blue, said with a cold voice that echoed across the playground. There are 976 of you willing to participate in the combat assessment. I am proud of your decision. What is martial path? The path of killing. How can one claim to follow the martial path without killing? What does the nation train martial artists for? The burly man's voice thundered. To kill the enemy, to protect the country. If we're to speak grander, martial artists are the sharpest blades of human civilization. When the combat saber is drawn, it's meant to draw blood. You are all elite students from the province. From the first year of junior high to senior high, you've practiced for 6 years, and your strengths have all approached that of an entry-rank martial artist. Some may even be on par with entry-rank martial artists. The burly man's voice was robust. I hope that 6 years of cultivation, numerous simulated battles on the Starry Skies fighting network, and countless physical confrontations at school have prepared you well. I wish you all to complete the assessment and come back alive. Collect your equipment and depart. Inside the armory, students collected their equipment in order. Li Yuan, this is for you. A full set of first-rank lower-grade body protection clothing, first-rank lower-grade soft armor, first-rank boots, and a helmet. This junior student handed over the protective gearbox to Li Yuan. Try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't, come back and exchange. This is your exclusive positioning ring watch. At the assessment location, your smart ring watch will have no signal. The positioning ring watch has few functions, only crucial ones like positioning, calling for help, and monitoring your life signs, the junior student advised, but its biggest feature is that it's very durable. Durable? Li Yuan was puzzled. Unless it's a second-rank creature's strike, it absolutely won't break, the junior student said with a smile. You should know, the more precise, the easier it is to damage. The simpler it is, sometimes the more durable. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, produced in Ross Country? Smart, the original is developed by the military of Ross Country. This is our imitation. Iterated product. Cough, cough, it's cheaper and performs better, the junior student said, grinning. Li Yuan was speechless, holding the protective gearbox and entering the changing room next door. Having changed into his new gear, Li Yuan felt that it fit very well and was comfortable. The body protection clothing in no way hindered bodily flexibility. Clearly, with over 100 years of war as a test, the equipment for martial artists had only gotten better. First-rank lower-grade body protection clothing is made of materials that are sufficiently strong, flexible, and do not restrict movement, Ji Chang'an, who had also changed, said with a smile while standing to the side. It can withstand attacks from level 11 martial artists without breaking. Like a first-rank medium grade, it can withstand attacks from level 15 martial artists. First-rank upper-grade body protection clothing is enough to withstand attacks from level 19 martial artists, said Ji Chang'an, who knew these details by heart. Li Yuan listened. He was not very familiar with this martial artist equipment, having never considered killing Star Realm creatures before university. However, the body protection clothing has its weaknesses, Ji Chang'an said. It's durable against tearing and biting, but it isn't hard enough to withstand impact forces well. That's why we wear an extra layer of soft armor and helmets, he continued. It gives extra protection to important organs in the torso and the head without greatly impacting bodily flexibility. When facing Star Realm creatures with lower levels of civilization, in an equal rank confrontation, we martial artists, armed with weapons, have a very large advantage. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He had seen many documentaries. Most Star Realm creatures in various Star Realms had very low levels of civilization. It will be different once you become a Prime Warrior, Ji Yu Chang'an said excitedly. Second-rank battle garments, namely the Origin Power Battlesuit, must be activated with Origin Power. They're not only durable but also significantly dampen various impact forces, truly unafraid of heat-based weapons. You know so much, Li Yuan remarked. Of course, Ji Yu Chang'an said, more excited. I'm a military and equipment enthusiast. Feeling accomplished in his role as teacher to Li Yuan, Ji Yu Chang'an was quite pleased. It's just that your strength isn't quite there, Li Yuan said earnestly. Damn it. Ji Yu Chang'an felt depressed. Weren't we supposed to be brothers? Weapons. Li Yuan took his time picking out weapons in the armory. In the end, he chose a black long spear over 2 meters, along with a half-meter short sword and a dagger. Holding the long spear in hand, he placed the dagger at his waist. The short sword was kept in the weapon pouch strapped to his soft armor. This was to ensure he had short-range weapons in case he accidentally lost the long spear. As a 4th-level expert, even with unfamiliar weapons, he could wield more power than a 3rd-stage martial artist at the peak of perfection. Once everything was ready, all the students entered an inconspicuous large building in order. Following, they went down into the building's basement. The basement revealed a different world, incredibly spacious. It was a massive underground subway station. Several fully enclosed trains with their doors wide open had already been waiting for a while. Subway station? Such a huge underground space, it kind of resembles a high-speed rail platform. From the surface, you can't tell at all that underneath has been hollowed out, can you? The majority of the students who walked down were shocked. Having watched the introduction video about the Moon Demon Star Realm, Li Yuan had many speculations in his mind. Subconsciously, Li Yuan looked towards Lin Lanyue not far away. Lin Lanyue, similarly dressed in black soft armor and a protective garment, was tall and striking. Feeling Li Yuan's gaze, Lin Lanyue turned her head to look, shook her head slightly, and gestured that there was no need for further words. Follow the sequence number from earlier, and board the train in order, a nearby military officer stated in a deep voice. Li Yuan boarded the train, his peripheral vision sweeping across the distance. Professor Ming, as well as those teachers and officers who were martial artists of the 2nd rank, all stood far away. It seemed they had no intention of boarding the train. The train moved along, completely enclosed, the windows opaque. This made it impossible for Li Yuan and the others to see the outside. If not for the faint trembling of the carriage, they wouldn't even have been aware of the train's motion. In each carriage, there were about 50 students standing in 2 rows, guarded by 2 martial artist officers, one at each end. Suddenly, whoosh, light converged on the front and back of the carriage and on the glass sides, forming projection screens. In the projections, the burly, blue-clothed figure reappeared. Now, I will announce the rules for the combat assessment, the burly man said in a deep voice. First, the assessment will take place at a special military base. Entry and exit are strictly confined, and no one is permitted to inquire or divulge any information regarding the assessment area. Violators will be considered spies. Many students showed shock at the announcement. Spying? Second, during the assessment, fratricide is prohibited. The entire assessment area is under surveillance, the burly man said coldly. Violators will receive the death penalty. The shock on many students' faces intensified. Li Yuan, on the other hand, felt a slight movement inside. The first 2 rules were all about punishment. Was this a warning issued beforehand? Third, all Star Realm creatures are under constant monitoring. Thus, as long as you kill them, the points will be tallied in real time on the leaderboard, and there's no need to collect any token. You can check the rankings anytime on the positioning ring. Fourth, star realm creatures below level 10 are each worth 1 point. Level 10 to 11 creatures are worth 10 points. Level 12 creatures are worth 50 points. If you encounter star realm creatures above level 12, it is recommended to immediately flee and call for assistance. Fifth, 5 points are needed to pass the assessment. Sixth, in case of danger, you may choose to call for assistance. Attack drones will arrive within 30 seconds. But that also signifies the end of the assessment, and points will be halved, so measure your capabilities accordingly. Seventh, the assessment starts at 9 o'clock sharp and continues until 4 in the afternoon, a total of 7 hours. After the rules were explained, the projections disappeared and the train continued on, not long after. Quite abruptly. Buzz. Li Yuan suddenly felt a slight pain in his brain, as if being continuously pricked by a needle, involuntarily clenching his teeth. However, for Li Yuan, this level of pain was nothing compared to the torture of practicing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture. Meanwhile, boom, around his body, it was as if an invisible force was squeezing him, similar to the resistance from all directions when entering water, becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Ah! Some students had pained expressions on their faces flushed red and veins bulging as if they were in unspeakable agony. Thump, bang, many students couldn't help but drop to one knee, trying to alleviate the sudden pressure. Relax, the voice of a martial artist officer reached their ears. This is your first experience, it will be over in 20 seconds. 10 seconds later. Boom, it was as though their heads, first submerged underwater, were suddenly lifted back to the surface, breathing in fresh air once again. Including Li Yuan, all the students felt an unprecedented sense of relief, gasping for air. Is it over? Just now, we must have gone through the space where the Moon Demon Star Realm and Blue Star interconnect, Li Yuan thought relatively calmly, scanning his surroundings. He noticed that aside from Lin Lanyue, who was just a bit pale. Phew. The other students were slumped on the ground, gasping for air, some barely able to grip their weapons. What are your names, you two? The officer at the end of the train asked curiously. Have you been here before? Reporting, no sir, Li Yuan replied seriously. My name is Li Yuan. Never been, Lin Lanyue said indifferently. The officer smiled. Both of you are promising young seedlings. Good luck to you. Several minutes later. Next stop, get ready to disembark, the officer at the front of the carriage instructed, and soon the train came to a slow stop. The carriage doors opened. Li Yuan and the others got off the train one after another, looking around to see the dimly lit sky. It was a spacious docking point, akin to a huge playground with a metallic ground. In the distance were massive war fortresses towering over 200 meters tall. Nearby, dozens of small aircraft were parked. Students from each carriage were disembarking. Look up at the sky. A red moon. So eerie. We were clearly underground just minutes ago. How did we travel here so quickly? Did we go through a portal? And those war fortresses? This feels like a whole other world. Moons don't look like this. Those mountains are so tall, and the plants, I've never seen any of them before. Li Yuan heard the whisperings of astonishment from other students around him. Having anticipated this, Li Yuan immediately saw the red moon in the sky. No, to be precise, it's akin to a combination of the moon and the sun. In Li Yuan's field of vision, it was twice as large as the sun, but not as dazzling, with a faint, blurry halo around its edges. The whole world seemed to be on the verge of dusk, rather hazy. Streams of strange red light occasionally surfaced and streaked across the sky. Is this the Moon Demon Star Realm? Li Yuan silently experienced it. He felt that the environment, while slightly different from Blue Star, had many important indicators such as gravity and air quality that seemed to be not much different. In fact, apart from students like Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue who had foreknowledge of the situation, the other students were not fools and had mostly conceived guesses in their minds. But out of fear of the first and second rules, they dared not ask more. In order, board the aircraft, hundreds of military officers stood everywhere, maintaining order and monitoring every student. In the sky, there were also combat drones. Not far away, there were teams of patrolling combat robots, highly vigilant. These officers, with a thought, Li Yuan glanced around, casting the Divine Palace inquiry. Target person, life level is 18.8. Target person, life level is 16.2. Target person, life level is 17.1. Li Yuan selected 3 high-ranking officers and found that not one of them had a life level over 20.0. There were no second-rank prime warriors. This reminded him of Professor Ming and those prime warriors, none of whom seemed to have boarded the train. Could it be? A bold guess suddenly emerged in Li Yuan's mind, that life forms above second rank cannot enter the Moon Demon Star Realm? Is this the difference between first level and second level star realms? Every 20 students boarded a small aircraft, which then took off at high speed immediately after. Rumble. Inside the aircraft, Li Yuan fastened his seatbelt, and as usual, sat opposite Lin Lanyue, waiting for the command. 2 officers maintained order, and after more than 10 minutes, buzz, suddenly the aircraft door opened, and a fierce wind rushed inside. Li Yuan, down, a tall and lean officer said in a low voice. After unfastening the seatbelt, Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue exchanged glances, then took their long spears to the door, looked down, and saw that the aircraft was about 3 meters above the ground. Whoosh! He jumped down and landed lightly. Rumble! The aircraft door closed, and the small aircraft quickly ascended and left. On this hillside, only Li Yuan was left. Li Yuan looked up to see a small black dot in the sky, 100 meters high, a combat drone. It seemed to be there to protect him personally. It's 8:45 now. Li Yuan looked down at his positioning wristband. The official start at 9 o'clock. Li Yuan observed the surroundings. He was on the mountainside of a range, with rugged rocks and sparse trees, fairly open. Based on yesterday's materials, the entire combat assessment area is 100 kilometers long and wide. Li Yuan's gaze swept over. My location. Finally, Li Yuan saw the landmark Solitary Mountain, Blade Mountain in the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. I'm in the southeastern area, very good. I should be less than 5 kilometers away from the Moon Demon Wolf Pack No 5 feet territory. Waiting for the command. 15 minutes later. The combat assessment begins. The positioning wristband instantly relayed the reminder. Depart. Li Yuan, holding his long spear, immediately headed towards his destination. Want to kill more moon demon creatures? Apart from being strong enough, one also needs to find their gathering spot. In the Moon Demon Star Realm, at the highest point of the War Fortress, in a very spacious conference room, there were densely packed monitoring screens overhead. Initiate absolute protection. For the 18A level and above students, a burly officer said in a deep voice, ensure there are no mistakes. For the other students, do everything possible to ensure their safety as well. Yes. In a mountain ravine with a great depth disparity, Li Yuan was walking. Ow! Howl! Suddenly, 3 enormous moon demon creatures sprung out from a corner. They, covered in pitch black, stood over 1 meter tall, at least 2 meters in length, with tails nearly 1 meter long, resembling the wolves of Blue Star in appearance, yet their size was closer to that of a ferocious tiger, with scarce hair and dense scales covering their bodies instead. The most notable feature was their eyes, crimson, shining with intelligence, enough to cause one's heart to tremble. After several kilometers, I finally encounter 3 moon demon wolves. Li Yuan stopped, holding his long spear, and stared at the 3 moon demon wolves. No fear, only excitement. Target creature. Life level is 8.2. Defeating it will yield spiritual nature nutrients. Li Yuan used the Divine Palace inquiry on one of them and couldn't help but smile. Very good. Target creature. Life level at 7.8. Exterminating it can grant spiritual nutrients. Target creature. Li Yuan didn't dare to be negligent and expended his spiritual power to quickly conduct an inquiry on the other 2 moon demons. The results of the inquiries were similar, and Li Yuan's heart steadied. This matches the intelligence provided by Lin Lanyue exactly. Adult moon demon wolves are around level 8.0, Li Yuan thought to himself. Once they reach entry rank, their body hair will gradually turn red. Moon demon creatures, primarily moon demon wolves, according to the intelligence, are a major species within the moon demon civilization. Unranked, their fur and skin are black, After entering the rank and as they absorb more and more of the moon demon's origin power, they will gradually turn red. Once completely red, that signifies a second-rank moon demon wolf. At this moment, as Li Yuan sensed the aura of the 3 moon demon wolves, he involuntarily felt a hint of revulsion. A woo! Roar! The 3 moon demon wolves, with their bodies slightly crouched and with fierce eyes intently focused on Li Yuan, were filled with the intent to kill. They possessed a high level of intelligence, and in their perception, the creature before them, one that they found disgusting, and whose aura clashed starkly with theirs, made them extremely uncomfortable. However, the life aura it emitted didn't seem very strong. 3 against 1, they had a chance of victory, the next instant. Boom! 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 The 3 moon demon wolves suddenly launched an attack, barking furiously at Li Yuan, and like 3 black phantoms, they lunged toward him to kill. Kill! Li Yuan didn't retreat but advanced, moving like a swimming dragon, easily dodging their onslaught. Following that, the 2.4-meter-long black long spear in Li Yuan's hand swung fiercely. The spear danced, thrusting forward venomously like a snake. Poochie! Poochie! Bang! In an instant, the jaws of the 3 moon demon wolves were all pierced by the spearhead. Their massive bodies, still carrying the momentum, charged forward for more than 10 meters before finally crashing heavily to the ground. Blood splattered. The bodies of the 3 moon demon wolves convulsed several times before finally coming to a halt. You have slain an unranked creature, obtaining spiritual nutrient, spiritual awakening level reaching 0.7%. You. Spiritual awakening level reaching 0.8%, spiritual awakening level reaching 0.9%. The Divine Palace panel flashed with 3 notifications in succession. Drip. Plop. The blood on the spearhead dripped down onto the withered wood, splashing about. Li Yuan took a deep breath, and the last trace of tension in his heart completely dissipated. He gripped the long spear in his hand even tighter. Scenes of practicing the spear and punching from junior high school flashed through Li Yuan's memory. And the thousands of battles on the Starry Skies fighting network. Just as that sturdy man in blue said, 6 years of preparation were for this very moment. Last time killing members of the Fish Spirit Clan was a sudden encounter, Li Yuan mused. Today, I am fully prepared. Li Yuan looked down at the 3 dead moon demon wolves. They were the first batch of Star Realm creatures that Li Yuan had killed in the true sense of the word. Martial path is, indeed, a path of slaughter, murmured Li Yuan, his understanding of this phrase growing deeper. After quickly regaining his composure. Unranked, each kill increases spiritual nutrients by 0.1%. Li Yuan's eyes scanned the Divine Palace panel and he thought, by that calculation, to reach the upper limit requirement of 20%, I need to kill 200? That seems tough. How many Star Realm creatures had the military base released altogether into the entire test area? Most importantly, they're hard to find. Besides, as time goes by and with nearly 1,000 students proceeding with the slaughter, the number of living moon demon wolves will grow less and less. Every one I can kill counts, Li Yuan thought. Star Realm creatures aren't as hard to kill as I imagined. Li Yuan understood that this had a lot to do with the information provided by Lin Lanyue. He had learned the weak points of the moon demon wolves ahead of time. Points +3. Li Yuan glanced at the record in the positioning bracelet. Assessment points. 3 points ranking. 8 note. Minimum requirements for combat assessment not yet met. Li Yuan walked through the mountains and forests, following the guidance from the video, continuously heading towards the gathering place of the Moon Demon Wolf Pack number 5. Along the way, whether from behind or within the woods, Moon Demon wolves occasionally popped out and charged at Li Yuan. But none were a match for Li Yuan. Under a large rock, a black shadow flashed towards Li Yuan like lightning. Poochie. The shadow of the spear was fleeting, instantly penetrating the head of the Moon Demon wolf. The spearhead swiftly retracted like lightning, and the huge wolf corpse fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Blood gradually flowed out. That's the 11th one. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the massive wolf carcass. This Moon Demon wolf, judging by its speed, it's probably exceeded level 9.0, it unexpectedly increased my spiritual awakening level by 0.3%. Having killed so many moon demon wolves, Li Yuan gradually discovered that killing unranked star realm creatures didn't always increase it by 0.1%. The stronger the moon demon wolf killed, the greater the increase. I hope I'll encounter an entry-rank moon demon wolf soon, Li Yuan thought with great anticipation. In terms of physical quality, Li Yuan was at 8.9 level. As for skills, even more so at the 4th level, after gradually getting used to life and death battles. It could be said that the unranked moon demon wolves posed no challenge to Li Yuan. Sophisticated skills, coupled with equipment assistance, allowed Li Yuan to easily overmatch in battles. At 11:30 in the morning, at the core area of the Moon Demon Wolf Pack No. 5 gathering place. Within the dense jungle, boulders stood erect, incessant roars of moon demon wolves filled the air, fueled by anger and accompanied by the sounds of numerous wolves rushing about. Swish! A burly figure, extremely agile, wielding a sword and shield, was frantically darting amongst the rocks, with the blade's flash occasionally driving back a moon demon wolf, but struggled to inflict damage. Hum! A combat drone hovered silently dozens of meters high in the sky, ready to plummet down and rescue at a moment's notice. Damn it! Damn it! Dong Haifeng clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with a trace of fear. Just killed a few wolf pups, how did it provoke so many moon demon wolves? And those two bastards, seeing the situation turn bad, actually ran away first. It was Li Yuan's schoolmate, Dong Haifeng, looking quite disheveled. I only have 8 points now. If I choose to call for help, the score will be halved, leaving only 4 points, Dong Haifeng thought resentfully, but felt helpless. Alone, with his strength, killing an adult moon demon wolf wasn't difficult. However, there were simply too many moon demon wolves now. Ow! Roar! As time passed, more and more moon demon wolves joined the pursuit. The speed of the moon demon wolves was already fast. Suddenly, roar, an angry growl, followed by a blurry red figure sweeping across the distant mountains, darting over like a black and red phantom. Its speed was astonishing. An entry-rank moon demon wolf. Dong Haifeng recognized it at a glance, his face drastically changed, and he subconsciously wanted to call for help. Failing the assessment meant a loss of 50,000 blue star coins. That was better than losing one's life, right at that moment. Boom! From another direction in the dark valley, a black figure suddenly burst out, its speed also remarkable, and it charged directly at the massive leader of the moon demon wolves. Li Yuan. Dong Haifeng recognized the face of the black figure, couldn't help but anxiously shout, "Be careful! Retreat! It's an entry-rank star realm creature." He didn't like Li Yuan, but that was limited to the kind of dislike among schoolmates. He didn't want to see Li Yuan die. Suddenly, Dong Haifeng's voice caught in his throat, his eyes filled with shock. Poochie! Clang! Li Yuan, as if deaf to the calls, wielded his long spear and had already collided head-on with the charging leader of the moon demon wolves. The two clashed instantly. The clash was too quick. Li Yuan, holding the long spear, moved like a dragon, his speed notably slower than the moon demon wolf leader, yet easily avoided the attack. After dodging the claws twice in a row, Li Yuan's spear seemed to burst forth like a dragon, whooshing and thrusting violently. Poochie! The tip of the spear, dragon-like, with tremendous twisting force, pierced directly into the waist of the moon demon wolf through the gap in its scales, blood splattered. Ow! The moon demon wolf leader howled in pain, its front limbs hitting the ground, its hind limbs flicking its tail, as it tried to jump away and increase the distance from the spear. Die! Li Yuan followed through by retracting the spear and stepping forward, his spear gathering force for another ferocious thrust. This time, with the massive body of the moon demon wolf leader in midair and nowhere to use it for leverage, its fierce eyes could only watch as the spear approached. Poochie! The long spear instantly pierced the skin and thrust into the creature's throat, reaching its head. A fatal blow. Boom! The massive body of the moon demon wolf leader crashed down, slamming hard into a boulder, struggling feebly. You've killed an entry-rank creature, Obtained spiritual nourishment. Spiritual awakening level has reached 5.7%. The Divine Palace panel flashed a prompt. Roar, ow. The 20 or so moon demon wolves that were initially chasing Dong Haifeng suddenly stopped, staring at Li Yuan with utter terror. Their strong leader had been killed. Li Yuan retracted his spear, glanced over at Dong Haifeng's shocked face, and with a slight smile said, Dong Haifeng, what a coincidence. Killed an entry-rank demon wolf with just 2 spears? Dong Haifeng swallowed subconsciously, staring at Li Yuan in utter shock. Is Li Yuan's combat this strong? Without waiting for Dong Haifeng's response. Roar. 2 larger moon demon wolves in the pack suddenly growled, paying no attention to Dong Haifeng, and abruptly turned around to start fleeing. Howl, howl. Other moon demons also frantically followed in retreat. These moon demons were bloodthirsty, but they were not stupid. Want to leave? These are all points. Stay for me. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, his legs instantly exerted force, and his strong thighs fiercely stepped on a huge rock, leaping several meters high and darting out, turning into a phantom chasing after the moon demon wolves. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spear's shadows were continuous, and the long spear in Li Yuan's hand seemed alive, suddenly bursting forth with incredible power. Boom! 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 One after another, the moon demon wolves were caught up by Li Yuan, followed by their heads being directly pierced by the long spear and killed. As an entry-rank weapon, the long spear in Li Yuan's hands was extremely sharp, with sufficient hardness and toughness. In just over 10 seconds, Li Yuan had killed nearly 10 of the more than 20 fleeing moon demon wolves, and the rest had scattered and fled early, frantically circling around the ravines and forests, disappearing from Li Yuan's sight. Across the 100-meter jungle wasteland, wolf corpses lay scattered, blood-splattered, a shock to the eye. They actually took the initiative to run? Li Yuan mumbled to himself as he stopped the pursuit. Boom! A few more seconds passed, and Dong Haifeng, panting, ran up to Li Yuan's side, and couldn't help saying, Li Yuan, thanks. Thanks for what? Li Yuan smiled. You saved me, Dong Haifeng said earnestly. I should thank you, Li Yuan replied lightly with a smile, for leading them over here, otherwise I would have had to spend some effort looking for them. Dong Haifeng was startled. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Yuan glanced at the positioning bracelet, where the combat assessment data had already updated. Points. 46 ranking. 1 note. The combat assessment goal has been reached. That moon demon wolf just now was level 10.8, and killing it gave me 10 points? Li Yuan's mouth curled into a smile as he thought to himself, good, I've finally climbed back to first place. With the information provided by Lin Lanyue and Li Yuan's own strength, his points soared continuously. However, each time he reached the top, he would quickly be caught up by Wu Dongdong. Wu Dongdong, 42 points? Li Yuan opened the light screen on his smart pocket watch and saw the detailed rankings. First place. Li Yuan, 46 points. Second place. Wu Dongdong, 42 points. Third place. Lin Lanyue, 40 points. Fourth place. Wang Yu, 32 points. The majority of students' points were below 10, with fewer than 50 managing to exceed 10 points. Even more so, Li Yuan had noticed that the number of participants in the battle had already decreased to 745. This meant that more than 200 students had already terminated the combat assessment. Life and death struggles were not so easy for most elite students. Dong Haifeng, keep it up. Looking at your points, you still have a chance to rush into the top 100, Li Yuan said, glancing at the dumbfounded Dong Haifeng next to him with a smile. I'll be leaving first. With a sweeping gaze to discern direction, Li Yuan went straight towards the deeper parts of Moon Demon Wolf Assembly Point number 8. According to the intelligence, a Moon Demon Wolf Assembly Point should contain more than just these moon demons. You see, the moon demons in the combat assessment area were captured by military bases and fed regularly. Their numbers were substantial. Watching Li Yuan disappear at the end of the forest, Dong Haifeng stood in place, silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Perhaps, Li Yuan has never considered me a rival. First place. Lin Lanyue, 3rd place. Dong Haifeng's eyes dulled as he looked at the rankings of the two on his smart bracelet. I played the fool. Save Dong Haifeng. Although Dong Haifeng showed some inexplicable dislike and hostility on the way to Zhongbei Martial University, Li Yuan had never cared. How big could the so-called malice between students be? And how could it affect him? Inside the war fortress of the Moon Demon Star realm, in the highest level super-large meeting room, many officers were watching the densely packed light screen projections in the meeting room. Too weak. The burly officer couldn't help but shake his head. They're just the most ordinary moon demons, and there are hardly any entry-level ones, yet they compelled a quarter of the participants to call for rescue within just a few hours. Look at that kid. His technique and physical quality are not bad, but he simply couldn't capitalize on his sword technique advantage and was forced to retreat step by step, the burly officer said, shaking his head and sighing as he pointed to one of the light screens. Old Wang. The tall and skinny senior officer beside him smiled. They're just kids. Although they have experienced many virtual battles, you and I both understand that real combat and virtual combat are completely different. Just the mindset alone is different, the tall and skinny officer said. In virtual combat, no matter how realistically simulated, one knows that they won't be injured or die, so they naturally won't be afraid. In real combat, a slight carelessness may lead to death or injury. Being tied up in one's first battle is very normal. Experience more real battles, and they'll improve. The officer surnamed Wang shook his head and sighed. I am just anxious watching them. Suddenly, Old Wang, look, isn't that kid performing well? The tall and skinny officer pointed to one of the light screens. So calm, and his spear technique is so graceful. Even though his physical quality is a notch weaker, he dares to fight up close with an entry-rank moon demon wolf. The light screen displayed the scene where Li Yuan saved Dong Haifeng and fought with the pack of moon demons. Oh, the officer named Wang turned to look, his eyes lighting up, unable to help but nod continuously. Not bad, indeed. They both could tell from the speed that Li Yuan's physical quality was not exaggerated. Probably around level 9. But in close combat, each of Li Yuan's moves, every thrust of his spear, was terrifyingly precise. The Moon Demon Wolf leader, with a strength far greater than Li Yuan, was no match at all. Named Li Yuan. The tall, skinny military officer lowered his head and quickly reviewed the data, then smiled. Physical quality 8.9 level? Spear technique 4th level? He actually rushed to first place. Other students with even stronger physical qualities and not inferior techniques, when fighting, mostly hesitated, lacking his psychological quality. Moreover, he was quite lucky, encountering more moon demon wolves along the way, the tall, skinny officer said. With such strength, it's normal for him to rush to first place. The Wang surnamed military officer smiled. I like combat-type geniuses. As soldiers, being constantly on the front lines of war, they actually didn't care about on-paper strength. In their eyes, only strength that could be demonstrated was real. Old G, look up his detailed information, the Wang surnamed military officer requested. All right. The tall, skinny officer quickly clicked on the console in front of him, and soon Li Yuan's detailed information appeared. Family background, very average. Oh, he has even been awarded the title of Youth Hero. The tall, skinny officer's eyes brightened. Old Wang, take a look. The title of Youth Hero? The officer surnamed Wang became even more surprised and lowered his head to look at the data. After more than 10 seconds, suddenly, both officers lifted their heads simultaneously, as if by tacit understanding, both revealing smiles. What do you think? Let's give him a spot, the Wang surnamed military officer said with a grin. Last year we didn't give out a single spot, and we got a scolding about it from above. I don't care for giving those things to the rich kids. Do they need it? Even if given, they won't remember our kindness. This Li Yuan, though he is from the Starfire Martial Hall, can't join our military, but reaching this level with his background, that fits my taste. Besides, is one who has received the title Youth Hero of bad character. The officer surnamed Wang listed a series of reasons. Fine. I also think he's pretty good, the tall, skinny officer nodded. Apart from Li Yuan, there's another one I think isn't bad. Tian Dajuang? The officer surnamed Wang asked back. You saw it too? I did. His combat mindset is a bit weaker than Li Yuan's, but he was specially recruited by the martial arts hall. Maybe we can try inviting him to join our military. Time passed. In the 100 square kilometer combat assessment area, with continuous mountain ranges, a large number of students kept fighting with Star Realm creatures. A large number of moon demon wolves died. Continuously, students were forced to call for help, and with the combat drone's speed that followed, they could often arrive within 10 seconds and kill the attacking moon demon wolves. However, no matter how quick the rescue and how well the protective gear safeguarded vital areas, occasionally, students would still get attacked and injured or even killed. Such things were unavoidable. By the time it was 3 in the afternoon, the whole combat assessment field had less than 200 students remaining. On a messy stone wasteland to the east of Blade Mountain, roar, howl, roar. Head after head of moon demon wolves bellowed and continuously tried to besiege the young man in black armor at the center. A large number of moon demon wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground in disarray. The smell of blood they emitted was astonishing. The black-armored youth stood at the center, unmoved by the tide-like siege of moon demon wolves surrounding him, his spear circle unshaken. The speed of his spear was not fast, but each thrust was incredibly precise. One by one, moon demon wolves fell. He, like a boulder, stood firm and unmovable against the siege of hundreds of moon demon wolves. Roar, not far away, on a huge rock, a massive moon demon wolf king, over 3 meters in body length and almost 1.5 meters at the shoulder, growled restlessly, its gaze locked on the young man in black armor. It couldn't understand how this alien youth with such a seemingly weak life force could possess such terrifying power. It didn't dare to make a reckless move. I don't know if I should say it's unlucky or lucky, Li Yuan thought to himself calmly, his eyes cold, to have encountered the number 1 group mentioned in the intelligence. A 12.1 level wolf king, 3 wolves above level 10, and over 100 regular moon demon wolves. This force was enough to make ordinary entry-rank martial artists flee. Li Yuan wanted to escape, but he couldn't. In terms of sheer running speed, his physical quality was not considered fast. In the more than 20 minutes of chase battle just now, Li Yuan had killed over 20 moon demon wolves, including 1 entry-rank moon demon wolf. In the end, he was still surrounded. However, continuous slaughter has also caused my spiritual awakening level to soar, mused Li Yuan, his eyes icy cold. Spiritual awakening level reached 9.7%, spiritual awakening level reached 9.9%. Along with more moon demon wolves falling to the ground, a series of prompts kept flashing across the Divine Palace panel. Suddenly, with a spear stroke through the vast sky, 2 more notifications flashed on the edge of Li Yuan's vision. Spiritual awakening level reached 10%, spiritual awakening level has reached 10%, you may guide origin power into your body once. Origin power infusion? What's this? I thought you had to reach a 25% spiritual awakening level before you get any spiritual guidance? Li Yuan was taken aback. Before Li Yuan could ponder further, roar, the huge moon demon wolf king sitting on the distant rock could no longer bear it and, with a deep growl, suddenly leapt out, attacking like lightning. Notice of the book's official launch, P.S. I have released the summary for March. I have said what needs to be said, so I won't separately post a launch notice to disrupt my brother's reading experience. I'll say a few simple words here. On the morning of April 3rd, we officially launch, and the true test of a book's success begins. I hope that my brothers can subscribe and support. I ask for your initial subscriptions, which are critically important. Our book will have a special launch event, with an initial subscription earning a pendant accessory. From what I've seen, it looks pretty nice, and there will also be a lottery event, brothers don't forget. On launch day, April 3rd, I will release 5 chapters in quick succession. Starting from April 4th, I will maintain a minimum of 2 chapters per day. I certainly intend to update this book diligently, but my primary goal is to polish each chapter to perfection, with quality as the foremost priority. The sole rule for additional chapters: every 2,000 monthly tickets received equals 1 extra chapter, continuing throughout April. I hope my brothers will fully support with subscriptions and throw in those monthly tickets. At the stroke of midnight on April 3rd, don't miss out. Feng Xian thanks you. The Wolf King's pounce was also an attack command as it growled lowly. Awoo! The Moon Demon Wolves, which had previously hesitated due to Li Yuan's ruthless killing, once again crazily surged towards him. In their pack, the Wolf King possessed unquestionable authority. Die! A fierce killing intent surged in Li Yuan's eyes. He knew the most dangerous moment had come. Although he was prepared to call for help at any time, Li Yuan was not willing to give up the first place he had nearly secured unless he was truly in a dire situation. After all, there was a difference of 500,000 Blue Star coins and 2 million Blue Star coins at stake. Boom! The long spear in Li Yuan's hand suddenly erupted. His powerful spiritual power completely penetrated the interior of the weapon, sensing the subtle flows of vigor within. Body, heart, and weapon, the three united and burst forth completely. Rip! The long spear danced, its tip tracing dazzling arcs around Li Yuan, moving unpredictably, almost shrouding him like twinkling stars in the night sky. Whoosh! 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 The sweeping spear light flickered, tearing through the air. Peefed! 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 One after another, the Moon Demon Wolves that pounced first were pierced through their bodies and skulls by the long spear, falling to the ground in vanquished heaps, blood splashing. Stellar Spear Technique's first form, Stellar Illumination.
After his spear technique entered the 4th level, Li Yuan's casual strikes possessed immense might.
But the true killing moves were the Stellar 5 forms. These special skills could summon the body's latent potential to the greatest extent. Although using them expended a great deal of spiritual power and physical strength, their might far surpassed ordinary moves. In the blink of an eye, 6 Moon Demon Wolves fell to Li Yuan's spear, including one over level 10 entry-rank Moon Demon Wolf. Such overwhelming force startled many of the Moon Demon Wolves. At this moment, roar! The Moon Demon Wolf King finally closed in, its speed so swift it greatly surpassed Li Yuan's. Die! Li Yuan moved, his spear tip flicking like a snake's tongue, striking like lightning directly at the Moon Demon Wolf King. Whoosh! The massive body of the Moon Demon Wolf King was incredibly agile, easily dodging Li Yuan's charged and ferocious thrust. In terms of technique, it was far inferior to Li Yuan, largely relying on battle instincts. However, its life level of 12 meant its speed and strength were far superior to Li Yuan's. Fundamentals determined the lower limit. Whoosh! The Wolf King pounced again, probing Li Yuan while the other Moon Demon Wolves also launched a frenzied attack, straining to distract him. Clang! Peefed! Bang! With each clash and collision, although occasionally a Moon Demon Wolf perished under Li Yuan's spear. The intensity of the onslaught had Li Yuan at a complete disadvantage. Several times, to avoid the Moon Demon King's direct attacks, Li Yuan had no choice but to brace himself against the bodies of other Moon Demon Wolves, their astonishing impact causing his blood to churn. The Wolf King is too fast. The difference in physical quality is too great. Li Yuan exerted all his might time and time again, narrowly dodging the Moon Demon Wolf King's attacks and pushing his movement technique to its limits. Occasionally, his sharp long spear would leave a small wound on the body of the Wolf King. Both sides were caught in a madness. The Moon Demon Wolf King relied on its mighty body and the assistance of a multitude of ordinary moon demons. Li Yuan, however, relied on his skill, the sharpness of his weapon, and the toughness of his protective clothing. My physical strength is starting to wane. Li Yuan appeared mad, but his heart was extremely calm. He was precisely calculating his physical strength. I must find an opportunity. This Wolf King continuously hides its weaknesses while constantly testing me. I need a chance. Just one critical thrust would slay the Moon Demon Wolf King. In the conference room of the War Fortress, dozens of military officers were now seriously watching the frenzied battle between Li Yuan and the Moon Demon Wolf Pack on the large screen. Li Yuan had already been first in the scores and the center of attention. The Moon Demon Wolf King he now faced was also the strongest one among all in the combat assessment arena. The only level 12-star realm creature. What amazing spear technique. Truly beautiful. Impeccable defense. The previous fights just showed his strong offense, but now it seems what he truly excels at is defense. 4th level spear technique? A high school student? I've practiced the spear for more than a decade and am only at the 3rd stage intermediate rank, yet I can't advance further. Compared to him, I've really wasted my life. The key is that facing a life or death battle for the first time, he can fully utilize his skills, truly a combat genius. The officers exclaimed in admiration. Perhaps Li Yuan's physical quality wasn't high, but his spear technique was indeed pleasing to the eye. Old Wang, should we rescue him? The tall and thin military officer Ji asked in a low voice. The kid's spear technique is impressive, but the combat assessment has been going on for over 6 hours. With such high-intensity combat, I fear he won't have the stamina to continue. With so many moon demons, he can't kill them all, and that Wolf King has a much stronger body than he does. I'm afraid. Officer Ji seemed concerned. Indeed, they had activated absolute protection, but with the speed and killing power of the Moon Demon King, there might still be a slip. No rush. Look, those 2 girls are getting closer, said the burly officer Wang in a low voice, pointing to another screen. If we rescue Li Yuan now, he won't be able to take first place. Oh, in the woods, 2 black figures, one tall and one short, were moving swiftly forward. So many wolf corpses. It looks like the fight has extended over to that wasteland, Wu Dongdong quickly said. Looking at the signs of battle, someone was pursued. Lin Lanyue, with swords in both hands, surveyed the area and swiftly analyzed the situation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 moved quickly and soon saw the wasteland come into view, directly witnessing the fierce battle taking place there. It's Li Yuan. Excitement colored Dongdong's voice. Sister, there are so many moon demons and that Wolf King, it might be over level 12. Li Yuan. In Lin Lanyu's eyes, there was only Li Yuan, and she instantly realized that Li Yuan had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. An instinctive worry arose in her heart. Quick, Dongdong, save him. Lin Lanyu's footsteps quickened, as she dashed out like a fleeting shadow. Got it. Watch me kill the Moon Demon Wolf King and take back the first place. Wu Dongdong was extremely excited as he rushed out following her. The physical quality of both of them was at the entry rank. Clang. Boom. The Moon Demon Wolf King was cunning, repeatedly probing with its claws, which were incredibly hard and not at all afraid of colliding with the spear shaft or even the spear tip. It didn't give Li Yuan any chance to attack its vital points. Other moon demons also attacked repeatedly, either trying to bite with their mouths or pounce to kill. In contrast, Li Yuan's spear technique was visibly slowing down. My strength is decreasing, my spear technique is getting slower. I must hold on, I must defend. Li Yuan's heart grew more determined as he poured his whole being into the fight. Li Yuan, too, perceived his own weakness, movement technique. After breakthroughs in his fist technique and spear technique, the only thing left was his movement technique. 4th level movement techniques theoretically involved the integration of body and mind. But compared to fist technique, movement techniques greatly test the perception of and inquiry into one's surroundings. Perceiving the environment, utilizing the environment, ensuring that every movement and dodge of the body or limbs is the most energy efficient and precise. That is the 4th level of the movement techniques. If given 1 or 2 more months, with his strong spiritual power and fist technique realm, Li Yuan would definitely break through in his movement technique as well. However, from the breakthrough of the fist technique to the 4th level to now, it had only been about 10 days. Although Li Yuan had been practicing the dragon movement technique all this time, he still lacked that final insight. If my movement technique could reach the 4th level, facing the siege of so many moon demons, complemented by my spear technique, I could handle it much more comfortably. Li Yuan's eyes were cold. The oppressive feeling brought by life and death battle stimulated the body over and over, evoking the most primal evolutionary drive from the deepest part of the body. Evolve or die. The tension and stimulation brought about by a brush with death were incomparable to tens of thousands of virtual battles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan fiercely dueled with the Moon Demon Wolf King. Gradually, Li Yuan felt a mysterious sensation, vaguely grasping that glimmer of insight. Swish! Swish! Li Yuan's steps changed. Although his moving speed didn't increase, he dodged the Moon Demon Wolf King's attacks more easily and nimbly. As if he were a gust of wind, each time, Li Yuan seemed to perform ultimate dodges against the surrounding Moon Demon's attacks. Roar, howl. The Moon Demon Wolf King grew anxious. It had seen the hope of killing Li Yuan. But now, that hope seemed to have become distant again, each attack only a bit short. A fluke once, but what about twice? Thrice? How had this weak alien life form suddenly improved so much? Boom. The Moon Demon Wolf King could no longer restrain itself, and risking danger, it launched a full-force attack on Li Yuan. Dragon movement. Wind follows the tiger, clouds follow the dragon. The fourth level of the dragon movement technique is to become like the wind. Li Yuan was completely immersed in this special state, feeling as if everything around him was faintly reflected in his heart. Instinctively, his body made the most advantageous choices. Become like a dragon moving through the wind. This was the essence of the dragon movement technique. Roar. The Moon Demon Wolf King roared furiously, lunging forward, trying to corner Li Yuan with its massive body and burst speed. After so many probes, it finally comes. Die. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly erupted with light, and vigor burst forth from his body. His spine curved like a fully drawn bow, with all the power transferring from his waist to his arms. His spear gleamed like stars. The spear's speed suddenly exploded. Piercing. A flash of cold light, and the spear tip grazed a bloody mark under the jaw of the Moon Demon Wolf King, who was charging snarling, and then impaled right into its flesh, penetrating straight through the heart within its body. This thrust almost pierced through the Moon Demon Wolf King. This was Li Yuan's long-accumulated burst of power. Spurt. Blood splattered. Li Yuan swiftly withdrew his spear like lightning, flinging the nearly 1,000-kilogram corpse of the Moon Demon Wolf King over his head, while also avoiding the attacks of two other moon demons. Boom! The enormous corpse of the Moon Demon Wolf King heavily crashed into a boulder, then rolled down to the ground, its massive body still struggling, with blood flowing. Swoosh! Li Yuan stood erect, his gaze piercing cold, as his long spear drew a semicircle, striking down a moon demon that couldn't retreat in time. No signs of weakness. Howl, roar, the multitude of moon demons around him, with eyes full of terror, growled and subconsciously began to back away, looking to get away from the devil before them. Li Yuan. We're here to save you. Two voices suddenly rang out one after the other, and then Li Yuan saw two black figures burst from the forest and roar into the midst of the moon demon pack. Sword light and spear shadows intertwined, blood splashed, and one after another, moon demons fell to the ground. Swish. Swish. The remaining over 100 living moon demons could no longer bear it and, howling in fright, fled into the distance. Phew. Upon seeing this scene, Li Yuan could no longer bear it and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. His strength had already nearly reached its limit. He had just been forcibly intimidating the pack of wolves. Spiritual awakening level. 12.8%, current limit 20%, can guide origin power into the body one more time. Li Yuan glanced at a section on the Divine Palace panel and pondered. After a chase, having successively killed more than 20 fleeing moon demon wolves, Lin Lanyue and Wu Dongdong finally returned. Li Yuan. Impressive. Wu Dongdong clicked his tongue in wonder, circling the massive, unmoving body of the Moon Demon Wolf King. This Moon Demon Wolf King must have been level 12, right? We thought you'd need us to rescue you. Who would have thought that you could kill it amidst a wolfpack's siege? Wu Dongdong said, flashing his white teeth. More formidable than I imagined. Luck, Li Yuan said with a smile. How is it? Are you hurt anywhere? Lin Lanyue squatted next to Li Yuan, her gaze sweeping over the bloodstains on his body, showing a trace of concern. All this blood is from the moon demon wolves, Li Yuan said with a smile, shaking his head. Just a bit drained. For a moment, the faces of the two were somewhat close. If you hadn't come, with so many moon demon wolves left, I would probably have had to call for help. Li Yuan subtly changed the subject. We just happened to be there, Lin Lanyue said with a slight smile as she stood up. Seeing that Li Yuan was indeed all right, she let go of her worry. Hey, Li Yuan. I feel like you get really lucky to actually encounter a Wolf King. Wu Dongdong suddenly sighed in a low voice. I can't catch up with your score anymore. 2 million blue star coins gone. You'll make a huge profit this time. We'll have to slaughter you for a feast later. Really? Li Yuan smiled, glancing at the score ranking on his locator ring. First, Li Yuan, 188 points. Second, Wu Dongdong, 129 points. Third, Lin Lanyue, 94 points. Fourth, Wang Yu, 76 points. Fifth, Tian Dazhuang, 66 points. Li Yuan's score had originally been only a dozen or so points more than Wu Dongdong's. But after this battle, he had left his opponent far behind. The key was the final Wolf King, with a life level surpassing 12.0, providing Li Yuan with an entire 50 points. Yu, are we still going to look for Moon Demon Wolves? Wu Dongdong turned and looked at Lin Lanyue. Li Yuan is a bit drained. I'll stay with him, Lin Lanyue said. Let's not have another Moon Demon Wolf pack appear. No need, Li Yuan said. I'll rest for a while. I can still exert most of my combat strength. You two continue with the combat trials. Li Yuan, it's not just to keep you company, Lin Lanyue smiled. We've fought for more than 6 hours, we're tired too. Besides, there's only half an hour left until the assessment ends. Is it likely our ranks will drop out of the top 10? We're all in the top 10. The reward is no different, Lin Lanyue said earnestly. Li Yuan fell silent, unable to argue further. All right then. Sister, I'll listen to you. Wu Dongdong spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and planted his long spear heavily into the ground, then plopped down to sit. Since I can't surpass Li Yuan, let's just wait for the assessment to end together. The three stayed where they were. Li Yuan rested while observing his Divine Palace panel. Life level 8.9, entry rank, physical quality index 93, measuring explosive power, endurance, speed, physique, spiritual power, and many other aspects comprehensively. Fist strength 991 kilograms, speed 19.9 meters per second. Spiritual power 15.1, level spiritual awakening level 12.8%, current limit 20%, can guide origin power into the body once. Physical body cultivation method, solid rock cultivation method, mind cultivation method, observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th level 4%, movement technique, 4th level 1%, fist technique, 4th level 7%. Note: when the spiritual awakening level reaches 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%, 125%, you will gradually receive spiritual guidance. The over 6 hours of combat assessment, especially the intense battle with the Moon Demon Wolf King, had propelled Li Yuan's movement technique into the 4th level, signifying that his martial arts skills had comprehensively stepped into the 4th level. Both his spear technique and fist technique had improved somewhat. However, what Li Yuan was most concerned about was his spiritual awakening level, awakened 10%, origin power into the body. This change was something he had never thought about before. Moreover, calming down now, Li Yuan vaguely sensed some kind of change within the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, awaiting his discovery. Wait until the assessment is over, then I'll try it alone, Li Yuan thought to himself. Half an hour later. Beep, beep. The locators on the wrists of the trio vibrated slightly, signaling, combat assessment over. Second. Wu Dongdong shouted with a laugh. You sister, wait until I buy a flying motorcycle, I'll take you for a ride. All right, I'll be waiting, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. Li Yuan watched this scene with a smile. A flying motorcycle? That seemed rather extravagant for him. 8 minutes passed. Rumble. A small flying craft descended at high speed, the hatch opened, quickly picked up Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue, and the others, and sped toward the direction of the war fortress. The flying craft soon arrived at the metal plaza outside the war fortress, where dozens of craft had already landed. Students continually emerged from the flying craft. Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue, carrying their weapons, also stepped down. "Sister, Li Yuan, look over there." Wu Dongdong suddenly pointed into the distance. There was a row covered with white cloths on stretchers. Bodies. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and his heart shook a little. 8 stretchers implied 8 bodies. Though they had been informed of a death rate in the combat assessment, seeing it for the first time still made Li Yuan somewhat uneasy. Companions who were alive and kicking in the morning turned into cold, lifeless bodies by the afternoon? After all, Li Yuan was just a 17-year-old boy. The joy of having just snagged the first place in combat had also been scattered quite a bit. The combat assessment was just a fight against some weaker Star Realm creatures. The danger was still controllable, and yet so many died. Li Yuan reflected inwardly. What about the future? Will I, too, die on the battlefield someday? Thinking this, Li Yuan subconsciously gripped the long spear in his hand even tighter. Strength. One must possess even greater strength to ensure one's survival. Li Yuan, the chief officer of the military base, might specifically look for you in a bit, Lin Lanyue suddenly said in a low voice. Looking for me? Li Yuan was puzzled. Yeah. Lin Lanyue's voice was very soft, audible only to the two of them. If they do, and their requests aren't excessive, agree to them first, grab the benefits first. Benefits? Li Yuan was even more puzzled. Weren't the benefits just 2 million blue star coins? What other benefits could there be? But with many people around, Li Yuan didn't inquire further, and the two followed the crowd, moving toward the distance. Look, Li Yuan is here, first in actual combat. 188 points, that's ruthless. He took down over 100 moon demon wolves by himself. So awesome. Many students noticed Li Yuan walking over, their eyes filled with admiration. In terms of fame, Li Yuan was already quite well known. After this combat assessment, his ranking shot up dramatically to first place, further increasing his fame. Many people watched Li Yuan's score soar continually, especially in the last hour when it went up crazily. Points represent the number of enemies killed. What does this imply? In the last hour, Li Yuan most likely faced an onslaught from a pack of moon demon wolves and still managed to hold on until the end unscathed. Naturally, this won over everyone's respect. Li Yuan is so badass. If I were this badass, I could pee on my dad's head, and he'd praise me for peeing well. I fought with all my might to kill just 5, and I almost got injured, while he killed more than 180. Don't mention it, I was so unlucky. I killed 8, but then ran into a wolf pack in the last 10 minutes. My points dropped to just 4. Fuck, I failed the combat assessment. Li Yuan is ruthless, and so is Wu Dongdong who follows him. That pretty girl next to Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue, right? She's actually third, scoring even higher than Wang Yu. Compared to Li Yuan and Wu Dongdong, Lin Lanyue was much less famous, but her beauty added quite a bit of credit to her name. In the bustling crowd, Li Yuan, badass. Ji Yu Chang'an suddenly rushed over from a distance, punching Li Yuan hard in the chest and said excitedly, "You actually took down Wu Dongdong. That motherfucking T-Rex couldn't even get you, worthy of being my bro." Li Yuan was taken aback, then nudged his mouth and gave Ji Yu Chang'an a look. Lin Lanyue, standing nearby, revealed a mischievous smile. What? Ji Yu Chang'an still hadn't realized what was happening. Ji Yu Chang. Han. Wu Dongdong burst out from behind Li Yuan, his face full of anger and his small eyes bulging like copper bells. Holy shit, Dongdong, you're here? Ji Yu Chang'an's eyeballs nearly popped out, and he turned to run. Thump, he was tackled to the ground by Wu Dongdong, who struggled and screamed, "Sis, Li Yuan, save me." Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue exchanged a smile and strode forward. 10 minutes later, nearly 1,000 students, regardless of whether they passed the assessment, all gathered in the square. Their gazes were all directed towards the stage. First, I hope all students will observe a minute of silence for the 8 classmates who died in battle, the thin and tall army officer surnamed Ji said slowly as he scanned the crowd. All the students' eyes dimmed. Complete silence. During the long minute, only the sound of the wind could be heard across the vast square. Opportunities for actual combat training are scarce. The thin and tall army officer surnamed Ji spoke again. If you go to war in the future, it will be 10 times, 100 times more dangerous than today. I hope that everyone, after going back, will summarize today's experiences and train harder so that we can minimize sacrifices in the future. I also wish everyone here achieves prime warrior status as soon as possible and truly become the blade of human civilization. Secondly, congratulations to the 293 students who successfully passed the combat assessment, the thin and tall army officer continued. Lastly, special commendation for Li Yuan, Wu Dongdong, Lin Lanyue, and 10 other students. All students were listening attentively. After a pause, the thin and tall army officer continued, especially student Li Yuan, who, all by himself, fell into an ambush laid out by a pack of moon demon wolves, successfully killed a level 12 wolf king, making it the only case in the entire combat assessment. He deserves special recognition. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Even though many had guessed the result from Li Yuan's final surge in points, confirmation still sent a shock through everyone's heart. A level 12 star realm creature. Most students knew that Li Yuan's physical quality wasn't too exaggerated. Li Yuan, you've completely made a name for yourself now, overshading Tian Dajuang and the female tyrannosaur, Ji Yuchang'an muttered with a bruised and swollen face. Keep your voice down. If you're overheard, you'll get beaten up again, Li Yuan said with a smile. Ji Yuchang'an subconsciously shrank his neck. Fame? Li Yuan mused to himself. He didn't care about fame. What he was thinking about was when the reward of 2 million blue star coins would be issued. Better safe than sorry. After the conference ended, all the students boarded the vehicles in sequence, ready to return. Li Yuan and Tian Dajuang, however, were invited into a meeting room in a small building next to the square by 2 military officers. Just me and Tian Dajuang? Li Yuan thought to himself, recalling Lin Lanyu's reminder. Li Yuan, please come into this room, said the guiding officer with a smile. Tian Dajuang, your room is next door. Li Yuan nodded, untroubled. Enter the room. At a glance, Li Yuan saw sitting inside the lanky senior military officer who had just spoken. Hello Li Yuan, my last name is Ji, and I am in charge of this war fortress base, the lean senior officer Ji said with a smile. Congratulations on achieving first place in the combat assessment. Please, take a seat. In charge? Li Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. According to the video introduction given by Lin Lanyue, this was the only war fortress in the entire Star Realm. In other words, was the person in front of him in charge of the entire Moon Demon Star Realm? The power, absolutely astonishing. Greetings, Senior Ji, Li Yuan said calmly, taking a seat. In the world of martial artists, those with stronger abilities and older age could be respectfully addressed as seniors. Do you know why we didn't call for Wu Dongdong? The senior officer Ji asked with a smile. Li Yuan shook his head. It wasn't just Wu Dongdong who wasn't called. It seemed Wang Yu wasn't called either. I have looked over your file. The title of young hero is very rare, and you have a strong sense of justice. Talented and excellent in real combat. Would you be willing to join our military? The lean senior officer Ji said, beaming. Our military loves justice-oriented combat geniuses like you the most. In my eyes, out of the thousands of students this time, you are absolutely the first one. Wu Dongdong and the others don't come close to you, the senior officer Ji stated emphatically. Li Yuan was taken aback. Absolutely the first? They thought so highly of him? Next door. Tian Dajuang, you're excellent, from an ordinary family background, but your dedication to cultivation has truly changed the fate of your family, the burly officer Wang said. Tian Dajuang's eyes, for once, revealed a trace of pride. Just from your resume alone, I greatly admire you. You, in my eyes, are definitely the first among these students, surpassing Li Yuan by far, the burly officer Wang said sincerely. Would you be willing to join our military? You will receive the best cultivation our military has to offer. In the room. Our cultivation contract is definitely better than Starfire Marshal Hall's A-level contract. The thin and tall military officer surnamed Ji constantly laid out his terms, bewitching Li Yuan. The conditions were indeed generous. Senior G. I have already signed with Starfire Marshal Hall. Li Yuan shook his head. Signing doesn't mean you can't break the contract. The thin and tall military officer surnamed G smiled. We'll pay the penalty for you, so you won't have to spend any money.
No, thanks. Li Yuan shook his head. Senior G, my growth has been this rapid largely because of the help from Starfire Marshal Hall. Anything else is negotiable, but this is the one thing I can't do, I'm afraid. Li Yuan had his principles. Initially, when Lord Wan signed with him, his performance only warranted a C-level contract, which was already overvalued. Later, the Marshal Hall arranged a series of resource sponsorships, which is how he was able to improve so much in half a year.
One must not forget their origins. The most important point was that once he returned from here, he would be able to try for a fallen star ranking on the Starry Skies fighting network. And then his B-level contract with the Starfire Marshal Hall could also be upgraded to an A-level contract.
The special training contract of the university and the cultivation contract of the Marshal Hall were separate and did not interfere with each other.
However, one could only sign one cultivation contract with entities like Starfire Marshal Hall, Starry Sky Marshal Hall, Martial Arts Hall, or other large groups. These were explicitly stipulated in the martial artist law. Haha, all right. I won't insist any further. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer laughed, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes.
He hoped that Li Yuan would agree. But, if Li Yuan had agreed immediately, he would actually have looked down on Li Yuan. This mentality was not contradictory.
Li Yuan, I'm liking you more and more. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer smiled. How about this? I represent the Zhongbei Provincial Military and sponsor you with 1 million blue star coins. Come on, don't refuse this. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer smiled. This? 1 million? Li Yuan was slightly shocked. Rest assured, there are no other conditions, the G surnamed thin and tall military officer conveyed with a smile. Although you can't join the military, if you can grow and contribute to the country in the future, whether you join the military or not, does it really matter? Li Yuan felt a twinge of emotion and couldn't help asking, what about Wu Dongdong and the others? Them? Not necessary. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer shook his head and laughed. We only feel it's worth giving resources to someone like you, and it wouldn't be a waste. Li Yuan was rendered speechless, vaguely understanding why only Tian Dajuang and himself were called in. Having too strong of a background could be less appealing. Let's take a sponsorship photo. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer smiled. Later, a sponsorship contract will be sent to your virtual personal space. Don't worry, there will be no restrictions. 1 million blue star coins, within a week they will be in your account. After seeing off Li Yuan, the G surnamed thin and tall military officer leisurely drank tea, waiting another 2 minutes. Clang, a military officer surnamed Wang entered, wearing a smile. Did it work? Asked the G surnamed thin and tall military officer. It did, nodded the military officer surnamed Wang. Signed with the Martial Arts Hall, the future will always have to be allocated somewhere, so why not to our military? I'll report it right away and have it arrange. A martial path prodigy like Tian Dajuang is not easy to snatch. A brawny military officer surnamed Wang laughed. How about you? It didn't work out. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer shook his head and sighed. Li Yuan is really not bad, it's a pity. It's normal not to succeed, after all, he has signed with Starfire Marshal Hall. If you had casually promised a few things and he wanted to breach the contract because of that, then it would actually be a matter for serious consideration. The military officer surnamed Wang laughed. If you think he's not bad, why not help him out? How can we help? Our sponsorship authority is only up to 1 million. The G surnamed thin and tall military officer was puzzled. Haha, I'm the clever one today. The military officer surnamed Wang said with a smile, who says sponsorship is the only way to help. We just need to let it out that we attempted to recruit Li Yuan with an S-level contract, and were still rejected, then let the news reach Starfire Marshal Hall. As long as Starfire Marshal Hall isn't stupid, they'll naturally know what to do. The military officer surnamed Wang chuckled.
I only promised an A-level contract. We don't have the authority for an S-level contract, the G-surnamed thin and tall military officer frowned.
Starfire Marshal Hall doesn't know we haven't been authorized from above. The military officer surnamed Wong wasn't concerned. What if it blows up and the high-ups ask why we promised an S-level contract? The G-surnamed thin and tall military officer was still worried. Someone's spreading rumors. Besides, no one will ask about such a small matter, it's under my dad's jurisdiction. On the playground, Li Yuan and Tian Dajuang walked together toward the distant train. Li Yuan was now 185 centimeters tall, noticeably taller than Tian Dajuang. Did you sign, Li Yuan? Tian Dajuang asked in a muffled voice, unable to refrain from asking. The two of them had remembered each other for the past few days, but this was the first time they communicated.
No, Li Yuan shook his head before asking back directly, what about you?
I haven't fully decided yet, but I'm leaning towards it. Tian Dajuang smiled faintly. I was specially recruited by the Martial Arts Hall, and after graduating from university, I would be allocated anyways. Li Yuan nodded. Joining the military is actually quite good.
Yeah, but my dad wants me to return to the county in the future, saying that I should aim to be the director of the Martial Path Bureau down the line. Tian Dajuang spoke in a low voice. He said it's not only safe, but I could also bring honor to my ancestors.
Li Yuan also casually added, my aunt wanted me to become a martial arts schoolteacher, saying that it's a life of peace and safety. After listening to each other, both men fell silent for 2 seconds, then looked at each other and burst out laughing heartily and freely. It was a laugh full of candor and unrestraint. Then, together, they strode towards the train. No more words were necessary. Both understood each other's thoughts and aspirations. Young men bursting with ambition, creating banners that will stand through the ages with a whip of their garment. With a single glance, young men evoke thoughts of everlasting clear streams. Young men always march forward with hope. That is the essence of youth. After passing through the Star Realm's entrance, Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue, and the others arrived at the underground train station of Zhongbei Martial University. Off the train, upstairs, all weapons and equipment were returned, and after changing back into their clothes, all the students filed out of the building, hopped onto the sightseeing cars, and headed toward the cafeteria. It was still not 6 o'clock yet. The sun was low in the west, and a gentle breeze made the atmosphere very comfortable. The feeling of coming back is really good. Wu Dongdong stretched his body and sighed with emotion. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, after experiencing life and death battles in the Moon Demon Star realm, coming back made one all the more appreciative of the preciousness of peace and tranquility. How about it, Li Yuan? Lin Lanyue asked softly, did you agree to join the military? I didn't agree, Li Yuan said, but the military has promised to sponsor me with 1 million blue star coins without making any demands. Give without asking for anything in return. Honestly, Li Yuan was somewhat skeptical when the military officer with the last name Ji spoke, but the whole process indeed had no issues. They didn't make him sign any documents, nor did they ask him to sign electronically in the virtual network right away. How did you know the military would come looking for me? Li Yuan asked quietly. The military's sponsorship targets. There are usually 3 criteria, Lin Lanyue said indifferently. First, one must have enough potential to have the hope of becoming a flying heaven warrior. Second, one must come from a family that is not wealthy. Third, they prefer to sponsor students who have a sense of justice and patriotism. You fit all these to perfection, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. And you came first in the combat assessment. The military respects actual combat power more than test scores, so I guessed you'd definitely be selected. Impressive, Li Yuan said sincerely. Li Yuan realized that Lin Lanyue seemed to know everything about the workings of the Moon Demon Star realm, even understanding the military's movements so well. The scope of her background was probably beyond his imagination. What's the military's goal? Li Yuan asked, a touch of puzzlement in his voice. They aren't making demands. If one day you become a flying heaven warrior, and the military has a mission that needs the help of a flying heaven warrior, and they invite you to join, Lin Lanyue said with a smile, would you go? Li Yuan was taken aback. In a sense, a flying heaven warrior, with their individual might, stands above the mundane world and cannot be simply bound by law. It's more about being tied down by emotions, Lin Lanyue continued. Li Yuan nodded, now understanding what Lin Lanyue meant. If the military faced a grave crisis and needed some flying heaven warriors to battle, what then? It wasn't as if issuing a command would guarantee a flying heaven warrior's compliance. Their strength gave them the right to say no. The military's approach reminded Li Yuan of Zhongbei Martial Arts University's rewards. Essentially, both were about forging good karma. However, Zhongbei Martial Arts University cast a wide net, while the military selected only from the most elite students. Let's go. Let's eat first, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. You've expended so much energy today. You need to eat more tonight. Time to eat. Time to eat. Wu Dongdong got excited. I'm going to eat 6 servings today. Everyone laughed. Li Yuan had long noticed that although Wu Dongdong came from a distinguished background, he was not picky about his food at all. Like a reincarnated glutton, he welcomed whatever came his way. Night fell, and after dinner, Li Yuan and Ji Yu Chang'an returned to their dormitory. Clang! Li Yuan directly took out the long spear from the weapon cabinet. Huh? Li Yuan. You're not tired? You're still going to train today? Ji Yu Chang'an looked at Li Yuan as if he were a monster. Just a bit more training, Li Yuan said with a smile. Tired, of course, he was tired. But could he afford not to train? No, he couldn't. I'm off to bed. Ji Yu Chang'an shook his head. You keep training, I'm going to sleep. Clang! Ji Yu Chang'an closed the door of his room behind him. Li Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze returning to the long spear. The smile vanished as he silently practiced his spear technique. Swish! Swish! The spear danced, creating shadows as numerous and unstoppable as stars, while his body moved like a dragon through the wind, unpredictable and fast. Stellar spear technique and dragon movement technique, he practiced them in harmony with each other. For Li Yuan, while his body was tired, his movement technique had just broken through to the 4th level, and it was the perfect time to consolidate his training. Any improvement, no matter how small, was good. Qualitative change comes from quantitative change. 4th level training is about digging deeper into the body's potential, based on the foundation of unity between body and mind. Li Yuan thought to himself. The progress is clearly much slower than at the 3rd stage. This training session lasted until after 9. With sweat dripping to the floor, Li Yuan's body was exhausted to its limits. Only then did he finally stop. Your body method realm has improved from 4th level 1% to 4th level 2%. Li Yuan glanced at the prompt that appeared half an hour ago. After 12 o'clock tonight, the 7-day cooldown for the promotion match will be over, and I'll be able to try the Fallen Star promotion match again. Li Yuan looked forward with anticipation. Last time I broke into the global top 1000, my techniques were only at the perfection of the 3rd stage. Now what? Both spear technique and movement technique had fully entered the 4th level, and his strength had increased tremendously compared to last time. By then, there will be an additional 500,000 blue star coins. Just after 10 o'clock, after showering and changing into pajamas, Li Yuan felt extremely relaxed all over. He sat cross-legged on the soft bed. The room's soundproofing system was excellent. Ji Yu Chang'an must have fallen asleep by now. Now it's time to see what this origin power infusion is all about. Li Yuan closed his eyes gently, his consciousness entering his inner world. Li Yuan's consciousness entered the spiritual world. Every day, he would practice the observing the great sun starry sky scripture for 2 hours. So he was extremely familiar with everything in the spiritual world. The spiritual world was boundless and endless. Li Yuan focused his attention on the central mind spirit divine palace and his consciousness directly entered it. Just as Li Yuan's consciousness entered, he was shocked to discover that within the empty palace, besides the original Great Sun Jade platform, there was now an additional white jade staircase. A staircase? A thought flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Could it be, it leads to the 2nd level? The mind-spirit divine palace, if viewed from the void outside the palace, appeared to have 4 levels, but Li Yuan had only ever been able to enter the 1st level for a long time. He even doubted whether the Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace really had 4 levels or if it was just an illusion of his consciousness. After all, everything in the spiritual world was a mental construct and not absolutely real. But now? A new passage unexpectedly appeared. Let's try. Li Yuan immediately gathered his consciousness. He attempted to explore higher levels of the Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace using the newly appeared staircase. The moment his consciousness attempted to set foot on the staircase, boom! A terrifyingly oppressive force rolled in like a heavy stone crushing down, causing Li Yuan's consciousness to shake violently. His mind involuntarily clouded over, dazed and confused. After a long while, Li Yuan's consciousness regained clarity, and he reassembled his consciousness to enter the mind-empty divine palace, staring hard at the newfound white jade staircase. In the spiritual world, the strength of spiritual power determines the strength of my consciousness, Li Yuan understood. This staircase exerts a terrifying pressure. My consciousness is too weak to withstand this pressure. His own spiritual power was not strong enough. 15.1 level of spiritual power is not enough? Do I have to wait until it's higher, at 18 or even 20 levels, before trying again? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Not daring to try lightly again. The spiritual blow from just now, if it had occurred half a year ago, Li Yuan estimated he would have become an idiot. Even though he could barely withstand it now, he could not just keep going up to take the beating. The staircase, likely leading to the second level of the Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace, but I can't go up yet, Li Yuan puzzled. How should I guide the origin power into my body? There were no clues at all. What should I do? Whoosh, as if sensing Li Yuan's thoughts. The next moment, Li Yuan vaguely felt the whole Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace beginning to tremble slightly. Then, he saw a golden fog seeping out from the staircase's end, seemingly from the vague space of the second level, and cascading down the staircase towards the first level. Golden fog? What is this? Li Yuan was startled, before he could react. The golden fog, seemingly from the second level of the Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace, had already merged directly into his consciousness. Boom! Li Yuan's consciousness was hit as if by thunder, then darkness invaded, becoming groggy, and he almost immediately perceived a change in his spiritual world. It was no longer the Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace. It transformed into a boundless dark space. Where is this? Most of Li Yuan's consciousness had fallen into a slumber, leaving only a trace of thought. In silence, a majestic and vast voice seemed to come from the endless depths of darkness. Seeking dust and subtlety, uniting as one, the essence of the sun and the moon begins to temper the spiritual foundation. The heart follows the breath, the intention guards the major orifices. Each ancient word seemed to contain some profound truth, directly imprinting into the depths of Li Yuan's heart. It was as indelible as the observing the great sun-starry sky scripture, making it difficult for Li Yuan to forget. And unknowingly, Li Yuan's heart completely emptied out, and in the darkness all around, numerous points of light and stars emerged out of nowhere and wandered, beginning to nourish his spiritual consciousness, making his spiritual consciousness grow even stronger. Inside the room, Li Yuan, sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his remaining consciousness, felt strands of mysterious power gradually permeating his body. Legend had it that the human body was a great secret of the universe with 48 million orifices of stars, and Li Yuan now had such an illusion. So many, permeating through all limbs and bones, he felt. Its origin power, Li Yuan, who had consumed many essence pills, was very familiar with origin power. His consciousness became clearer and he sensed that the power flowing into his body was indeed origin power. From the outside world, from the heavens and the earth, and it was many times purer than any essence pill he had taken. According to what Teacher Shu and President Li said, doesn't one have to become a prime warrior before the body can autonomously absorb origin power? Li Yuan was shocked. Is this the origin power entry of the Mind-Spirit-Divine Palace?
Li Yuan didn't ponder deeply, but instead calmed his mind completely.
He turned his gaze inward. Origin power. Li Yuan attempted to guide the cosmic origin power flowing into his body with his spiritual power. Suddenly, Li Yuan clearly sensed that more and more origin power was rushing into his body, seemingly accelerating.
Boom, boom, boom. The surging and pure origin power finally converged like a torrent, circulating through his limbs and bones. Then countless pure origin powers began to be crazily absorbed by Li Yuan's muscles and bones.
Li Yuan's entire body trembled wildly. Evolution. My body. Li Yuan was astounded as his tendons, bones, skin, membranes, internal organs, and even blood and hair were all madly absorbing origin power, undergoing transformation. In the past, taking essence pills put a great strain on his body, but now, there seemed to be no limit to absorbing origin power. Your life level has been raised from 8.9 to 9.0, your life level has been raised from 9.1 to 9.2. Your fist strength has increased from. As his physical quality soared, Li Yuan's Divine Palace panel flashed with notifications from time to time. Clearly, the process of origin power entering the body would take at least several hours. When Li Yuan began to draw origin power into his body, his physical quality underwent a transformation. Late at night, 11 o'clock, more than 100 kilometers away from Zhongbei Martial Arts University, in the Starfire South Lake district of Zhong City. In a standalone villa by the lake, the lights were bright. Basement. The nearly 1,000 square meter martial arts room.
Empty. At the end of the martial arts room, on the wall was written a colossal character, Martial.
The writing style was bold and powerful, like iron strokes and silver hooks, as if carved by swords. Uncovering the body's potential. Unity of body and mind. Wan Qing, dressed in loose martial attire, stood in the center of the martial arts room, his eyes slightly closed, and he sighed inwardly. This final moment of spiritual clarity, this perception of subtlety, is truly difficult. So many years, and I've never managed to break through, Wan Qing said with frustration. His physical quality had been stuck at level 25 for several years, unable to make further progress. What he lacked was not high-rank cultivation methods, not spiritual power, but skills. The deeper one goes into cultivation, the more it tests spiritual power and martial arts skills. The stronger the skills, the more potential in the body can be tapped, and naturally, the physical quality will become stronger. Conversely, even with powerful origin power, body strength, without sufficient skills to harness it, it's hard to exert true power. The Wine Devil Sr. once told me, I've wandered the star realm for many years, and all I've found is urgency. In life and death situations, being a hair's breadth away means life or death. How can one not be urgent? Wan Qing pondered silently. If I want to break through, I must find tranquility. I just returned to Zhong City, taking up the post of Hall Master at the 5th level Martial Hall. Wan Qing was contemplating. Suddenly, Master, an important person requests a video call. A gentle and abrupt voice rang out. Note name, 9th Senior Brother. Why would 9th Senior Brother call me so late? What could it be? Wan Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Answer. Buzz. The video call was established. 9th Senior Brother. Wan Qing bowed slightly. In the video, his 9th Senior Brother was wearing a pair of large shorts, his 8-pack abs showing, swaying a glass of red wine, leisurely lying on the bed. Beside him, the playful voices of several women could be heard. Junior Brother, still cultivating so late? So diligent, I haven't disturbed you, have I? 9th Senior Brother took a sip of his drink. Senior Brother jests, I too wish to break through as soon as possible. Wan Qing laughed. Senior Brother, looking for me so late, is there something wrong? Nothing particularly important. It's just that a moment ago, President Li of Kunlun Martial University sent me a message, 9th Senior Brother said. He's the leader of the delegation to Zhongbei this time, and he mentioned something about Li Yuan. Li Yuan? Wan Qing's eyes brightened slightly, his heart uneasy. What did President Li say? Li Yuan is not bad, 9th Senior Brother chuckled. You've recommended a good talent to our Kunlun Martial University. President Li has already signed him with an S-level special training contract. S-level special training contract? Wan Qing was taken aback. He was unaware of this news. After all, the recruitment event was organized by the Martial Arts Hall, Education Department, and Zhongbei Martial Arts University. Nobody had directly informed Starfire Marshall Hall. MMHMM. Also, you may not know, but Li Yuan's spear technique, movement technique have both entered the 4th level, 9th senior brother said. In today's just concluded combat assessment, he also came first. First in the real combat of the Cliff's Edge style, 9th senior brother added. This? Wan Qing was dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be shocked or thrilled. This series of news was too unexpected for him. 9th senior brother, it's great that Li Yuan can sign an S-level training contract. Thank you for the trouble, senior brother, Wan Qing said instinctively. The higher the level of the special training contract Li Yuan signed, the stronger he would naturally be when he graduated and returned to serve at Starfire Marshall Hall. It would be more advantageous to Wan Qing. Don't rejoice too soon, 9th senior brother laughed. If it was all good news, I wouldn't bother telling you, but there is a piece of bad news. Bad news? Wan Qing's heart tightened. I just learned of this news, 9th senior brother said. After today's combat assessment, the military seems to have offered Li Yuan an S-level contract. S-level contract? Wan Qing was taken aback and couldn't help blurting out, really? Not sure. 9th senior brother spread his hands, but I can confirm 2 things. First, the military has already sponsored Li Yuan with 1 million. Second, another martial arts prodigy, Tian Dazhuang, sponsored by the military, has confirmed he will join them and has signed an S-level contract. Wan Qing's mind was in turmoil. It didn't matter to him which university Li Yuan signed with. The 2 contracts did not conflict. But if he signed with the military, then he would indeed have to cancel the contract with Starfire Marshall Hall. Yes, the breach of contract fee for a B-level contract was high, but that's relative to ordinary people. A few tens of millions in damages, what is that to the military? All right. Brother, I've told you the news, 9th senior brother smiled. What to do next, you at Starfire Marshall Hall decides for yourselves. Just a word of advice. Li Yuan might not have awakened his martial spirit, but just a mere B-level contract can't keep him, he said. I'm off to busy myself. 9th senior brother in the projection already stretched out his hand to embrace the enchanting woman lying atop him. The video cut off. The military? An S-level contract? Wan Qing tried to keep himself calm as he contemplated his next move. He knew. If he mishandled the next step, the cooked achievement might indeed fly away. Wan Qing's frustration was unknown to Li Yuan, who was still experiencing origin power entry. In Li Yuan's room at Zhongbei Martial Arts University, his body underwent a special state of transformation. It continued. At first, Li Yuan's consciousness was semi-conscious, but eventually, he fell asleep without even noticing. In the silence of the night, Li Yuan, who was accustomed to cultivating at 3 in the morning, suddenly opened his eyes as if his body had formed a biological clock. The next second, he was fully awake. Me? Li Yuan immediately noticed a change in himself. His vision had improved, and his body seemed to contain astonishing strength. My body? Li Yuan's gaze swept over dozens of Divine Palace panel prompts before finally settling on the data displayed on the Divine Palace panel. Life level 9.6, pre-entry rank, physical quality index 99, indicates a comprehensive assessment of explosive power, endurance, speed, physique, spiritual power, and many other aspects. Fist strength 1,180 kilograms, speed 21.1 meters per second. Spiritual power level 16.4, spiritual awakening level 12.8%, current limit 20%. This, Li Yuan was both shocked and overjoyed. His martial arts skills remained unchanged, but his physical quality and spiritual power had greatly improved compared to before. Just 5 hours and my physical quality has improved by 0.7 level, spiritual power by 1.3 levels? Li Yuan held his breath. It was simply too dramatic. In the previous 3 months, despite continuously taking Origin Power Essence pills, basic blood strengthening medicinal liquid, and practicing frantically, Li Yuan's physical quality had improved by less than 1 level. Moreover, as one progresses, the improvement in physical quality naturally slows down. This kind of transformation was utterly astonishing. Li Yuan also noticed that the previous Divine Palace panel prompt, one chance to guide origin power into the body, had disappeared. Origin power entry. It has this effect, to greatly transform both my physical quality and spiritual power. Li Yuan recalled everything that happened last night and still found it incredible. The Mind-Spirit Divine Palace was truly miraculous. Phew. Li Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling all the fatigue erased, and a boundless strength within his body. He opened the door and stepped out of the resting room. Without turning on the lights, moonlight streaming through the windows fell on the floor, and with Li Yuan's vision, the moonlight was enough to see everything in the martial arts room. Phew. Boom. Li Yuan didn't pick up the spear, which might easily wake up Ji Yu Chang. He simply executed his fist technique, his fists and palms shifting, his footsteps moving. Each punch he threw was forceful and resounded faintly through the air. Powerful and vigorous. Exhilarating. Taking in the strong vigor coursing through his limbs and body, Li Yuan felt excited. If I had this foundational strength during the combat assessment yesterday, killing the Moon Demon Wolf King would have been even easier. A physical quality of 9.6 was nearly at entry rank. After performing several sets of fist techniques and after a thorough release of energy, Li Yuan calmed down and returned to his room to think. Is this the benefit of reaching a 10% spiritual awakening level? Li Yuan mused. Does origin power entry mean guiding external origin power into the body to promote evolution? Then, the improvement in spiritual power must be because of the golden fog that appeared in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace? Li Yuan thought back to his consciousness's experience in the spiritual world. The dark space, the twinkling starlight, the ancient indistinct sounds, the spell formulas that seared into the depths of his heart. Li Yuan understood. The Mind-Spirit Divine Palace seemed even more mysterious than he had initially thought. Origin power entry uses origin power to drive evolution, so there should be no side effects. Li Yuan mused to himself. At least, I'm not experiencing any adverse reactions now. Li Yuan had heard of some forbidden medicines that drastically increase strength. They completely overdraw the potential of life. My spiritual power has improved so much. The stairs in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Let's try them again now. Li Yuan closed his eyes and his consciousness surged into the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Only 3 seconds later, Li Yuan opened his eyes again, a look of shock in them. The white jade staircase? It's gone? The white jade staircase that suddenly appeared in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace a few hours ago. It had now disappeared. The Mind-Spirit Divine Palace had returned to normal. Could it be that the entrance to the second layer only appears when I have the opportunity to guide origin power into my body? Li Yuan speculated. He looked at the Divine Palace panel again. Reaching a 10% spiritual awakening level grants one chance for origin power entry, so could reaching 20% perhaps grant another chance for origin power entry? Li Yuan harbored speculations. And a sliver of expectation. If my physical quality has improved by 0.7 level this time, what about next time? Wouldn't that directly push me to entry rank? Reaching a 25% awakening? Spiritual guidance? Li Yuan felt it was still a bit far for him, especially since the current display showed a maximum awakening of only 20%. And Li Yuan didn't yet know how to raise the limit. But Li Yuan was very clear about how to increase the awakening level from 12.8% to 20%. By killing Star Realm creatures. It seems. I need to find more opportunities for real combat like today, Li Yuan murmured to himself. He was very satisfied with his combat performance from yesterday. He had fought with all his might. Not having pushed his spiritual awakening level to 20% was within Li Yuan's expectations. Time passed. First, the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace must continue to be explored and tried. It'll probably be my biggest trump card for rising to power. There was a sparkle in Li Yuan's eyes. Second, my spiritual power level has surged, matching the characteristics of my spiritual power talent, no matter. Third, my physical quality skyrocketed overnight, and if I don't hide it, it will definitely attract attention. At least for the next few days, I can't participate in any physical testing and must avoid drawing any attention. I'll just wait for the April adjustment exam to disclose it. Reveal it during the April exam? Li Yuan wasn't panicking at all. As long as they can't detect my mind spirit divine palace, in the end, it will all be attributed to my exceptional talent, Li Yuan said with a calm smile. In this world, there are many special treasures and unparalleled geniuses. An improvement of one level in physical quality within a month is not without precedent. It's not like it increased by 10 levels at once. Thinking about it that way. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. There are nearly 3 months left until the college entrance exam. As long as there are no side effects from the origin power entering my body, I am fully hopeful that before the college entrance exam, I can elevate my physical quality to level 10.0. A glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, just like Wu Dongdong. Both physical quality and martial arts skills maxed out. Previously, Li Yuan had planned to raise his physical quality to level 10.0 by this September. Now, he can at least be 3 months ahead of schedule. Martial arts cultivation has its golden age. One is from age 16 to 20, and next is from 20 to 30. The older you get, the more your body functions will gradually decline. After thinking everything through, 3:30? There are 3.5 hours left until the 7 o'clock assembly? Li Yuan glanced at his smart ring watch. My cooldown time on the Starry Skies fighting network has passed. Let's try and see if I can break through to the Fallen Star rank with 300 points in one go. Once reaching the Fallen Star rank with 300 points, then, Li Yuan's contract with the Starfire Martial Hall would be upgraded directly from B to A level. Whoosh! Li Yuan sat down in the virtual network cabin, connecting his consciousness. He entered the Starry Skies fighting network directly. Personal space. Master, long time no see. The voice of the girl in purple was soft. I've missed you so much. Shut up. Rank matching fight. Li Yuan directly clicked on the light screen, and just 3 seconds later. Match successful. Li Yuan disappeared, already entering the battle space. 5 minutes later. Inside the battle space, the 6th opponent was turned to nothingness by Li Yuan's 2 spears. Congratulations. Points plus 4. Your rank points have reached 1,000. Points can no longer be increased. The system voice rang out. Would you like to participate in the promotion match? I will participate, Li Yuan declared loudly. Li Yuan's figure vanished from the arena, starting his 6th Fallen Star promotion match. The familiar ocean, the familiar islands, the familiar silhouettes of the Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Li Yuan, holding a long spear, appeared. Roar! Roar! All 12 Fish Spirit Clan warriors stared at Li Yuan with killing intent. Seeing you guys really warms my heart, Li Yuan said with a slight smile. Sadly, this is the last time. The Fish Spirit Clan warriors were all stunned. They didn't understand Li Yuan's words. But they could sense that Li Yuan was smiling. Boom! Like a gust of wind, Li Yuan drifted towards the group of Fish Spirit warriors. Boom! Roar! More than a dozen fish spirits finally galloped forward, swinging their arms like blades of war, rushing towards Li Yuan. Bring it on! Li Yuan grinned, and his long spear burst forth, with countless light shadows blossoming. The air itself seemed to be torn apart by the sweeping spear shadows. Stellar illumination from the stellar techniques. Poochie, puff, puff. Wherever the long spear went, Fish Spirit warriors had their heads pierced, and they were turned into nothingness right after. A total of 12 spears. The battle was over. Having broken through spear technique and movement technique, and after experiencing the combat assessment, facing the dozen or so Fish Spirit warriors, Li Yuan had become quite composed, with not a single worry in his heart. 3 seconds later. Congratulations, Guardian Yuan. You have passed the promotion match. You have reached the Fallen Star rank. You are eligible to receive a reward of 500,000 Blue Star coins. The system reminder sounded by Li Yuan's ear. Congratulations, Guardian Yuan. You have entered the Blue Star Young Heroes ranking, ranked globally at number 181, in Sha Country District at number 42, in Zhongbei Subdistrict at 5. You can inquire about the detailed list in the following manner. Swish. Li Yuan had returned to his personal space. Congratulations, Master, on making it to the Blue Star Young Heroes ranking, the girl in purple said excitedly. On the entire Blue Star, there are less than 200 who have made the list. What is the Blue Star Young Heroes ranking? Li Yuan asked directly. Please look, Master. Soon, with Xiao Yu's explanation, Li Yuan understood that other than the qualifications to be listed, this ranking followed the same rules as the Blue Star Youth ranking. The only difference was that you had to reach the Fallen Star rank to be listed. That is to say, besides me, there are 4 more in Zhongbei province, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Besides Wu Dongdong, Wang Yu, and Tian Dazhuang, was there another? But Li Yuan didn't care. There were countless geniuses in the world. What mattered was to improve and surpass himself. Continue. Fallen Star rank match. Li Yuan directly started his first Fallen Star rank match. Anyway, it's 0 points at Fallen Star now. If I lose, it's still 0 points. No risk of demotion. What's there to fear? Li Yuan had no idea that at the moment his Starry Skies Fighting Network rank broke through to Fallen Star. The corresponding departments in the Zhongbei Provincial Martial Arts Hall, Starfire Martial Hall, Zhongbei Sub Hall, and Starry Sky Martial Hall, Zhongbei Sub Hall, all received an urgent notification. Virtual Network, Starry Skies Fighting Network, in a vast battle space with no audience around. 2 experts with virtual physical quality both at 10.0 were engaged in an insanely intense battle. Both were masters of spear technique. One looked to be about 40 years old, with a burly physique, dressed in silver armor. The other was a youth in black armor. Clang, clang, clang. The spear technique of both sides was extremely exquisite. The middle-aged man's spear moves were changing constantly, one thrust following another, flicking, straight thrusting, sweeping, chopping. Li Yuan was forced to employ his stellar spear technique to defend with all his might. Boom. Bang. The long spears clashed like lightning, and occasionally, Li Yuan would counterattack once or twice. Incredible. Fallen Star stage, as expected, each one is a 4th-level master, and each one is incredibly tough to deal with. Li Yuan felt unprecedented pressure, but also unparalleled excitement. Dueling with masters is the only way to improve oneself. If you always fight weak opponents, you'll eventually become weak yourself. Suddenly. Bang. Whoosh. The middle-aged man's long spear suddenly exploded with power, instantly producing over a dozen spear images that enveloped Li Yuan like an overwhelming force from the heavens. These spear images were actually continuous thrusts. But because the thrusting speed was so fearsomely fast, it appeared to ordinary people as though the thrusts were made simultaneously. Clang. Li Yuan's eyes were strong enough that after desperately blocking 6 thrusts, peefed, the 7th thrust from the middle-aged man finally breached Li Yuan's defense. But it was at that moment. Kill! Li Yuan's eyes showed a trace of determination and madness, not care the least about the opponent's spear thrusting towards him. His own spear burst forth without restraint. That instant, Li Yuan felt that the cooperation between his spirit, mind, and body all reached a new height, with deeper control of his body by his mind. Your spear technique realm has increased from 4th level 4% to 4th level 5%, the Divine Palace panel notified. But Li Yuan had no time to pay attention to this, as his eyes fixed only on the long spear. Kill, faster, even faster. Boom. The spear was like a dragon bursting forth from within a chasm, filled with terrifying murderous intent, thrusting directly at the middle-aged man, making his scalp tingle. Peefed. That dreadful thrust instantly pierced through Li Yuan's throat and head, and his entire figure instantly vanished from the arena. SSSH. Li Yuan's spear tip also grazed the middle-aged man's face, blood spraying in that moment. The battle ended, with a victor proclaimed. Where did this little fellow come from, to be so mad? The middle-aged man stood on the stage, his heart unable to calm for a long time. If he hadn't deliberately reduced his age, he must be only 17 or 18 big. After executing 3 major killing moves in succession, I barely managed to defeat him, admired the middle-aged man. In the virtual network, the appearance and age can only be adjusted by a maximum of 5 years. Starry Skies Fighting Network, personal space. Thrilling. Haha, awesome. Li Yuan instantly appeared, not caring in the least about winning or losing. He was in pursuit of battle itself, aiming to extract experience from the fights. He did not expect to soar to 300 points right now. 12 points. Li Yuan glanced at the screen, which showed the segment points. Segmented match. Fallen Star Stage. Points. 12, 1,000 points required to participate in the promotion match. Win rate. 22%. In the past 2 hours or so, Li Yuan fought a total of 18 battles, winning only 4 and losing 14. More losses than wins. At least, I can occasionally win a match. Li Yuan grinned with a smile. Previously, when he was at the gold stage and occasionally sanctioned by a fallen star stage master, he was utterly powerless to fight back. At least, Li Yuan could now fight back. Secondly, after more than a dozen battles, most of the matches were with fallen star stage experts below 500 points, and Li Yuan gradually figured out a pattern. The martial arts skills of these masters seem no different from those of Tian Dazhuang. Li Yuan pondered secretly. The technical level of most people should not exceed 4th level 30%. Given my current rate of progress, by the time of the college entrance exams, I should be able to reach 300 points in the fallen star stage. Li Yuan looked forward to this in his heart. This was already much faster than Li Yuan had anticipated. Furthermore, through this invitation event, Li Yuan had already pocketed several million Blue Star coins. Having signed a special training contract with Kunlun Martial Arts University, he had enough cultivation resources for the short term. Therefore, Li Yuan was not in such a hurry. However, aside from the first 500,000 Blue Star coins, I will have to wait for the rest, Li Yuan muttered to himself. I hope nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, he would be the one crying. At 6 o'clock, Li Yuan exited the virtual network. As usual, he went to the martial arts room. He began today's practice of the basic cultivation method. Ji Yu Chang'an had not gotten up yet. Li Yuan, while standing in his stance and practicing his punches, turned on the light screen projection. He directly tuned into Sha Country's Star Realm channel. The Star Realm channel specializes in reporting news about the various star realms of the Seven Star Alliance. When there are no wars, it mainly broadcasts documentaries of each star realm. During wars, it often goes deep into the front lines for live broadcasts, which is very popular. What he has been following lately is the second-level star realm Rob C. War Affairs. Yesterday, news from the front lines of the Rob C. star realm came in. The host reads the news one by one. Li Yuan listens silently. In recent days, Li Yuan, though participating in invitation events, had been closely following the news from the Rob C. star realm, hoping for good news. Regrettably, up until today, although the news was full of victorious reports, there had been no news about Base 3. 6:26 a.m. We interrupt with breaking news. The newscaster's voice on the screen suddenly became urgent. Just moments ago, the frontline support teams of Starfire Marshal Hall and Starry Sky Marshal Hall, in conjunction with the Combat Mechanical Legion, have for the first time opened up a transportation route from Base 5 to the forward Base 3. Base 3 has not fallen. It has not fallen. The military has already organized. The newscaster's voice was full of excitement. It was clear he was very moved. Outside the screen, Li Yuan suddenly stopped his stance and punch training, his eyes wide as he stared at the screen. The only thought in his mind was the newscaster's statement. Base 3 has not yet fallen. Not yet fallen. Base 3 has not fallen. Is my uncle still alive? An even greater anxiety crept into Li Yuan's heart. Without hesitation, Li Yuan began to search for various news about Base 3 on his smart ring. Unfortunately, Li Yuan had not yet seen any further news. On the 5th day of the event, there were no assessments, just some tours and explanations. According to the schedule, after finishing the morning activities and having lunch, all the students would embark on their return journey. Around 9 in the morning, during the tour, Li Yuan, why do you seem so distracted? You keep looking at your smart ring. Wu Dongdong asked Li Yuan curiously, is something the matter? It's nothing. Li Yuan forced a smile. Li Yuan was incredibly worried. If there continued to be no news, even if hope was growing more distant, although worried, Li Yuan felt a steady resolve in his heart. Now that he had seen hope, he was even more anxious. Dongdong. Lin Lanyue frowned slightly and gave him a look. Wu Dongdong was not foolish. He immediately realized something was amiss and, acting obedient, nodded without asking any more and walked ahead. Li Yuan, don't worry too much. Lin Lanyue walked beside Li Yuan and whispered, transportation to Base 3 has been reopened, and our Xia country's army has taken the advantage and is gradually driving them back, just waiting for a full relief. According to the messages sent back, most of the people trapped are still alive. Your uncle should be fine. Lin Lanyue's eyes were bright. Li Yuan could not help but look at Lin Lanyue. On the day you fainted, Teacher Shu told me. Lin Lanyue smiled faintly. Thanks. Li Yuan said quietly. Uncle's situation at Rob C. Many classmates were aware of it, so it couldn't be considered a secret. 11 a.m. Zhong City, the Zhong City branch of Starfire Martial Hall. As the core of Starfire Martial Hall in Zhong City, there were several buildings here, their combined area roughly 4 or 5 times that of the Guanshan branch. In the most central building, apart from members of Starfire Martial Hall ranked L3 or above and a few service staff, others were not allowed entry. On the 6th floor, in a large, traditionally decorated office. Hall Master Fei. Wan Qing bowed slightly. In the Zhong City branch, there were only a handful of people who could command such a greeting from Wan Qing. But the black-robed elder sitting behind the desk, around 60 years old, indeed had that privilege. He was none other than Fei Qian, the Hall Master of the Zhong City branch, and one of the top 5 notable figures of Starfire Martial Hall in Zhongbei Province. Wan. This morning, you submitted an application, hoping to upgrade Li Yuan's contract from a grade B to grade A. The black-robed elder Fei Qian spoke with a smile. I haven't replied for a few hours and you've rushed over. Is it that urgent? Hall Master Fei. It's not that I'm in a rush, but I'm worried about unexpected events, Wan Qing said, suppressing the urgency in his voice. Have you seen the information? I have. Fei Qian replied with a smile that betrayed nothing, and then? Li Yuan, except for the fact that he hasn't awakened his martial spirit, excels in every other area at the top level. Wan Qing could hardly contain himself, speaking gravely. According to my investigation, the probability that he will create a successful law creation is over 40%. In the future, there's a high likelihood of him becoming a 29th level prime warrior. He's definitely worth a grade A contract. Wan Qing stared at Fei Qian. Kunlun Martial University directly offered an S-grade special training contract. Although the university's S-grade contract is not exactly equivalent to our contract levels, it already explains a lot. The key. I'm worried that if we continue with the original contract without upgrading, the military or Starry Sky Martial Hall might poach him away. There was a hint of urgency in Wan Qing's voice. Hall Master Fei, you have always been wise, and I hope you will consider this thoroughly. Wan Qing's words carried deep implications. The black-robed elder Fei Qian chuckled, about to speak when the office was suddenly filled with the sound of the smart assistant. Master. Important communication. A call from Lord Yang of the province. Would you like to answer? The black-robed elder Fei Qian immediately stood up, his expression turning serious. Answer. Wan Qing standing beside him was also shocked, instantly becoming respectful. Provincial Hallmaster. Like Wan Qing, who was only a district-level Hallmaster. Like Fei Qian, who was merely a city-level Hallmaster. There was a clear difference in power and status, but ultimately, they were both prime warriors. Therefore, Wan Qing did not feel excessively afraid of the other. But a provincial Hallmaster? That was a truly major figure, the real powerhouse of Starfire Martial Hall in Zhongbei Province. Beyond the difference in rank, the more important distinction was the gap in power. According to Starfire Martial Hall regulations, the provincial Hallmaster must be a Flying Heaven warrior. A Flying Heaven warrior, that was in existence absolutely above prime warriors. Ding, the communication was established, voice only. Fei Qian. An icy female voice came through the dark screen's projection. Lord Yang of the province. Fei Qian became respectful. I've reviewed the report you submitted this morning, the icy voice said. You may give this Li Yuan a grade A contract, and increase all related resources by 20%. Also, inform him, if he can break through to the 5th level in skill before he turns 20, he will be upgraded to an S-grade contract, with an additional Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal as a gift. Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal? Wan Qingyi's eyes flashed with confusion. What is that? He had heard of various kinds of marrow crystals, but he had never heard of one with this particular name. On the other hand, the black-robed elderly Fei Qian was startled upon hearing about it. Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal? My lord, is it real? This treasure, Fei Qian had only heard mentioned in passing by other flying heaven warriors. He had never truly seen it. Are you questioning my decision? An icy female voice came from within the light screen. I wouldn't dare, Fei Qian quickly replied, his head involuntarily bowing down further. As the Hall Master of the provincial capital city and one of the top 5 figures in the Starfire Martial Hall branch of Zhongbei. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was absolutely powerful and influential. But it wasn't just the top 5, even the 3 other provincial vice hall masters had to respectfully bow their heads in the presence of Lord Yang of the province. There's no alternative, it's all about strength, from a 29th level prime warrior to a flying heaven warrior. The difference is as vast as that between heaven and earth. Human prime warriors are powerful, with burst speeds reaching the speed of sound. It's quite common for them to reduce a small town to rubble in a big battle, but they ultimately can't fly, and their origin power is not unlimited. If surrounded with a large quantity of thermal weapons, there is hope of killing them. Flying heaven warrior? Bullets? Missiles? They might not even fly as fast as a flying heaven warrior. Apart from large-scale weapons of mass destruction like nuclear weapons, thermal weapons are basically ineffective. The key is to take them by surprise. Otherwise, if the flying heaven warriors spot it from a distance, they just need to rapidly escape the nuclear blast center to survive. To call them human-shaped nuclear weapons is no exaggeration. Beep. The communication was abruptly cut off. Phew. Only then did Fei Qian let out a long breath and sat back down, casting a sideways glance at Wan Qing, who looked anxious beside him. My dear Lord Wan, Fei Qian leaned back, legs on the office desk. Are you trying to say I'm senile, or that I don't value talent? Keep talking, I'm listening. In 1 second, Wan Qingyi's face filled with smiles, his upper body leaning forward as he eagerly moved to pour tea. Fei Lao, you misunderstood my meaning. You're as sagacious as you said just now. How could Wan Qing not understand that Fei Qian must have reported Li Yuan's information to Lord Yang after receiving it? Otherwise, why would the provincial hall master come looking so quickly? I came today. Mentioning Li Yuan was just in passing. The main reason was to report to you about the recent preparations for the martial artist convention at the Guan Mountain branch. Wan Qing spoke smoothly, respectfully offering the cup of tea. Fei Lao, you can tell this tea is top-notch just by smelling it. This tea was steeped last night. I was too lazy to change it this morning, so I just added some boiled water, Fei Qian said as he took the cup and put it aside. You're talking about the previous pot, replied Wan Qing, smiling honestly. This pot, I brewed it anew while you went out just now. You little rascal. Fei Qian laughed and shook his head. You must have cursed me 800 times in your heart. I wouldn't dare. If I didn't know how wise and magnanimous Fei Lao is, how would I dare to come directly? Said Wan Qing righteously. Enough chit-chat, said the black-robed elder Fei Qian seriously. This Li Yuan you mentioned is indeed decent. Even before his information was sent to me, I had already received the notification that he entered the Fallen Star stage on the Starry Skies fighting network. Fallen Star stage? Wan Qing nodded, not at all surprised. Combining your information to give him an A-level contract would actually be quite adequate, Fei Qian said smilingly. But I chose to apply for an S-level contract for him. Do you know why? Wan Qing shook his head. An A-level contract, Fei Qian as the city's hall master could decide on his own. But an S-level contract? That would require the consent of the provincial hall master or at least 2 vice-provincial hall masters. Progress speed. Fei Qian uttered these 4 words. Wan Qing pondered thoughtfully. The trajectory of martial arts talents usually falls into 2 categories, Fei Qian said with a smile. The first type is like that of Zheng He, who stood out in their youth and rose spectacularly, shining bright all the way. Tian Dazhuang, who was signed by the Martial Arts Hall this year, also somewhat fits this description. Wan Qing nodded. He had heard of Tian Dazhuang. In fact, among the senior evaluations of various forces, Tian Dazhuang was considered slightly better than Wu Dongdong. Physical quality is indeed important, but Tian Dazhuang's physical quality is deficient mainly because he lacks resources. Once the follow-up resources catch up, he may well match Wu Dongdong. The second type is Fang Hai, Fei Qian said. They start off incredibly dazzling, but as time goes on, they don't seem as strong anymore. Wan Qing nodded again. Fang Hai was a figure who left his mark in the history of Xia country's martial arts and even that of Blue Star. A martial artist of the 4th level at 14 and 5th stage at 16. A complete monster. He was once considered by Starfire Martial Hall as a once-in-a-generation talent with potential to rival Hall Master, Dongfang Ji. Later on, although his achievements were still decent, they were much lower than the lowest expectations. Then, there's a very small group, a third kind of trajectory that is an exception to the two types. Hidden gems within uncut stones, Fei Qian said with a smile. Hidden gems within uncut stones? Wan Qing savored this metaphor. At first like a rough stone, as the outer layer peels away, the true nature slowly becomes apparent, Fei Qian said softly with a smile. And the more they are polished, the more they shine, eventually becoming a masterpiece passed down through generations. Wan Qing held his breath. Fei Lao means to say, Li Yuan is. It's too early to make a definitive judgment, Fei Qian said with a smile. But if you only look at his middle school data, you can only say he was a decent middle schooler. Wan Qing nodded in agreement. He accelerated his progress in the first year of high school. It was even faster in his second year, Fei Qian continued. These past 6 months entering the third year, it's been terrifying. In terms of progress speed, he's even more exaggerated than other S-level students. Wan Qing nodded. Fei Lao's insight is profound. Whether he is an uncut gem remains to be seen, Fei Qian said with a smile, but at the very least, he's a piece of jade. Lord Yang of the province probably had a similar line of thought, which is why she promised the stellar earth marrow crystal. What exactly is the stellar earth marrow crystal? Wan Qing couldn't help but ask. Don't ask. Fei Qian cut him off. Wait until Li Yuan comes back. Not today. I have to go to Xia country's headquarters. I won't return for 20 days, Fei Qian spoke. Your request has been approved. You'll stand in for me in signing the contract. Bring him to me when I return. Yes, said Wan Qing with a nod. Go, instructed Fei Qian. Pay close attention to Li Yuan. Report any changes at any time. Handle small matters as you see fit. Yes. Wan Qing left Fei Qian's office and headed straight for the 3rd floor. He entered one of the offices. Old Wan, what brings you to my office? A chubby middle-aged man was flipping through documents. Old who? Fei Lao sent me to ask you for a favor, Wan Qing whispered, indicating it was something discreet. The chubby middle-aged man immediately realized it was a private matter. What? He also lowered his voice. You know, a house just became available in the Starfire South Lake District, right? Wan Qing nudged the chubby middle-aged man's arm and winked. The chubby middle-aged man got up and went to the door, looked around, closed it, and then spoke up. Which one? That one in District 1? You're well informed, the chubby middle-aged man said. For whom? For a kid who's about to sign an A-level contract. According to the contract level, he's entitled to move into District 2 for free. Wan Qing whispered. Mr. Fei meant for him to be upgraded to District 1. District 1, that's at least for a prime warrior or an S-level contract, the chubby middle-aged man frowned. Or you'd need a special permit from the city's martial hall. Weren't this year's special quotas already insufficient? If I could issue the permit, why would Mr. Fei have sent me to see you? Wan Qing smiled. Tiger, I've sent you the information. Mr. Fei wants you to think of something. I'll be waiting for your good news then, I'll treat you to a meal next time. With that, Wan Qing didn't wait for a reply, turned around, opened the door, and closed it behind him. Done in one go. An A-level contract? Passed the review 5 minutes ago? The chubby middle-aged man muttered as he glanced over Li Yuan's data in the contract. Li Yuan? Isn't he the one who hasn't even awakened his martial spirit? The file didn't have Li Yuan's latest situation. The middle-aged man wasn't worried about Wan Qing lying. Having just reviewed an A-level contract meant that Hall Master Fei had just looked it over, and considering Wan Qing immediately came to find him. The answer was nearly obvious. Could he be Hall Master Fei's illegitimate son? Hey, they do look quite similar. The more the middle-aged man looked, the more convinced he became. Zhongbei Martial Arts University. After lunch, everyone returned to their dorms to pack up their belongings. Aunt Li Yuan received a video call from his Aunt Chen Wei. Huh? Uncle was at Base 3 before? Not Base 7? Has Base 3 been relieved already? Good. That's great. Li Yuan acted as though he had just found out, his face flushed with excitement, comforting his aunt. These past few days, he had exchanged messages with his aunt twice. Aunt, I ranked first in the combat assessment yesterday, Li Yuan said with a smile. I performed very well in this event. Zhongbei Martial University and the military jointly awarded me 3.5 million Blue Star coins. Everything's going well, don't worry. I'll be home tonight. Li Yuan also shared the recent good news with his aunt. As for reaching the Fallen Star rank, since he wasn't upgraded to an A-level contract directly, Li Yuan didn't want to disclose too much yet. He hung up the phone. Based on what Lan Yue told me, she knows more than the news reports. Base 3 should be safe now. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, but still, there's been no news. I have no idea what's really going on. All morning, he kept checking the news about the war in the Rob Sea area, but there was nothing new. Li Yuan, let's go, called Ji Yu Cheng'an, shouldering his bag. Okay, all set. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At Zhongbei Martial University, the vast runway was crowded with a large number of flying vehicles. Li Yuan, see you online if we get a chance, Tian Dazhuang said with a smile, greeting Li Yuan. Sure, Li Yuan replied, waving his hand with a smile. The two had added each other on WeChat and, although they had just met and hadn't talked much, they had mutual respect for each other, sensing a kindred spirit. Shortly after, Li Yuan, I'm off too. Come over to my place when you have time. Wu Dongdong showed his small tiger teeth. No problem, Li Yuan said with a laugh. Wu Dongdong had a straightforward personality and got along very easily with others. Shortly after, Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue boarded a flying vehicle and headed towards Zhong City's Guan Mountain District. They arrived at the university by 3 in the afternoon. The president, several vice presidents, and Xu Bo were already at the athletic field to welcome Li Yuan and his group. Haha, good. Li Yuan, Lin Lanyue, the school is already aware of your performances and we're all happy for you, President Tan Zhenlong said with a beaming smile. The other school leaders also wore broad smiles. They all felt that the school's college entrance exam achievements were getting more and more solid by the minute. The school has decided to award student Li Yuan with a scholarship of 200,000, Tan Zhenlong announced earnestly, and to award Lin Lanyue with 100,000 in scholarship. The other students receive rewards as well. The false smiles on the faces of Li Yuan, Dong Haifeng, and the others finally turned into genuine ones. Money was the real deal. After the welcome ceremony, Lin Lanyue and Dong Haifeng made their way to their respective martial arts rooms while Li Yuan was singled out by Xu Bo. Teacher, Li Yuan said respectfully. You did well this time, you've really made me proud, Xu Bo said with a smile. Thanks to the teacher's guidance, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Haha, Xu Bo laughed. His view of Li Yuan was different from that of other students. To him, other students were just that, students, but Li Yuan was like his half-disciple. All right, come to my office, Lord Wan has been waiting for you for quite some time, Xu Bo said. Lord Wan? Li Yuan was slightly puzzled. Is there something the matter? It should be about the contract upgrade, but it seems to be more than just a mere A-level contract, Xu Bo said. He didn't want to say much to me. Contract upgrade? Li Yuan was astonished. He hadn't yet met the standards for an A-level contract. Oh, right. There's something else. Shu Bo's expression suddenly became more serious. My friend just sent me news that the first group from Base 3 has been rescued. Your uncle's name is on the list. But it seems he's injured, and the situation doesn't look very optimistic. Shu Bo hesitated before adding, you need to be mentally prepared. Injured? Prepare myself mentally? Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. A pang in the heart. Teacher. Li Yuan immediately asked, Teacher, what exactly happened to my uncle? Calm down and listen to me, Shu Bo said. Based on the information I just received, the battles at Base 3 these past few days have been extremely brutal. Several times, the alien forces almost breached the fortress defenses. Your uncle, in these battles, could have been reinforcing the defensive fortifications with all his might, and seems to have made considerable contributions. He has been awarded the third-class silver medal, Shu Bo said solemnly. Third-class silver medal? Li Yuan held his breath. To boost morale, the state awards medals to those who have rendered meritorious service. Although there are numerous titles, they are generally classified, from highest to lowest, as the National Defense Medal, Gold Medal, Silver Medal, and Bronze Medal, with each category subdivided into first class, second class, and third class. 4 ranks, 12 levels. A third-class silver medal may not seem much, but for an ordinary middle to lower level manager in a state-owned enterprise, it is an incredible achievement. Uncle, what on earth did you do? The situation at the front line is urgent. I don't understand the specifics as I only found out 20 minutes ago, Shu Bo said gravely. Your uncle seems to have been poisoned by some special toxin, and his condition is deteriorating. The second temporary hospital lacks doctors, medication, and equipment to treat him. The Star Realm environment is complex and totally different from Blue Star, with various peculiar toxins. The methods of powerful Star Realm creatures are often beyond comprehension. To save your uncle, we must rush him back to Zhong City to see specialists as soon as possible, to find a solution. If we delay by another 2 or 3 days, I'm afraid there won't be a chance left. But at the moment, although Base 3's danger has been temporarily averted, arranging for personnel and a flyer to airlift a single person from the temporary hospital there isn't easy. Shu Bo sighed helplessly. None of the people I know have that capability. Li Yuan's heart quivered as if struck by thunder. He sensed from Teacher Shu Bo's words that this poison was no ordinary matter. It might not even be poison, Uncle. Li Yuan's heart felt as if pricked by a needle. Was the figure who, like a father, had loved and guided him from a young age, in such grave danger now? This moment, Li Yuan wished he could fly immediately to the Rob Sea front lines and bring his uncle back. Li Yuan, listen to me, there's still a chance, Shu Bo, observing Li Yuan's emotional changes, said somberly, now, meeting Lord Wan is the opportunity to save your uncle. Please speak, teacher. Li Yuan struggled to calm himself. He remembered his uncle's teachings. In critical moments, before making any decision, one must remain calm. Getting your uncle immediate treatment isn't a matter of money. Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan. It's about the priority of medical treatment. The people I know are unable to increase your uncle's medical priority, understand? Ask Starfire Marshal Hall to help me. Li Yuan said softly, suppressing the anxiety in his heart. Right. Now, the senior management of Starfire Marshal Hall is taking note of you, probably to help you upgrade your contract. Shu Bo nodded. Seriously, you are already on a B-level contract. Once upgraded, it would be an A-level contract. An A-level contract signifies that Zhong City's Hall Master has recognized you. Thus, if the higher-ups of Starfire Marshal Hall intervene, there is hope to quickly airlift your uncle back. Shu Bo continued. Though the war is urgent, Base 3 has been relieved, so squeezing out a flyer is possible. The front lines are governed by a decision-making layer collectively formed by Starfire Marshal Hall, Starry Sky Marshal Hall, and the military. Li Yuan understood. To quickly bring his uncle back, someone with sufficient authority needed to speak on his behalf. Teacher, take me to meet Lord Wan, Li Yuan urged. Now, Li Yuan did not want to waste a single minute. Follow me. In Shu Bo's office. Shu Bo did not enter. It was Li Yuan who came in alone. Li Yuan, congratulations. Your impressive performance in the challenge event was truly eye-opening, said Wan Qing, dressed in a Tang suit, with a smile. Please, take a seat and we'll talk at leisure. Lord Wan, Li Yuan managed a strained smile, his heart urgent, yet he also knew he couldn't blurt out his request. Wan Qing observed Li Yuan. He felt, after not seeing him for several months, that Li Yuan's physical qi and blood, along with his spiritual power, had greatly improved. Most importantly, there was an incredibly mysterious aura about him. It was very faint, but Wan Qing, with his cultivation in spiritual secret techniques, could sense it. A taste honed by the baptism of slaughter. Li Yuan, given your outstanding performance in the challenge event and your rise to the Fallen Star rank on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, Lord Wan smiled faintly. I reported to Fei Qian first thing this morning, that is, Zhang City's Hall Master. I formally requested to upgrade your contract to an A-level contract. Zhang City's Hall Master? Li Yuan understood. This was a real VIP. Haven't I still not met the standards yet? Li Yuan couldn't help but say. Your performance in other areas has been excellent, which is sufficient. Lord Wan smiled. Moreover, with your rate of improvement, you will undoubtedly meet the standards before turning 18. Why delay? Li Yuan nodded slightly. There were still 5 months until his 18th birthday. Take a look at the terms of the A-level contract. Lord Wan tapped on his smart bracelet. Li Yuan felt a slight vibration on his wrist as he received a document and quickly opened it to review. He swiftly flipped through the pages. Compared to the B-level contract, the terms of the A-level contract had no changes, except for the resources provided. A B-level contract offers 1.5 million in cash and 1.5 million points annually, along with 3 million cultivation points. The A-level contract, however, provides 6 million in cash and 6 million points annually, as well as 12 million cultivation points. That's a fourfold increase. The total value of the contract, just in cash and points, amounts to 72 million Blue Star coins. Of course, it is distributed over 6 years. Once signed, Starfire Marshall Hall would immediately settle the difference for the first year of the 2 contracts. The terms of this contract are nothing short of astonishing. It is hardly inferior to the S-level special training contract of Kunlun Marshall University, and in some ways, it's even better. Because, if the pace of progress does not meet the expectations of Kunlun Marshall University's special training contract, it can be downgraded. But with Starfire Marshall Hall's contracts, once signed, they will not be downgraded. A 20% increase in benefits every year? Li Yuan was surprised when he saw the additional clause at the end of the contract. Yes, this is an order specially given by Lord Yang of the province after understanding your situation. The provincial hall master pays a lot of attention to you, Wan Qing said with a smile. Seeing Li Yuan's confusion. The provincial hall master, that is, the hall master of the Zhongbei Provincial Hall, Wan Qing reminded, can only be held by a Flying Heaven warrior. Provincial hall master? Flying Heaven warrior? Li Yuan held his breath. This was definitely in existence at the pinnacle of power and martial might in Xia country. Usually, one would only hear about them in major news. Such a person, paying attention to him? In Li Yuan's mind, even a prime warrior was already a significant figure. Don't underestimate yourself, Hall Master Wan said with a smile. Your talent is certainly worthy of the provincial hall master's attention. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Additionally, the provincial hall master has promised that if you manage to break through to the 5th rank in your skills before the age of 20, you'll be eligible for an S-class contract and receive a Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, Wan Qing said with a smile. Once you officially sign electronically, this clause will be added to the special contract in the Starfire space. Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal? What is that? Li Yuan was puzzled. A priceless treasure, Hall Master Wan spoke vaguely. After you sign the contract, you will receive an explanation about the treasure when the time is right. In fact, Hall Master Wan himself did not fully understand it. But in his opinion, any treasure specially mentioned by the provincial hall master must be an extraordinary treasure, beyond monetary measurement. Of course, that's provided you meet the requirements. The S-class contract of the Marshall Hall, in terms of difficulty and compensation, although not as good as the SS-class special training contract of universities, is still far superior to the S-class special training contract of universities, Hallmaster Wan said with a laugh. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Merely from the treatment of this A-class contract, one could glean its significance. Willing to sign? Hallmaster Wan appeared relaxed as he looked at Li Yuan. I am willing. Thank you for the cultivation the Martial Hall has provided me, Li Yuan said without hesitation. And thank you, Hallmaster, for your help. Without your assistance and recommendation all along, the City Hall Master and the Provincial Hall Master would definitely not have offered me this contract. Hesitation is not loyalty. Loyalty does not hesitate. This was a lesson Uncle Li Changzhou had taught Li Yuan many times. Once such a decision akin to taking a side is made, there can be no hesitation. Moreover, Li Yuan truly felt grateful to them. Good, Hallmaster Wan showed a satisfied smile. I didn't help much, it's all because you have been diligent enough. By the way, I have applied for a villa for you in the number 1 district of the South Lake Starfire community, with a 20-year residence right, free for the first 10 years, and then just a property management fee annually for the next 10 years, Wan Qing said with a smile. It should be suitable for your family to live in. In a couple of days, the move-in notice and related instructions will be sent to your Starfire space. You can arrange to move when you find the time. Wan Qing did not bring up Fei Qian at all. This was his personal favor. South Lake Starfire community? Li Yuan was surprised. That was one of the top communities in Guan Mountain District.
It was also known as the safest villa community. One villa, to rent for a year, probably cost hundreds of thousands of Blue Star coins, not to mention the eligibility to reside there.
Even with money, one couldn't buy the eligibility to live there. Hallmaster, me. Li Yuan didn't know how to start. If you add it all up, the value of this A-class contract was indeed extremely high. Don't worry, just live in peace. It has always been the philosophy of our Starfire Martial Hall to allow top talents to pursue the ultimate in the martial path without distractions and to contribute to the entire human civilization, Wan Qing said, feeding Li Yuan some inspirational words. I believe in you, that in the future, you will definitely secure an S-class contract, or even become a flying heaven warrior. Li Yuan took a deep breath and said earnestly, Thank you, Hallmaster. Do you have any other requests? Wan Qing asked with a smile. Anything I can solve, I will help you resolve. If I can't resolve it, I will report it upward and try my best to help you. He looked at Li Yuan sincerely. Hallmaster, I do have something I need help with from the Martial Hall, Li Yuan said, as if he had made a tough decision. Speak, quickly. Li Yuan recounted the situation regarding his uncle to Hallmaster Wan. A third-class silver medal? Your uncle? The second temporary hospital? Wan Qing nodded repeatedly. Okay, I've noted it down. I will immediately contact the warriors of the Starfire Martial Hall in Rob C and try my best to arrange it. However, I can't fully guarantee it. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan. Thank you, Hallmaster. Li Yuan's eyes reddened slightly. After sending off Hallmaster Wan agreed. Shu Bo entered the room and asked. Yes, but he also didn't dare to fully guarantee it. Li Yuan nodded and managed a weak smile. Teacher, I'll head back to the martial arts room for now. I want some time alone. Okay, let me know if you need anything, Shu Bo said, knowing the relationship between Li Yuan and Li Changzhou. Not father and son, but closer than most. Back at martial arts room 4011. Li Yuan pondered for a while before he decided to dial a V-call number on his smart ring. Beep, beep. Connected, Li Yuan? Have you returned to Zhong City? A rough voice with a hint of laughter came from the other end of the call. President Li, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with, Li Yuan said directly. Speak. A few minutes later, after hanging up the call with President Li, Li Yuan dialed another V-call number. Soon. Li Yuan. A gentle voice came from the call. What can I do for you? Senior Ji, I'm sorry to disturb you, Li Yuan started. I have an urgent matter and I would like to consult you. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuan stood by the window, looking at the cherry blossom trees in full bloom along the walkway in the distance. The cherry blossoms in March are really beautiful. But Li Yuan had no interest in enjoying the view. His mood was oppressively somber. his mind echoing the words of his teacher Shu Bo from earlier. Just now, Li Yuan had forcefully suppressed his impulsiveness, patiently communicated with Lord Wan to understand the other party's attitude and thoughts before he made his request. What could be done, has been done, Li Yuan murmured as he gently closed his eyes. It must succeed. The window was open. Li Yuan just stood there quietly, letting the wind brush against his face. Waiting for the news. Half an hour later, when the bell rang signaling the end of class and dinner time had come. Inside Martial Arts Room 4001. Whoosh, 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 sword lights danced, lively yet strong, as the girl in red practice clothes trained in swordsmanship. Suddenly. Beep, Master, there is a video call from your second brother. Would you like to answer? The voice of the assistant AI sounded. Second brother? Lin Lanyue was slightly startled, immediately saying, answer it. Swoosh, countless rays of light converged, forming a holographic projection not far away, and a handsome man in black battle garment appeared on the screen. Second brother, Lin Lanyue greeted with a smile. Have you returned to school from Zhongbei Martial University? The handsome man asked, observing the background in Lin Lanyue's video. Yes, Lin Lanyue nodded. Second brother, is there any news? Yes, the man's smile faded. Didn't you ask me to find someone named Li Chongzhou this morning? Lin Lanyue nodded quickly. Yes, brother, is there news? I have found him. The man nodded. He is seriously injured, just transferred to the base where I'm stationed, number 7 base, this afternoon. I went to see him personally. He has been poisoned with flame erosive bone poison and began slipping into a coma this afternoon. Flame erosive bone poison? What is that? Lin Lanyue asked, perplexed. It is a toxin originating from a third-rank flame serpent demon, the man said solemnly. He likely became infected during the final crazy onslaught by Star Realm creatures at base number 3. The flame erosive bone poison from Star Realm is much weaker than the original toxin. Third-rank flame serpent demon? Lin Lanyue's face showed concern. She didn't know what a flame serpent demon was, but she understood the meaning of third rank. That was a terrifying existence on the same level as a flying heaven warrior. Is there a cure? Lin Lanyue pressed. If he was brought here a day earlier, he could have been saved. The man shook his head slightly, but now. It's difficult to treat, especially since Rob C has no antidote. Right now, the toxin has penetrated deep into his bone marrow. He's becoming more and more in pain and weak. He can't last much longer. Who is this Li Chongzhou to you? He shouldn't be related to you, right? The man inquired. Why are you suddenly looking for him? Brother, don't ask, Lin Lanyue said with a frown, urgently. Just tell me, what can be done to save him? To save him now, the best thing that I know of is the Flame Tongue Spiritual Spring, the man said. This thing? Blue Star probably doesn't even have it, and you know that better than I do. Lin Lanyue's face changed again. She didn't know about other treasures, but she was well aware of the Flame Tongue Spiritual Spring. It was not very expensive, but extremely rare. Crucially, its source was not on Blue Star. And it needs to be quick, the man added. In 2 days at most, he is certain to die. 2 days? Lin Lanyue was startled. After a short contemplation, she said, Brother, could you arrange a flight transport to immediately bring him back from Rob C? Just before I contacted you, he had already been placed on a flight transport, the man said. Based on the timing, he should be able to return to Zhong City by about 10 o'clock tonight. That quickly? Said Lin Lanyue. He was supposed to be awarded a medal. Under normal circumstances, if he hadn't been pushed back by others, he should have been scheduled to be moved out of base number 3 and wouldn't have waited until the afternoon. The man shook his head. Just now, in a moment, the military, Starfire Martial Hall, and Kunlun Martial University all contacted my number 7 base asking about his condition, hoping for him to be quickly arranged to return to Zhong City. So, I rearranged the transport, urgently sending him and another group of injured back to Zhong City, the man explained. Now it was Lin Lanyue's turn to be surprised. So many forces making calls, could it be Li Yuan? Okay, second brother, I got it. Lin Lanyue shook her head. I have to hang up now, I've got something else to handle. Lin Lanyue immediately ended the call. After some thought, she took out another smart wristband from her backpack. She dialed another V-call number. Beep, beep, each tone seemed especially drawn out. A full minute later, the call finally connected, but it was not a video call, just an audio conversation. "Xiao Yu, what's up?" A hoarse voice came through the phone. "Uncle, I need your help with something." As evening approached, in martial arts room 4011. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, awakening Li Yuan, who was waiting anxiously. He hurried to open the door. "Teacher, I've just received news. Your uncle has been put on a rescue flight transport and is expected to arrive at Tianhe Airport in 4 hours, around 10 o'clock tonight," Xu Bo said in a low voice. Li Yuan was immediately overjoyed. At that moment, Li Yuan's smart wristband also began to ring. It was a call from Hallmaster Wan. Li Yuan promptly answered, and soon after, hung up. "How did it go?" Xu Bo asked. Hallmaster Wan said he has already arranged a small flight transport that will transfer my uncle directly from the airport to Shiaji Hospital. Li Yuan's voice was tinged with excitement. Shiaji Hospital is one of the top-tier hospitals in Sha country, considered first-rate even by the standards of the entire Blue Star. After all, Sha country is the strongest nation on Blue Star. "That's good. You should notify your aunt now to wait at the airport," Xu Bo said. For Li Yuan, today felt unusually long, 10 o'clock at night. When he had already rushed to the airport and saw his uncle Li Chongzhou's stretcher being pushed off the plane. Li Chongzhou's skin was slightly greenish, his face was withered, and he had fallen into a deep coma. Clearly, the poisoning was severe. "Uncle," even though Li Yuan had braced himself for this possibility, seeing this sight still twisted his heart like a knife. Chongzhou, Aunt Chen Wei could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself beside the stretcher, shouting Li Chongzhou's name loudly. "Aunt, we must hurry." Li Yuan suppressed the pain in his heart and forcibly lifted his aunt, speaking in a low voice, "Lord Wan, please help us." Li Yuan. Lord Wan, who was standing nearby, spoke softly, "Don't worry, I have arranged for the best doctors to conduct a consultation surgery overnight, doing everything possible to keep your uncle alive." "Okay. Thank you," Li Yuan nodded. Li Chongzhou's stretcher was loaded onto a small aircraft and quickly headed toward the hospital. All the doctors were already in place at the hospital. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, along with his aunt, got into the car that had been waiting for some time. Li Yuan, that person just now, was he the hall master of the Starfire Martial Hall? Sitting in the car, Chen Wei regained some of her composure. Right now, her heart was filled with uncertainty. In these past days, she had been filled with worry. The husband who had supported the entire family was nearly down, and from the looks of it, he was nearing death. Yet what truly shocked her was Li Yuan. In fact, she had already received a message from Li Chongzhou's colleague in the afternoon and knew about the danger Li Chongzhou was in. However, she was helpless to do anything. Chen Wei had never expected that Li Yuan could arrange for an aircraft to bring her husband back overnight from nearly 10,000 miles away at the Rob seafront line. "Aunt, rest assured," Li Yuan comforted in a low voice, "my talent has shown to be extremely high, and the Starfire Martial Hall values me greatly. They will definitely be able to save Uncle." "What about the treatment costs?" Chen Wei was very worried. Utilizing aircraft and organizing a medical consultation like this would certainly be very costly. "Aunt, I currently have over 1 million on me, and a few million more will be credited soon," Li Yuan said in a low voice. "Even if we need money urgently here, it won't be difficult for me to borrow a few million more." Li Yuan believed, if he needed to borrow money, there would be no shortage of people willing to lend it to him. "That money is for your subsequent cultivation," Chen Wei said, shaking her head. "Aunt, I forgot to tell you that today, the Martial Hall upgraded my contract from a B level to an A level," Li Yuan said solemnly. 4.5 million Blue Star coins will be credited tomorrow. We won't lack funds." 4.5 million Blue Star coins? Chen Wei was even more shocked. "Aunt, don't worry. As long as Uncle can be saved, even if it costs 10 million, 100 million, I'll find a way." Li Yuan's voice carried a fearsome determination. He had been desperately cultivating since middle school, fighting his way to this day. Apart from the martial artist dreams he harbored in his heart, his greatest desire was to not let his uncle and aunt down, to validate their efforts. He wanted the entire family to live a better life. If he lost his family, what would be the point of cultivating so desperately? By the time Li Yuan and his aunt arrived at the hospital, Li Chongzhou's surgery had already begun. Xu Bo and Wan Qing were already waiting there. In light of Li Chongzhou's condition and to prepare for the worst, Wan Qing had arranged for the warriors of the Starfire Martial Hall to bring over Li Qianqin and Li Muha. Chen Wei consoled Li Qianqin and Li Muha, Li Yuan. Wan Qing came over, found Li Yuan, and said solemnly, "Before your uncle was put on the plane, someone at Base 7 recognized the toxin. It's called the flame erosive bone poison." Wan Qing quickly briefed Li Yuan on the general origins of the toxin. From a third-rank flame serpent demon? Li Yuan's face changed color. Third-rank warriors referred to the Flying Heaven warriors. Right now, your uncle's only chance lies in the fact that the toxin is not the original poison, Wan Qing said seriously. After all, the third-rank alien powerhouses from the other side of Rob C cannot enter the Star Realm. They use only a concocted toxin, which is much less toxic. So there's hope, said Wan Qing. Now, it's up to the doctors. Li Yuan also looked towards the closed doors of the distant surgery room. Additionally, we've also clarified the reason your uncle was poisoned, Wan Qing continued. At the time, a defensive fortification in one direction of the war fortress was destroyed, the poison spread, and no laborer dared to go up. Star Realm creatures kept coming in to slaughter. Your uncle risked his life driving a large engineering vehicle to the gap, blocking the breach in the fortress, enduring several attacks from second-level Star Realm creatures, and delayed until the Prime Warrior came to the rescue. In the end, your uncle was poisoned, but he also saved more than 100 workers and, crucially, held back the Star Realm creatures' offensive. This is also why your uncle was awarded a medal. Wan Qing sighed. Your uncle's character is truly admirable, and it's no wonder he was able to raise someone like you. The reason I've gone to such lengths to save your uncle is partly because of you, but not just because of you, Wan Qing said. It's also because your uncle is someone who deserves help. Such a hero shouldn't die. Li Yuan fell silent, involuntarily picturing the scenario that Lord Wan had described. It must have been extremely brutal. At the same time, Li Yuan remembered last September, the night his uncle was leaving for the Rob C Star Realm frontline. He had said to him before leaving, "Little Yuan, I could choose not to go to Rob C, but if I don't, someone else will have to take my place. This war, someone has to go, right?" Time passed, and the surgery continued until after 4 a.m. Li Qianqin, Li Muha, and the others had fallen asleep leaning against each other. Wan Qing had other matters to attend to and had left earlier. Xu Bo was still here, along with several of Li Chongzhou's good friends like Zhang Cheng, Uncle Wang and others who had come. And Li Yuan stood silently at the door of the surgery room, waiting. Clang! The door of the surgery room opened. The operating room door opened, and 2 doctors walked out. Sigh. Li Yuan immediately lifted his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. Voila! Some in the distance were awake, some half asleep, but at this moment, all of them were wide awake, rushing forward to surround the doctors in the center. Who's in charge here? The lead doctor scanned the crowd, but didn't see Wan Qing. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Li Yuan and Chen Wei. So much time had passed. Li Chongzhou's friends had all come to understand the full details of today's events and knew that Li Yuan was no longer the person he used to be. "Doctor, tell me, how's my uncle?" Li Yuan's voice was low. "You must be Mr. Li Yuan." The doctor let out a sigh. "This poison is not a common one on Blue Star, but an origin power toxin. Your uncle arrived too late, and the toxicity has spread deeply throughout his body. I'm sorry, we've done all we could." Boom. This sentence, like a bolt from the blue, made Li Yuan's heart turn instantly cold. His aunt, Chen Wei, was already weeping inconsolably. Li Qianqin and Li Muha, the siblings, also turned a ghastly pale, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Mr. Li Yuan, We will use special medication for half a day to slightly improve your uncle's condition and then bring him back to consciousness, another doctor hurriedly said. But it's estimated that he can only maintain it for about half an hour. This wakefulness is probably his last. After that, he will fall into a deep sleep again, and it will be very hard for him to wake up. I think if there's anything you want to say, you should take the opportunity when the time comes. The next day in the afternoon, after 3 o'clock. In a high-level ward. After surgery, Lee Chong-jo's body had been slightly cleaned up, covered with a blanket, and full of tubes. His face was withered and pallid, but he had regained consciousness. Li Yuan, Chen Wei, Li Muha, and Li Qianqin, the whole family, fought back their tears, dressed in sterile gowns, gathered around the bed. Shawei, I'm sorry. Lee Chong-jo's voice was very faint, his head slightly tilted, straining to lift his hand to touch Chen Hui's face. In this life, the person I've wronged the most is you. Chong-jo, don't say that. Chen Hui's eyes were red, her lips pressed together, trying hard not to let tears fall. She looked at the man she had loved all her life, now withered and unrecognizable, and felt an extreme pain in her heart. The remaining money in my card, remember to take it out, you know the password. After I'm gone. Talk to old Wang. He can arrange for compensation from the company. Lee Chong-jo rambled on with his advice. Li Yuan stood to one side, unable to stop turning his head away as tears kept falling. Li Qianqin and Li Muha were already weeping heavily. Okay, I know, I will definitely take good care of the kids. Chen Wei kept responding to her husband, pulling Li Yuan over at the same time. Li Yuan, come quickly. Chong-jo, do you know? Li Yuan has signed with Kunlun Martial Arts University, and he will definitely attend Kunlun Martial University. He also signed an A-level contract with the Starfire Martial Hall. Chen Wei held Li Chong-jo's hand, continuously talking to him. She wanted to assure Li Chong-jo so he could leave this world in peace. Really? That's great, good. Li Chong-jo put great effort into lifting his head slightly, looking at Li Yuan, forcing a smile. Xiaoyuan, you seem to have grown a lot taller. Uncle. Li Yuan's voice was trembling, and he crouched down to get close to his uncle, allowing his uncle to touch his head. You've grown up, and you've made achievements in the martial path. That eases my mind. Li Chong-jo's voice was faint. Your parents were over 10 years older than me, they had you very late in life. Over the years, I've often thought of them. I always remember the last words your parents said to me. Run. Keep running forward. Run fast. Li Chong-jo murmured, almost 15 years have passed, and I've tried to keep running. Sometimes I'm so tired that I want to stop and look at you and your brother and sister, but I can't. When I see your aunt and uncle, I hope they won't blame me. I really did my best. Uncle. Li Yuan could no longer hold back, he wanted to stay calm, but tears just kept streaming down from his eyes. He could feel that his uncle's vitality was rapidly fading away. Muha, Qian, Li Chong-jo's hand trembled as he lifted it. Muha, Qian, come here quickly. Chen Wei pulled Li Muha closest to the bed, bringing them closer to their father. You should listen to your mother from now on. Li Chong-jo strained to lift his hand, trying hard to stroke Li Qianqin's hair. Your dad hasn't done anything great in his life, I don't have much to leave you. When I'm gone, listen to your older brother. He'll tell you what to do. Understood? Understood, Dad. Dad. The two siblings were already crying their eyes out. Their age and experience meant they didn't feel the profundity of life and death as deeply. But they both knew that their most beloved father was about to leave them. Uncle, I will definitely take good care of Qian, take good care of Muha, Li Yuan said, struggling to hold back his tears, you can rest assured. Time passed. Li Chong-jo started to cough, his withered body trembling continuously. But he still tried his best to speak with Li Yuan and Chen Wei. In his eyes, there was a deep affection for and reluctance to leave this world. Little Yuan. Li Chong-jo's voice was growing weaker, remember, do not bear grudges because of what happened to me. I don't want to leave you all, but I have no regrets. Given another chance, I would still charge forward. Cough cough. Li Chong-jo's consciousness gradually blurred. Li Chongzhou lay on the hospital bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, gradually unable to hear Li Yuan and Chen Wei calling out to him. In the haze, Li Chongzhou vaguely felt that he was back in his youth, back to a sunny afternoon. Spring was gorgeous, a breeze billowed into the room, and the ceiling fan made its rustling sound. Outside the room, there was the sound of his parents cooking. Inside the room, he lay lazily on the bed, half asleep and half awake. His older brother, who was in high school, sat beside him, diligently doing his homework and occasionally stopping to reach out and tease him. For decades thereafter, Li Chongzhou was always running hard, without a moment to rest, yet never again able to experience such an afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Chongzhou completely slipped into unconsciousness. Two doctors came in to check on Li Chongzhou's condition again, shook their heads, and then left again. Chen Wei clutched Li Chongzhou's hand tightly, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, with tears just flowing. Li Yuan silently accompanied his aunt by her side. They all knew that Li Chongzhou's life had truly begun its final countdown. In a few short hours or half a day at most, the flame of life would be completely extinguished. More than 10 minutes later, suddenly, clang, the room's door suddenly opened, and a doctor rushed in urgently, saying anxiously, "Mr. Li Yuan, someone is looking for you. They say they have a way to save your uncle." Whoosh! Li Yuan stood up immediately, hope igniting within him again. "Who is it?" "What?" Chen Wei also heard and got up hurriedly to look at the doctor. "The person only said they are a friend of Miss Lin," the doctor said. "They didn't specify who, but there are quite a few people, and one of them claims to be Lu Wei, saying you would know him." Two sentences, like two bolts of lightning, streaked through Li Yuan's mind. "Miss Lin? Lu Wei? Take me there immediately," Li Yuan said, suppressing his excitement. "Aunt, you come with me." "Okay," Chen Wei answered, quickly wiping the tears from her face. From Li Yuan's demeanor, she realized that maybe, just maybe, there was hope for her husband. Li Yuan and his aunt hurried to a small conference room outside the corridor, where over a dozen people were already waiting. The doctors were there, and so was Xu Bo. But what caught everyone's attention the most was the man in the black robe standing in the center of the crowd. He was tall and straight with a height of about 1.80 meters, with a face that seemed to be around 30 years old and a pair of extremely sharp eyes. His face gave Li Yuan a sense of familiarity. Most importantly, the hall master of the Starry Sky Martial Hall's branch, Lu Wei, who was clearly much taller, stood beside the man in the black robe as if he was a subordinate. Everyone looked towards Li Yuan. "Hall Master Lu, teacher," Li Yuan said, neither servile nor overbearing, his gaze falling on the man in the black robe. "May I know who my senior is?" Lu Wei was about to introduce himself. The man in the black robe raised his hand, stopping Lu Wei's intention, and said with a faint smile, "No need to call me senior. I am not much older than you. Just call me Brother Lin." "Brother Lin?" Li Yuan was shocked inwardly, already having a guess in his mind, and said respectfully, "Brother Lin, do you have a way to save my uncle?" Li Yuan didn't ask for an explanation. Right now, that wasn't important. "Yes." The man in the black robe nodded. "I brought a special artifact called the Flame Tongue Spiritual Spring. There's an 80% chance it can save your uncle's life, stopping the poison from acting up. But I've heard the situation from the doctors," he continued. "The flame erosive bone poison has penetrated deeply into your uncle's whole body, even affecting his nerves. Even if he barely survives, he might not wake up," said the man in the black robe. "You should be prepared for this. In addition, there's a 20% chance that the Flame Tongue Spiritual Spring won't work, as the toxin has been in the body too long, and there is no absolute chance of success. Do we proceed? The decision is yours," the man in the black robe said, looking at Li Yuan. "Do it," Li Yuan stated firmly. "Do it," Chen Wei echoed. To do it was to hope for life. To not would mean certain death. "All right. You sign the paperwork, and my people will start the detoxification surgery," the man in the black robe nodded. A contract was immediately handed over. Li Yuan glanced over it. It was simply a disclaimer contract. Without any hesitation, he signed it, and Chen Wei followed suit. "Go ahead." With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 people beside the man in the black robe immediately rushed into the room with their boxes. 4 hours later, outside the ICU ward, Li Yuan and his aunt Chen Wei, Li Qianqin, Li Muha all stood by the window. Looking at Li Chongzhou inside the ward, whose life signs were gradually stabilizing, they could hardly contain their excitement and joy. "Brother Lin, thank you," Li Yuan said earnestly to the man in the black robe. "There's no need to thank me. I'm just carrying out someone else's wish," said the man in the black robe with a smile. "The treatment was somewhat successful, but whether your uncle will wake up, that's not something I can decide. From here on, it's up to you all," he added. "I'll be leaving now." The man in the black robe smiled faintly and left quickly with his group of more than a dozen subordinates. Leaving Li Yuan's family behind, Xiaoyuan, "Who exactly is this brother Lin?" Chen Wei couldn't help but ask. "Who?" Li Yuan already had an answer in his heart and smiled. "The man who saved my uncle." 1 day, 2 days. Li Chongzhou had yet to awaken, but his life signs were growing more and more stable, slowly returning to health. Chen Wei took a temporary leave from school. She also sent Li Yuan back to school. "Are you going to keep watch until your uncle awakes? I'm here. You go and concentrate on preparing for the college entrance exam. When your uncle wakes up, he will be very happy if you manage to get into Kunlun Martial Arts University." "Okay, Aunt. I will definitely get into Kunlun Martial Arts University," Li Yuan said. 4 days later, having returned to school, Li Yuan sought out Ji Yu Chang'an immediately. "Are you looking for my sister? She left with her elder brother the day before yesterday." Ji Yu Chang'an looked at Li Yuan puzzled. "Don't you know? Didn't she tell you?" Clearly, Ji Yu Chang'an was unaware of the events that had occurred in Li Yuan's family. Left with her elder brother? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. "Where did she go? When will she be back?" Li Yuan asked urgently. "She's gone to Feixing, and it seems like she's going for some kind of special training," Ji Yu Chang'an said. "She probably won't be back until before the college entrance exams." Feixing? Li Yuan's pupils constricted. The most powerful among the 7 great planets of human civilization is Feixing. The headquarters of the 3 great martial halls are on Feixing. The 7-Star Alliance's headquarters is on Feixing. The first and second strongest humans, Dongfang Ji and Lant, are from Feixing. Feixing has no countries, it's completely ruled by the 3 great martial halls. "Will she be back before the college entrance exams?" Li Yuan murmured to himself. Li Yuan didn't press Ji Yu Chang'an for more answers and first reported to his own cultural class, Teacher Chen, before heading to Shu Bo's office. The door was open. "Teacher," Li Yuan called out from the doorway. "You're back? Come in." Shu Bo, who was silently practicing his fist technique, dripping with sweat, smiled upon seeing Li Yuan enter and slowly retracted his fists. Li Yuan immediately picked up a towel from the shelf beside him and handed it to Shu Bo. "Is everything at home taken care of?" Shu Bo took the towel and spoke with a smile as he wiped his sweat. "I've been busy these past few days. I heard your uncle's condition has stabilized, so I didn't visit." "Teacher, thank you for your hard work that day," Li Yuan said with utmost seriousness. "Had it not been for your reminder, my uncle would not have been sent back so quickly." Li Yuan had a rough understanding of the situation. On the afternoon when the 3rd base was relieved, his uncle had been transferred to the 7th base, one of the earlier batches to be moved. But the 7th base was equally chaotic, so his uncle hadn't been arranged to be sent back to Zhong City promptly, not until the higher-ups of Starfire Martial Hall inquired and then made swift arrangements. Furthermore, Shu Bo had been present throughout his uncle's surgery on that day and didn't leave until the early morning of the next day. All of these matters Li Yuan kept in his heart. "You are my student, and it's my responsibility. There are many things I really didn't help with." Shu Bo laughed and then said somewhat emotionally. "I basically understand your uncle's situation. Blessed is he who has his own guide, so rest assured, he will wake up." Li Yuan nodded slightly, unable to resist asking, "Teacher, do you know about Lin Lanyu's family situation?" "Lin Lanyue?" Shu Bo paused in his actions and put the towel aside. "Didn't her brother tell you? You didn't ask Lin Lanyue?" I sent messages to Lin Lanue last night and this morning to confirm, but she didn't reply. Li Yuan shook his head. Today, after asking Ji Yu Chang'an, I found out she has gone to Fakesing. The virtual networks of Fakesing and Blue Star are not interconnected. Fakesing? No wonder she asked for a long leave. Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan. The person you met that day should be her elder brother. I believe with your intelligence you might have guessed something. Li Yuan nodded lightly. The entrusted person, elder brother Lin, combined with what Ji Yu Chang'an said. Among the people he knew, only Lin Lanue could be possible. It wasn't hard to guess. Her family is very special, Shu Bo said in a low voice. I can only confirm one thing. Li Yuan listened. Her father is a high-ranking member of the Starry Sky Martial Hall, having served as the Hall Master of Guanshan Subhall, Zhang City Subhall. And he should now be a Flying Heaven Warrior, Shu Bo said. Flying Heaven Warrior? Li Yuan's heart jolted, surprised, yet somehow not too surprised. Lin Lanue's elder brother, capable of treating Hall Master Lu Wei almost like a subordinate, it seemed quite normal for him to be greatly influential. I'm not clear on much else. Shu Bo smiled. School records on her family background are all falsified, and Lin is also a common surname. Thank you, teacher, Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. Keep this matter to yourself, Shu Bo advised. Flying Heaven Warriors, each is involved in significant matters. It's enough that you know, don't tell your family either. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. To save your uncle, Shu Bo pondered for a moment and looked at Li Yuan. This favor is indeed very big, so big that you don't know how to repay it, right? Li Yuan revealed a wry smile. Towards Lin Lanue, Li Yuan indeed felt full of gratitude. But in his heart, not knowing how to face Lin Lanue was also true. Suddenly Shu Bo said, her elder brother didn't give you a hard time, did he? No, Li Yuan shook his head. In fact, elder brother Ellen had actually been quite nice throughout the entire interaction. He didn't pry into anything from beginning to end, nor did he show any condescension that high-status individuals often exhibit towards those beneath them. The interaction was very equal, respectful of Li Yuan's family's wishes. The advice I can give you is not to think about repaying the favor for now, Shu Bo said thoughtfully. Because, right now, you can't repay her, and any help she might need is not something you can solve at this moment. Li Yuan understood this point in his heart. Lin Lanue didn't bring it up proactively, she must have her own reasons, Shu Bo said with a smile. Her elder brother's attitude also suggests that helping your family was likely not a big deal for her family. Li Yuan listened to his teacher's analysis. The same amount of money or treasure has utterly different significance to people of different family backgrounds. If you really want to return the favor someday, then focus on your cultivation, Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan. Sometimes, favors and troubles are the same. You feel that they're too great to repay or resolve because your strength is too weak, the gap between you too vast. Li Yuan's eyes shifted. The words of his teacher unlocked much of the uncertainty in his heart. If you were a level 29 prime warrior, then maybe you could help Lin Lanue with some matters, Shu Bo said. If you were a Flying Heaven warrior, you definitely could aid her. But you now? You can't help with anything, Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded gently. The student understands, thank you, teacher. You've signed with Kunlun Martial Arts University, Shu Bo advised. In life and in actions, we must aim high, but also stay grounded. Focus on your practice and study for now and strive to get admitted into Kunlun Martial Arts University. The April reassessment isn't far off, and you made an excellent impression at the Zhongbei Martial University event. Many were watching you perform well. On the way back to his own martial arts room, Li Yuan passed by Martial Arts Room 4001. He glanced at it instinctively. This was Lin Lanue's martial arts room. For the past half year, Li Yuan had passed by almost every day, and occasionally would encounter Lin Lanue. But now this martial arts room was closed. He returned to Martial Arts Room 4011. Li Yuan took out the long spear from the weapon cabinet once again. These past couple of days, he had been running back and forth between the hospital and home. Apart from occasionally practicing observing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture, and the basic cultivation method, Li Yuan hadn't practiced with his spear. Teacher is right, he thought. Now, even if I really see Lin Lanyue, what can I say? Li Yuan mused to himself. Say, thank you, to her? Verbal thanks are sometimes very important, but more often they hold no substantial meaning. This time, Uncle faced danger. Li Yuan grasped the spear in his hands. Whoosh! 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 The shadow of the spear crisscrossed and changed. Terrifying vigor erupted, tearing through the air, creating a series of screeching noises. Li Yuan quietly sensed the flow of vigor within the dancing spear. Whether it is Senior G, Kunlun Martial University, or the Starfire Martial Hall, their willingness to help me has something to do with my uncle. Li Yuan's heart gradually calmed, but perhaps even more so, it's because during the invitation event at Zhongbei Martial University, I showed a glimmer of hope of becoming a flying heaven warrior. One's own value is what is fundamental. Then, let's make myself even stronger. Li Yuan's eyes gradually filled with determination. If my strength is great enough, if I had Yu Jingyi's strength, then at the moment I received the news, I wouldn't have to keep waiting for the result. I could try to rescue my uncle myself. I could completely control my own destiny. If my strength were greater, strong enough to reach Dongfang Ji's level, or even stronger, then, perhaps, the war in the Rob Seastar realm wouldn't even break out. The entire nation, and even all of human civilization, countless people like my uncle, wouldn't have to face life-threatening dangers, or pay with their lives. The more Li Yuan thought about it, the faster his long spear moved. He remembered every single word his uncle had said the day before, when he was nearly at death's door. I have no regrets. No regrets. His uncle went to the front lines of the Rob Seastar realm indeed to earn more money, to provide a better life for his family. But his uncle also had the heart of a hero. Boom. 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 Li Yuan's thoughts became clearer and clearer. The matter with his uncle was like a spiritual baptism for Li Yuan, making his heart stronger and purer. The martial path is a path of killing. But the martial heart is decisive. How far one can go on the martial path is often determined by the heart. With the change in his heart, Li Yuan's spear seemed to be infected by it, becoming faster and faster as well. One spear move followed another. One form followed another. No, that's not right. That's not right. My spear, it needs to be even faster. It can be steadier, Li Yuan repeated in his mind, performing the basic spear techniques over and over, trying to tap into more of the hidden strength in his body with the stellar spear technique. 10 times. 50 times. 100 times. Li Yuan gradually immersed himself, and little by little, his spear technique became faster. His mind, unwittingly, became increasingly clear about his body's sensations. Finally, it was as if he reached some kind of threshold. Boom! Li Yuan's long spear, as if it had come to life, suddenly burst out, becoming even more terrifying. Swoosh! 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 Like arcs of light, the spear flashes dazzled, vast and mighty, as if a giant star was rolling, with an overwhelming momentum. Just like the galaxy waterfall, layer upon layer, wave upon wave, constantly building up, unstoppable. This scene. If Shu Bo saw it, he would have recognized it at a glance. What Li Yuan was performing at the moment was the second move of the 5 deadly techniques of the stellar spear technique, Galaxy Waterfall. Your spear technique realm has increased from 4th level 5% to 18%. Your fist technique realm has increased from 4th level 7% to 20%. Your body method realm has increased from 4th level 2% to 13%. 3 notifications appeared in the bottom left corner of the Divine Palace panel. However, Li Yuan, engrossed in his spear technique practice, didn't notice any of them. He practiced for a full hour before Li Yuan finally came back to his senses. Galaxy Waterfall. Li Yuan was momentarily startled, and the countless insights from practicing his spear technique flooded his mind. The second form of the Stellar 5 techniques, had he just suddenly comprehended it? You have to understand, it had been less than half a month since he had comprehended the first technique. Spear technique 4th level 18%, fist technique 4th level 20%. Li Yuan also noticed the 3 notifications in the Divine Palace panel, and his heart was even more shocked. At fourth level, each 1% improvement is much harder than at the third stage. And I, in just an hour, have made an improvement of over 10%? Could it be? Is this what teacher Shu Bo was talking about, the sudden enlightenment of the spirit? Li Yuan mused, while also keenly feeling the changes in the unity of mind and body. The unity of mind and body will gradually unleash even more terrifying power in the body. Improvement in technique will also make the body evolve faster and faster. It seems. I don't have to wait until the college entrance exams. Very soon, I will be able to reach 300 points in the Fallen Star segment. As days went by, Li Yuan's life gradually returned to normal. Although his uncle had not yet awakened, resembling someone in a vegetative state. But his physical condition was steadily improving. This, both to Li Yuan and his entire family, was an exceptionally good outcome. March 22, afternoon, inside Martial Arts Room 4011. Suddenly, Master, there are multiple incoming transaction notifications. The voice of the smart assistant suddenly rang out. Money has been deposited? Li Yuan put down his spear and went forward to check. Your account ending in 1486 has received 3,600,000.00 Blue Star coins. Your account ending in 1486 has received 2,000,000.00 Blue Star coins. Your account ending in 1486 has received 1,000,000.00 Blue Star coins. Your account ending in 1486 has received 1,000,000.00 Blue Star coins. 5 deposit notifications. Finally, they've arrived. How exhilarating. Li Yuan extended his hand to tap on the light screen, watching the dizzying series of numbers on the display. A trace of joy flitted through his eyes. Since his uncle's health indicators had been steadily improving, putting that matter aside for the moment, Li Yuan had been waiting for the reward from the invitation event to be fulfilled. Almost a week had passed, which was several days later than the originally scheduled payment time. Unexpectedly, it all came through today. This 3.6 million Blue Star coins is the difference between A and B level contracts from the Martial Hall for the first year, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Is this 960,000 the extra 20% of cultivation resources from the Zhongbei subdivision of Starfire? The A-level contract of Starfire Martial Hall is uniform from the headquarters, and nobody can alter it. However, different levels of Martial Halls have independent funds to offer extra rewards to various talents. After the January ranking exams, for obtaining the title of Youth Hero, Starfire's Guanshan subdivision rewarded Li Yuan with 200,000 Blue Star coins. And the 20% increase of this A-level contract was managed by the Zhongbei Province subdivision of Starfire. 2 sums of money, totaling a tax deduction of 1.14 million, Li Yuan muttered. Li Yuan did not dwell on it. Paying taxes to the country was only natural. Evading or cheating on taxes is shameful. This 2 million is the reward from Kunlun Martial University for being first in the actual combat assessment. Li Yuan scanned the next transfer. The 500,000 Blue Star coins for coming first in the cage battle were given to me quite early on. This 1 million is sponsorship from the military. And the final 1 million is the first installment of cultivation funds from Kunlun Martial Arts University. Li Yuan mused to himself. It's what's commonly known as the contract deposit. The deposit is non-refundable. All this money, in a sense, is allocated by the national side for cultivation, so they're all tax exempt. If I include the 200,000 Blue Star coins awarded by the school, a smile appeared on Li Yuan's face. Just for this half month, I've earned 9.26 million Blue Star coins. And that's just Blue Star coins. If the 5.7 million points and 9 million cultivation points given by Starfire Martial Hall are considered, in aggregate, the total value of the wealth Li Yuan has gained over the last half month definitely exceeds 15 million Blue Star coins. To some powerful martial artists and super rich tycoons, this amount of wealth might not seem like much. But for Li Yuan, it's an astronomical figure. At this thought, Li Yuan tapped on the light screen to enter Starfire, an app released by Starfire Martial Hall for smart wristbands. He then clicked on his personal account, which clearly displayed all of Li Yuan's wealth. Bank balance: 10.89 million Blue Star Coins Marshall Hall points, 6.73 million. Marshall Hall cultivation points, 9.65 million inches. Half a year ago, I was just a high school senior worried about 100,000 Blue Star coins, Li Yuan said with a slight smile. In the blink of an eye, however, he had become a multimillionaire. A cash multimillionaire, at that. Keep in mind that many so-called billionaires or tycoons would find it extremely difficult to raise tens of millions in cash in a short time. From January to now, in just over 3 months, I've spent about 680,000 points and around 250,000 Blue Star coins. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the transaction records. The points were mainly for purchasing basic blood chi potions, deep medicinal baths, and buying Origin Power Essence pills. The Blue Star coins were primarily for daily expenses and paying combat coaches for practical fighting. Beyond that, Li Yuan's expenditures were very few. It could be said that the vast majority of his wealth was spent on cultivation. The spending was significant. But precisely because I never thought of saving money, focusing entirely on cultivation, that I had enough strength to shine in the invitation event, Li Yuan thought to himself. To a powerful martial artist, money? The greatest significance of money is to gradually transform it into strength, to increase one's power more rapidly. For the rest of this year, I know of 2 definite sums, Li Yuan thought to himself. One will be in October when the Marshall Hall will distribute the second year's cultivation funds. The second is after entering the university when Kunlun Martial University will gradually disburse resources from the S-grade special training contract. Together, these 2 contracts will grant Li Yuan a wealth valued at over 30 million Blue Star coins a year, not even counting the cultivation points. However, the Marshall Hall's resource distribution is once a year, while Kunlun Martial University's cultivation resources are distributed after a biannual assessment with different rules. No rush. The wealth I have now is enough for me to cultivate steadily. Li Yuan's inner world was tranquil. What I need to do is use this money well, to further strengthen myself. Li Yuan was very clear that this wealth was not genuinely earned through his own abilities. The invitation event of Zhongbei Martial University, did his actions truly merit several million Blue Star coins? Nonsense. One should have self-awareness. This wealth, under the national system and even that of the entire 7-Star Alliance, comes from a set of established systems and is the reward for a martial path talent like me, Li Yuan thought to himself. What's the purpose? Not for Li Yuan to enjoy and squander the wealth, but to help me become stronger, to become a prime warrior and eventually a flying heaven warrior. Li Yuan recalled the words Senior Ji from the Moon Demon Star realm once said, to truly become a sharp blade guarding human civilization. This was the key reason Li Yuan could easily come into such wealth. Today is Wednesday. After the afternoon self-study session, Li Yuan did not eat at school but rushed directly to the Martial Hall. Every Wednesday was Li Yuan's practical combat training day. Past 8 in the evening, inside Martial Arts Room 7024, 2 men clad in full protective gear, each wielding cold weapons, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Clang! Li Yuan's long spear danced in his hands, strike after strike, as swift as lightning and as relentless as a great river, forcing Fang Longhu, who held a sword and shield, to continuously retreat. As if he had no power to resist. Suddenly, Li Yuan tensed his waist, advanced with a forceful step, and his long spear came chopping down fiercely like a giant axe. It was the ultimate burst of the second form, Galaxy Waterfall, from the star constellation techniques. Accumulating might with 12 strikes, he propelled his aura and offensive to its peak. Just like a mighty waterfall plunging 100 meters before smashing onto the ground with terrifying impact. Not good. Fang Longhu's face slightly changed, and finally ignoring the sparring rules, he burst out with almost all his strength in an instant, with his shield flashing like lightning in front of him. Boom! The long spear struck the shield like an axe, and even though Li Yuan put forth all his strength, for a level 15 martial artist like Fang Longhu, withstanding this impact was still not difficult. Stop! Fang Longhu suddenly spoke. But Li Yuan had already stopped, smiling. Coach Fang, you lose again. Lost. I really didn't expect that even using about the power and speed of a level 12, I still couldn't stop you. Fang Longhu put away his shield, somewhat emotional. If you had kept on attacking just now, I'm afraid I really would have lost control and injured you. Li Yuan smiled. Although he had not burst forth with all his power, the nearly entry-rank strength combined with his 4th level spear technique had resulted in a quite astonishing force. Of course, it still was no threat to Fang Longhu. A level 12 martial artist and a level 15 martial artist, it sounds like a difference of only 3 levels. But this is a difference of 3 levels after entry rank, which is a world apart from the difference between level 6 and level 9. For entry rank martial artists, the physical quality difference between each level is substantial. Level 12 martial artists, with a burst speed of 30 meters per second and a fist strength of 3,000 kilograms. And level 15 martial artists, their burst speed exceeds 50 meters per second, with a fist strength easily surpassing 10,000 kilograms. They're simply not on the same level. Facing a level 12 martial artist, Li Yuan could still compete using his skills. But if facing Fang Longhu for real, with his absolute speed and power, a single move could kill Li Yuan. The 4th level techniques are still not enough to bridge the gap in absolute power and speed. Click, click. Both of them took off their helmets. Li Yuan, I haven't fulfilled my training duties today, so I won't be taking the fee. Fang Longhu shook his head. Additionally, from now on, I won't take any more sparring jobs with you. You won't take them anymore? Li Yuan was taken aback. Can't do the sparring anymore, Fang Longhu said with a helpless smile. You're simply too much of a monster. Your progress is too fast. In just half a year, whether it's your physical quality or your skills, your rate of improvement is simply incredible. I've been sparring for over 10 years, and I used to not quite believe in top-tier talents, Fang Longhu said with emotion. After meeting you, I believe it. Li Yuan smiled. Don't worry, I will report directly to the Hall Master, Fang Longhu said with a smile. You'll be reassigned a sparring partner for combat training. Taking a break for a week won't matter, just don't pick someone by yourself. Li Yuan nodded. Combat training is important, but it's also dangerous. It's not just about being strong to do the job well. Qualified sparring partners are few, and excellent ones are even fewer. The most important thing is safety. In sparring jobs, there have been cases where the sparring partner failed to control their power and ended up killing the trainee. Fang Longhu was specially chosen by Starfire Martial Hall for Li Yuan, experienced and mature. Over the past half a year, Fang Longhu managed to adjust his power with each of Li Yuan's improvements, providing pressure for Li Yuan while ensuring not to injure him. Beep. Fang Longhu's smart ring vibrated, and he looked down. Li Yuan, what's this? Li Yuan had transferred him 20,000 Blue Star coins. Coach Fang. Thanks for the past half year of sparring, don't refuse it, Li Yuan said with a smile. Consider it an extra little bonus, don't find it too small. Haha, alright then, thanks, Fang Longhu chuckled. In the future, if there are more sparring tasks, you can still come to me. Fang Longhu also intended to stay on good terms with Li Yuan. Alright, Li Yuan said, nodding with a smile. He also had this intention, for when his younger brothers and sisters would need combat sparring in a few years, Fang Longhu would still be very suitable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the office of the Hall Master on the 12th floor of the Starfire Subhall. You're resigning from Li Yuan's sparring? Wan Qing looked at Longhu with confusion. Previously, Fang Longhu had reported to Instructor Xing. But since January, by Wan Qingyi's command, every half-month, Fang Longhu had been reporting on Li Yuan's progress. Hall Master. It's not that I don't want to keep going, but that I'm no longer qualified, Fang Longhu said helplessly. Li Yuan's rate of progress is too fast. His techniques surpass mine by far, probably worth over 300 fallen star points. His physical quality, I estimate, is at least level 9.5, Fang Longhu shook his head. For Li Yuan's sake, Hallmaster, please get someone more capable. Wan Qing was shocked. 300 fallen star points? Physical quality above level 9.5? It's been just a week since the recruitment event ended, and Li Yuan has improved so much again? Alright, you can go now, I will select someone new. At 10:30 in the evening, Li Yuan returned home, just finished washing up when he felt his smart ring vibrate. A document? Li Yuan clicked to view. A document from Kunlun Martial University? The document from Kunlun Martial University? Li Yuan immediately clicked to accept. It was a brief guide of cultivation suggestions sent by Fan Jin. Li Yuan just started to read. Drip. The VCOM call vibrated, a communication from teacher Fan Jin. Li Yuan immediately chose to answer. The video call connected. Teacher Fan. Li Yuan smiled, looking at the elder dressed in pajamas on the screen. So late, I haven't disturbed your rest, have I? Fan Jin smiled. No, well, you should have received the document. Fan Jin smiled. Ideally, this cultivation guide should have been given to you after your college entrance exams. However, I just got a message from Starfire Martial Hall that your physical quality has reached level 9.5? Li Yuan kept a poker face, but his heart skipped a beat. He realized that he must have gotten too excited during today's combat practice and failed to contain his strength in time, exposing his real power. A 99% chance, it was Fang Longhu who reported the situation when he requested to be excused from the sparring session. Fang Longhu's report did not surprise Li Yuan. With his contract level, it was certain that the high ranks of Starfire Martial Hall would keep a continuous watch on him. Only, he hadn't expected that Kunlun Martial Arts University would get wind of it in just 2 hours. For the moment, Li Yuan could only laugh. Haha, don't worry. Teacher Fan Jin laughed. You have signed with both our Kunlun Martial University and Starfire Martial Hall, and at a very high level. Naturally, we have established communication to more quickly know about your condition to timely adjust your cultivation plan. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Li Yuan smiled. I had a breakthrough in my techniques the day before the invitation event. For some reason, my physical quality has improved very quickly over the past week or so after using the essence pills of origin power. I'd estimate I'm probably not quite at 9.5 yet, maybe around 9.3. To directly claim 9.5 would be an exaggeration. The difference in the explosive strength of 9.5 and 9.3 is not big. 9.3? Fan Jin was also surprised. A week ago, were you not level 8.9? Could it be that the actual measurement back then wasn't accurate? Li Yuan smiled and said nothing. It seems President Li was right. You have an exceptionally high physical talent, you just lacked cultivation technique. Your progress was faster than those students practicing high-rank cultivation methods. Well, you had just entered the 4th level, capable of digging deeper into your physical strength. An improvement of 0.4 isn't strange. Fan Jin nodded, his gaze at Li Yuan shifting slightly. Good. Without need for Li Yuan to explain, Fan Jin had made his own assumptions. After all, such examples were not uncommon in the history of Martial Path. 9.3 is close enough. Fan Jin said, you should know, Li Yuan, that to improve your physical quality, unlike many students, you'll heavily rely on external substances. The student understands. Li Yuan said. Others could cultivate high-rank methods and absorb cosmic origin power, but he couldn't. Before reaching level 9.5, taking basic elixirs for blood and chi, and ordinary essence pills of origin power, will satisfy your body's evolutionary needs. Fan Jin said, but the stronger the body, the more energy it consumes. Just relying on these, once you surpass 9.5, the evolution speed of your body will gradually slow down, even coming to a complete halt. Li Yuan nodded lightly. In fact, ever since his physical quality exceeded level 8.0, he had gradually started to feel this. My suggestion is, in conjunction with the document's cultivation guidance, Fan Jin said, start trying first-rank blood and chi medicinal liquid, along with using cleansing spirit marrow and essence pills of origin power. What is cleansing spirit marrow? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. He was familiar with the first two. It's specifically developed for situations like yours where there's no cultivation technique. Fan Jin said, any elixir or pill contains impurities. Normal martial artists practice cultivation techniques and consume fewer external items, hence less burden on their bodies. But you can't. Cleansing spirit marrow can continually wash away the impurities in your body. This way, as long as your body can absorb the origin power and the medicinal strength of blood and qi, you could improve at an almost extreme speed. Fan Jin said, in the past, the first generation of martial artists relied on the original version of cleansing spirit marrow to toughly raise their physical quality to level 19. Li Yuan suddenly understood. Nowadays, few use the cleansing spirit marrow. You should be able to find it in the Starfire space database. Fan Jin said, follow the proportion of use outlined in the cultivation guidance document. Try it once first. If your body can withstand the pain of the cleansing spirit marrow, then continue. If you find your body can't handle it, stick with the old cultivation plan. Fan Jin smiled with anticipation. Strive to increase your physical quality to level 10.0 by August, or even higher. At the end of July, the school will organize a combat assessment. Although you've already passed it, you can apply again. The top 100 among the 2,000 newcomers will get cash rewards. Fan Jin said with a smile. The top 10 will be awarded 3 million Blue Star coins. He knew how to entice students with rewards. Yes, Li Yuan said earnestly. After hanging up the call. Combat assessment? End of July? Li Yuan's eyes were full of excitement. Previously, Li Yuan had been pondering where to find an opportunity for a combat assessment. So he could raise his spiritual awakening level to the 20% threshold to see if he might get another chance for spiritual nature to enter his body. With his current strength, going to the war front was too dangerous. Neither Starfire Martial Hall nor the school would allow it. But unexpectedly, the opportunity had arrived just like that. The end of July? That leaves 4 months? Li Yuan silently thought. The top 10, plus an extra reward of 3 million Blue Star coins? It was a very generous reward. Do your best. Just like teacher Fan Jin said, strive to become a real first-rank martial artist. Li Yuan thought silently. Kunlun Martial Arts University, being subtly the #1 martial arts university in Xia country, recruits 2,000 students each year, all of whom are elites from all over the country. However, my goal is to be the first. Li Yuan's heart was full of ambition. The top 10 rewards are 3 million Blue Star coins. What about the first place? Could it be higher? Marrow cleansing is painful. I want to see just how painful it can be. Entering the virtual network, Starfire Space. Master, I am. The girl in purple was about to speak. Shut up. Li Yuan interrupted directly. I want all the information on marrow cleansing, including the purchase price and the access requirements. Sure thing, Master. The girl in purple was still smiling cheerfully. Buzz. A light screen appeared in front of Li Yuan, revealing a large amount of text information. So that's how it is. Li Yuan understood. Afterwards, Li Yuan also opened the training guidance document and finally concluded, if I follow the new plan, and if my body can withstand it, my evolution speed can increase by 50% to 100% before level 12. How much faster specifically varies from person to person. What about after level 12? If I stick to the original training plan, it will be tough to improve even a bit once my physical quality reaches level 12. One step ahead, steps ahead. Right now, I don't have any high-rank cultivation methods, so naturally, I need to seize every opportunity. Li Yuan made the decision, adopt the new cultivation plan. This plan was good in every way. There was just one flaw, money. In the past half year, Li Yuan had spent about 220,000 Blue Star coins, points each month on cultivation resources. But according to the new plan, first-ranked blood qi potion, 10,000 Blue Star coins a bottle, at least 20 bottles a month. Li Yuan thought to himself, 3 essence pills per month. Plus combined with marrow cleansing, 3 times a month, 200,000 Blue Star coins a time. The monthly cost would be at least 1.1 million Blue Star coins. Martial Path has always been a gold eater. In this cultivation plan, marrow cleansing was central. Without it, Li Yuan simply couldn't digest that many blood qi potions and essence pills. If you have money, you can't even spend it all. Xiao Yu, according to the new training plan, buy a dose of marrow cleansing first, Li Yuan said. Deliver it to my Martial Hall address tomorrow. Master, a reminder, the girl in purple said, marrow cleansing is extremely painful after use, and if your body is too weak or your willpower isn't strong enough, it can be hard to endure. It is recommended that the master wait until after reaching level 10.0 before trying. Do it immediately. Yes. The next second. Beep. Li Yuan received a notification that 200,000 Blue Star coins had been deducted from his account. Pay with points. Li Yuan couldn't help saying, "Master, this is a new item. The first purchase will default to using Blue Star coins." The girl in purple's voice became weak. "Couldn't you have asked me first? You told me to do it immediately." The girl in purple immediately became self-assured. The next afternoon, Li Yuan asked for leave from his teacher Shu Bo and went straight to Martial Hall. Shu Bo agreed straight away. Shu Bo had mostly let go when it came to Li Yuan's training and even allowed Li Yuan to skip the usual large martial path classes. You should know, most middle school martial arts teachers have only third stage skill level. Just talking about skill realm, Li Yuan and Shu Bo were in the same major realm. Starfire Mountain Branch Division, Martial Arts Room 7024. Marrow Cleansing. Li Yuan carefully opened the box, which contained a transparent bottle. Inside the bottle flowed a green liquid, resembling emerald. It emitted a faint glow, lustrous yet contained. Just by looking at its appearance, one could feel a sense of purity and flawlessness. It's really beautiful. Li Yuan thought to himself, according to the instructions, this stuff can't be ingested. It has to be applied to the skin, and the whole body needs to be covered. Applying with hands? That's too outdated. Li Yuan, holding the bottle, came to the physiotherapy room and gently placed it on the holder of the full-body physiotherapy instrument. Because he cultivated the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, Li Yuan had seldom used the physiotherapy room before. Little Jade. Activate the full body smear standing mode, cleanse my spirit and marrow, and apply the solution slowly over my entire body, Li Yuan directly commanded. Authorization. Yes, a gentle voice responded from the room. Li Yuan stripped off all his clothes and stepped directly into the full-body physiotherapy instrument, quietly waiting. Buzz. The bottle of marrow cleansing spiritual solution was opened by the machine, and right after, Li Yuan saw the needle probe enter, the entire green liquid rapidly disappeared. Not a drop was left. Seconds later, buzz, buzz, several pairs of simulated human hands, the smear applicators, began to excrete green liquid on their surface and slowly started to smear it across Li Yuan's entire body. The smear applicator simulated human hands, slightly warmed up. It was very comfortable, but soon Li Yuan felt his back start to heat up slightly. Marrow cleansing spiritual solution. Just as described, it works fast, Li Yuan thought to himself. Swiftly, Li Yuan felt waves of strange power, as if seeping into his body along the smeared areas, soon causing his limbs and bones to begin to ache, with the pain escalating continuously. Pain. As if fingernails were being viciously stabbed by needles. Itchiness. 10 times more intense than having one sole of the foot scratched. Soreness. Like the soreness and numbness after sitting too long, and then someone furiously shakes them. Under the culmination of the three experiences, every second was an absolute nightmare for a regular person. It was enough to make one consider suicide. This is it. Li Yuan frowned. Although he felt discomfort, it was still bearable. Every day, Li Yuan would practice the observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Just the mental pain alone was much more intense than this. Suddenly, the massage instrument slowly rubbed over a particular spot in the middle of the human body. It was very careful in its task. A few seconds later. Fuck. Li Yuan suddenly widened his eyes, unable to hold back any longer, he cursed. 2 hours later, night had fallen. The effects of the marrow cleansing spiritual solution had worn off, and Li Yuan finally regained full consciousness. It was indeed a bit tough, Li Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes glancing over his robust body. Visibly, on the surface of the skin, there were some impurities and dirt that hadn't been there before. Marrow cleansing? Real pores excreting waste? Li Yuan muttered to himself. However, Li Yuan's eyes involuntarily scanned the Divine Palace panel. There had been no change in his life level. But he certainly felt that his whole body had indeed become lighter and more energetic. Shortly after, Li Yuan felt that his skin seemed to be much smoother and fairer than before after taking a shower. Eat an Origin Power Essence pill, and give it a try. 10 minutes later, Li Yuan, having consumed the Origin Power Essence pill, began to practice the basic cultivation method, immediately feeling streams of warm Origin power being released from his chest, rapidly coursing through his entire body. The muscles, bones, and flesh devoured it, becoming increasingly robust. As expected, it's effective. A glint of light swept through Li Yuan's eyes. I just took an Origin Power Essence pill 10 days ago. Technically, it should be difficult to absorb now, with most of its effectiveness wasted, and my body should feel quite uncomfortable. Now, it's as if I haven't taken one in a month, without hesitation. Li Yuan placed an order directly, purchasing a month's worth of cultivation resources as required for his practice. Marrow Cleansing Spiritual Solution. Li Yuan. He can actually withstand that kind of torture? Wan Qing received the news about Li Yuan's order for Marrow Cleansing Spiritual Solution very quickly. Such willpower. Truly terrifying. Having implemented a brand new cultivation plan, Li Yuan's slightly slowed body evolution speed, compared to before, had become even faster. Time flowed like water, day after day, and in the blink of an eye, it was April 10th. The April assessment for the senior 3 students of Zhang City was also just around the corner. Guan Mountain District First High School. The April mock exam is the last citywide standardized test before the college entrance examination. But Li Yuan, as usual, followed his routine and arrived at school for training at 3 in the morning and went for a shower at 7. The habit of cultivation is not something Li Yuan would easily change. Won't you come back even for the April mock exam? Li Yuan, passing by martial arts room 4001, unconsciously glanced inside and involuntarily slowed his pace a bit. The electronic lock was brand new and had no dust, which was because people cleaned it frequently. Although Ji Yu Chang'an had already mentioned it half a month ago. But in recent days, as the mock exam approached, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a strange sense of expectation. Indeed, I'm thinking too much, Li Yuan chuckled and shook his head, not taking it to heart. To travel from Blue Star to Feixing through the Star Bridge is not an easy task. Given Lin Lanyu's family background and the fact that she specifically went for a mysterious, special training, she naturally would not come back just for the April mock exam. While the April mock exam is important, it is, after all, not the actual college entrance examination. Li Yuan. Suddenly, a voice called out, and a burly teenager greeted him from a distance. Dong Haifeng. Li Yuan greeted with a smile. It was indeed Dong Haifeng who he had rescued during the last combat assessment. Dong Haifeng had just emerged from the martial arts room, his face beaming with smiles. Since returning from Zhongbei Martial University, Dong Haifeng's attitude towards Li Yuan had undergone a 180-degree turn. Every time he saw Li Yuan again, he became quite enthusiastic and even had a hint of respect. Is Ji Yu Chang not here? Li Yuan walked up and said with a smile. The door to martial arts room 4003 was also closed, and the trash at the door was the same as last night. He doesn't come to the martial arts room in the morning, Dong Haifeng replied with a smile. He even often arrives late for morning self-study. Li Yuan was startled and suddenly realized that in the past 6 months, he seemed to have never run into Ji Yu Chang'an early in the morning. He usually wouldn't see him until the afternoon. No wonder his progress is slow. If he can't be seen in Zhang City at 4 in the morning, how can he cultivate quickly? Li Yuan said with a laugh, let's go. We'll eat together in the cafeteria. Dong Haifeng was taken aback by the mention of Zhang City in the early hours. He hadn't seen it either. Ji Yu Chang's progress is slow. Is this what being a big shot is like? Dong Haifeng muttered to himself. In the cafeteria. Brother Yuan, you really aren't in a rush at all, Yan Zhou said while eating a steamed bun and watching Li Yuan and Dong Haifeng slowly enter the cafeteria. In a rush for what? Li Yuan said with a smile and sat down beside his classmate to eat. Zhou Qi had already bought breakfast for Li Yuan. Fried sauce noodles, beef noodles, a nutritious breakfast. Plus 2 soda buns and 2 portions of su mai. In reality, aside from the nutritious breakfast, Eating too many carbohydrates does little to help martial arts cultivation and can even be harmful. But Li Yuan didn't care. With his current physical quality, he could digest these foods very quickly. Slurp. Li Yuan devoured the fried sauce noodles with relish, feeling utterly content. The school's fried sauce noodles and hot dry noodles actually didn't taste that special, but after eating them for a long time, Li Yuan would feel uncomfortable if he missed a meal. These were foods he had eaten since he was young. Yan Zhou, you're the one who's in a hurry, Zhou Qi said while eating and laughing. Last time you were in exam room 21, and this time you're sitting in exam room 22, almost falling to the same exam room as brother Yuan. Old Zhou, you think you're amazing? Perennial runner-up in the exam room. Yan Zhou immediately retorted. Yan Zhou's academic performance was a bit off during the last mock exam in January, which is why his exam room number had been pushed back this time. But such fluctuations in rankings were very normal, so Zhou Qi teased. What's up with the runner-up? Zhou Qi tilted his head back. This is the runner-up among 40 exam halls. I'm proud. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. What Zhou Qi said was the truth. Among the hundreds of students in grade 12, class 2, few could be among the top 2 in the first couple of exam halls. Brother Yuan, you're not going to improve by another 100 points this time, are you? Zhou Qi suddenly looked at Li Yuan, seemingly worried. If you improve by another 100 points, your academic score will almost catch up to mine. In the January mock exams, Li Yuan's academic performance had improved by about 100 points, moving up from the 29th to the 24th exam hall, already approaching the middle ranks of the grade. Don't worry. Li Yuan smiled. I'll aim to score 120 more points, just enough to surpass you. Damn, that's so inhuman. Zhou Qi cursed jokingly. You're taking all the points, leave some for us. However, nobody took Li Yuan's words to heart. Improve by another 120 points? How could that be possible? We're done eating. Let's go. If we head to the exam hall early, we can get familiar with the people in front and behind us and strive for a united front. I hope to surpass the key score line this time. A group of classmates chatted with each other as they walked to their exam halls, most of them very relaxed. Li Tianyu, on the other hand, was more silent, walking alone at the back. As they approached the exam hall building, the others gradually went upstairs. Tianyu, wait a sec. A deep voice suddenly sounded from the side. Li Tianyu was startled, only then realizing that Li Yuan had somehow appeared beside him. Li Yuan, what is it? He stopped. Tianyu. Li Yuan looked at Li Tianyu's face, smiled. Have you been losing weight recently? Li Tianyu was stunned for a moment, subconsciously touching his own face. It seemed that he had indeed slimmed down. Maybe. Li Tianyu forced a smile, without explanation. Suddenly. Beep. Li Tianyu's smart ring trembled slightly. He looked down and his pupils constricted. He had just received a transfer notification for 50,000 Blue Star coins. The sender, Li Yuan. At the same time, Tianyu also received a message from Li Yuan with a name and a VChat number. Li Yuan. What's this? Li Tianyu looked at Li Yuan in shock. There's less than 2 months left until the college entrance exam. I know you've been working hard on your training, but external help is very important. Buy some qi and blood potions. At the very least ensure a nutritious meal 3 times a day. This Zhang Cheng, he's a martial path worker. You go to him to purchase the potions. Just say you're my classmate, and he'll give you a discount, Li Yuan said with a smile. Just to clarify, I'm poor too, so it's not a gift, it's a loan, okay? But I can't pay it back, Li Tianyu said, unable to resist. I'm not asking for it back now. What's more important, money or health? Are you really planning on losing weight? Li Yuan said with a teasing grin. Once you get into Zhongbei Martial University, find a good job after graduation, won't you be able to pay it back? Remember, you have to repay me within 10 years at the latest. Li Tianyu's eyes instantly reddened. He understood all too well that this was just Li Yuan's way of making him accept the offer. Whoever offers a loan and then states that it needs to be repaid in 10 years? Li Yuan, Li Tianyu's voice choked up for a moment. Tianyu, There are people around, behave. Li Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not interested in you, don't let others misunderstand. Li Tianyu was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Take it. Li Yuan smiled. Actually, with your results, you have a very high chance of getting into Zhongbei Martial University, but you must not get tense. Martial arts cultivation, the more anxious you are, the harder it is to progress. Keep a calm mindset. Li Yuan smiled. In this regard, you have to trust me. Li Tianyu nodded. In his heart, Li Yuan had considerable authority when it came to martial arts cultivation. Just like teacher Xu Bo had publicly said during martial arts class, with Li Yuan's skill and cultivation, he could at least serve as a high-rank martial arts teacher. I'm heading up first. Li Yuan waved his hand, see you later. 50,000 blue star coins. Li Tianyu looked down at his bank account and couldn't help but raise his head to glance at Li Yuan's retreating figure. He wanted to tell Li Yuan it wasn't necessary, but he couldn't bring himself to walk away. Because he indeed needed it. Thank you. Li Tianyu silently mouthed the words in his heart. After finding his seat number, Li Yuan had just sat down. Li Yuan is in our exam room. This is exam room 24, isn't it? A martial artist student with such good academic performance? Hey, my exam number is actually in front of Li Yuan's. Looks like I'm better than Li Yuan. You really think so? Believe it or not, one punch from him could knock the snot out of you. Many students whispered among themselves in the exam room. Throughout this term, especially after the event hosted by Zhongbei Martial University, Li Yuan's performance gradually began to spread among the senior year students. With the school's deliberate promotion, Li Yuan's fame had become unrivaled within the school, surpassing even Lin Lanyue. Discussing me? Li Yuan listened to the voices around him but didn't pay too much attention. He was thinking about Li Tianyu. I hope this money can help him somehow, Li Yuan silently sighed to himself. Out of all the classmates he knew, the only one Li Yuan truly admired was Li Tianyu. Sometimes, Li Yuan would even think if Li Tianyu could awaken the talent of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, even if not as much as himself, he would definitely be dazzling. One must know oneself. Opportunity and luck sometimes outweigh effort. Li Yuan silently sighed again. Before, Li Yuan wanted to help Li Tianyu but didn't have the means. Why only give 50,000 blue star coins? And to say it was a loan. First, Li Yuan knew Li Tianyu's character was incredibly tenacious, not fond of asking for help, so he didn't want Li Tianyu to feel too much psychological burden. Second, this money was meant as a gift from Li Yuan, without the expectation of being repaid. And third, the most important reason. I am also still growing, and cultivation expenses are quite large, Li Yuan silently sighed. I hope it can give him a boost and help him get into Zhongbei Martial University. Once he got in, it would be nothing less than a turning point in Li Tianyu's fate. Beep beep beep. The bell rang. The invigilating teacher entered the classroom, and everyone placed their smart wristbands at the front of the room. The April mock exam officially began. After a day and a half of academic testing, Li Yuan could only say he did his best. The score should not be worse than last time, Li Yuan thought to himself. Normally, the difficulty level of the April mock exam should be lower. The January mock exam had a higher difficulty level, aiming to discourage students from becoming arrogant. In contrast, the April mock exam often had a lower difficulty level, meant to encourage students. The next afternoon was the martial arts spirituality test. Li Yuan's test sheet, as usual, read, unawakened, all within his expectations. As President Li had said, with Li Yuan's revealed physical talent and mental talent, if he could resonate with any high-rank cultivation method, it would have appeared long ago. Looks like no one else in the class could resonate either, Li Yuan glanced around. Throughout the entire senior stage, only Wan Xiao and Zhou Qi from his class had succeeded in meeting the resonance requirements of high-rank cultivation methods. Everyone has a spiritual nature, it's just not possible. The current 7 high-rank cultivation methods were also created by generations of predecessors among humans, Li Yuan pondered silently. In the future, if I can become a flying heaven warrior, perhaps I could also be part of this grand process of civilization. On the third day, it was the combat assessment. Almost a month had passed since the Zhongbei Martial University Invitational event. Li Yuan finally stopped hiding his physical quality and fully revealed it. 40-meter burst speed test, 21.8 meters per second. Damn. Li Yuan's burst speed, all the students present were shocked and could barely believe what they were seeing. Brother Yuan is too awesome. Is Brother Yuan becoming a real martial artist? Zhou Qi, Yan Zhou, Li Tianyu, they were all stunned. That was a martial artist, after all. Even the three invigilating teachers were somewhat taken aback. This burst speed was already infinitely close to the level 10.0 standard. Keep in mind, the class they were testing was just an ordinary class. What's so strange? Isn't this the result Li Yuan should have? Dong Haifeng, Gu Chang'an, and those other students among the top 10 of the grade weren't too surprised. After all, they had seen someone who had completely dominated the combat assessment amongst the elite martial artist students in the entire Zhongbei province with an absolute, precipitous victory. Another month had passed, and was it so strange that Li Yuan's physical quality was close to level 10? The subsequent physical tests, wherever public assessment was involved, Li Yuan always managed to shock his fellow students and the examiners alike. With such a large-scale exam, score compilation and grading happened very quickly. That same evening, in the principal's office of Guan Mountain District No. 1 High School, Tan Zhenlong was waiting. Ding! The smart assistant's voice rang out. Master, Director Wang from the Education Bureau is video calling you. Director Wang? Tan Zhenlong was a little surprised and quickly said, answer it, guest mode. Whoosh, the lighting in the office adjusted, subtly altering the ambiance. A holographic screen formed, and a young man in his 30s wearing a shirt appeared in the projection. Principal Tan, congratulations, the young man greeted with a smile. Director Wang, congratulations for what? Tan Zhenlong was momentarily puzzled. The April mock exam. Your school produced 2 city-wide subject toppers, the young man said with a smile. Isn't that worth congratulating? 2 top scores in individual subjects in the city? Principal Tan Zhenlong was utterly surprised. As a principal, Tan Zhenlong was very conscientious and knew his school very well. Although Guan Mountain District's No. 1 high school was decent, it was only considered to be top tier within Zhong City and not among the very best. In the past, the goals he set for the teachers were merely to secure the top spot within Guan Mountain District. Haha, it seems that Principal Tan doesn't know his school well enough, Director Wang said with a laugh. Then I'll keep you in suspense, you can see for yourself when the transcripts are distributed. Also, this year's Guan Mountain District middle schools. Director Wang started discussing other matters. Tan Zhenlong could only patiently communicate with the other party. Finally, he ended the video call. 2 top scores in individual subjects. Who? Tan Zhenlong sat on the couch, his eyes clouded with confusion. Li Yuan. His martial arts skills should indeed be full marks, probably tied with Wu Dongdong from the Teachers College High School as the city's top scorer. And the other one? Could it be in the academic subjects? That shouldn't be. None of them made it to the top 30 in the entire city during the January mock exams. Tan Zhenlong was quite puzzled. Without seeing the summary of the results, Tan Zhenlong could not guess. Could there be a dark horse? There were dark horses every year, but it was extremely rare for someone to rise to the city's top spot in an individual subject. Half an hour later, Tan Zhenlong finally received a notification from the assistive AI that the Education Bureau had sent over the summary of the exam results. He opened the score report immediately. What? Tan Zhenlong's pupils contracted as he looked at the name atop of the list. Physical quality, comprehensive assessment 500 points? How is that possible? Wu. Suddenly, Tan Zhenlong recalled something and immediately said, Xiao Ju, I want to see the school's January mock exam martial path scores. Yes, master. Soon, Tan Zhenlong got hold of the January mock exam results, and as he compared the 2 documents, he was inwardly so shocked he found it hard to express. 4 months, physical quality improved by 2.1 levels. What kind of genius is this? At least, Tan Zhenlong had never seen one before. Suddenly, the assistive AI made a sound. Master, teacher Shu Bo is calling. Shu Bo. That kid surely has seen the transcript and wants to come brag to me about how good his judgment is, and how impressive the student he chose is. Tan Zhenlong muttered to himself, then said directly. Xiaoju, hang up. 10 minutes later. Dong, 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 the knocking sound came from the door of the principal's office. Old Tan. The boisterous voice of Shu Bo came from outside the door. Hurry and open up, I'm bringing you a bottle of good wine, we need to celebrate. 15 seconds later. Clang. The door opened. Tan Zhenlong looked at Shu Bo warily, eyeing his empty hands. Where's the wine? It's on the bottom shelf of the bookcase in your office, Shu Bo said with a chuckle. Move aside, didn't I tell you I'd get it for you? Tan Zhenlong glared at him. You got a dog's nose? My nose is better than a dog's, don't forget, I used to be a prime warrior, Shu Bo said cheerily. April 13th, Monday. After morning self-study, most of the students in Class 2 of Senior Year 3 were sitting distracted. Everyone knew that today was the day the April mock exam results would be announced. Along with it, citywide rankings would be released, as well as the city's estimated thresholds for first-tier universities, the C9 League, and the Marshall Path provincial and national lines. The college entrance exam was nearing, and for most, their rankings in April would be unlikely to change much from their actual results. Old Joe. What's up? You're sulking again? Li Yuan joked. Worried about going home and being turned into a Joe Poppy by your mom? Brother Yuan. Zhou Qi glanced at him helplessly. You used that joke last time, can you not play it twice? Li Yuan was taken aback, while the others laughed. Soon. The cultural class's homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen, who walked with a wind, entered the classroom wearing a leather jacket, holding the results in his hands. Immediately, over 100 students instinctively sat up straight, even Li Yuan, widely recognized as a top student, was no exception. It was an indescribable pressure. Over 3 years, even though Li Yuan had acquired the strength of an entry-rank martial artist, he still felt somewhat awkward in front of Mr. Chen. However, unexpectedly, Mr. Chen did not begin with the usual harsh criticism but, uncharacteristically, said, The April mock exams went well for most of you. It's clear that everyone has put in a lot of effort since the January mocks and have been very serious. For the few students who didn't perform well, there's no need to worry. Adjust your mindset. After all, it's just a mock exam, and you will all likely achieve good results if you perform normally during the actual college exam. No criticism, no blame. The words he offered were mostly encouraging, which relieved many in the class. However, many students had an uneasy feeling. They all glanced subconsciously at the countdown to the college entrance exam on the blackboard at the front of the classroom, feeling somewhat dazed. With the end of the April mock exams, the actual college entrance examination really was drawing near. High school was indeed coming to an end. Now, I will announce the results. Mr. Chen's voice even sounded a bit gentler. As usual, we'll start with the academic scores. Li Shutong, 921 points, first in academic results in the grade, also first in Guan Mountain District, 24th in Zhong City, Mr. Chen said with a smile. Very good performance. Dong Cheng, 901 points. Zhou Qi, 898 points, great improvement, Mr. Chen chuckled. You've entered the top 20 of the grade. Many students couldn't help but look at Zhou Qi, feeling quite envious. The difficulty of the April mock exam was low, so the scores generally increased, but like Zhou Qi, to move up dozens of spots and even break into the top 20 of the grade was extremely challenging. Not bad, Li Yuan commented. Brother Yuan, it's because I've been practicing a high-rank cultivation method, Zhou Qi said quietly. My physical quality has risen to over level 5. With the improvement in physical quality, I feel clearer in the head every day when I do test papers and solve problems. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. The body is the foundation of everything. Without a good physical foundation, everything else is zero. Zhou Qi's physical condition was mediocre before, but his academic performance was very good, which means his IQ is quite impressive. After practicing high-rank cultivation methods, his physical quality kept improving, and his academic scores increased a lot, which is normal. That's also why in the college entrance exam, even cultural universities count martial arts performance for 30% of the total score. As far as Li Yuan knows, many prominent scientists within human civilization are martial artists or even prime warriors. Li Yuan, 841 points. Teacher Chen read out Li Yuan's name and paused, smiling. Li Yuan, with your academic score, you're almost reaching the threshold for the C9 universities. Wow! The class immediately burst into an uproar, and all the students couldn't help but turn to look at Li Yuan. 841 points? That academic score alone wouldn't be surprising, but coming from a martial artist student, it was rather exaggerated. Moreover, many students vaguely remembered that Li Yuan's academic performance seemed to be only over 600 points in the second year of high school. Brother Yuan, did you improve by another 100 points? Zhou Qi looked at Li Yuan as if he were a monster. How did you study? I didn't improve by 100 points, Li Yuan said indifferently, shaking his head. After a 2-second pause, Zhou Qi, look, I scored 742 points last time, and 841 this time. If you do the math, that's just an increase of 99 points, Li Yuan seriously added. I suspect that the intelligence marking the test didn't want me to show off, so it deducted 1 point from me on purpose. Ah! Li Yuan sighed deeply, seemingly full of regret. Zhou Qi and the surrounding students all couldn't help but think, one day they would really like to beat up this biggest show-off. After announcing the academic scores, Teacher Chen took out another transcript and looked at it for a long time. All at once, all the students' hearts rose to their throats. Could it be that they still couldn't escape a scolding today? Martial arts scores. Teacher Chen finally spoke, enunciating every word. Li Yuan, first place. Then there was silence again for a long while. Everyone was stupefied. It was within their expectation that Li Yuan would be first, but could it be that his score wasn't as high as they thought? Could there be a mistake? Li Yuan even began to doubt himself. He had personally tested his martial arts scores and was confident about them. There shouldn't be any mistake. 900 points. Suddenly, Teacher Chen revealed a smile and loudly exclaimed. The entire classroom fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, completely erupted. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? 900 points? The full score in martial arts? Damn. Li Yuan, 900 points? The entire class completely lost their minds. 900 points, meaning that Li Yuan was rated full marks in both the physical quality and martial arts skills categories. Even Li Yuan was a bit stunned. Full marks. He couldn't help but glance at his Divine Palace panel, where his life level was clearly marked as 9.9. Could it be because of my skills that my explosive power and speed exceed that of the normal life level, so in the end, I was given full marks by comprehensive evaluation? Li Yuan pondered secretly. 900 points? Zhou Qi next to him was dumbfounded, then suddenly realized, Brother Yuan, doesn't that mean your total martial arts score is now 984 points? An academic score of 841 points translated to 84 points. Adding the 900 points from martial arts, indeed it was 984 points. A raw score of 984 points? 984? Looks like it's true? This? The students in the class were even more incredulous. Let alone the raw score, even reaching this score with spiritual nature bonus points would already be extremely formidable. Cough cough, cough, Teacher Chen on the podium coughed twice. The students in the classroom finally quieted down reluctantly. You're right, Li Yuan's martial arts raw score is 984 points, but that's not the total score, Teacher Chen said with a smile. Don't forget, although Li Yuan hasn't awakened his martial spirit, he has been awarded the title of Young Hero, and gets an additional 20 points. So, this time, Li Yuan's total martial arts score is 1004 points, first in the grade, first in Guan Mountain District, 28th in Zhang City. Additionally, Li Yuan is also one of the only 2 who achieved full marks in martial arts in Zhang City's April assessment. Without counting any additional bonus points and just considering raw scores, he even surpassed Wu Dongdong of the Teachers College-affiliated high school. In a certain sense, in this April examination, Li Yuan is truly the #1 martial artist in the entire city, Teacher Chen said in one breath without pause. A smile covered her face. It was clear. This time, the scores that Li Yuan had achieved had truly made her very happy and excited. The April resit results announced meant the end of the April examination period. But Li Yuan's score, like a bombshell, hit Guan Mountain District's first high school, making the entire grade and even the whole school boil with excitement. Almost every class teacher started using Li Yuan as an example to inspire their students. No bonus points for spiritual nature? Not from a prominent family background? None of these were obstacles? Li Yuan went from being average in his grade in the first year of high school, to the top 100 in the second. And now to the top 10 in his grade in the third year, and finally to first place. He also achieved the terrifying score of full marks in martial arts in the April exam. Such an achievement was definitely a first in the history of Guan Mountain District's first high school. At 10 o'clock in the morning that same day, at Starfire's Guan Mountain Branch Shrine. 1,004 points. Wan Qing and Xu Bo were communicating. When they first heard about Li Yuan's test score, they didn't grasp its significance. But soon, they understood. Full marks in martial arts. Physical quality of at least 10.0. Wan Qing was inwardly shaken beyond words. In less than a month, Li Yuan's physical quality improved by 1.1 levels? Monster indeed. A month, and physical quality increased by 1.1 levels? Wan Qing could hardly describe the shock in his heart with words. Indeed, similar examples indeed exist in the history of humanity's martial path, and not a few. But that's across the entire history of human civilization's martial path. Just as there have been many young generals in history, countless in the annals, but if a 20-year-old general stood before you, the vast majority of people would be shocked. Those who have made a name for themselves in the history of the martial path either have an extremely high compatibility with high-rank cultivation methods, even reaching 100%, Wan Qing sighed inwardly, or they come from exceptional backgrounds and have used some heavenly materials and treasures. Talent, or background, or a combination of both. For example, Dongfang Ji, the first strongest being of human civilization. In just over a decade, he grew from a prime warrior to a terrifying existence surpassing that of a flying heaven warrior. Ultimately, he even surpassed Lant, who had been famed for 100 years, and became the undisputed #1 warrior of human civilization. Of course, no matter how much Wan Qing recognized Li Yuan, deep down, he would not think that Li Yuan could be compared to the chief of his own martial hall. Resources? Wan Qing shook his head in secret, his eyes scanning the distant light screen. Clearly written on it were the various kinds of auxiliary cultivation resources that Li Yuan had purchased from the martial hall over the last half-year. Very ordinary. As for fate, in Wan Qing's view, Li Yuan, who stayed in the city every day, neither went to some mysterious star realm nor to Faxing, couldn't have had any great fortune. Really thought it's like a novel. So, it's only talent left. Wan Qing reflected in private. Old Fei was right after all. A jade among stones. Li Yuan truly has such qualities. Indeed, a discerning eye. When the outer shell of stone reveals itself, the true jade emerges. However, Wan Qing also felt a considerable pride in his heart, that such a talent was ultimately one he had unearthed himself. If Li Yuan really were to achieve great things in the future, he too would take pride in it. Live combat sparring? Wan Qing pondered, instantly coming up with an idea. Yes, let's do that, he decided inwardly. Following that, Wan Qing spoke. Open VChat, and call Old Fei. Yes, Master, the assistant AI's voice sounded. Soon, Fei Qian received a call from Wan Qing. Wan Qing reported fully on Li Yuan's recent development, mainly from the invitation event to the April assessment growth. And he particularly emphasized that he played an important guiding role in the growth process of Li Yuan, thanks to the wise directions of Old Fei. You've done well, Qing, the robed elder Fei Qian said with a smile in the video. His way of addressing Wan Qing had changed. Clearly, he was very pleased. It's all thanks to following the instructions Old Fei gave before. I have always been fully supporting Li Yuan, Wan Qing said with a smile. You did well, Fei Qian smiled in response. The two were lifting each other in turn. I just looked at your investigation report too. He actually used Purify Body and Marrow 3 times within a month. Truly crazy, Fei Qian said with some emotion. Even a prime warrior might not be able to bear that kind of pain, right? That a 17-year-old youth could hone such terrifying willpower is what enabled his body to evolve at such a high speed. Fei Qian continued analyzing. Even so, to be able to improve so much within a month, his physical talent is also terrifying. Wan Qing listened seriously to the other's nonsense. Worthy of old Fei, I didn't think so much, Wan Qing concluded. Is this new cultivation plan of his set by Kunlun Martial University? Fei Qian inquired. Yes, Wan Qing nodded. A bunch of madmen, Fei Qian shook his head. I suspect they never considered Li Yuan's ability to endure when setting up this cultivation plan. Wan Qing was speechless. The other party was Kunlun Martial University, known to be above the Martial Hall when it came to training plan strategies for talents. Here's what we'll do. In 3 days, I'll return to Zhang City, Fei Qian instructed. Bring Li Yuan to me. I want to see him. Yes, Wan Qing replied respectfully. Wan Qing understood in his heart that Fei Qian couldn't resist stepping in personally to offer guidance, plucking the peach, to Li Yuan. After hanging up the phone, he really won't take action until he sees the rabbit, Wan Qing muttered to himself. As soon as the peach is nearly ripe, he wants to pick it. No wonder he's been able to sit firmly as the city's hall master for 20 years. Not only does he have a discerning eye, but he also has the stamina, Wan Qing muttered. By comparison, my cultivation is still not deep enough. I need to continue to learn. Flying Heaven, change the memo name of Old Fei to Old Fei worthy of my learning. Yes, Master, the assistant AI responded. Noon. Zhongbei Martial Arts University, in a classroom within the main base for war. Professor Ming looked at the message coming through the screen and sighed. Why do you sigh, teacher? The man in the black suit next to him couldn't help but ask, didn't you have high hopes for Li Yuan before? His good exam scores only prove your good judgment, right? What's the use of good judgment? Professor Ming glanced at the man in the black suit. If his scores were a little worse, and he didn't reach the national line in the entrance exam, we might have had a chance to pick up a bargain. Then, our Zhongbei Martial Arts University might have been able to produce another Flying Heaven warrior in the future. Now, Professor Ming shook his head. Shall we send some more stuff? To become closer? The man in the black suit couldn't help but say. Idiot! Won't Kunlun Martial University and Starfire Martial Hall cultivate him with all their might? Does he need these few resources? Professor Ming shook his head. Approaching now will only make Li Yuan think we have ulterior motives and instead arouse his wariness. We can only hope. During the previous invitation event, our Zhongbei Martial Arts University left a good impression on Li Yuan, and since our university is also his hometown university. Afternoon. Starry Sky Guanshan Sub Hall. Vice Hall Master Lu, you wanted to see me? Song Yi, dressed elegantly, stepped into Lu Wai's office. Vice Hall Master Song, please sit. Lu Wai, in his martial attire, was slowly practicing punches, speaking in the meantime. I called you here to discuss a matter with you. Speak, Song Yi said earnestly. Whether in the Starfire Martial Hall or the Starry Sky Martial Hall, every level of Hall Master, the Chief Hall Master has much more power than the Vice Hall Master. There is some news about Li Yuan that you might want to know about, Lu Wai said. The expression on Song Yi's face changed slightly. Again, over the past 6 months, she had lost count of how many times she had heard the name Li Yuan, and because of this, she had already been reprimanded 3 or 4 times. Vice Hall Master Lu, didn't you say a month ago that this matter would stop there? Song Yi couldn't help but speak up. Finish reading this first, Lu Wai frowned. Ding! A screen of light condensed, displaying a large amount of text describing the recent situation of Li Yuan. And the potential grade assessment given by an inspection envoy from Zhongbei Province of the Starry Sky Martial Hall for Li Yuan. Skipping the details. But the final conclusion of the report completely changed Song Yi's complexion. Based on current performance and age analysis, can be identified as A+ level, but the growth rate over the past year has been extremely rapid, completely on par with S+ level, comprehensive assessment, S level. Whether S+ level or S level, both belong to S level. Do you understand now? Lu Wai sighed. Song Yi nodded unavoidably. An inspection envoy is an extremely special position in the Marshal Hall, mainly responsible for supervising the Marshal Halls at all levels and reviewing whether the Hall Masters of each level fulfill their duties diligently. Broadly speaking, they have tremendous power and can reach the highest authorities. Narrowly speaking, they have no power to decide verdicts, and even if they discover violations, they must await judgments from higher-level Marshal Halls. The Triennial Hall Master Assessment is coming up soon. Lu Wai glanced at Song Yi and sighed. In these 3 years working with me, your performance in other aspects of work is satisfactory and quite diligent, and you haven't fallen behind in your training, but with regards to this matter involving Li Yuan, you have indeed lost quite a few points. I'm worried that once this inspection report is submitted, you won't pass the final assessment. Song Yi clenched her teeth. Failing the Triennial Major Assessment meant she would face punishment and lose significant benefits. Hall Master, where did you get this inspection report from? Song Yi couldn't help but ask. She knew in her heart that if she wanted to pass the review, she must have the content of this inspection report optimized somewhat. Calling her over was definitely not out of kindness to inform her. I was having lunch with this inspection envoy at noon, and he casually mentioned the report, saying it wasn't complete and wanted to discuss it with me, to seek my opinion, Lu Wai said with a smile. Given our relationship, I naturally have to consider your situation. Song Yi's heart seethed with anger, clearly understanding Lu Wai's implications. Vice Hall Master Lu, Song Yi said in a low tone, as long as I pass the assessment, I will definitely obey your orders for the next 3 years. She could only lower her head. I'm afraid that's still not enough. Lu Wai finally showed his fangs, grinning. I tried to reason, but that inspection envoy still thinks you look quite presentable and are more suitable for reception and publicity work. He suggested that the contract reviews and financial tasks you are in charge of could be set aside for now. What do you think, Hall Master Song? Lu Wai stared at Song Yi. In the 3 years since he took office, Lu Wai had long coveted the financial authority of the Starry Sky Guanshan Subhall. Unfortunately, he had never found the opportunity. Song Yi's complexion completely changed, and she suddenly stood up, staring fiercely at Lu Wai. Vice Hall Master Lu, are you really intent on pushing me to the brink? It's just 1 week until the assessment, Lu Wai smiled. HMPH. Then please have this inspection envoy submit the report. I don't believe that because of Li Yuan, I can't pass the assessment, Song Yi scoffed, turning around to leave. Bang! The door slammed shut violently. So stubborn. Lu Wai picked up his teacup, smiling. This is really good tea, a pity it's still too hot, needs to cool down before I can drink it. Threatening me? Song Yi returned to her office and angrily threw her cup. Bang! Bang! The batch of teacups she had just purchased shattered quickly, ending their brief mission of venting anger. Stay calm, calm down. Song Yi urged herself to stay calm. I must get past this barrier. I must find a way. Song Yi quickly pondered. Cooperate with Lu Wai. No, that guy is a smiling tiger. If I back down today, then forget about holding my head high again. Even after this, he can still use the matter with Li Yuan to suppress me. Then I would really become his puppet on strings. Song Yi was stubborn by nature. She would rather resign and apply to become a Star Realm martial artist than endure this indignity. So there are only 2 paths. On one hand, I should ask my esteemed seniors for help, Song Yi muttered to herself, knowing that she had supporters behind her rise to the position of Vice Hall Master. On the other hand, the person who tied the bell can also untie it. Song Yi understood the key point, Li Yuan. I must have him join me in staging a play. Song Yi thought for a moment and began contacting Wan Qing. Although the 2 great martial halls competed, they were part of the same district, and their high-level executives naturally had ways to contact each other. About the disputes triggered by himself, Li Yuan was unaware. In the afternoon, as usual, Li Yuan went to the martial hall, waiting for the new, actual combat sparring, and preparing for today's combat training. But soon, Li Yuan was greeted by another familiar face. Lord Wan. Li Yuan was astonished. Where is Coach Wu? He had something else and asked for leave at the last moment, Wan Qing said with a smile. Today, I'll be the one to spar with you in actual combat. You? Li Yuan's eyes widened. What, you think I'm not qualified? A hint of displeasure appeared on Wan Qing's face. No, Li Yuan shook his head quickly, after a 2-second silence. Hall Master, you're too expensive, I can't afford it, maybe we should switch to someone cheaper? Unless, you're willing to give me a discount. Lord Wan, Coach Wu is a level 18 martial artist, and a single sparring session with him costs 30,000 blue star coins, Li Yuan calculated. But you are a prime warrior. According to the prices I found, a sparring session with a prime warrior starts at 100,000 blue star coins. Watching the serious expression on Li Yuan's face, Wan Qing struggled to hold back a laugh. He suspected that Li Yuan was feigning ignorance, but it wasn't good to call him out on it. Indeed, the fees for sparring with a prime warrior were exorbitantly high. But the reality was, there was no market for it. For martial artists or students at about level 10, those between levels 15 and 18 could usually fulfill the sparring responsibilities. Sparring with a prime warrior? That was often only needed by martial artists above level 15. But martial artists of such levels already possessed the strength to protect themselves and could delve into certain star realms to fight to the death with genuine star realm creatures. Not only could they temper themselves, they could also earn money. Thus, unless a prime warrior was willing to lower their own worth, there would be no space for them in the sparring market. Haha, don't worry, I'll give you a discount, Wan Qing laughed. How about this, 10,000 blue star coins per session? Li Yuan smiled. 10,000 blue star coins? For Lord Wan, this was practically giving it away for free. He instantly understood that this was Lord Wan's way of further closing the distance between them. Good. Li Yuan did not refuse, and with a smile said, then I'll trouble you, Hall Master. Through his uncle Li Chongzhou's teachings, sometimes Li Yuan was not afraid of owing too many favors. What is rapport? There is no affection without interaction, and those willing to help you will often continue to do so. For the current Li Yuan, forming a deeper connection with an influential figure like Wan Qing was advantageous and harmless. Haha, you're certainly not shy, Wan Qing laughed. He now confirmed that Li Yuan's earlier accounting was just for show. I am on good terms with your teacher Xu Bo, so in the future, you don't need to call me Lord Wan, Wan Qing said with a smile. I'm older, so just call me Uncle Wan. Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. What's the matter, unwilling? Wan Qing asked with a smile. If you are reluctant, then never mind. Of course I'm willing, Li Yuan replied with due formality, respectfully performing a salute. Li Yuan greets Uncle Wan. Wan Qing nodded, his esteem for Li Yuan growing even higher. Knows when to advance and when to retreat, understands human relations, values family, possesses high talent, and trains extremely hard. Indeed, he is an uncut gem. All right. Now that you've called me Uncle Wan, I will fulfill my duty as an uncle. You may disregard other things, but martial arts cultivation cannot be taken lightly, Wan Qing said seriously. Put on your protective gear, and let me see the level of your spear technique. Go all out, don't worry about injuring me. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, understanding the terrifying strength of a prime warrior. Even if he stood still and let himself be attacked, he probably wouldn't break through his defense. Soon, the two actually began their combat session. Huff! Li Yuan, holding a long spear, suddenly burst forth, and with a single stab, more than 20 spear shadows instantly appeared, thunderously striking toward his opponent. Boom! Wan Qing held a long stick, which moved with astonishing speed, striking from behind to the front, effortlessly blocking Li Yuan's fierce thrust. Buzz! Waves of terrifying force, like ocean waves, traveled through the spear shaft in an instant, making Li Yuan's arm tremble, first numbing his arm, then his whole body. This was a very peculiar method of exerting force. With just one exchange, Li Yuan realized that Lord Wan's skill realm was far above his own. Oh, you managed not to drop your weapon? Lord Wan's eyes flashed with surprise. Your spear technique? Lord Wan could feel that Li Yuan's burst of strength was indeed around level 10. But his mastery of spear techniques was higher than he had estimated. Again, Lord Wan commanded. Continue to attack me, and remember, feel the vigor in my stick. Yes, Li Yuan nodded and once again abruptly unleashed his attack. Boom, peefed, swish, Li Yuan's spear technique immediately changed, becoming even more mysterious and unpredictable. One thrust followed another. Some of these techniques were swift, some hammered with great force, some slashed sideways, and some were fierce and angry stabs. Overall, they surged toward Wan Qing like a tide. These moves, while appearing different, all actually originated from the Galaxy Waterfall technique. The Starry Sky 5 forms were not merely 5 simple techniques. In fact, each form contained a multitude of responses to an enemy's spear technique. The Galaxy Waterfall was one of the Starry Sky 5 forms, most adept at continuous attacks, building momentum unceasingly. Clang! Clang! Wan Qing held the stick in one hand, quite easily fending off Li Yuan's assaults. Each time, as soon as Li Yuan began to build up his spear technique to burst forth, he would suddenly be counterattacked by Wan Qing. The strange vigor that trembled down would disrupt Li Yuan's spear style completely. It was extremely uncomfortable. This kind of vigor. Li Yuan tried his best to perceive it, his spirit penetrating the spear shaft, attempting to figure out the pattern of the vigor being transmitted through Wan Qing's stick. It was incredibly complex. It was as if he was facing a tangled mess, with no clue where to start. It's impossible to dissipate all the vigor in an instant. It's a very sophisticated method of handling vigor, Li Yuan immediately realized. What I can do is to try to dissipate some of it incrementally, thereby neutralizing more and more until I can fully cope with it. Li Yuan immediately changed his strategy for dealing with it, and his spear techniques also began to change accordingly. Wan Qing, being far more advanced than Li Yuan, noticed at once and was surprised. So quickly, he's found the right approach. Could he truly be a genius who understands instinctively? Inside Martial Arts Room 7024, after an intense hour of battle, it was Li Yuan who first couldn't keep up. He surrendered and laid down his long spear. Uncle Wan, I've reached my limit. Li Yuan shook his head with a wistful smile. It's too difficult to dissipate the vigor from your stick technique. Battling with Wan Qing for an hour exhausted him more than a full day of his usual cultivation. Do you feel it? Wan Qing asked with a smile. Li Yuan nodded. Talk to me, Wan Qing urged. In terms of pure strength and speed, your bursts are very weak, probably even weaker than mine, Li Yuan said gravely. But with each exchange, the instant explosion of vigor, whether it's entangling force, shocking force, or unloading force, you are far superior in applying these kinds of vigor. As a spear technique master, who had reached 25% of the 4th level, Li Yuan now had quite a high perspective. Correct, Wan Qing smiled. That is exactly what I want to teach you today. Li Yuan immediately listened carefully. In terms of physical quality, you've reached the threshold of an entry-rank martial artist, Wan Qing said. Next, you must gradually work towards becoming a prime warrior. Do you know the 3 great challenges of a prime warrior? Wan Qing inquired. I know, Li Yuan responded solemnly. Spiritual power, skill realm, and physical quality. Spiritual power at level 20, skill realm at the 4th level with mind and body in unity, and physical quality at level 19.9. These are the 3 fundamental requirements for stepping into the realm of a prime warrior. It was not a secret, naturally, Li Yuan was aware of them. Right, Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan. For most first-rank martial artists, spiritual power and skill realm are the most difficult. That's why they consume spirit-nourishing potions and spirit-nourishing pills. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level in skill is a significant challenge. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Advancing in skill realm was indeed difficult. Transitioning from the perfection of the 3rd stage to the 4th level had stalled him for many days. As for spiritual power, he had been cultivating observing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture for so long and still hadn't reached level 20. However, for a normal martial artist, improving the body is relatively easier, Wan Qing continued. But for you, it's exactly the opposite. Your greatest challenge is improving your body. Li Yuan did not dispute this point. Without the aid of high-rank cultivation methods, it was indeed much harder to enhance physical quality. Using treasures like the body-cleansing marrow, you saw significant short-term effects, Wan Qing said. But once your physical quality reached level 15, it became increasingly difficult. Level 15. Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Beyond level 15, a martial artist's body is already extremely strong, Wan Qing declared solemnly. For example, a level 15 martial artist can throw a punch with a force of over 10,000 kilograms. And a level 19 martial artist? Their punch can exceed a full force of over 50,000 kilograms. With each level's difference, the gap in strength is astounding. Historically, the original generation of martial artists truly spared no expense, utilizing all kinds of treasures and combined with the topmost talents. Only then did they gradually elevate themselves to become prime warriors, Wan Qing said. But you don't have such external conditions. Li Yuan listened silently. Indeed, organizations like the Martial Hall and Kunlun Martial University seem to value him, but they would certainly not give him those truly extraordinary treasures yet. The certainty was too great. Of course, if you continue to cultivate step by step, I reckon that by about the age of 22, you could become a prime warrior, Wan Qing said. 4 years. A prime warrior at the age of 22 is quite fast for most people. But compared to your skill realm and spiritual power, it's too slow, Wan Qing shook his head. You also have to create laws, which would waste your prime cultivation time. Li Yuan was left speechless. Originally, Wan Qing estimated that I could become a prime warrior in at most 4 years, around my senior year of college. Uncle Wan, what should I do? Li Yuan asked the question the other party had intended for him to ask. One is through heavenly materials treasures, but that's not realistic, so let's not talk about it. 2. It's about skill. Wan Qing said earnestly, this is also what I want to talk about today. If your skill could quickly reach the heart and skill entering subtlety, then, the evolution speed of your body will greatly increase. Heart and skill entering subtlety? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. He was unfamiliar with these terms. 4th level skills are divided into 2 minor levels, Wan Qing said with a smile. The first realm is unity. The unity that ordinary martial artists talk about is actually just the preliminary mobilization of whole body vigor, achieving a unified force in large muscle groups and bones. But upon entering the 4th level, the heart further perceives the body and can further excavate deeper potential from the body, unleashing greater strength and speed. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The reason he could fight a level 12 Moon Demon Wolf King with level 9 during the combat assessment was exactly because of this. Theoretically, if one can excavate one's body potential to the extreme, a level 10 martial artist can easily contend with many level 14 or even level 15 warriors. Li Yuan also felt deeply moved. This was the terrifying aspect of profound skills. However, when the perception of the body's strength reaches a certain extent, it's often difficult to continue excavating. Each person has different limits, which is why many prime warriors are stuck at the initial rank of 4th level, Wan Qing explained. To further break through, one must delve deeper into the body with the heart, allowing the power of the heart to reach every muscle, every bone, and even every flow of blood. From top to bottom, the slightest injury in the tiniest capillary can be clearly perceived with the heart. By then, not only can one unleash the body's limit of strength, one can also detect various minor injuries and easily repair them, maintaining the body in its peak condition, and extending one's lifespan to over 200 years. This is the perfection of 4th level skills, a thought of the heart discerning subtlety. Also known as the subtle realm, it is also one of the necessary conditions for breaking through to be a level 25 prime warrior. A hint of longing flashed in Wan Qing's eyes. Li Yuan's eyes widened as he listened. Perfection of 4th level skills? A lifespan of over 200 years? This is a level 25 prime warrior. Think about it, if your skill reaches subtlety, Wan Qing said with a smile, with the utilization of your body reaching its limit, how fast do you think your body's evolution will become? I'm afraid that with enough resources, you could achieve level 19.9 in just 1 or 2 years. Immediately, Li Yuan had a goal in his heart: subtlety, the perfection of 4th level skills. Uncle Wan, have you reached the subtlety in your skills? Li Yuan suddenly asked. Wan Qingyi's voice abruptly stopped, and he stiffly changed the subject. By the way, apart from the actual combat training today, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Sure, please go on. Uncle Wan, Li Yuan, discerning everything, chose not to expose his newly acknowledged uncle, caring for his feelings. He was already a mature nephew, learning to take care of his uncle's emotions. Song Yi, the Vice Hall Master of the Starfire Martial Hall's branch in Starry Sky Pass, remember her? Wan Qing said. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. He remembered her. She was only willing to offer him a D-rank contract. But Uncle Wan was better, directly giving him a B-rank contract. She offered 1 million, wanting to invite you to do an interview program on television, Wan Qing said with a smile, talking about how you bonded with Starfire Martial Hall from a young age, how you aspired to be part of Starfire Martial Hall, and finally, after some efforts, succeeded in signing a contract with Starfire Martial Hall, the inspirational growth story. What do you think? Are you interested? 1 million blue star coins for a television interview. Li Yuan was dumbstruck. What kind of play was this? The key point, according to Uncle Wan's meaning, was that this program was going to be about his own story with Starfire Martial Hall. But there was no story to tell. In the past, when he bought chi and blood potions, he always went to Starry Sky Martial Hall. Don't understand. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan with a slightly puzzled expression and smiled. This Song Yi, in Starry Sky Martial Hall, is responsible for various contract audits and the distribution of funds for the hall's operation. Financial authority? Li Yuan asked. Right, Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan. You seem to know quite a bit. Li Yuan smiled. His uncle, Li Chongzhou, had struggled in construction for many years and occasionally taught him. Naturally, he understood some things. In any organization, so-called management simply means effectively controlling personnel authority, financial authority, and executive authority. Li Yuan could guess that Song Yi wielded great power in the Starry Sky Guan Mountain Branch Hall. The hall conducts audits of each martial hall every 3 years, Wan Qing patiently explained, and the next audit is coming up soon. The matter of you almost signing with Starry Sky Martial Hall is no secret, Wan Qing laughed. Wan Qing didn't say that this matter was primarily stirred up by him and Xu Bo together. If you had only shown the potential for a grade B contract, then the impact wouldn't have been significant, Wan Qing smiled. But the stronger you perform, especially in this April's evaluation where you were essentially the top martial artist in Zhong City. Together with your performance at the Zhongbei Martial University recruitment event, it must have put her in a difficult position. Moreover, the better you perform from now on, the more difficult it will become for her. I suspect someone in Starry Sky Martial Hall is targeting her, Wan Qing laughed. Controlling the finances of a hall comes with no small amount of benefit. Internal strife? Li Yuan was curious. More like mutual supervision, Wan Qing laughed. It can promote healthy internal competition. Li Yuan was speechless. Uncle is just at a higher level than himself. So, she came to me? Li Yuan pondered. Is it to have me declare through the program that my signing with Starfire Martial Hall was due to my own subjective reasons and not her dereliction of duty? To permanently resolve the problem of me? Li Yuan smiled. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raises the problem. Smart, Wan Qing smiled. Once you appear on the program, and she promotes it in secret, there should be no one who can openly use that reason to attack her anymore. At least, she would have a strong support to defend herself. Uncle Wan, what do you think I should do? Li Yuan asked respectfully. In fact, Li Yuan already had an idea, but he could see that Uncle Wan had a strong desire to perform. You must understand. Seniors love being respected, asked for opinions, and appreciated when the younger generation can take those opinions and improve even further upon them. This is the essence of all kinds of relationships, be it that of a parent and child, confidants, or friends without regard for age difference. Just as Li Yuan expected. If you refuse, you would offend her. Of course, it wouldn't affect you much, she wouldn't be stupid enough to target you anymore. Wan Qing laughed, because you have become powerful enough to be her problem. But it's always good to have one less direct enemy. Wan Qing smiled. The little devil is troublesome to deal with. Li Yuan smiled. His own strength was the most important. Why didn't Song Yi come to him before? Why didn't she try to resolve the problem of him? It was because she didn't think he was worth mentioning. If Song Yi knew that Uncle Wan treated her as a little devil, she would be grinding her teeth in irritation. If you agree to turn hostility into goodwill, she will not only pay the money but also owe you a favor, Wan Qing continued. Besides, once the program airs, if the higher-ups of Starfire Martial Hall are aware, they will also appreciate you more. It all sounded like benefits. However, it would offend the higher-ups in Starry Sky Martial Hall who are targeting Song Yi. Li Yuan picked up the conversation. But I am with Starfire Martial Hall, and I don't care about her. Right. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan approvingly. It's up to you. Li Yuan had seen through Uncle Wan's thoughts. Uncle Wan, I think you're right. Reconciliation is better, Li Yuan said directly. I also have some of my own thoughts. Speak, Wan Qing said. 1 million, isn't that a bit cheap? Li Yuan asked tentatively. Wan Qing was taken aback, then laughed. You little devil, what do you want to do? For 1 million, I'll only appear on the show saying that I've liked Starfire Martial Hall since I was a child. Li Yuan laughed. For 2 million, I'll say that I have admired Hall Master Dongfang since I was little, idolized him, and was determined to join Starfire Martial Hall. For 3 million, in addition to the above, I'll add that my family is friends with Zhang Cheng from Starry Sky Martial Hall. So Hall Master Song Yi made me many private promises, even preparing to apply for a grade B contract for me out of sequence, but ultimately, despite such temptations, I steadfastly chose to join Starfire Martial Hall, Li Yuan said in one breath. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan with completely changed eyes. 3 packages, basic, premium, flagship, if based on the last package. Song Yi would not only be blameless, but in a certain sense, she would have done all in her power, fulfilling her duties commendably. No deductions, and she would even merit extra points. Uncle Wan, my thoughts might be naive. What do you think? Li Yuan held the opinion of the elder in high regard. You can proceed with the last plan, Hall Master Wan pondered, but did you really lean toward joining Starfire Martial Hall at first? Yes. Although it's not as exaggerated as the third plan, I did indeed prefer to join Starfire Martial Hall, Li Yuan said decisively. I don't dare deceive Uncle Wan. Since I was young, I have greatly admired Hall Master Dongfang. One wall of my room is adorned with Hall Master Dongfang's words saying, "Martial path is me." As a child, I wrote more than once that, the person I admire most is Hall Master Dongfang. Furthermore, my classmates also know that my idol is Hall Master Dongfang. Li Yuan quickly provided the material needed for a segment of the program. But in actuality, Li Yuan was downplaying things. Yes, Li Yuan admired Dongfang Ji very much, but he never had such a fervent desire to join Starfire Martial Hall. A mix of 3 parts truth, 7 parts fabrication. But who could tell? There were no mind readers. That's good, Wan Qing believed Li Yuan. Suddenly, Wan Qing remembered something and couldn't help but feel sentimental. Back then, your teacher told me your aunt and uncle did not quite approve of you agreeing to sign a grade B contract with us at Starfire right away. You insisted on agreeing immediately. I always secretly thought your teacher was bluffing me, but now? I believe it, Wan Qing laughed. Li Yuan kept a smile on his face. Shu Bo, his teacher, had indeed streamlined a lot of processes for him. All right, then let's proceed with the third plan. I'll go and talk to Song Yi, leave it to me. 3 million may not be guaranteed, but at least 2 million is possible. I will do my best to strive for you. Wan Qing smiled. Once the show airs, if it's promoted well, the higher-ups of the Martial Hall will also have a better impression of you. Thank you, Uncle Wan, Li Yuan said sincerely. Additionally, Uncle Wan, I've been thinking, if I can pass the 300-point mark at Fallen Star, and move up in the rankings on Blue Star's Youth Pride leaderboard, couldn't that increase my bargaining chips? Fallen Star 300 points? Are you confident? Wan Qing's eyes shone brightly. 300 points in Fallen Star represented a minor watershed for 4th level techniques. Yes, Li Yuan confirmed. I've already reached 242 points in Fallen Star, and that was a week ago. If I spend a bit more time, in this day or two, I should be able to break through. Ha ha, good. If you can achieve that, I will make her offer at least 3 million, Wan Qing laughed. All right, continue with your training. Yes. Uncle Wan's vigor is mysterious and unpredictable. He must have mastered control over his bodily strength to the utmost degree. Li Yuan pondered alone in the martial hall. Body control. Unity, subtlety. Li Yuan resumed practicing with his long spear, with deliberate slowness. He consciously induced and mobilized deeper layers of strength within his body. Li Yuan didn't pay much attention to the matter of Song Yi. Money? 2 or 3 million. It would be best to obtain it, but if not, so be it. Over 10 minutes later. Powerful. As long as I am strong enough, Li Yuan's long spear whistled through the air, and the spear shadows shifted unpredictably. Whoever troubles me will find that I am their trouble. Boom. Suddenly, he thrust his spear, resembling a streak of light dashed across, causing a startling roar within the martial arts room. Your spear technique realm has increased from 4th level 25% to 4th level 26%. On the 12th floor of the martial hall, the hall master's office. Hall Master Song, Wan Qing said with a smile, looking at the elegant lady in the light screen projection. Sorry to have kept you waiting. How is it? Song Yi asked. Is Li Yuan willing to agree? Li Yuan is very courteous and is willing to appear on the show, Wan Qing said. A sense of joy flashed in Song Yi's heart. However, Wan Qing's tone shifted, and his expression cooled slightly. If Li Yuan is willing to help Hall Master Song, shouldn't Hall Master Song also be a bit more understanding? Song Yi understood immediately and went straight to the point. Lord Wan, just tell me, what's your price? 10 million. Wan Qing stated indifferently. What? Song Yi's expression changed slightly. Despite her wealth, not that she couldn't afford the price. But it was too steep. He's worth that price, Wan Qing stated casually. Let's discuss this in detail. Immediately after, Wan Qing explained the 3 plans to Song Yi. Her expression grew very interesting. Additionally, Wan Qing's face showed an inexplicable smile. I want to remind Hall Master Song. I can also prepare another show where Li Yuan can thoroughly discuss how I, with my discerning eyes, spotted the gem he is, and the real process of how he joined my Starfire Martial Hall. Song Yi's face darkened to the extreme. Hall Master Wan, you think too highly of Li Yuan. Song Yi ground her teeth. In my assessment, he only makes up a small part, at most 2 or 3 points out of 100. You're only missing those 2 or 3 points to pass the evaluation, Wan Qing replied, no longer being polite. I'll remind you, tonight or tomorrow, Li Yuan will break through the 300-point barrier on Starry Skies Fighting Network. When that happens, it won't be this price anymore, Wan Qing said coldly. Song Yi's face changed again. 10 million is too much, Song Yi said lowly. At most 6 million, or I might as well give up this position. She had her limits. All right, deal, Wan Qing nodded. However, you'll have to cover all the taxes. Taxes? What taxes? An inkling of unease passed through Song Yi's mind. You will donate the money to Guan Mountain District Red River Street Martial Path Talent Development Association, via the official channels, Wan Qing explained casually. Whatever is left, you won't have to worry about. A donation? Song Yi was stunned. She had never heard of such an association. In the end, Song Yi was forced to agree. The money should arrive within 2 hours, remember, don't use your own accounts. Wan Qing reminded her. Then you can be on the show tomorrow. You'll still have 3 days to do promotions, after hanging up on Song Yi. Wan Qing dialed another V-call, and soon, Big Brother, a deep voice came through. Little Six, didn't I ask you to set up an association in Red River Street last time? Wan Qing's voice was deep. Today, a sum of money will come in, about 6 million after taxes. Make sure the accounts are in order. In a week, there will be a program airing, and you'll justify the donation for sponsoring underprivileged, aspiring martial path talents by awarding it to Class 2 of the senior year at Guan Mountain District No. 1 High School, to a student named Li Yuan. How much shall we keep? Not a single cent. I'll cover the intermediary expenses. Understood. 1 hour later. Li Yuan. Initially, Song Yi was only willing to offer 2 million, but I did my best to negotiate for you, and after a long talk, she agreed to pay 6 million. Wan Qing made a V-call to Li Yuan. 6 million? Li Yuan was stunned when he heard the number. The previously proposed 3 million, in his view, was already an astronomical price, considering it was just for a few hours on a show. Therefore, Li Yuan's expectation was around 2 million. To his surprise, Wan Qing was actually able to negotiate up to 6 million Blue Star coins, which was simply terrifying. Uncle Wan, impressive, Li Yuan sincerely said. He still had a lot to learn from Uncle Wan. You underestimate your own value. Wan Qing laughed in the VChat. The first priority in negotiations is to be clear about your own value, and then to gauge the other party's bottom line. Wan Qing didn't explicitly say, but he had started at 10 million Blue Star coins, guessing that Song Yi would eventually give in. But in dealing with people, one should leave room for maneuver. If you're not prepared to utterly defeat the opponent in one blow, it's best not to corner them. Li Yuan nodded. So, Uncle Wan, about the money. Don't worry, I've arranged everything, Wan Qing said solemnly. You'll go on the show tomorrow, and as for the money, the plan is roughly this. Wan Qing briefly explained the arrangement to Li Yuan. The Guan Mountain District Red River Street Martial Path Talent Development Fund Association. Li Yuan blinked. What a backwater name. He couldn't help asking, Uncle Wan, is this association reliable? Let's not get scammed. Of course, it's real, Wan Qing replied indifferently. It's officially registered, and Song Yi is sponsoring the association voluntarily, which has nothing to do with you or me, and it's taxed. In the end, because the association is inspired by your deeds, they'll support your martial arts cultivation, which also has nothing to do with Song Yi, and personal income tax will be paid. Exactly. The final 6 million you get has nothing to do with Song Yi, complying with every regulation of the 7-Star Alliance, so spend it without worry, Wan Qing said. Understood. Li Yuan's mind was like a clear mirror. In fact, this kind of private financial transaction could directly go to him without any issues. But since Song Yi needed to pass the scrutiny of the Starry Sky Martial Hall, it was necessary to leave no trace. Uncle, Li Yuan naturally dropped another word from the honorific. He had completed the evolution from calling him Uncle Wan, to just Wan, and now simply Uncle. What's the matter? Something else? Wan Qing laughed. There should be some expenses in this operation, right? I know there are rules, Li Yuan whispered. How about we go with the original plan and give me 3 million instead? After all, running a society involves a lot of management, staff, and the costs of premises, probably tens of millions each year, Li Yuan said earnestly. Following the rules is important. Uncle Wan might not say it, but he couldn't help but bring it up. No need, if you still called me Hall Master Wan, then it would be by the rules, Wan Qing spoke lightly. But if you call me Uncle, I can't let you call me that for nothing. All right then. You go back to cultivating, Wan Qing instructed. Remember, all this is trivial, your strength is the foundation. Also, the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, take leave with your teacher and come with me to the Zhang City Martial Hall. The City Hall Master, Elder Fei, wants to meet you. Thank you, Uncle. 6 million? Just like that, it's in my hands? Li Yuan hung up the VChat, also somewhat flabbergasted. Uncle was right indeed. The richer they are, the more ruthless they're at making money. The hardest million for ordinary people to earn is the first one, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Through Wan Qing's maneuvers, Li Yuan also realized that Uncle Wan was not as benign and simple as he appeared on the surface. To think, how long had the other party been in office? And to already have such a well-established registered association. Every man has his method. Li Yuan tightly gripped the long spear in his hand, murmuring to himself, but the most powerful will always be martial force. Like Dongfang Ji, who established Starfire Martial Hall, that in just a few decades penetrated the domains of the 7 great planets, altering numerous rules from top to bottom within the 7-Star Alliance, tampering with many people's vested interests. For instance, opening up cultivation techniques, the high school examination system, the Marshall Hall contract system. Was it reliant on interpersonal skills? No. It was his invincible martial force. It was his resolve to protect the entire human race. Violence, it's the foundation and the source. Dongfang Ji's 7-Star Alliance Progress Movement, though only half a page long in the history textbooks, but behind it lay countless beheaded, innumerable noble families and clans dissipated like smoke. Martial path. Li Yuan put down his spear and continued to practice the basic cultivation method, not daring to relax for even a moment. Moreover, Li Yuan could feel that Wan Qing was indeed sincere toward him. Because, more than once he reminded him, your strength is the cornerstone. In the evening, Li Yuan returned home and chatted with his younger brother and sister. They went to sleep. "Auntie, how's Uncle doing?" Li Yuan asked while sipping the hot milk his aunt had prepared for him. A cup of hot milk wasn't much use to him, but Li Yuan knew that his rapid growth had made his aunt somewhat uncomfortable, and this was one of the few ways she could show her love for him. Why take that away? This was also why Li Yuan insisted on coming home every day. From the perspective of pure cultivation benefits, he could entirely live in the Marshall Hall. But then, what would his aunt think? The purpose of cultivation is not just to cultivate, but for the family. His condition is improving quickly, he's been moved to a regular ward, and his vital signs are basically back to normal. The Marshall Hall's special care workers are taking shifts around the clock, so I hardly need to be there. Chen Wei looked at Li Yuan drinking his milk, the corners of her mouth unintentionally curling up a bit, as it made her feel like this was still the nephew she knew. Also, the treatment costs are mostly covered by the state, and the remaining part was paid by your uncle's company. Moreover, considering your uncle's situation, there's an additional merit subsidy from the state of about 400,000 Blue Star coins, which should arrive within half a month, Chen Wei said. That's good, Li Yuan nodded. The treatment for uncle didn't cost the family much. Expenses like rapid transfers using aircraft, Uncle Wan didn't ask me to pay either. By the way, last time, that brother Lin, the treasures they brought, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Chen Wei couldn't help asking. She was present at the time and had signed the documents, knowing that the mysterious brother Ellen was the key to saving her husband. No, if we're talking about owing favors, then yes, but those were people from the high ranks of the Marshall Hall, Li Yuan said with ease. Auntie, don't worry, I'm quite capable now. I'll arrange everything properly. Once I become a prime warrior in the future, none of these will be an issue. Li Yuan didn't tell his auntie the truth, as it wasn't particularly meaningful. But he also couldn't keep her completely in the dark, as that would add to her psychological burden, making her prone to wild thoughts. That's good, we should properly thank those people, Chen Wei said. Today, the hospital director told me your uncle's recovery is almost complete, and they are ready to use the consciousness awakening device. Consciousness awakening device? Li Yuan nodded slightly. Okay, let's trust the doctors. Nowadays, the number of people in a vegetative state has drastically reduced, thanks to the consciousness awakening device. Its principle is similar to conscious contact sensing in a virtual network. It starts by introducing the vegetative person's consciousness into the virtual network, then enhancing the stimuli, ultimately achieving the goal of awakening. By the way, Auntie, the Marshall Hall told me that the apartment in Starfire South Lake District has been tidied up and redecorated, ready for us to move in, Li Yuan said. It will be more convenient for you when you go to work, and for Qianxin and Muha when they go to the Marshall Hall. What about this house then? Chen Wei hesitated. Should we wait for your uncle to wake up and leave the hospital before we move? She felt a bit lost, as Li Yuan had brought huge changes to the whole family in just a few months. We can leave this house as it is for now, Li Yuan said with a smile. Everything that should be bought there has been bought. We can move in for a few days to see how it goes. If you're still not used to it, we can move back. You might not mind. But for Qianxin and Muha, the cultivation and learning environment will be better there. Li Yuan knew exactly how to grasp his auntie's concerns. Okay. Chen Wei nodded reluctantly. She didn't really care much about the villa. However, she placed great importance on the education of Li Qianqin and Li Muha. Just like she once did for Li Yuan. Beep. Chen Wei suddenly felt her smart ring vibrate and looked down, slightly startled. 2 million blue star coins? She had just received a transfer from Li Yuan. Li Yuan, what's this? Chen Wei was astounded. 2 million blue star coins? That was more than a decade's worth of her salary. It's for Qianqin and Muha, Li Yuan said with a smile. Auntie, this amount of money isn't much to me anymore. This time I ranked first in the Zhang City Martial Path exams, and the day after tomorrow, the City Hall Master wants to meet me. The City Hall Master? Chen Wei gasped. This was a significant figure in her eyes. Usually only seen in the news. The money is mainly to provide Qianqin and Muha, especially Qianqin, with an origin power essence pill every 2 months, Li Yuan said. You must have seen the training documents before. Okay. Chen Wei nodded, as she held a master's degree and was quite educated. Shortly after, Li Yuan went into his room to wash up. My nephew. Chen Wei stared at the empty milk cup on the table, lost in thought. Big brother, sister-in-law, can you see this? Chen Wei silently prayed in her heart. Li Yuan has really grown up completely. Just like Li Chongzhou hadn't forgotten. Chen Wei too had never forgotten how she held the wailing Li Yuan and ran for their lives. If Li Yuan's parents hadn't desperately fought off the 2 Star Realm creatures, there would have been no escape. You must understand. Li Yuan's parents were both martial artists, and if they had chosen to run for their lives, they would have had a much bigger chance of survival than the others. As she kept thinking, Auntie, why are you crying? Suddenly, a deep voice came from the bathroom. Am I? Chen Wei quickly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and smiled. My eyes are a bit uncomfortable from watching the light screen too much. Entering his room, Li Yuan sat down in the virtual network capsule straight away. Having told Uncle Wan that I could score 300 points on the fallen star. Let's get to it as soon as possible, Li Yuan thought to himself, glancing at his Divine Palace panel subconsciously. Life level. 9.9, entry rank, physical quality index. 105, indicating a comprehensive assessment of aspects such as explosive power, endurance, speed, physique, and spiritual power. Fist strength. 1,287 kilograms speed, 21.8 meters per second. Spiritual power. 16.6 spiritual awakening level, 12.8%, current cap 20%. Physical body cultivation method, solid rock cultivation method, mental cultivation technique, observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th level 26%, movement technique, 4th level 20%, fist technique, 4th level 29%. Note. When the spiritual awakening level reaches 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%, 125%, you will gradually receive spiritual guidance. Spear technique, movement technique, both have improved compared to last week. There should be hope to break through, Li Yuan thought to himself. Let's start. Li Yuan's consciousness connected, and he entered the Starry Skies fighting network, beginning the Fallen Star rank match.